brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning, and I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. My kits use quality fabrics and are normally cut to size so that it makes everything easy for the beginner sewer and the more advanced stitcher to be able to make beautiful designs. All the fabric I use is 100% cotton and top quality. On my shows, I hope that you can learn from my hints and tips, and every one of my kits is like a workshop in a kit. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zora Designs. Zora Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zora Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also they're food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zora excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zora shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zora shows. Good morning. Yes, I'm so excited about this hour. You know, when you look at the schedule and you see what's coming up and you see you're presenting a particular show and it's like, yes, yes, this is one of those occasions. And we're celebrating as well. We've got a birthday event. Yes, we have. It's all about pink ink. We've got brand new products as well. No new guests. We don't need any new guests. Of course, we've got Mel and Kathy here. Good morning.
Good morning, Catherine.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday
This
to
is
us.
an exciting birthday.
We're 6.
Not only that, you've brought something that we've never seen from Pink Ink before.
We have, brand new.
Do you want to tell us about them?
Moulds. We've gone into the world of moulds, which has been a long time coming. We've been working on it for 2 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, if you're going to introduce moulds to us, there's no better start than what you've brought to us today. We need to have a look at this. I can tell you, you are going to absolutely love them. Let's have a look at the boards we've got here as well. Now, we do have a pick and mix for you. Not only that, because it's a birthday event, we've got a little free gift for you as well. Now, the pick and mix is any two. The fact that we've got 4 moulds, of course, you can go for them all. If you want to go for those multiples, you can certainly do that. And you also get an A7 stamp with $6.99 free. Now, the little stamp, Mel, it's a very cute little mouse, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Oh.
Beautiful little mouse. It's added to the other mice collection that we've got, but these are brand new and exclusive to the craft store.
Oh, how wonderful. For the birthday event, of course. Now, we will see those mice stamps a little bit later on, and if you are purchasing from in a different way, I know the ladies have said they will be very careful that if you are purchasing separately and you're going for the moulds as well, they will make sure that they don't duplicate one of those stamps. So that's even more special, isn't it?
Yes,
It
well,
certainly is.
I should be on that.
Yes, definitely. Right, let's have a look at this pick and mix then, because we have got 4 incredible moulds. If we have a close look at the boards here as well, and so we're talking your air dry clay, we're talking, of course, your resins. Are these food grade as well?
They are.
Mel?
They are.
Perfect.
Yes.
I really knew that answer because I know there's a cake. I can probably smell the fondant from here. There is a gorgeous cake behind us as well because, of course, it is a birthday celebration. So food grade, so we're talking our fondants, our chocolate, fudges, Marzipan.
Yeah. And then, of course, into soaps and things like that. You can use all of that as
and
well.
your wax.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. We are going to see, of course, some incredible demonstrations with Kathy a little bit later. Just look at these. The effects are incredible. £39.98 is the price. Remember, if you want all 4 of them, just put multiples of 2. It's a pick and mix of any 2. You'll get 2 free gifts. Yep, 1 per pair. 504981 is the item number. There's so many samples around me as well, and I know the ladies are wearing jewellery. We're talking air dry clay, we're talking resin. We're going to see both of those, I believe, in demonstration throughout the day. This particular sample done with the air dry clay, isn't that gorgeous? I love the colours there.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Very sort of subtle. You've got the balance just right.
Thank you. Yes.
Look at that. Look at the detail in the moulds as well. Incredible. The shape of a leg.
Isn't she beautiful?
She
Wouldn't
is.
you kill for that? I'd love that shaped leg.
Absolutely good. And of course you can break this one down. I can see straight away. It's always important for me, Mel, that when I look at anything, whether it's stamps, whether it's moulds, whether it's dies, that you can take it further than what you're originally seeing. And you can certainly do this. I mean, you can see taking away the petals from a skirt and creating flowers and leaves there.
Plus we've got standalone petals on the mould so that you can add more volume if you want to.
We could certainly have a closer look at that mould. We've got a frame included in that particular one as well. Let's have a look at the butterflies, and oh my goodness, lots of different butterflies on a mould. That's another one for you as well. You can see various different, you know, in flight, open wings. Of course, you can shape these further if you want as well. We've got the toadstools or the mushrooms. There is a little snail included. There's little mice. There's all sorts of wonderful elements that you're going to be able to scene build with, use individually. It's entirely up to you how you work with them. Gorgeous. And we're talking jewellery making as well, aren't we?
We are. And I'll just point out, as always, these moulds have been hand-drawn by Kathy.
Wow. Look at that. I'm just going to hold that way, actually, so you can see it dangling against the black background, and then I'll turn it back this way, and I hold it. I didn't want to hold it too much, so I'm not covering any of that detail up. Now, we're getting very, very busy. How did the technique prove to be so beautiful with those colours there? Well, we're going to see that in demonstration as well. There's a mould I've not mentioned yet, which is, oh my goodness, wait until you see the board a little bit more closely. All the samples, of course. The honeymaker, that gorgeous bee.
Yes, beautiful, isn't it?
It really is. And this is almost 2 moulds in, well, more than 2, because the wings are separate.
Wings are separate. Both wings are separate, yes.
The bee and the honeycomb are kind of one, but you could separate those as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So definitely make the most of these. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
The detail, look at the body of the bee here. Look at the veins in the wings. I don't know if we can come in really closely to the board as well, because it's a completely different look. With the board, you can see the transparency in the wings because of the resin that's been used. It's right at the end, I think, the bee one here. We'll have a look at this. The colours are gorgeous. Now, we can see the mould, first of all, at the bottom, and then you can see how you can break that apart. We didn't even mention the crown, did we?
No.
That's in there as well. There you can see the 2 wings. There you can see the honeycomb with the bee itself. The crown is also included in that particular mould. Isn't this sample, this board is gorgeous. Now you can see the transparency there of the wings of the bee itself. So, you know, whether you're using that clay, whether you're using resin, whether you're using, I don't know, your waxes, your soaps, your hot glue, all those things will work, of course. Yeah, we are very busy. 504981 is the item number. I can tell you as well, design team have worked their magic. What a delight to get these to work with.
Beautiful. Actually, Kathy made that one.
Did she?
Yeah, she did.
But there's something very special about these samples as well. Have you noticed the little bit of a twinkle? I like to see that little bit of a twinkle. They are beautiful. You can see it on the board, you can see it on the sample as well. What a clever way of using those wings. And there's a button in the middle.
There's always a button.
Oh, is that a trademark thing for you as well?
We often use a button.
Do
Kathy
you?
loves a button.
Oh, do you know, I'd not spotted that before. This is gorgeous. Look at the honeycomb going around the jar here as well. I can tell you that when it comes to all options, we are approaching 20% of the stock gone. That's telling me you are going for them all, I think. Either that or, you know, you really can't choose between them and it's just a coincidence. But what a clever use of the wings again.
It's really good, isn't it? I mean, talk about think outside of the box, but that works really well.
It does. Do you know, I'm not going to move until I've shown you all these samples I've got here, because if I miss one out now, it will be very unfair. Look at that.
Beautiful
Those colours
isn't it?
again. Oh, my word. And more of the butterflies, and of course the toasters. I've got to say, when I look at moulds, dies, stamps, whatever it is, those small elements, don't ever underestimate them.
They've got a big role to play, haven't they?
They certainly have.
Yes,
so
I agree.
the little acorn leaves there. There is acorns in the bottom of one of the toadstool
That's right,
arrangements as well, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
There is a little mouse that you can see from the front, a little mouse you can see from the back, and there is a snail.
A snail. We love the snail.
Yeah, gorgeous. You're wearing the snail,
I am
aren't you?
wearing the snail.
There we are. We're very, very busy. 504981 is that item number. I think you've got up especially early today. Remember, it's a choice of any two. That means because we've got 4 brand new moulds, never seen before here, launching today for us. Yeah, you can go for all 4, just multiples of 2. Now, that free gift worth, was it $6.99? Yes, you're going to get 2 of those if you're going for 2 multiples, because, yeah, we're going to see those live as well in a little while. We'll come back to these moulds. I know that Kathy is down to show us some demonstrations. Now, we've got more than the mice stamps on the show as well, so we're going to move to the next set. Oh, my word. We've got the mice here, but we've got more to follow as well, so do keep an eye on everything. Let's have a look at the details. Now, we've got the mice on a pick and mix as well, which is wonderful, isn't it? Again, a choice of any two. So tell us about these then, Mel.
Well, we introduced a series of mice a few months ago, and they went really well. Everybody loved them, and we thought we needed to add to the collection. So we did that, but we did it with the moulds in mind, so that you could use them in conjunction with each other. Yeah.
Oh, how wonderful. Now, let's have a look at these then. Now, just a reminder as well, if you are looking at buying any of the stamps when it comes to the mice, if you're going for the moulds as well, so you qualify for the free gift, Mel is personally going to make sure that you don't get anything duplicated. So don't be afraid to go for the pick and mix. Do you know, this is a good way, actually, of getting more to your collection, isn't it?
Yeah,
with those
definitely.
free gifts. Oh, these are adorable. No wonder they were so popular when you introduced them the first time. Look, brand new today. Now, we do have an exclusive on these new designs as well. Just love that. Oh, for any time of year, of course, as well. Now, the exclusive is you can't get these anywhere else currently, can you?
Not at the moment.
Not at the minute. You've seen it here first. Only $13.98 as well for 2 stamps. And again, design team have worked their magic. So many different ways of working with the stamps. The colour of the card, the materials used. Oh, look at that.
I love that one. It's so funny.
Oh, that is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Oh, these are adorable, aren't they? Oh, I love that shaker cards.
Yes, good, isn't it?
Isn't that clever?
Yeah, really clever.
Amazing work. That's on by Sue. Wonderful.
Yeah,
9831.
Yeah, numbers.
Brilliant. 983-192 is the item number there. We've got more mice. I'm sure we're going to see more samples a little bit later on as well. But let's move down again, because we're moving away a little bit from the mice and back to fairyland.
Back to fairies. We love a fairy.
We do. These are going to work perfectly again with those moulds, aren't they? Now, we've got all 4 stamps together. I've got more samples to show you as well. £39.96. You've got a £4 saving here. 667376 is the item number. Now, I think the 23 on there must mean there's 23 individual elements within that
Yes, that's
bundle.
right. That's right. Just to your left, Catherine, the sample.
Oh, yes. Oh, there's a fantastic sample I must show. This is so clever. Who made this?
Sheila Walsh.
Look at the front cover to begin with. I mean, isn't that so adorable? But wait until I open this up. Just watch this. How amazing is this? Oh, if somebody was to gift this to me as an adult, I would absolutely treasure it. But you imagine the delight of a child receiving this.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
You are never, ever going to lose it, are you, or throw it away? You're going to keep that and hand it down the family. These are the sorts of things that are going to be treasures in the future, real treasures. I just adore everything about that. Adore it. Absolutely stunning. Sheila, you are clever. We've got many more samples here as well. The use of the fairies, Mel. Just, of course, if you've got stamps previously from Pink Ink, which many of you have, of course, they are going to work together as well. Oh, look at this next one. Look at the fairy on top of the toadstool.
That one's called Upsy Daisy.
I love that. Oh, it's one of those shows where, you know, you get so many samples and you really don't want to miss any out. And I'm keep looking down and think, I know I'm going to be told to move on in a second. And then you think, no, I'm going to show another one. I'm going to show another. I'm just going to keep putting these in front of you while I give those details. Maybe I'll give them a little bit slower. 667376 is the item number. That £4 saving there. Oh my goodness, look at that. Already over 10% of the stock has gone. I'm loving Upsy Daisy. There's lots of samples using Upsy Daisy, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the colouring on this one. That's one of Gail's. Yeah, 667376. Do not miss out on these. Again, they're going to work so perfectly with those moulds. Don't just think if you're making cards, that's it, it's stamps and nothing else. Definitely everything else will work as well that we've got on the show. Over on the website, you'll see much more. We've got the wonderful Elechem products as well. We're going to see more of those. Don't forget the pinking paints. I know that Kathy's going to be using those throughout the demonstrations as well. Lots of goodies for you. Of course, those moulds are going to be a focus on the show today. Cannot wait to see what Kathy's got in store for us. Please do have a good look on the website. Don't forget, if you're totalling over £60 or more, you're opening up that flexi basket. You've got the opportunity of that. That means you can split the cost of absolutely everything. Now's the time to top up on your air dry clay as well. If you want to go for your wax paste, we've got a nice bundle there for you from Pentel. The metal paste is there as well, or the liquid metals, I believe, are on the show if you've missed out those in the past. And do definitely have a look at the crackle paste. I know that's another favourite of Kathy's. We're going to see more of that during demonstration as well. Now we're getting very, very, very busy. I'm just going to say one more thing before I introduce Kathy again. Have a look at Kathy's necklace. It is amazing. She's just straightening it up now, so we can have a good look. It is amazing, Kathy.
It is amazing, and brooch to match, made by Susan.
You just need the earrings now. You've
I just need
completed
the
set.
earrings, yeah. But aren't they lovely? Just, it would be a lovely gift.
It's a beautiful gift. If you're thinking about, you know, handmade gifts for Christmas, today's show has got everything that you would need, I think.
Well, I think so too.
So
yes.
do I. Right, Kathy. So, first demonstration, what can we expect?
Right, well, I'm going to work on the dancer, but first of all, I want to start preparing a board that we're going to work on with our fluff it paste, which I think is on the website.
Okay.
So we're going to go straight in. But while I'm doing it, I'm hoping we're going to have a little chat about, because obviously you're the professional moulder and I'm the rookie. So while we're doing it...
Looking at the samples we've got here, the boards that you've put together, Kathy,
well,
I think you've about nailed it.
Well, they look nice, but I have made loads and loads of mistakes. I said to you earlier that I have made loads, and I want to talk to you about some of the mistakes I've made. Maybe not this minute, but I mean, me and Mel, we talked about these moulds, would it be about 6 months ago?
Yes.
So it was a long time. So I've had 6 months to play and learn and do bits and bobs, and I've loved it. But I've watched you for a long, long time doing moulds, and that's why we all thought, oh, God, that would be lovely to do that and to design some. But, you know, there has been little areas where there's still room for improvement. But we'll come to the questions. As I come to it, I'll ask them. But this is our fluff it paste.
Lovely.
And I'm just spatuling it on. And you can do any thickness. The thicker it is, the higher the fluff when you heat it up. And this is just to give me a little bit of texture on my background.
I'm intrigued by this. I've not seen this live on air before.
Right. Well, this is it's like a texture paste that fluffs up with heat. But we have designed it that it works on fabric. So, say you did a tote bag and you wanted to launder your bag, it's permanent on fabric as long as you do a hand wash setting on your washing machine.
Which what a bonus!
Yeah, I mean, if anybody knows our history, we started in fabric. So when we develop things, we really want them to be fabric specific. But of course you can use on all sorts of different materials. So I've just applied a little layer at the bottom.
Okay. You didn't put a lot on there either, did you?
You don't need
using that brush to stipple.
Yeah,
it's really brought that texture out.
If you don't stipple, you get a slightly different drying effect, which you can obviously use to your advantage. But on this occasion, I want it quite stippled. And you can start drying it wet while it's wet, or you can leave it to dry and heat it through.
Okay.
But obviously, being wet, it's going to take longer to fluff up.
Yeah.
But basically, you just apply your heat gun to the fluff. I don't know if you can, where it's thinner, you can start to see it puff up.
Hopefully we'll get to see it shortly. I think the camera's not quite picking it up just yet. Hopefully we'll get to see it.
There we go.
Yeah, it depends how the light catches,
Yeah.
doesn't it? That's a very quiet heat gun.
It is.
So at some point
Here
you
we go.
will use a heat gun, whether you let it dry a little bit first or whether you use a heat gun
Yes.
straight away, but you will need a heat
Yeah,
gun.
to get the fluff
Oh, I can
or
see
the
it going
puff.
now.
Yeah, you see it's coming?
Yeah.
Like I say, if I'd waited for that to dry first, then obviously it would have been a lot quicker. But, you know, obviously we're short on time, so...
That's good though, because maybe you start a project and then you have to go out, or somebody comes to the door or the phone rings. You don't have to worry about it going wrong, do you?
You
You
don't.
can just come back to it.
I won't dry all of it, but I just want to show the sort of deeper areas. But can you see it coming here?
Yeah, you can see it.
And then, I mean, that's still wet there, but to touch, it's bone dry and fluffed up. The only tip I need to give if you're using it on fabric is that when you launder it, you really have to leave it 24 hours before you take your
Okay,
bag out
yeah.
and start using it, or, you know, say you're rubbing your arm against it, you
Yeah.
need to do it 24 hours. It has to be bone dry.
Okay.
But anyway, you get to see the
Do you know
idea
that has
of...
made such a difference. We can really see how that has raised up now. And I presume you can paint over the top if you
Yeah.
want to then. Is that what we're
Well,
going to
that's
do?
where we're coming to. So
Oh, wow.
this is the board that we're going to be working on, but I wanted to show how I achieved that.
That looks
So
wonderful.
this is how it started.
Yeah.
In fact, this is just an MDF board. This one I didn't prime first. I just happened to have this one lying around and it's primed.
Okay.
But I've used the multi-surface paint, the pink ink multi-surface paint, which is on the website. And I've just gone straight on with our, this one is soft mulberry and the vintage gold. So
Beautiful
just two
colours.
colours, and I've painted it on, and then again with a stencil brush I've just stippled it just to soften the edge. So that's how I
that's a lovely
achieved
effect,
that.
isn't it? Those paints, everybody, you need to keep an eye on those, because I know Kathy's going to use them throughout for many different reasons. We do have a pick and mix of any four for just $16.99. Maybe you've already got some you want to add to the collection. Maybe you've never seen them before. I will say, pop some in your basket, because you will want them. Whether you're using the moulds, whether you're using the stamps, you are going to need these. 216999. There we go. Right.
Right, so I don't know if you can see on this board here that there's actually a little bit of gold just on the...
If you hold that to the front camera,
that
Kathy, I
way.
think we'll probably pick that up a little bit better. There, look at the sheen on that paint.
So what I've done is I've actually applied some gold on the top, and this technique is exactly the same as I'm going to do on the moulds when I pull them out. You literally just brush over the raised areas with your finger. I mean, you can use a brush. If you don't want to use your finger, you can use a brush.
Yeah.
But I like to feel
So
it, you
little
know.
goes a long way as well.
It does, and you can just build and build. You can have it quite subtle, and I can put some
Do you know,
more on there,
already,
build it
Kathy,
up.
that is magical.
Isn't it?
And
Lovely.
you've not even put the fairy on there
No,
yet.
and it's so simple. Right, now we're going to come to the fairy mould. Now, I poured this last night, and I'm hoping it's going to be dry enough. And I used the Resitint Max.
Yeah.
I think I used, what colour? I think it was this one. Yeah, marooned. And what I did, I used the Total Cast like you use. I love this stuff.
It's brilliant, isn't
absolutely
it?
brilliant. And you love it as well,
Yeah, I
don't
do.
you?
Yeah, genuinely.
And it's 1-to-1 ratio, whether that be by weight or by volume.
Yeah.
So either works. You just combine the two together on scales or by volume with a
Yeah.
measuring jug. Mix it all together. Now this is one of my questions. As I was mixing last night with my stick and spinning it around, you would have thought I'd have whisked it, the amount of bubbles. Is that because I'm stirring it too fast?
Yes, what I tend to say when I'm doing the shows, I purposely do that to show how to get rid of bubbles.
I
Because
wasn't doing it
you will
purposely.
always get bubbles, but if you fold it a little bit, like as though you're baking a cake, and don't whisk it, go a little bit slow, you will get far less bubbles.
Right.
But there's quite a few tricks actually to avoid bubbles.
Yes.
But yeah, it's quite nice to allow them on air so you can show people how
Yeah,
to remove
it was
them.
not my intention, because obviously I don't want bubbles when I release this. But more so last night, I thought, golly, there's an awful lot. You would have thought I'd got electric whisk to it. But anyway, so I did it, and I followed your instruction. I got my heat gun,
Yeah.
and all the bubbles rose to the surface. But as I've been playing over the last 6 months, it doesn't get all the bubbles, does it?
No,
You get some left
and once
behind.
you've gone with the heat gun, you can let it sit again if you prefer, and then you'll find a few more will come to the surface. Another big tip for me, and I can see with your fairies straight away, there's what I call the twiddly bits, the very fine detail.
Yes.
They're often areas where the air will trap and you can't see it from the top, so
Yeah.
you're going with a cocktail stick or
Yes.
something and just work into those areas. Quite often you'll see bubbles bursting.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. And also the cocktail stick, you can use it to drag
You can,
the resin into the
fine
fiddly
areas.
bits.
Yeah.
So I did do that as well. So anyway, so this, like I say, were poured last night. So let's have a look how many bubbles I've got. And I also wanted to talk about the actual Resitint Max, because when I used to see you do your gel, oh, she's come out really well. There's a few little bubbles there, but
I don't mind a few
I don't
bubbles,
mind
you know,
either.
I really don't.
When I first started watching you, I thought to myself, I don't need to buy that tint. I can work without it, you know, because actually it's quite a considered purchase because the price of them but they're such good quality. I would never ever not use them now.
No, I totally agree with that. There are other things you can apply into the resin to colour, but you will not find something that will give such a high pigmentation, because that's what they are. They're very highly pigmented. The other thing about it, you know, you might think, well, you know, they are quite expensive, but when you think how far they go, you need the tiniest bit,
You
don't
do.
you?
That they are going to last me forever. And also,
they will.
I think you don't need all the colours. You kind of really need to cherry pick, don't you?
Yeah.
And I was thinking this last night. I was thinking, well, if I was going to pick, I don't know what you think. I think I would choose one really dark colour, like the blue. The dark blue is my favourite,
lovely, yeah.
and a white.
Yeah, I tend to say, we always tell people, don't we, when we're working on a canvas or something like that, always have a gesso, and we tend to go for the black and white gesso as a base and then add colour on top. So for me, a dark colour, as you say, works beautifully. I use a lot of the black, but the blue is wonderful. I also love the turquoise. That's another colour that is a favourite. White, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely a white. But there are some that give you more, it's more of a transparent look, and some give more of an opaque look as well.
Yeah.
So you do get different effects from them.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I have got some other colours that I have poured, which we're going to do later on. But I also wanted to show what I did with my leftovers. So this was just some I had left over in the pot. In fact, I did fill the butterfly because I'm normally, Catherine, I am so tight with the amounts. I seem to do it exact, and then last night, probably with the pressure of it, I completely overdid. But with the over, I obviously did other fills. But I always had a bit, and what I did was I just did some spots and dots and some drips, because these can be brilliant on journal pages. If you want to stick them down, again, they can take colour. So I'm not going to use them on here, but imagine them dripping down.
You don't need to waste anything when it comes to the resin,
top.
do you? Your moulds actually are perfect. There's something I always say as well. If you've got any spare, you need to use as much as you can possibly get out of the pot or the cup that you've been stirring the resin in. But your moulds have got lots of little tiny elements. So things like the leaves, the little snail, the smaller butterflies, even if you've got the tiniest of bits, fill that mould. You don't even have to fill it to the top.
No.
Because you can allow that to cure and then top it up later with another colour.
Yeah.
So, you know, never ever wasting it. But that is a brilliant idea, what you've done there as well.
I think the more you do, the more you then realise what you can do.
Yeah.
Now, this one, I just want to quickly show this before I move on to colouring. This little butterfly, I poured this a long time ago, but can you see it's still pliable?
Yes.
And that's because again, thinking, oh no, I don't need that tint, I applied some multi-surface paint to the resin
Into
mix
the resin
and
itself,
stirred it,
yeah.
and it works a treat. You know, it colours it and everything, but it doesn't stay rigid.
Yeah, it
so
affects it does. I mean, sometimes you might be quite happy with that. You might want to keep it a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, but I just, you know, I thought other people must be thinking the same thing and wanting to try the same thing, but that is what happens. And I also wanted to show the jewellery. I know everyone's waiting for me to assemble this, but I've got so much I want to say. I'm bursting at the seams. But with the jewellery, these are a couple of pieces that Sheila made, and I'm not sure what pigments she used, but she's put glitters and she's put bits and bobs in. This one, I put some resin, white resin on the back.
Okay.
This one I painted white, and this one has got nothing on.
Got you.
And what I worked out was that actually if you have a bit of white on the back, it shows the colour forward, especially if you're on a dark top. And that's what I didn't realise until actually I put this on, that Susan's done this with this. She's actually put some white on the back.
Yeah.
She's used paint, but I worked out that resin is probably better, because at the same time you can be putting your clasps on, and that's how I attach my clasps.
Yes, with the resin itself.
Yeah, use it like as a glue.
That's another good reason for going for the white, even if you're not going to use it in the, you know, what I call the base of the mould is actually the top of the moulding, isn't it? Because you're doing everything in reverse.
Yes.
But I would definitely say, while we've got stock, go for white in your resin for that purpose, as well as everything else that we've mentioned.
And white doesn't have to stay white, does it?
Oh,
you
no.
know, you can colour it and buff the whole lot
Well,
off.
that's it. You said, didn't you? You don't need all of the colours. You could, because you can mix things together. You know, you can make your pastels from your richer colours as well.
Exactly. It's so exciting. It's fabulous, I think. So anyway, all I'm doing is using a bit of the multi-surface, a bit like a wax. I mean, it's a paint. And then just buffing it over the raised areas. But isn't she beautiful?
She is gorgeous.
She really is.
And this really does define that detail, doesn't it?
And what I love about it, Catherine, is how little colour you need. You just need a little bit. Now, on the one that I've got here, in fact, I've done the wrong one. That I was meant to be doing that one. But that one is slightly curved.
Okay.
And I put mine on a bottle like you do. You use a cling film, don't you, to wrap yours around to hold it in place?
Yes, sometimes. It depends how much it's been made. Sometimes you can just sort of mould it around and it will sit in position. But, yeah, it does help, because you're not going to damage the resin. If you've demoulded it at a point where it's still malleable, but it's cured enough not to sort of mark, you can easily just, you don't have to put it round too tightly, it's just to keep it to the shape of the bottle till it fully cures.
Yes, I've tried a rubber band, and I use a rubber band just to hold it in place, because it's hard enough not to affect the mould at that point, isn't it?
Definitely.
But yeah, and sculpting it is great fun. And I've also noticed that once it's dry, if you heat it with a heat gun, it goes all pliable again.
It does, yes, so you can reshape it. What I've done before, Kathy, I've left some samples in the car or in the van in the summer, and then when I've come to get them out, they've warped a little bit because they've not been packed completely flat. But that's what I've done. I've taken a heat gun to it and flattened them back down again.
And they go straight back. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I did once, in fact, I don't know where my sample is, but I did do a bit of that treatment on a dry bee wing, actually, on our honeymaker. And I tried to then sculpt it, but it did get a stress fracture. So
yeah, you can only take it so far, can't you?
Yeah, so you really need to do it when you've just popped it out. So right, so we've added a bit of gold to there, but I've already jumped ahead and done some more.
Okay.
Now this one here, the reason that's green is because when I started, I thought, oh, green and this sort of maroon look really nice together. So I did that one and didn't like it. But because this is the multi-surface paint, I can scrub that with a scrubbing brush. It'll come off, and then I can recolour it. So it's not wasted. I shall just use it.
Is that the way you do it? Then you wouldn't just go over the top with another colour. You'd take.
Well, you could do.
Away.
Yeah. I could. I mean, I could go over the gold, but I still think the green would slightly show through. But again, I mean, just think of all the lovely colour combinations you can get.
There's another point as well, actually, and it's something I say quite often on air. If you're building lots of layers of paint. Now, Kathy is using the tiniest bit, and she's completely right. You know, that's going to go a long way. But sometimes people can be a little bit heavy-handed, and you're going to start to fill the detail if you're too heavy-handed. So the more layers you put on there, the more you're going to fill that detail. So, yeah, it is a good idea to clean it off. Oh, the little snail.
Oh, I love these. I mean, this little mouse There's another little, there we are, look, I'll just show you them in detail. That mouse and that mouse.
Yes.
And see, this mouse, when we designed these, what we wanted was we wanted lots of bits so you could be more creative with it.
Yeah.
So, for example, with our dancer, there's this one, which is an extra, and this can be added to her skirt. It could be added on, I think got some more somewhere else, could be added on top. So, especially if you've sculpted it, you can get real dimension with your pieces.
Yeah, you could put such a lovely curve on the ends of the petals there.
And this little mouse, we've put it so that he will actually sit on top, if I can pick him up, he'll sit on top of some fungi like that, or he could sit on the top of a card or a board, so he looks like he's peeping over.
Sweet.
So we've tried to make it as versatile as possible. Right, I think I've got enough pigment on, so now I want to assemble. So on here we've got these straight bits. Now when they're soft, of course you can bend them, fold them, make them into, if you had several you could do a circle. This is one
again, you'd need to hold that down. I mean, you could try all sorts, couldn't you? Bits of strong tape to hold it in position onto a glass board or a wooden board or something. So definitely experiment.
So we've technically got a frame here. So these would join up, or you've got, if you had 4 of these, you've got 4 little ones, and you could have your little mouse in the centre, like that. But it was designed so you could do this. Now, if you wanted it bigger, you just obviously do more and add them together. But they've got a slight little bulge at the end, just because where the silicone is. What I would do is, when this is soft, is get a scalpel and just slice down so you've got a really sharp edge, so when they join you don't see the gaps. Or alternatively, which I'm going to do here, let's get some glue.
You have got those wonderful little tiny leaves, especially in the one with the toadstools, the mushrooms in there. So you could twine those around the frame as well, couldn't you, to hide the joints?
Oh, oops, just dropped my lid. It's all right, I don't need the lid just for now, thank you. It's me throwing things around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one of my edges at the top.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, thanks so much. And I'm going to leave a gap because I want the edge, here, but I'm going to cover it with something, so I'm not going to see any of those little gaps. So, a bit of glue. Now, I'm using solvent-based glue. I don't know if you've got any suggestions for glue.
Kathy, I've just spotted something I didn't even realise was there on the butterfly. Is that a little ladybird I can see?
Yes, 2 ladybirds, and they're the cutest little things. Before.
Oh my word, we need to have a good look at the boards when we come back.
So, where's my other little corner gone? There it is. Yeah, have you got any suggestions for glues for using?
Do you know, this is a question I get asked a lot. There's multiple glues you can use. The silicone that you're using, gel medium, always a good choice. PVA, I do use a hot glue gun for speed, but that over time, if you're keeping things somewhere where, especially where it's cold, it can start to come adrift a little bit. But it's great for a quick fix. But yeah, the silicone glue that you're using is perfect, because you've got that time to move things, play around.
So what I'm going to do,
lift things as well with it, of course.
I'm going to put the fairy just over here, and I'm going to actually put her on with the 3D.
Kathy, we are right to have a very
quick. Of course
quick,
you can, yeah. And I won't jump ahead because I know people want to see
because
it,
I know things are very busy out there. I want to point 1 or 2 things out as well. In fact, I'm going to go back just very quickly before I forget about it. The Fluff It is available. I believe it's an end of call if you're buying the paints. If you find the paints and you want the Fluff It, you'll find it end of call, so don't forget about that. Right, let's have another quick look at these moulds, because there are elements within these that we've probably not even picked up on yet. For instance, the ladybirds that I've just spotted. Let me show you each individual mould. Now, the one that Kathy's currently using, the dancer, there we are. Now, you can see wonderful little leaves in there as well, the frame, the corners, the flower arrangement. There's another flower in there as well. If you are going for a pick and mix, 30% already gone on this one. Wow. Let's show you the next one. Actually, as I do each one, I'll just pick up one sample just so you can sort of, these are corresponding together with the samples themselves. There we are, beautiful. This one's done in air dry clay as well. Don't forget you've got the choice there of the resin, the air dry clay and all those other mediums that we've mentioned. The next one, the butterflies. Now, a third of the stock again gone. There's not a wrong or right way to hold this, do excuse me, because you have got, of course, everything's fitted there, isn't it, Kathy? So you can get as much as you possibly can on there.
Yes, we'll fill every gap possible.
I might have to have a glass of water. I do apologise. It's those early starts. Get me every time.
You need a coffee, Catherine, that's what you need.
I don't drink coffee.
Oh,
Another
don't
cup
you?
of tea would be lovely. Water's fine for now. 2 little ladybirds. There they are. Absolutely perfect. Gorgeous. Pick and mix again. Remember, any 2. If you want all 4, just go for multiples of 2. Put this item number that you can see there into your basket twice and you can go for all 4 options. The forest floor, approaching 40% of the stock gone. This one is slightly in the lead. I've got to say, for me, the versatility of this one, because it's a scene builder, is superb. And I think because you've got the mouse stamps and also the fairy stamps as well, straight away you're thinking, yes, this is the perfect addition, isn't it, to go with those?
Well, I think that the mushrooms are really good standalone, the mice and the snails standalone, but all the little leaves that you can just then build and just keep filling. And with the leaves, particularly with the hearty clay, I just sat in front of the telly, just fill, take out, fill, take out, until you've got, you know, like 30 leaves, and then keep them in your stash and then just start building and assembling.
Definitely. Now, I've picked up this sample because it shows not only the butterflies but also the forest floor as well, which is absolutely gorgeous. That's one by Sue. The puff paint's been used in this one as well, which is amazing. And then we've got one more mould to remind you of the honey maker. Oh, approaching 40%. Now, I did mention earlier, do break this one down so you've got those wings that you can use totally separately. We've seen the flowers that Kathy created using those. You have got the crown in there. You've got the bee. I mean, you could take the bee out separately to the honeycomb, but of course that is also one area of the mould, so you can use it in conjunction every single time if you prefer to do it that way. I will just pick up another sample with the honeybee there just to show you the colours are amazing. Is this all the paints again, Kathy?
Which ones? Yes, that's the multi-surface. That's a beautiful piece. And I think what she's done is I think she might have put some rice paper down on the back and scrunched it up, painted it over, and and you can see how she's isolated those honeycomb to make little individual bits.
And there's the crown as well, so you can see all of those elements again.
And that crown you could use pretty well on anything.
Oh, of course
you know, on other pieces of work and in journals and
Wonderful.
stuff.
All you need is that item number 504981. Don't forget, you will get a stamp worth $6.99. It's one of the mouse stamps. Mel will choose those. So if you're going for all 4, so multiples of 2 of the item number that's on the screen, you will get 2 stamps, 1 per pick and mix. There we are. Doesn't get much better than that, Kathy, does it?
No, it's good. And it's exclusive as well.
I
Can't
know.
find them anywhere else.
I know. It's amazing.
It is.
Oh, they are fabulous. Kathy, back to you. We'll see a little bit more of this demonstration then. So how far have we got?
Well, I've literally added the mouse and I've glued the fairy down.
Okay.
But when you go back, you just need to read some of the sentiments on those little mice cars.
Oh,
some of them
yeah,
are
we'll
really
have a good look at
funny.
those.
Yeah. So all I'm doing is building up. Now, can you see I've hidden that little gap with the mouse, and I'm going to do the same with this butterfly with my gel. Need a little bit more.
And of course, shaping the butterfly wings while the resin is still malleable.
Yes.
Great idea.
Yeah, definitely. Right, now this, oh, let me find out where I did have another. Oh yeah, I've got a couple of these ones here that I've poured. Now these ones you can see are slightly more shaped. So I've got a flat one and some bowed ones, and that will depend on where it's going to sit. So I'm just going to put a little bit of gold on here.
Okay.
And this is where we're trying to get a little bit more creativity into the moulds so that people can then sort of create their own.
And this is
shapes.
where things around the home come in so useful. Bottle tops, anything, any little jars of different sizes to shape things around or to prop things as they cure a bit more and keep the shape.
Yeah, so I'm literally just sort of seeing where I think it looks quite nice there, that one. So I need a bit of.
Yeah, definitely worth spending that time, I think.
Yeah,
building
I
those
think
elements
so.
together.
And, you know, you can keep going. We might have one sort of coming from behind as well. All it does is just give loads and loads of depth to your piece of work.
Do you know, I've just noticed something, and this is meant to compliment, not to offend, Kathy, so don't take it the wrong way. You've got one of the petals there, and the way it's curled next to the snail, it looks like a slug.
Oh, it does. I'm not offended at all.
The markings on it and everything.
I mean, and that's what's so good about it, is you can see in it what you want to see in it, can't you? So this is just hiding that one. I don't want it to go right to the bottom. And then we've got these lovely mushrooms. And now what I would do is, in fact, if I've got some, I'll put them in. Because I don't want it just 1, 2, 3, 4 in the corners. I build up coming round the edge as well. So let's put a little mouse on.
Definitely spend that time, if you've got any spare resin when you're mixing it, to use. In particular, I think this mould, the forest floor, because of all those small elements, you know, you will collect together a great deal of these very quickly if you pour in resin a lot, using the spares. You never know when you need just that little tiny creature or a leaf.
And also, don't feel that you have to use everything on the mould. You know, you can just, you know, cherry pick a few little bits and use them. Now, I'm mindful of time because I want to do another demo, so I would carry on here. Okay. But I also wanted to show that with the multi-surface paint, you can use it just like a watercolour and add some extra artwork if you wanted to.
Now, we do have a particular mould that has now taken the lead. Which do you think it is, Kathy?
Well, my favourite is the bee. So, could it be the bee?
It's not the bee.
Is
Mel, which one do you think?
I think it might be mushroom.
It's the forest floor. That would have been my pick as well, actually, I've got to say. The bee is actually second, though, Kathy.
Is it?
Yeah.
I love the beak. I just, because the wings, I'm going to be demoing that later. It's so versatile and things you can do with it.
Well, actually, coming back to the resin as well, even though the legs of the bee are very, very fine, you could manipulate those and have it almost stood on its legs.
You could. I mean,
you demould.
You could do anything.
Loving this extra detail that you're putting in there.
Obviously, I would spend a little bit more time on it, but you get to see how you can then increase this design even further. How long have I got, Catherine?
You have got 12 minutes.
Oh golly,
12 minutes. I'll tell you what, if you want to carry on just titivating a little bit, Kathy, we'll have another look at those stamps and then we'll come back to you, because I know you're keen to get another little demonstration in. Let's have a look at the mice. Remember, if you're going for the moulds, that free gift will be yours per 2. If you're going for the pick and mix twice, you will get 2. Now, if you're going for the collection, or a pick and mix here, I should say, if you are going for these, Mel, just as a reminder, we'll make sure that you don't get any repeats there, so you don't have to worry about going for the stamps separately. I am going to look at some of these sentiments as well. Yeah, I love that card. I just think that is genius. You know, we've seen so many shaker cards now, but to cut out the wine glass, that is just so clever. Love the wine you're with. But look at the mouse. Look at that little mouse, all done in red and white there. Do you know, I'm going to try and pick up some that I didn't show you earlier as well. There's another one. Hooray! Of course, celebrating. It is a birthday. So the balloons have got to be there as well. Let me show you this one. Oh, how adorable is that? Oh, what does that say? Today is a big day, does that say? A big day. Well, it is a big day today, especially for the ladies of Pink Ink, isn't it? Birthday celebrations, new launches, exclusive items. Oh, my word, look at... This has been a favourite one as well. Look at the... I mean, how different? How different are they? But the same stamp. Isn't that fantastic? Love that white effect on there. Is that just a paint that's been done there? Or?
That's Gail. She is the most amazing artist that ever was, and she uses pink ink. I think actually it's probably pink ink white, which isn't mica. It's just like a matte. She uses that a lot. She uses gel pens and. Her colour palette was always quite minimal, and it's just so beautiful.
Oh, I am so in love with these stamps. Look, that's another one of Gail's as well, but again, very, very different. They are just incredible, seriously. Oh, I found another little book.
Oh, just open that. That is just brilliant.
I'd not seen this before.
Sheila.
I mean, I was drawn to the front cover again, but I've kind of peeked inside, but I don't know Exactly what. Oh my word! How clever are your design team?
We've got the best, we have.
Look at that. That is a work of art. It really is. But seriously, you can be achieving this. £13.98 for any two. Oh my word, you've got 6 different stamps there. 983192 is the item number. Do not miss out on anything that's on today's show. Over on the website, I must keep reminding you about the paints as well. We've seen Kathy using these, whether it's on your backgrounds, whether it's over the fluff it, whether you're using it on the resin, on your clay, whether you're using it on card, whether you're using it on fabric. It's all going to work. We've got the most delicious colours available as well. It is a pick and mix of any 4, and I can tell you these are going to go such a long way. If you've never bought before, definitely put them in your basket. If you have purchased before, then just extend on the range until you've got them all, because you will definitely be reaching for them time after time after time. Yeah, wonderful selection there. And you've got the item number, of course, 216999. Right, let's get back to Kathy. We've got 9 minutes, Kathy. Do you think that's enough?
Yes, I do. I've pretty well finished actually this one, so I want to start talking about the next thing.
Okay.
But just to come back to this, I have just added a bit of gold work. It's not finished. I've got a base, so it's going to be a stand-up when it's dry. But I'm going to put some white on it as well. I might do that in the break and then show it at the next show.
Lovely.
But isn't she just stunning?
She is beautiful. Do you know, if we may, can we hold this one to the front camera again? Will it hold? It's
I don't know, because it's all got the...
Just, if we can tilt it a little bit, because you can really pick up the effects of the paint. There it is. And I know that you were putting that finer detail in there in the background. Isn't that glorious?
Yeah, I'd like to show it later when it's fully dry and
well,
I'll
we
put
can
some
see
white
it
on
now, and we can see the difference again. There's 2 more shows today, isn't there, Kathy?
Yes, yeah, 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
Fantastic.
But isn't it beautiful?
It's stunning. There we go. Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing that a little bit later to see how it changes.
Okay, so let's put her to one side. And another thing that I meant to say earlier, just before I move on to the next thing, Mel said to me last night, she said, why is it, Kathy, that the one is shiny, one side is shiny and the other side isn't? And I said it's because the side that touches the silicone is matte, and to get it to go shiny again, you just mix up a little bit of the total cast, a bit well, 1-to-1 hardener and resin, mix it together and just wipe it over the top, a bit like a glaze. And in actual fact, you can use it as a glaze as well. So say you use, say you're doing a piece of jewellery and you use the multi-surface paint. I mean, it is an acrylic, so it's not going to deteriorate too much, but if you scuff it, it will actually come off. But you can use a little bit of resin over the top to act like a glaze or a varnish.
It's a question that gets asked a lot when I do the shows as well, because your moulds are the same as the Zuri ones and various other moulds we've got here at the craft store. They're a matte finish, and actually the quality of the silicone, I can tell straight away, is exceptional. That's something we haven't actually mentioned, the quality of the silicone, and it is important because you are, you know, the ladies have cut no corners at all, but because you've got that matte finish, you will get that matte look, but you can change it. For me, it's a preference because you've got the best of both worlds.
Yes, yeah, I think so too. I mean, obviously you want it to be as versatile as possible.
Definitely.
But we spent a long time, that's why it's taken 2 years, going to and fro, getting the right grades, the certifications and all that sort of thing. And of course it's got to be pink as well, hasn't it?
Of course.
Right, also what we've got on the show is the crackle paste by the same people that do the total cast. This is an eye-opener to me because there's lots of crackle pastes out there, and I thought, oh, I'll give this a try. Let's have a look-see. Now the way crackle works is you have 2 layers, and as the 2 layers dry, they separate, leaving the base underneath. So you have a primer, and let's get you mine. So the primer is the base layer. I call it a primer. It is basically like a primer. You have to have the primer first to make this work. One won't work without the other. And then you have the paste on top. Now, this is different to, I know you can do your own. You can use you can make a PVA based crackle paste where you paint it on and it does the same sort of process, but this is quite different. This really is a paste. It's a bit like filler. It's almost the consistency of filler that you use when you're sort of filling holes in your walls and stuff, and that's why it's so brilliant. And this is its natural colour. So let me just show you inside. Mine's well used. So that's the colour. Okay. Which I think in itself, it's such a natural, earthy colour, is brilliant, with no colour added to it at all. And then your second one, well, this is the first layer, is your primer, which is like a paste. And this doesn't feel like a PVA at all.
No, it doesn't.
No. So what we do...
You can use this for outside projects as well, if you see.
Can you?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. In fact, you do get the sealer with it, don't you?
There is a sealer.
There is a sealer. It's in a nice little bottle. Let me just show you, because Kathy's got her pots there. So if I show you the whole bundle.
And that's a big pot.
It is a big pot.
In actual fact, I thought, oh, when I started laying this on, I thought, oh, I'm going to get through this really quickly. But you don't.
No.
You don't use as much as you think you're going to use.
It's another one of those products, isn't it, that the more you play, the more you find out about it.
Yes.
It is. If you can afford to go for it, because there's a flexi on this as well, so you can split the cost. In fact, if you're going for this, you can split the cost of everything, can't you? Give it a go. You will find multiple uses for it. Right, Kathy.
Right, so I've done some different things here. This here and this one here is using the top coat really quite thickly. Okay. Now I think you can go up to 5 mil deep, which actually is really deep. But if you use it finer and thinner, you get less cracking and different effects. So you can also put your shapes in it, and you know, again, like your artexing, you can use combs and different things like that. And here I've used the base of a pot just to make shapes. But doesn't that look like bark of a tree?
It does, yeah. Especially that top bit you've done there.
So you could actually make it like bark and then let it do its thing. Now, depending on how thick it is dependent on the size of the cracks and also how long it takes to dry. So if you use it quite thinly, it could dry 3 or 4 hours. But I do mine one day and then I leave it 24 hours because actually I use mine quite thickly. And then here, what I've done with the base layer, you can pre-colour it if you want to. So you can put it out on your palette, get your multi-surface paint and mix it in together, as long as the pigment isn't any more than 10% of the value of the addition, and then you can paint it on. But the problem with that is, I found, is that the colours are then quite pastel because you've added it to white. So if you want this dark colour, and like this, what I've done is I've actually painted it on with a brush. And what I want to do is, I've got some tarnished. I'll tarnish
The lovely
silver.
thing about this product as well is you don't have to cover the whole surface. You can just choose little areas, can't you?
Yeah. So what I'm going to do here is I've got our tarnished silver and my brayer.
Okay, we've just got a couple of minutes left, Kathy, just so you know.
Yeah, and I just want to show how I do my top layer. And I'm just going to...
oh, that's a good way of getting good coverage. And that is going to make your paint go a long way down.
It is. And then you can build up your colour.
That looks like a stone circle in a
garden.
Doesn't
it? But I have got some other samples who've done different colours. But that's how I would build it up. But and it's rock hard. I mean, when you touch it, it's not a thin paste. It's a really lovely texture paste. But I still think you can use it in journals. You might think, oh, it's too thick to use in a journal, but I don't think it is.
Definitely.
So I've gone with our graphite noir as the background and the lighter grey on the top, and I might even introduce a bit of silver, and I might use this in the next demo.
Do you know what, we may have to see this at 10 o'clock as well, Kathy, because we've only got a minute left. But the effect of that already, as I say, it reminds me of a stone circle in a garden. You can imagine the toadstools and mushrooms and the fairies all around it, can't you?
You can.
Having a little bit of a party. Now, are we going to build this up a little bit further in the next hour then, or do something in between?
Well, what I'll do is I'll build this up and I'll introduce some different colours, and then we'll bring it for the next show. But we've got you at 1 o'clock, and I think we might try and do hearty then.
Yes, oh wonderful. Make sure you've got everything you need, because this is going to be a very, very busy day. Don't miss out on these moulds. It has been exceptionally busy for a 7 o'clock show. 504 981 is the item number. Just go for 2 multiples. Go for all 4. You will not be disappointed. Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, thank you very
As
much,
I knew it would be. It
Catherine.
was been an amazing show. I can't wait until 1 o'clock, and I'll be watching at 10, of course. Check those baskets out. Don't hang around. Just come back later and watch the demonstrations. Make sure you've secured everything that you need this hour. Much more coming up. Of course, the menu is to follow. Yes, coming up next, we've got Heartfelt Creations. It's the one-day special. And then we've got Jewellery Box with Abby Hook. And then Pink Ink, of course, is back at 10 o'clock. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us?
Good morning, I hope you are well. The day is Tuesday, the temperature is cold, not going to lie. 3 degrees this morning, had a bobble-hat on, a scarf, de-iced my car. What is it coming to? What? Yes, de-iced my car this morning, but enough about me. We are talking Heartfelt Creations, we are talking the one-day special. Now I'm going to get the goodness out first. I'm going to come straight to it. It will make no sense, but I'm just going to put it straight there. Heartfelt Creations we have in the building. For the first time we have it, it's the first time I've used these words. There is no extended delivery on this one. I have it in the building. So you are going to be the first people here in the United Kingdom to get your hands on the brand new Heartfelt Creations collection. It was the worldwide launch last night, and I love a worldwide exclusive, you know me. Worldwide launch last night. We have it here. It's the other side of the car park. I have seen it this morning because I double checked. We are approaching 40% of the big bundle I Want It All collection is what we're looking at. You are talking paper pads. You are talking dies in there as well. And we're talking stamps. A collection if you're just starting out. A collection to add to your beautiful banners. and die collections. It will work with previous collections as well. Maybe you're no good at those little toppers. Maybe you don't know how to do a stepper card. You know that bit that stops the card falling down? This would work perfectly for that. But before all that, we need the brand ambassador for Heartfelt Creations, and she's here as well. It wouldn't be Heartfelt Creations without her. It's our Nikki. You're right, my love.
Good morning.
We've got it here.
We have, I know.
It's
How
in the
exciting
building.
is that? I know. Before anyone else. It doesn't even launch at Heartfelt in the US until the 10th of November.
So, and
We have
will,
got it first.
And we will get it out first, so
Yes.
you'll be the first people to play with it.
Yeah.
That's good though, isn't it? It's
like
good.
that.
It's good. £44.97 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. Now, £25 saving. I'll do all this and then we'll do all the stuff. The £25 saving is what you're looking at, but there is a £5 extra on top of that for the essentials. You know, with Heartfelt you do 2 collections. You have the big bundle, and you are sort of a little essentials bundle if your budget won't stretch to this, and I'll give you all those details in a minute, don't worry. Let's go through the big bundle first. So, we've got dies and we've got stamps. Now, the stamps coordinate with the dies, and I'll show you that on first board. For example, I've mounted up a stamp and a die. Okay, so you can see how all this works. So you get your stamps. I know I've gone all out for prep. I did this. And then they fit right over the top. So they fit perfectly. Obviously, they're not stuck in because you'd stick them down on paper, but they fit perfectly on there for you. So you know the minute you get these home, they're going to work straight away. Let's look at the stamps in more details. So first of all, you've got these beautiful stamps. Absolutely stunning stamps. You've got your sunflower in there. You've got your beautiful, what are these ones, Nikki? Do we know?
That's the peony.
You've got your beautiful peony. So you've got your sunflower and your peony, and you also get matching die sets as well for sunflower and peony. Now, if you're wondering what these bits are, these are the bits that go on in the middle, okay? So these are your banners. So these what would fit all inside of those. So all these little lines here, all these little notches have now been cut out for you. So that is your first set that you're going to get in the big bundle. Your second set, I'll show you the stamps first, and I'll show you the matching dies. Then next, oh, look at these. I love this sort of trailing ivy. You've got your clematis in there, clematis,
The clematis.
in there.
The bottom one is clematis as well.
So you've got 2 clematises
Yes.
in there. Not clemantis, I was literally just saying what I heard. You've got 2 clematises in there. You know when you say it and you go, doesn't sound quite right. That doesn't. But with this one you get 3 dies.
Yes, you do. Yes, so you've got your outer layer. So you're going to be able to mat and layer it up. Then you've got your more intricate one that is going to actually cut out all those intricate bits that we never want to do by fussy cutting. And then you've got that inside which creates that banner. And what I love about them is the fact that you can use it with or without the banner. You can cut, you can make borders and create borders with them. And these are what you're going to be able to use with your other collections. So we launched the clematis this year.
Okay.
So maybe you brought the clematis. These are going to work so well. I'd like to say that this collection is sort of like an add-on to what we've probably already got, or like you said earlier, for beginner crafters that maybe are just stepping their toes in, getting just in there with Heartfelt. You've got a bit of everything in here.
Well, this is a good one as well for the sheer fact. Now, when I show you the samples, it will all make sense. Let me show you the last board and set of stamps that you've got, because they really are elegant toppers when you want them to be. And I reckon a little bit of fussy cut here, a little bit of fussy cut there. Well, the die does most of the work for you. You could also use these in other ways. So then you get your beautiful roses.
These are the roses. So the top one, you can't actually see it on there, but let me have it. Oh, I've got one here, look. This is, if you stamp and die cut that out, it's a heart. Is it upside down? Is it
Yeah,
oh,
it's
that's
upside down.
it.
It's upside
There we
down.
go. It is a heart.
Oh, look at, yes.
Isn't that pretty? So think about all those cards and all those occasions that you could use these for. You've got anniversaries, weddings, Valentine's Day, Mother's Day. And then you can add whatever sentiment you like in there.
I love it. And then you also get the dies to match as well. All of this, and not only are you going to get all that, you're also going to get your paper pad as well included. Let's go a quick whiz through the paper pad, shall we? Am I doing it or Nick can do it? Shall I do it? What's good? Okay, all right, fair enough. Oh, sorry, Nick.
Oh, I just got all mine ready and prepared.
You've got your paper pad here as well. I'll go brief. I'll quickly whiz through it because there is so much to get through. We're going to do tell me, Nikki, what you're going to. But so you're getting your backgrounds that's in here. Talk me around it.
You are, yes.
This
So
is
you're
what I
getting
like
your
about it.
So Heartfelt paper pads, they're more of a paper kit. We've got 12 designs, 2 of each design, and they're double-sided.
They are indeed. There you go.
Okay, so you've got your 6x6s in here. You've got your matte and layers already in here as well. Those beautiful colours in there. And the colour scheme of this, I like to call it sherbets. I'm thinking, you know those little sherbet drops? Are they called sherbet drops?
Yeah, sherbet drops. I know what you want.
Yeah, sort of like really soft hues in here, but with a few deeper colours in there as well. But as I say, we've covered the sunflower in here, the peony in here, we have covered the clematis in here, and we've covered the roses in here. So as I say, this is a paper pad that you're going to be able to use with other collections that you've already got, or stand alone if you're just starting out with Heartfelt.
I like these pages
And
because they all work.
cut out, I know. And you know, we don't always have time to stamp and colour. We just want to get in the craft room and we want to create something nice and quick. So we've got the elements in there. This is why I say it's more of a paper kit.
But then you get your bees and butterflies that you can cut out individually as well.
Yeah, they come out actually. They are in the die and they do pop out individually.
Which is not, and you get 2 sheets of that because there's the back. So that's the back I showed you earlier. So you get 2 sheets of that one. So that is that one.
So you've got 8. I can see 8 sunflowers there straight away.
So that's 8 cards. 8 cards ready to go. Then you're getting also 2 sheets of your other sets of dies as well. So don't worry about those. All those are then thrown in. There is a ready-made border. There is a ready-made background. There is a ready-made insert for your card. Then you go into that tiny little ditzy print that you've got there, which is absolutely looks like little waterfalls. Then you've got borders.
I love those ones. Beautiful wallpaper, wouldn't it?
It would be. Look at that. I think my nan used to have it, to be honest. I think it used to be that way up the stairs. From there...
So, yeah, so as I say, all occasions are covered here. You've got, as I say, so many pretty soft hues in here. Really pretty clematis there.
I bet these, remember you're getting 2 of each of these. Toppers for your cards as well. There's
matte and lay. I love these ones. You've got 5 instant cards there. Use your stamps, use your dies to create the sentiments, and you're ready to go.
It is everything on these cards is good to go. You imagine just a photo in the middle of there, a bit of text of where you've been for a lovely summer day.
Yeah, because these banners, you don't have to just use on cards. You can use these to put your little kind of, what do you call them when you put a scrapbook and you put like
little word bits.
Your little sort of journaling.
Your quotes, isn't it really?
Yes.
You're getting all that included in the kit, £44.97. And remember, it is here. It is over the other side of the car park in the entertainment capital of the world. Oundle. It is here, it's in the building. It was always banging at night around here. So you will be the first people to get hold of it. But as you flick through the samples, this is where it really comes to life because you can go all elaborate.
You can, or you can keep it quite simple.
With these.
So I've just layered this up with one of the decorative dies from Heartfelt, matte and layered those papers. Added some roses on there and way to go. Look at this one.
That's nice.
The octagonals that we brought out a few months back now. How perfect are these? Because it's just so easy and quick to make that card. What I've done here, yes, I have overloaded it with my flowers on this one, but you have got that border in there. You can cut the border up, make it wider, make it deeper.
I like that. Then this, once again...
Now, this one is made, I'm not sure who made it. It may have been Emma Lou. But you actually do get the inspiration sheet for this one. So if you're new to Heartfelt, or if you're anything like me, when I first get a collection, I have all these ideas buzzing around in my head, and then I sit down and I think, I don't know where to start now. I don't know what to do. Do I do this? Do I do that? But you've got the inspiration there.
It's worth having a little look at all of them because you can make that inspiration card first, then you're good to go. It will work with some of the gate dies that we've bought you in the past and the border dies that we've bought you in the past as well. It will also work with the collections that you've already got. Oh, that's a stamp. It will also work with the stamp that you've already got. And I've also got smaller bundles. If your budget won't stretch to the big bundle, I know everyone's budget is slightly different. I'm with you all the way. We can't have everything that we would like, unfortunately. So if you do want to dip your toe in the water, jump onto the website. You'll see the essentials in there as well. You can also go for the dies individually, should you so want to. You can also go for the stamps individually. Die-wise, I've got to say it out there, I don't know why you would, because they won't really look like anything. Stamp-wise, yes, I would go for the stamps individually. Maybe you just like the fussy cut. Maybe you are one of these people that enjoy sitting there for hours on end, getting all the little details with your little tiny nail scissors. It's entirely up to you, but they're there for you. The options are there. We've got ball tools on the show. We've got flower shaping foam on the show as well, your art foam, papers, your finger daubers. They go every single time. $13.99 for a set of finger daubers, set of 12. Can't go wrong, can you? We've also got your storage. Remember, every collection could do with its own storage. You can have that storage as well. You've also got your cling stamp storage panels, and you've got your stamp and die storage panels on the show as well. Worth having a little butcher's if I was you. Righty then. We've seen all my wares, as it were, and I'll show you more samples as we go through the hour, this 8 AM hour. But let's go over for a demonstration to see how easy they really are to put together. Nikki, what are you up to?
Right, so we're going to work with the peony stamp. So what we'll do is we'll just start off from the beginning. For anyone that is new to Heartfelt, I'm going to find my peony stamp. Really nice size, but you can actually make your smaller cards with them as well, because they will be the focal point of any card. Hang on a minute, which I don't have in front of me. There we go. So the card I am using is the Pink Frog Super Smooth. I think we had it on a 7-day save the other day. Well, we got it now, have we? Or is that the watercoloured card, that one?
Oh, no, it's watercoloured card.
You can use that, but this one, to be perfectly honest, I use because I can use my alcohol markers or my
I'll throw it out there. I don't even allowed to say this. I think the week. Are we in the weekend? We're in the weekend. Doug, are we in the weekend? Are you working the weekend? Yes, we're in the weekend.
It's Tuesday.
Doug's like my agent. I know, but this weekend coming, we've got a Pink Frog happy hour.
Oh, have you really?
I'm sure I have this weekend. I think I've got Saturday.
Watching.
I think
Love
it's
their stuff.
Friday or Saturday. I got it in the afternoon because I'm working late.
Right, so the first thing you're going to want to do is ink it up. Now, I'm going to use green because the black ink that I've actually got with me is an old one and it doesn't really do the stamp justice. So I'm just going to ink this up. And what I love about this is the fact that you could use it as a border as well, because if you just stamped half of it, you could just go along, especially if you're going to use your stamp platform. And the way you would do that is basically you would get a piece of card or something else, and you would just mask that part off. And then you've got your border.
Could you tape it?
Oh, you could tape it. Yeah, you can put your Scotch tape over it. Completely up to you. But look how gorgeous that actually stamps.
It looked nice on the top of letters. Not that we write letters anymore, but...
No, we don't. Do we?
No one
Which
writes
is a shame.
I used to love receiving a letter.
But, you know, you could just make a card because I'm thinking of you. So that's how you stamp it out. So with this one, you have...
Love the letter.
Your outer edge here, like that. No, you don't, because it's the wrong way. There we go. It's early in the morning. And you can see that is going to die cut out absolutely perfectly. And then you've got the inner part, that if you wanted to cut that banner out, because there's, as I say, there's different ways of using it. Okay, so that's how you're going to stamp it. Really nice and easy. Just for those of you that are all new to your crafting, new to Heartfelt. And then basically what you're going to do is there's a lot of different ways that you can colour them in, obviously. Okay, now I'm using my watercoloured pens for this one. Yesterday I used my daubers to give you a different effect. So on the next demo, we'll do a bit of daubering, I think. Oh. We like our daubers, don't we?
Love our daubers. Little finger daubers. Now, we call them finger daubers. You are getting to if you can't use them on your fingers, for example, you can put them together like a pen.
You can.
Which I like as well. So don't just think, oh, I've got little sausage fingers, they won't fit on them. You don't need to. Okay, you don't need little sausage fingers. You can hold them exactly the same as a pen, should you wish. So this is what they look like. These are your little finger daubers that we have here. So these are the daubers that we are talking about. So they are your little daubers. You're thinking, well, my little sausage fingers, and they're not going to fit into them. Don't worry, because you can put them back together. It's easy if you take them off your finger, Adam. You can put them back together, and you can just use it like a pen. Okay, and you are getting 2 sets. £13.99. If that doesn't get me Crafting Man of the Year, I don't know what will.
Right, so that looks absolutely awful at the moment, but now what I'm going to do is, so I put my base colour in, which was the pale pink. Then all I'm going to do now is just blend away that colour. Like that. And I've kind of gone with where the artist has given me the lines in there, just blending away, and it is going to blend. I tend to usually actually do one petal at a time, but I didn't this morning.
A lot of you are adding the paper pad in on its own as well, so you're going for a bundle and you're adding a paper pad in. And in fairness, most people do that, and I know what you're thinking. I know you, oh, of course you're going to say like shopping telly. Well, no, it was really what people do. If you're an avid Heartfelt creator, you are buying a full set, you are getting a paper pad, and then you're getting another paper pad on top of what you already, because once you start going, you went, oh, I want another one of those, or I'll have another one of those sunflowers in there. Oh, well, I've already used those 8 there and there. So many people do add on another set, don't they?
They do, yeah. And the thing is, with paper pads, we never know when we're going to get any more back in stock, because it's always one of the first things to go, because it's consumable.
It's true.
Okay, so we never know if we're going to get another print of them or when that's going to be. So if you're thinking, oh, I could do a mini album with this collection, or I'm going to make a lot of cards, maybe you sell your cards at craft shows, yeah, you would need another paper pad. So definitely worth putting that in. Or
if you know someone that's already bought the collection and you want Christmas gifts, it's like 50 odd days away now, Christmas. And if you want, I know, I heard it on the radio this morning, but it's only 50 odd days away. So if you know someone who's buying the collection, you buy them a £17.99 paper pad, they will love you forever. They really will, because as a crafter, this is the sort of stuff you want. This is the sort of stuff if you're into your jigsaws, you will get a jigsaw. If you are into your crafting and you already have got the collection, you want some more paper pads, but maybe your budget once again won't stretch to the big collection and another 2 paper pads and another paper pad. But if you're that friend that goes, oh, I know my friend's into Heartfelt, they've got those dies, they've got those stamps, they place the order, put another one in. £17.99 is a nice little either stocking filler or even a main gift.
I think that is a brilliant idea, to be honest.
Though, isn't it?
Because, yeah, definitely. I mean, I've got a friend that is absolutely obsessed with Heartfelt. I actually met her through, she came to one of my classes a few years back, and she's actually just converted the spare room. She's already taken up one spare room as a craft room, and she's now doing the spare room as a Heartfelt room, because she's got so many Heartfelt collections, and she always goes for 2 paper pads, always. And you know, she's as well. You know, sometimes when we bring items back and we have those special...
Yeah, the special shows.
Yeah. Oh, even if she's got a couple of paper pads, she always gets another one. Which is why she's now taken up the spare room. But her husband doesn't know this yet.
Oh.
He's kindly decorated it, and he thinks all these shelves are going up to make it look pretty.
It's all full of Heartfelt stuff.
But it's not. And I think
it will look pretty.
It will, because it's going to be Heartfelt.
It's pink.
So I've just added my colour in here, and I am really doing it quick. But I can tidy it up a bit later. Okay?
Yep.
Easy, quick. So I've actually done 2. Okay? I've done just half of this one here, and I will show you the reason behind that shortly. So what I need to do is cut both of these out. Okay? So these sit absolutely perfectly on top of there. Now, I'm just wondering, am I going to keep this banner in or take it out? I'm going to keep it in on this one. Okay, so just pop that through your die cutting machine. These will all go through your A5 die cutting machines as well, if you're not 100% sure. Don't think they will go through those really tiny ones.
No, I don't think they will. I was just looking for that.
Because they are quite big, aren't they? Okay, and then we'll do exactly the same with this one. Oh, I don't need to do it because it's already done.
There you go, look.
Right, okay, so with this one, I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to just cut all the way across in a straight line. Just like that. Okay? Don't know why, because I cannot remember where I'm going with this card, but no.
So
I
if
need
we
to
cut the
cut
outer
it.
edge would cut the outer edge out. If we put the centre border in, would that would cut that white strip
That would
out
cut
of the
that
centre,
white
wouldn't it?
strip out. There, look. So if you
As you want a straight edge because you want to print it at the bottom or the top of a card, but that would cut around the flowers
it would.
for me.
I think it's actually that way, isn't it? Yeah, that way. And that will cut that centre out, but it will keep the edges in there. Okay?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've got... Well, I've got a sunflower cut out. So there you go, that's the sort of thing it would do.
Oh,
It'd
there you
keep
go.
your
That
edges
makes,
there.
that makes sense.
That means that you can start layering it up. So you could layer it up and put your sentiment under. So as I say, there's different ways that you can actually use it.
I like that sunflower because I feel if you
Actually
fold
going
that in
to
half,
cut-
it would work together.
Would.
Makes
In
full
actual
sunflower.
fact, look what I did. So you can make a little cardlet. Okay,
I
so
like
you
little
cut that
paper
out.
centres,
And
like
then
the
you could
nameplate.
put your little nameplate on there.
That's cute.
But you could do that with all of these. All of your dies, you could do that with.
That works, got
That's
summer
actually
garden
upside
party.
down, but yeah. Maybe you're doing weddings, special
true.
occasions, table, little notelets you could do with these, something a little bit different.
Be nice.
Just because cards. So I'm now cutting that outer edge out again with my silver metallic. Put that there. So what have we got? So I've got two of those, one of those, one of those. And then this one I'm going to cut in half. I think I did this on one of the sunflowers yesterday as well, if you did watch the show. So you just need to make sure you're getting that right. So I want to kind of leave just a little shadow behind it. So what I'm going to do is just add my glue to the back here. And then that's going to go there. That one is going to go at the bottom. Then we're going to turn that over. And there you have.
So you get that beautiful border
That
behind there
gorgeous
as well.
shadow
Look
behind
at that.
it. So then, if you want to, you can add your sentiment on there. Okay, if you want to, but only if you want to. Okay, so now I'm bringing my card. So these are the decorative octagon cards that we brought out. Well, I think we brought these out. Was it about a month or two ago, Adam? Because I think we launched them,
Yeah, I think it
didn't we?
were a couple of months back now.
We did, because we were getting carried away and we called them hexagons.
Yeah, oh,
But
we had
they are
emails
not,
in.
they are definitely octagons.
Oh, that's the last time we worked together.
It was, actually.
And we had a lovely email in
then-
saying, can you please tell them they're hexagons, pentagons,
Octagons.
octagons, not whatever they're saying on the telly.
I don't know why we got that wrong. I just went with you. So just adding that up, I actually might put that way.
The best thing is, no one corrected
Okay.
us.
Well, they did, but I think we'd already done a full show calling them
Oh.
hexagons. So I'm going to put my sentiment on there, but what I want to do is actually lift this one up so it's rounded. And just pop that on there, burning my fingers. So I've lifted that up slightly now. And then I've got my sentiment now. That one is going to go up there. You
Yeah.
could put it either way, to be honest. I could have put it the other way round.
Okay.
So what I want to do is I'm going to take that up there further. So I'm hiding part of that top one there. But you'll see where I'm going with this in a minute. That is going to go in the centre there, lifting that up. But then you see, I'm actually going to border that at the top, and I could have done the same at the bottom as well. But just layering that down a little bit, bringing that down, and I have got some pearls somewhere because I was going to put a row of pearls down there, but we'll leave the pearls. But then that's when you can start just adding a little bit more decoration if you want to, with a few peonies. And we brought the peonies as well a couple of months ago.
We were with the
Because we
3D
brought
bottom
these
border.
back, didn't we?
Yes.
So So yeah, so maybe you're them crafters that have brought things and maybe just haven't used them yet, which is such a shame. But I know us crafters do that, because we kind of buy things and then think, I can't remember, I'm not sure what to do with this one. But as I say, this works so well, and I'm going to find my pearls because that's going to bug me. And then I'm going to pop a row of pearls over there. I don't normally put them on with my glue gun, but I want to do it quick.
Details on the screen at the moment of the big collection. Look at that though for a card.
On there, and there you have a 3-dimensional. Look at that.
That is.
See the dimension on there now. So I could have added another one at the bottom as well, and really added that dimension.
It's worth having a little look at, isn't it? 375249 is your item number. Of 40% of the stock now has already gone. £89.93 is what you're looking at for this one, or 2 interest-free flexible payments of £44.97 today. Now, there's no extended delivery that we normally have on Heartfelt Creations because everything is here. And now when I say here, I mean in the UK, and I also mean just on the other side of the car park, in the warehouse. Everything is on site, so you will be the first, because normally when you say everything is here, that could be anywhere in the UK, it could be the Isle of Wight. But I mean it's here, it's on mainland, as it were. We are here, I've got it, it will be shipped out within the next few days to you, and you will be the first people in the world to get your hands on this. It doesn't release out in America. Heartfelt is an American company. It doesn't release out there till the 10th of November. So you are really 11 days ahead of the curve. You can start playing, you can start enjoying. You're getting your stamps, you're getting your dies included in there as well. 6 stamps is what you're going to be getting. I say, well, 6 stamps, what do I do with 6 stamps? 6 stamps, but there's so many possibilities. Remember, each one of those stamps has a different layer to it. What's that? 6, 12. It's actually 12 stamps, because if you start splitting them down, not at the top, and some of them, I'm looking here, the tops and bottoms are different that we saw in them peonies that you've got. You can do things that look like this. Maybe you haven't got all the bells and whistles. Maybe you haven't got any other dies from Heartfelt Creations. Maybe you're just going to be using these. Well, these are the sorts of things you can do. It's sort of this area, and then you can sort of cutting them down and start putting the smaller buds that's already on there. From there, you can then do cards that look a little bit like this. Sorry, I was looking for more samples at the same time. They're mold washing me. You can go cards that look like these. Oh. But it just proves they go either way. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter which way you put these. They will still work. Even the bunny, they will go either way should you want them to. Obviously, that is the way the card goes. I know that. I'm just proving, for demonstration purposes, that they do go anyway. You haven't got to use them. I got out of that quite well. You haven't got to use them the way they're meant to be. As long as your sentiment is the right way around, it's entirely up to you. Something else that you may want to look at is your Heartfelt storage, okay? Always busy on this. Now, this one's all locked up for some reason. Cellophane packet, I know.
Oh, it's like Christmas, isn't it? We love it.
What are they going to do? Can't get rid of it. So, now, what you actually... Oh, it's... Oh, hello. Oh, hello, it's fresh. It's fresh, it's brand new. You are getting everything you see here. Now, first of all, it's a D-ring, which I like. Why do I like a D-ring? For the sheer fact, everything lies flat. That's the purpose of a D-ring. So normally in a Filofax or a journal or anything like that, you get those oval rings, which means everything starts stacking up and building up. With a D-ring, everything lies flat on the D-ring. It will hold 7 stamp sets that you're getting in there. You also get the little folder to go down the side so you can label everything up. £12.99 is what you're looking at. It is absolutely beautiful. It would look stunning on any wall. Look at that. All sitting there, all lined up. Oh, I'd love a set of those if we had enough. Imagine all those, all your little collections lined up beautifully. £12.99. So if you're going for that, they do come on the panels, but maybe you want extra of these Heartfelt Creation panels. I've got those as well. They're on the website. You'll see them. I've got them behind me just over here. But we've got the cling-mounted stamp storage that you've got. So maybe you've got some stamps. Now, these will work for any cling-back stamps, okay? So any of your stamps will stick onto these, so it's not just your Heartfelt ones that you wanted. But then maybe you're thinking, all right, Adam, I like that. What am I going to do with my dies? Because if you're the same as me, I've got dies just sitting in a pan bucket that I bought from B&M the other week. I've just got them there because I don't know where to put them. I ain't got no magnetic sheets. I know. But now you can have magnetic sheets and you can have your stamp storage as well. £12.99. You can tally everything up. You can match everything up. 247514 is your item number that you are looking at for this one as well. Now, some other little hints and tips that you are... This is rare. Rare. I don't think he knows about this one. £19.98. When have you ever seen Mr. Phil Martin give a £7 saving? Never. No, well, he hasn't. He'll say it himself. Not for a week. It's normally for 3 hours that he's in and then he takes it off. You are getting a £3 saving. Now you're thinking, well, what am I getting here? You are getting... I'm going to open this as well. I'm going to be a rebel, Doug. Sorry. You are getting all the tweezers. Now, it wouldn't be a Phil Martin show without a set of tweezers, would he? He's like a doctor in his little waistcoat and his watch. He could be the new Doctor Who. Phil Martin. Imagine that. So you're getting all the tweezers that you see here. Super fine. You've got your curved tweezers that's in there. You've got your straight ones in there. You've got your flat nose in there. So if you're a modelist... I don't know if that's a real word, but if you like your trains and stuff like that, and your little fiddly things, it's worth having a little look. Sunday, Hornby. We've got Hornby back on the channel. Worth having a look at that. But it's very good for those sorts of things. Then you've got your picky-upperers. So your little gems and your dots, they're little wax ends that you get there. Don't leave them in direct sunlight. They are wax. They will melt. Then you've got your ball tools, and then you've got ball tools as well. So with your little ball tools... that you've got on there. Look at that for a little pokey tool. Look at that for a pokey tool. That is a sharp little pokey tool that you are looking at there. So you're going to get 2 of your metal pokey tool. Good weight to them. They feel. I said this the other day. I don't think Phil was very impressed. They feel like darts. You know, quality darts. They feel like good quality darts. When I go and play darts in the cock and trumpet of a weekend, oh, I love it. Good quality dart, you can't go wrong. Then you've got your glue dots as well, £19.98. It's rare. I'm not going to lie, it's rare. I think that's why we've not seen Phil, to be honest. I think he's lying down in a dark room, in a cold sweat, shivering because he can't take it away for a week till next Sunday. 410915 is your item number that you are looking at for that one. Then moving down, Pink Pig is what we're looking at now. Leonie did a show with these yesterday with your Pink Pig journals as a 7-day saver, though we've got them now. You're getting all 4 colours is what you're getting of your A5 wired bound sketchbooks, 150 GSM paper for £12.99. Beautiful quality as well. This would be beautiful for your one-day special. So imagine putting your little emblems in there, your little notelets that maybe you're going to be making. Every page is the same, but that you're getting in there for £12.90, just different colours. Nice little books for, once again, stocking fillers, I'm thinking. Nice little stocking filler that you've got there. £12.99 with a £3 saving, 172354 is your item number. Then, here we go. Here we go. From a pink pig, we go to a pink frog. Oh, yeah, all the animals we have here. We started with Farmer, Phil Martin. Then I went to Pink Pig. Now I'm on a pink frog. This is your A3 sheets of watercolour card. Oh, here we go. £12.99. 20 sheets is what you're getting. But do you know what that means? 20 sheets at £12.99. Half £12.99. What's that? Six something? £6.99? £6.50. £6.50 for 40 A4. £6.50 for 40 don't worry, Charlotte, I'm there. £6.50 for 40 A4 sheets of water for £6.50. Come on. 833805 is your item number. Let's have a look at the rest of the 7-day savers on the website, shall we? You've got 4 days, 23 hours, Phil's got sweats for 4 more days. What else you got on there? You've got AALL Create, you've got your pokey tools, you've got your pink pig, you've got your pink frogs, you've got your multi-purpose craft sheets, A3, 2 sheets in total. You've got your Make It Joe, deep blue, 100% natural cotton fibres. Oh, lovely. Thread. Oh, they're nice. Colours may vary. You've got your Knit It Now magazine, issues 130, 131, 132. Pop-Up People. I think I've seen them in the band. I think they're a band in. I thought them at the NEC. You've got assorted cardstock as well with 12 toppers. The Pop-Up People. I like the sound of that. Right then. Should we go back for another demonstration on your one-day special? Very busy. 40% of the stock has already gone on your one-day special. It is Heartfelt Creations is what we're looking at. And let's go back for another demonstration.
I'm having a play.
Okay.
You know when people say they go to work?
Yeah.
Well, I come to work, I have everything prepped, and I've completely changed up, because what I'm actually doing is, you know, we just said about doing these little notelet cards. Well, I thought, well, let's just finish a little notelet card, because it's a shame to give everyone kind of ideas but not actually show them what I mean.
No.
So I'm colouring up, and I've actually already got some foam tape on, because I wasn't actually going to colour it. And then I thought, oh, come on, Nikki, finish it. Let's see the finished little notelet card or little table, what do we call them? Name table.
The little table names, like
yeah,
place names.
Place names, that's the one. But this is how easy they are to colour up as well. Okay. Then I'm going in with some wild honey now. So it's a little bit more difficult for me because I have already put my foam tape on. But look at that, just blending that in. Anyone, and trust me, anyone can do this. So don't be scared. Do not think, oh, there's no way I can get that detail in. It's just a little bit of practice. I mean, just look at that. You've got your shading in there. So I've gone in with the squeeze lemonade first to get that base colour down. And then I'm just going in now with them daubers. Now I'm going on the side. So I'm not using the tip for this because it's a lot quicker for me to go on the side, just pick that colour up. And then what I want to do is I'm going down all the way around the edge of there. So what I've done with this one, I have used that inner die to cut out that banner. Okay, I've got my little nameplate, which is a bit grubby, but it doesn't matter. I know I haven't got, it says thank you so much. Okay, I don't have a name on there. Pop that on there. And look how cute.
Look at that.
That
A little
is.
summer party, a little summer bash.
Yeah.
Well,
Isn't
even like that now, if you took that as it is, as a card,
Yeah.
get, normally the 7-day save or something like that, we have those little cello bags. You pop a few
Yes.
sweets in there, favours, staple them to the top.
Little plastic, yeah, and then that can go on the top. Brilliant idea.
That would
love
really
it.
work.
Absolutely
and
love
that
it.
just proves if you've not
And you
got
can-
all the bells and whistles for Heartfelt Creation. I know it's very easy for us to stand there and go, oh, if you've got previous collections, it will work with that. If you've got these dies, it will work with that. I fully understand that. And sometimes, yeah, you haven't got that. Now, I haven't got nothing from Heartfelt Creations. I know, I'll say it as it is. I haven't. I don't have Heartfelt Creations. If I was going for this, I would want to know what I can do with this collection and this collection only. Well, there you go. We've just proved it. You can make those little notelet cards. You can then make to sell. Maybe you make little cupcakes. Maybe you make little sweets. Maybe you do bath bombs and soap. Now, obviously, read all the terms and conditions on bath bombs and soaps and stuff like that. I'm just giving you the analogies that are out there. But there is so much you can do when you get a decent set of stamps and dies home. Yes, they make the tags. They make those beautiful banners, and you get the paper pads included. So all you really need, if worst comes to the worst, is a pair of scissors, a set of pens, and a guillotine. Cut the cardstock down. You've got ready-made cards, mats and layers, Bosch, are done. You've also got something there. Let's go through that paper pad. Let's go through the paper pad in more detail. Let's see how close we can get. We'll put the details for it, the details on the bottom of your paper pad. So you are getting 24 double-sided papers, 12 by 12. They're 35 centimetres by 35 centimetres. You're getting 2 of each design. They're acid and ligament free, which means they're good for your journaling. Right then, here we go. Let's go through these papers one at a time so you can really see what you are getting. How close can we get, Hugh, with the papers? I really want to see the details on the papers now is what I want on these, because look at the details. They are 4 toppers, good to go. They are absolutely beautiful is what you've got on there. Then you've got your backgrounds. So then you've got that beautiful, stunning background that you've got on there in the teal. Now this is the back of the one I showed you before. I flipped them all around so you can see both sides. From there, you've got that beautiful peach sort of tone that runs all the way through. On the back of that, let's go for 4 of these cards individually. You've got those beautiful sunflowers with the bees. You've then got that beautiful little border. From there, you've got the roses, and then last but no means least, you've got that beautiful panel on the side. On the back of that one, you've then got your ready-made cards and toppers, all good to go. So they will all work on their own, should you want them to. As we move on, we then, on the back of that, you've got that beautiful green, that beautiful subtle pastel green that you've got running through. From your subtle greens, you then go to your plain. So these are your sort of stock builders. If we were in soft crafts, these would be your blenders, as we call them. These would be your mats and layers. Then you've got that beautiful detail. So the dies will fit over these perfectly to cut each individual one out. Then you've got that beautiful check. Love the check. Once again, on the back, you've got those beautiful hearts. So that is a heart that you are looking at there. If you have never crafted before, this may be the way to go. From those papers, you've got, once again, beautiful borders that's on there. Look at the designs that's on that. How stunning are the papers? You've got panels on there. Cut these down and use them as borders and use them as trims. It's entirely up to you. Just subtle corner details that you've got across the paperwork is absolutely stunning. And the list goes on and on and on. £17.99 if you just want the paper pad on its own. The details for this are at the bottom of the screen. The big collection, though, that we're looking at, the entire collection that we've got here, we are approaching 50% now of the overall stock now has already gone. Approaching 50% of the stock. You're getting the dies, you're getting the stamps in there, and you're also getting that beautiful paper paint for two flexible payments of £44 and a couple of pence, or £89 and 93 pence. 375249 is your item number. 97 pence is what you're looking at. Let's go back to Nikki for another demonstration.
I'm playing again.
That's all right.
Because I'm getting carried away. Because, right, I haven't finished colouring it. But just go to show you that you can use any of these for those little cards. I haven't really stuck that on very well, but you get the gist of it. Look at that.
I like that as well.
I like the idea. Do you know, I'm also thinking, you know when you buy a bunch of flowers?
Yes.
Okay, you could put the name of the person on there and just put it in with a skewer, or, you know, like a...
Like the little cards that you get in there anyway.
Yeah.
That would work as well. And then you could write your notes on the inside.
Yeah. Brilliant idea.
I like these.
Right, shall I put that away now?
No, I like that. I want one for every collection.
I'm just like, as I say, I always come in to do the shows, and I always, look, you can see, I do work. I do actually spend a lot of time at home prepping, but then I come in and the inspiration starts flowing again, because I worked on this quite a few weeks ago, so you know, I've kind of put it away and I'm actually working on the next new collection.
Oh my word.
That's how far in front I am. But my inspiration for this one is just keeps going now. I'm just like, wow.
And everyone sees something different in it as well, I suppose.
Yes, they do, definitely. So we're going to go back with, I am going to use those colours, I think, and go with a pale pink. Oh, maybe that's a bit bright. I need a paler one than you. I actually like them sometimes when they're actually running out. This one will do. Okay, right, so I'm going to go in with the red first, really quick, okay, on this one. So we haven't got red in the paper pad, but that doesn't mean you can't use other colours. Okay, so I'm just picking up a little bit on there really quickly. But what I will do is, I've already got one coloured, so we'll just do a little bit of colouring on this. And then I'm blending it in. I know it sounds silly, but I'm blending it in with a pink, because it's going to give me a nice pinky red. And it looks nothing at the minute. I know what Adam's looking at and he's thinking, what is she doing?
Well, I can see what you see. But I can see it from here.
You can see it from there.
On the monitor, you like it's coming together now on your TV screen.
And then
look at that.
Already, right. So now I'm using my mat as a blending tool, going in with that pale pink, and now I can add more detail in, more red.
So why do you scribble it? I was meant to ask you this a minute ago. Why do you scribble it on your mat when it's the same colour?
Because it's the same colour, but I don't want to put too much on. So I'm picking it up with that paler colour now.
Oh, so that's a different colour pen that you're picking up.
Yeah, this is that pale pink that I use.
Oh, and that's the red on the mat.
And it's the red on the mat.
Oh, so you like blending the pens, like end tip
yeah,
to tip?
Blending that in.
Nice.
As I say, I am doing it really quite quickly.
No, I've never seen that technique before. I like it.
But you can use a paintbrush if you wanted, but I prefer to use the pen. And then just blend that in. But you get the gist of it. You getting it?
That's nice. Look at that.
And just blend that in. I mean, and that hasn't taken me long, okay? Just blend in a bit more there as well. I do love my colouring, I must admit.
Nice,
I can get lost in my colouring and spend quite a bit of time. But I have already got one coloured in here. But I've got red roses and I'm thinking, no, hang on a minute. Let's just add a little bit more deeper pink in there. Probably need to add a bit more red in there, just a tiny bit. I don't want too much. Just blending that in. And the thing is, it's dried. That's why I'm not getting very far. The thing is, you know, it's one of the things that I actually shied away from. It put me off of actually stamping because I'm not a colourer, I'm not an artist. I do love my colouring, but it's just a piece of paper. If I go wrong, if I don't like it, throw it away and start again. But can you see how you can just add that colour? I want to add a bit more here.
I like the subtle heart. Now you've mentioned it, that's all I can say. I like that.
You can
heart
see the
that's
heart
in there.
now, can't you?
Yeah.
Because what I've done is I've just picked up the sort of like that scroll effect on there. Just adding a little bit more red in there.
Remember the details on your screen. We've only got 9 minutes left of this hour. We're back at 12 o'clock with another look at your one-day special. 375249 is your item number, £89.93.
So then I'm going to bring my card back here. So we're using one of the gate cards.
Okay.
Here, I can't remember which one this is because there's so many. Papers from the paper pad. Going in with a nice subtle colour, that nice sort of like sage green there. And then I've gone in with the peachy colour. And then I've got one of the decorative gateway dies. So it's just incorporating other things that you've got in your crafty stash as well. As I say, I like to call this one like one of those add-on collections because it's going to work so well with other collections that you've got.
Really will.
And then that will go around the edge just to finish off. Around there. Just a little bit of glue. And I will clean that up. It will just sit on there like that. We'll clean that up later. And then what I want to do is I've got my foam pads on the back. Something that I can't do without in my craft room. And what I want to do is I want to put this to sort of like one side and I'm really lifting this up. Okay. Bring it down slightly. And then I've got just a few roses, okay, just a few, just a few. And we'll just put a couple on, I'm not going to go over the top. Okay, one at the top, one at the bottom. I've got some of the stamens and I do believe we have these on the website. Just to add a little bit of sort of look there. And then, where's the sentiment? There we go. So I've got a Hey Gorgeous sentiment.
Your stamens are on the end of cool is what you're looking at for your stamens. So if you are wanting your stamens, have a little look at the end of cool. If I was you, there they are, look. You've got the medium and the small. Are you using medium or small?
What have we got on there?
Medium or small?
Medium.
They look medium.
Medium.
They look medium.
Are medium. These are the ones with the wires on that I've just used.
So there's your statements on there,
I
and you've
can't
also
see.
got your Heartfelt Creations large 3D shaping mould on there as well.
So now I'm just going in with my dauber, just to add some pinky. In actual fact, it's got some cerise colour on there as well, so it's making it look a bit pinky red, which has actually worked quite well. But what you can do, you can use that pen. I haven't got a red ink with me. If I want to add a bit of red, see how that's worked like an ink? Picking that pen up onto my dauber, just to bring that red in. Okay, so I'm using my pen now as an ink as well. Okay.
Yep.
And then bring that back. And what I'm going to do now is just roll that around with my fingers to sort of break down the fibres slightly. And then bring those bits up. So that is going to go under there. Hold that down. And then I want to put a little bit of glue just on the corner there of that heart. Bring that up. And there you have your banner, but used in a very different way, look, because I've
Look
actually
at that.
brought that up. Really, as I say, they are really, they're as easy to colour or as quick to colour as you like.
That's the thing.
Because you can use your daubers, do some quick colouring, or you can do some more and spend a little bit more time adding detail in.
You can make them. You can make them the most elaborate. You could also turn these into little shaker cards.
Yes.
Because of the gaps in the middle, the apertures that you've got in the middle, you could turn them into little shaker cards should you want to. Let me show you some more samples that we've got here that you can actually do with them. And this is what I mean when you can start using them as stoppers for your easel cards. So you've got the beautiful car. So you've got the stunning little card that you've got there on your special day. And you've got the little sunflowers. And this is the actual one-day special that you're getting here. Obviously, you can make your own banners and things. But then when you open it up, it's just these little details that you're getting in there. It's the same with this one as well that you've got. So once again, it will close down, which when you open it up, that on its own as a card is absolutely beautiful. It really, really is as a card itself. But then, as you open it up, it's really got that life to it to use it as steppers. But if you're thinking, all right, Adam, that's a bit ornate for me, go down this route. Just using them on their own with the other dies that you already have. Start using some of the other hearts. Start using some of your other backgrounds that you've also got in there. It really does work beautifully. And then remember, you're also going to get your inspiration sheet to create this card that you've got in there. This comes in the pack. This comes in your one-day special. Not the card itself. It comes with the instruction booklet to make it. So it's all in there for you. You're going to get the dies, you're going to get your stamps, you're going to get your big paper kit as well, but maybe your budget won't stretch. Let me give you the details for the essentials. Now, your essentials are down this end. You're getting the die and you're getting the stamp, and you're also going to get the paper pad included as well. So ignore these four. You're just going to get these two. So these two will give you this. Now, these are the roses that we're looking at. So these are the stunning little roses. It's got a £5 saving thrown on that as well, is what you are looking at with that £5 saving that you've already got. £23.49 across two interest-free flexible payments is what you are looking at for this one. 507987. If you want to dip your toe in the Heartfelt Creation water, maybe this is the point to start at. £46.97 today. Two flexible payments as well will get you the dies of the roses. It will get you the stamp of the roses. And it will also get you that complete paper pad as well. All the papers that you see on here are from that paper pad. So it's not just these ones that you get in the paper pad and these are extra. We've just split that paper pad up so you can see everything that you are getting in that big bundle. Now, you can go for an extra paper pad as well, should you wish. £17.99 will get you an extra. So that would be 48 double-sided sheets is what you are then going to go if you're going for one of the collections already, because remember, you're going to get that paper pad thrown in, acid and ligament 3. 12 by 12 is what you're looking at, double-sided as well. And if you are going for that big bundle, the dies will work correspondingly with the paper pads. But maybe you think, that's all well and good, I'll just have a paper pad and I'll fussy cut it. Do that way if you want. But the details for your big I Want It All collection, your paper pad and all of your 6 stamps and your dies included as well, £89.93 with a £30 saving, because you've got that extra fiver that we've rolled over as well from the Essentials collection. 375249 is your item number for that big old book. You've always got your storage on the show if you want more storage to keep your collection in. We've got all that for you, as you can see it just on the shelf behind me is your little storage collection that you've got. It does look absolutely, if I put it there, look, you'll be able to see. It does look absolutely beautiful. It really does work for you. £12.99. We've only got 30 seconds left, Nick. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Got a show with you again at 12.
12 o'clock. Let's do it all over again.
Let's
do it
definitely.
again at 12 o'clock. Get yours, though, so you can get the inspiration. And remember, you will be the first in the UK to get your hands on this. We have it here in the building for the first time in a very long time. I've been able to say that as well. Don't go anywhere. There's so much more to shop for here on the wonderful world of the craft store, the shop that never, ever shuts. See you in an hour. Yes, indeed, it's Tuesday, which can only mean one thing. It's the jewellery box. You don't want to miss that. And then Pink Ink's 6th birthday. Oh, what a party it's going to be.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry. The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets. On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
Good morning, everyone. What a lovely morning we're having so far as well. Welcome to the craft store and jewellery box. We don't see this often enough, I don't think, but it does mean we get to work with some wonderful guests, and for me today it's a guest I've not worked with before. So I'm going to introduce her right now. It's Abby. Good morning, Abby.
Good morning.
You have brought some beautiful, beautiful items to show us today. We've got samples, we've got wonderful products. Tell us about your company and where it all began.
Well, I've been making jewellery since I was a small child. It's always been a passion of mine. It's developed over the years, and I discovered wire and the endless possibilities with it, and launched my business over 10 years ago. And I'm still working at it.
Oh, I'm so pleased you are, because that means we get to see you here at the craft store. Let's have a look. We've got an offer, because we have got some new todays as well.
We have.
We're looking at some samples first of all. Now, in fact, before we go to the first product, Abby,
yes.
and we can see the details on the screen there, so we will get to them, but tell us about some of the samples we're looking at here. I might pick one or two of these up if I may.
Of course, yes. So they're variations on the kits that I've brought today. Some of them are just variations on a theme, and others show you how you can develop the technique. So that's a variation on the earrings that we've got in the very first kit.
Isn't that fabulous?
So instead of being a hook earring, we've got threader earrings there with the wire detail we're going to learn today at the bottom.
Beautiful,
which provides a nice
absolutely
little
beautiful.
focal. Is that the feather earring?
It is. Do you know, I'm going to
Sorry.
try and hold that up against the black background, because it really shows it off beautifully, doesn't it?
So we're doing weaving with the second kit, and that shows you how you can include it in a design to sort of accent the detail.
Wow. They are stunning, truly stunning. Who would have thought with wire as well that you could create something as beautiful as that? Of course, the gemstones are included, and I've got to say they're genuine gemstones as well. And all of the wire, nickel-free?
Yes, yeah, it's all
perfectly safe to
scientific
wear?
grade wire. Yep.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so you haven't got to worry about it being near your skin.
Amazing. Do you know what? So you know you're getting quality items here. Let's have a look at that first kit then. This is the herringbone weave bracelet and earring kit. Now, we've got two different choices here as well. Your first one, this is your silver plated with your amethyst. I love amethyst.
I do too.
I'm a big fan of amethyst myself. I think that is absolutely stunning. The earrings we can see here as well. Do you know, these are really pretty, Abby, because there's a delicacy about them, but at the same time, they're also quite a statement as well.
Yes, yes. They're nice and light, so they don't pull on your ears. And as you say, they're subtle, but eye-catching.
Yeah, subtle. That's a good word to use. Definitely, people are definitely going to compliment you when you're wearing these, and they won't believe you've made them, will they? How easy are they to achieve?
They're designed for a beginner to do.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, my word. Now, you're getting everything, of course, apart from the tools. We have got tools coming up, but all of the wire and the beads there, you can, of course, get here in this kit. Do you know, I do love amethyst. I've got to say, this is my personal favourite, but we have got another option coming up. That is absolutely gorgeous. And it's not too weighty,
it's
is
not
it?
weighty at all, no.
You can feel it's there, but and you can feel the components here that have been created with the wire as well.
Yeah.
Really, really sturdy. That is absolutely beautiful. I really do love that.
And the kit includes enough to make that bracelet and the earrings.
I'm not going to put the earrings in for obvious reasons, but look at that. That is truly stunning. I adore it.
Thank you. It's a very effective technique, isn't it?
That goes quite well with my blouse as well.
It goes perfectly, in
Yeah, I think I need to go shopping. $14.99. We've got another option to go for. Let's have a look at the copper with the turquoise. Again, the colour of the turquoise, obviously, it is turquoise.
Yes.
I've knocked the earrings over now. I'm having a good start, aren't I? Let's actually, once you put that against your skin as well, that is so pretty again, isn't it?
It really brings it to life once you're
It
wearing
does,
it,
doesn't
doesn't
it? Beautiful. So you've got the choice now. Now, amethyst, because often we think about birthstones and, you know, some people do like to buy something that's appropriate to the month.
Yes.
Amethyst, I believe, is February.
Right.
Turquoise. When's turquoise? Does anybody know turquoise? We'll check on that one. I was told and I've forgotten. What was the turquoise again? December.
Oh,
December.
perfect.
So a great Christmas gift.
Yes.
Of course, you go for the colour that you like. It doesn't have to be a birthstone. You don't have to worry about that. But if you have got maybe a February or a December birthday at the moment, then this is a great gift. Or a great gift for somebody if they're starting a new craft. We said beginners.
Yes. It's a great introduction to making jewellery and into wire work.
Amazing. There's something else about this as well. These are exclusive to us at the moment, so you can't get them anywhere else. Look at that price point, $14.99. You can go for one of each if you wish. 166988 is the item number. I can tell you that at the moment the silver is in the lead. Who knows? Go for one of each. You need one of each. You definitely do, don't you? But we've got more to offer you, so we're going to move down. Now, the next item. Oh my word. Well, we're going to talk about this, and you are shopping ahead for these as well. This is the orbital. Now you've got that gorgeous bead in each of these choices here again,
Yes.
Abby, but the wire work is incredible. Now we've got the silver with, how do I pronounce the name of the bead?
Unikite.
Unikite.
Yeah.
I don't think I've even heard of that before.
It's a strange name, isn't it? It's just a beauty. I thought it was a very Christmassy colour because it's sort of a combination of greens and reds and pinks.
It's almost an olive green in there,
Yes,
isn't
it
it?
is.
Now this is currently the favourite. You are shopping ahead. There's a little bit of the red in there as well. Beautiful. I love anything that's green as well, so that's definitely a plus for me. We need to have a really close look in a second at these actual finished pieces as well. The second option, you've got your copper with labradite. It's almost a minky colour, isn't it?
It is, but it has flashes of greens and blues in it.
Wow.
It's quite pretty.
And of course, every bead is going to be different because
Every
these are
bead is
natural
different,
gems,
yeah, that's
aren't
right.
they?
They're natural gemstones.
Can we have a really close look at these pendants? I absolutely adore them. I'm going to turn them around in a second as well, because they're just as beautiful on the other side. You don't have to worry about a back and front, do you?
No, you don't. No, and it's perfect for people with
stone.
fiddly fingers because the stone turns in its setting. So while if
Wow.
you're fidgety, while you know wearing jewellery,
You're not going to tell me a beginner can do this, are you?
it is. It's an easy level tutorial. A confident beginner could easily achieve it.
I would definitely
especially
give
if
that
you're
a go.
used to fabric crafts.
I would definitely give that. I just think these are absolutely beautiful.
It is fabric techniques applied to metal, basically.
There we are. I'm just going to turn that around so you can see the silver next to the silver, the copper next to the copper. Again, I would go for one of each. £9.99 each. 086238 is the item number. Yeah, fantastic prices, aren't they? Oh, these are going to be talking points, aren't they? They really are. If
Yes.
you make something like that and you wear it, everybody's going to notice. And when you say, oh, I made that. Yeah, I made that. Now, the next item, beautiful again, because you've got earrings and pendant together. Now, these again, very, very pretty. We've got the amethyst and the turquoise again. Beginners?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Beginners. This is actually a kit that a family could sit down and work. You know, older children can successfully make it. My 8-year-old niece has made them.
Absolutely gorgeous. £14.99. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to think, who am I going to get this one for? I'm thinking of Christmas gifts myself here. 132647 is the item number. So you've got the earrings and the pendant there. Stunning. I wonder if my sister's watching, because she might be getting these. Amethyst or turquoise? Maybe one of each. I love how the wire's wrapped around the beads, and it has created that star effect in the centre, hasn't it?
Yeah. Hence the name.
Definitely, yeah. Now then, if you are looking at these and thinking, well, I've never had a go myself, I do want to try them, watch out for the tools coming up as well, because if you haven't got any, you need them. But everything else is there available in the kit. £14.99, ridiculous prices, aren't they? Really stunning pieces, 132647. Now, the next item, I'm hearing it's already busy, Abby. I'm so pleased. I've had a really good look through this. This is absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is written by yourself.
Yes.
Lots of projects in here, lots of techniques.
There's 25 projects.
Wow. Now, will this take us from beginner through to something a little bit more extravagant, do you think?
Absolutely. It's designed to take the complete novice through to advanced levels.
Really?
Yep.
And I know I've had a really good look at this. I think you've spotted me. I came into the studio earlier just so I could look through this book and have a bit of a nosy. You know, it talks about the tools, the wire, the techniques. You've got the full projects in there. Using a hammer, if perhaps we've got that coming up as well. If you want to use a hammer for different techniques as well. Do you know, you can take this however you wish, can't you? You can take out certain elements, mix things around.
Absolutely. It's got all your
There's that
findings
pendant.
in there for you to make yourself as well. And as you say, you can dip in and out of it with your favourite projects, or you could start at the beginning and work your way through in order and go from complete novice to advanced wire worker.
Amazing. Do you know, we've done a few little maths here for you. This book, at £11.99, there's a £3 saving today. That is a genuine saving. You'll see that when you get the book home. £11.99, 25 projects there. 24 projects there. If you split that down, it works out at 50p per project.
It's crazy.
Obviously, you've got to put your wire and your gems in it,
Yes.
but for the pattern, if you're buying patterns or techniques or going online for workshops that you're paying for, that is a real snip, Abby.
Yeah, it's a bargain, isn't it?
That's a journey right the way through as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, you'll go on a jewellery making adventure with it.
We can make to sell, I presume, as well.
Absolutely.
So, because you're going to take those techniques and then put your own twist on them.
I just asked for a little bit of credit where you learnt the techniques and designs.
Well deserved as well. Very busy on this. 10% of the stock gone. I'm going to do it again. I am going to say if you can afford to get 2, do so, because one for yourself and one for whoever you're gifting to, or maybe you want to get more than 2 because you might be gifting to multiples. You could make your own little workshops up, couldn't you? You could all have your own book, learn some techniques and then get together and have your jewellery making parties. 077586 is the item number. Absolutely recommend that book. I've had a really good look through it. Let's go to the website because we've got much more there. Now do look out for the tools. We've got a lovely case that contains 5 different tools there. We've got a couple of tools for you if you want to start a little bit smaller. The hammer that I mentioned, hopefully we'll get to see that or ask questions about that as well. Lots of course, for you to look for, whether you're a beginner or not, maybe adding to your collection. I've got to say, go for that book and one of the kits, especially if you've never ever tried any of Abby's kits before. I don't think you're going to regret it. That is a snip, that price of that book. £3 saving today.
Good saving.
Wow. Now then, we are going to get to demonstration, so I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to work with first, Abby. What is it?
We're going to go with the herringbone weave.
Oh, lovely. So our first kit. Yeah.
Yes, we're going to go straight in with that.
Perfect.
And we start off with a piece of 4-inch 20-gauge wire, which we measure out, and then we have to straighten it. So you pop one end in your flat nose pliers and pull the length of wire through your nylon jaw pliers a couple of times, and that takes any kinks or slight bends out. So you're starting with a lovely straight line, and then we measure 1.5 inches from one end and make a 45-degree bend.
Okay.
And then put our round nose pliers at that bend and shape the wire around, which forms a nice round loop.
Lovely.
Then what we need to do is attach to our frame wire our weaving wire that creates the detail. And we do this by holding it at a 90-degree angle to the frame wire, and we coil that wire around 8 times.
Now that wire looks as though it is going to curl very, very easily as well. You're just using your hands there.
Now with metal wire, you get 3 different hardnesses. You get dead soft, half hard and hard.
Okay.
All of the wire in my kits is dead soft, and I would recommend working with dead soft because as the name suggests, it is lovely and soft and it doesn't hurt your hands. And the process of working with wire actually hardens it as you work.
Does it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it sort of compresses all the molecules within the metal and hardens it up. So you don't really need to start with hard wire, so don't put your hands under unnecessary pressure.
Really good tip.
We've coiled 8 times, and what that does is securely attaches our weaving wire to our frame wire, but it also spaces out the length of the link for us. We then thread a bead onto the frame wire so that it sits up against the coils of our weaving wire, and then we begin the weave. So we shape the weaving wire around the bead to the other end, and then just coil around the frame wire once to secure that wrap. Can you see how we've got one side wrapped now with the weaving wire?
Yeah.
And then we take it back around the other side of the bead and coil once, locking into those coils we've just created. So now we've got a wire around either side of the bead.
And that bead is going nowhere, is it?
That bead's going nowhere now. That's firmly attached to that wire. It can't come off.
Lovely.
And then we bring the wire back again, layering up our weave so that each part of the wire sits beneath the previous one.
Yeah.
And coil once. Take the wire back and do it again. and coil once, ensuring that all the time you've got a nice strong tension on your wire to keep it straight and taut. And you just keep working like that, taking it round and coiling once until you've got, sorry, let me just...
That's okay. Abby, I've got a question actually.
Yeah.
What is it? You said something about we get with each kit, do we get a download?
Yes, you get a full downloadable tutorial which teaches you everything you need to know to complete it. There's multiple close-up colour pictures for each step, and it's made basically like a mini book.
Oh wow!
Packed with tips and tricks and variations.
And that's with every one of the kits?
Every single kit, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. So now we've completed our wrap already. You can see the beautiful detail we've got around the bead. So all we need to do now is complete our link. So just after the last wrap on the other end of the wire, grasp with your flat nose pliers and bend up by 45 degrees using your round nose pliers. Position them just at the bend and shape that round again.
Okay.
And that gives us a round loop on that end.
Ah.
Position the link in the middle, and then we just need to finish off these wire ends, our little thin wire ends. So we pull them tightly around the frame wire and just trim them off as closely as we can to the frame wire.
Oh, I see.
And then just tuck. Can you see how I've got a little end sticking out there? And we just tuck that in with our chain nose pliers tightly against the frame wire.
Got you.
Do the same with the other one.
You see, when I first looked at the bracelet, I thought, oh, I presume this is made with a really long piece of wire and you just keep winding.
Yeah.
But it's separate links then?
Separate links, yeah. I have got a variation in the little display of finished jewellery of a solid bracelet that was a complete piece of wire. So all we've got to do now is finish our loops off and close them up. So we grasp one loop flat in our chain nose pliers, and using our flat nose pliers we bring that straight wire around the central frame wire 2 or 3 times. Repeat on the other end.
I'm seeing all these techniques being used in mixed media as well, making little embellishments and charms for journals and books.
Absolutely.
Key rings.
Absolutely.
You're going to take every one of the techniques and they will lend themselves to many, many projects.
Yeah, and different crafts.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just trim those ends off and again tuck them in with our chain nose pliers. Now it's very important that we make sure these ends are tucked in tightly with our chain nose pliers, because otherwise that's going to catch.
Yeah.
So you tuck it in and just run your finger over it, and if you can still feel that wire end, repeat until it's nice and smooth. Yeah.
That is so neat, isn't it? And it's come together so quickly as well.
Yep. And there we go. We've got a complete link already. Now, if you were making the bracelet, before you complete those loops, while they're still open, you... there we go. While it's still open, before you've started wrapping it, you thread it onto the previous link of the bracelet and then wrap it, otherwise you're not going to be able to attach them.
But this means, of course, because you want to make sure that the bracelet is going to fit you personally, if you're making for yourself or whoever you're making for, so you decide at which point you start with those links. You can
you can make it as long or as short as you want. Yeah. And
how lovely.
With the earrings, you only need to make one link.
Yeah.
And it's also got the instructions in the tutorial for making your own ear wire. And yeah, so you can see how quickly that works up and you've got a finished piece of jewellery.
You certainly can. Oh, they are amazing, aren't they? If you've never tried this before, the price point of these kits is just incredible. I've got to remind you as well, they're genuine amethyst or turquoise, of course, nickel-free wire, scientific wire, so you know it's safe to wear. It doesn't get much better than that. I've got to tell you as well that Abby's book is literally flying out the door. I'm not surprised. Almost a quarter of the stock has gone. Abby, you're only with us for 1 hour, aren't you?
I am, yes.
So make the most of this, because I don't know if we'll see it back with that £3 saving, just $11.99. I don't want to give too much away, but it just gives me an excuse to have another look myself as well. If I just flick through 1 or 2 pages here. So many techniques. This will take you through a journey if you're a beginner. I mean, look how elaborate some of these pieces look, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be difficult. Lots of different ways of winding the wire, using those gemstones. Take those techniques, make the projects that are within the book, but also take those techniques further and create your own pieces as well. Another gorgeous pendant there. Love it. I'm not showing you anymore now. You need to buy it. 077586 is the item number. And just a reminder there, because you've got 24 different projects in there, if you break it down, it makes it just 50p per tuition. Let's put it that way. I know it's visual tuition for me is spot on. I love a book. I absolutely adore a book. There's something wonderful about going to workshops because you see everything firsthand. It's great that you can go online, you can get those downloads, you can see the tutorials, but having a book there as well, it is extra special. Yeah, it is a resource guide and it's the perfect gift. 077586 is the item number. Now the herringbone weave, that's what we've just seen in demonstration, available in 2 different options. Now I can tell you both colours are now neck and neck. One was in front, the other just sneaked in there, and now we're neck and neck again. I think now you've seen the process that you might be thinking, actually, I do want one of each, because you've got the silver, you've got the copper. I'm going to put both on as well. Yeah, do you know, the silver drew me in straight away, Abby. I thought, yeah, it's definitely the one for me. But, do you know, it does depend on what you wear.
It does.
Just depend. Yeah, there's something very different about the 2 colours, isn't there? Just going to lay that one down and pick up the copper one as well. So the silver with the amethyst and the copper with the glorious turquoise. It is very pretty.
The copper and turquoise are a perfect match, aren't
It's
they?
when you put it against your skin.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it in a completely different light.
Yeah, it really brings it to life.
That is absolutely gorgeous. $14.99, that's all it is for the kit. 166988, those genuine turquoise and amethyst. Oh, all you need are the tools. You might already have the tools at home as well, but everything else is there for you. Well, great prices. Let's move on to the next one. Another, do you know, I came in, Abby, and I was drawn straight away to this one first of all, wasn't I? The orbital pendant.
Straight in on it from the other side of the studio.
I did, and I did. I've got to say, I did say, oh, I love those earrings. And then Abby said, they are pendants because you've got 2 different options, but you can so see these as earrings as well.
Yes, yeah, absolutely you could make earrings, yeah.
I just think they're stunning. Very fine work when it comes to the twisting of the wire. Now, I did ask earlier on if a beginner could achieve this, and he said, if you're used to working with fibres, then yes. But do you know, if you love them as much as I do, and you've never tried this technique before, for $9.99, I'd definitely be giving it a go.
Yeah, it's a great introduction into weaving with wire. And as you saw with some of the samples at the start of the show, once you've got the hang of weaving with wire, it's really, really versatile and useful.
Now, I've noticed you get some cord in here as well.
Yes.
Is this so you can actually use that with the pendants?
Yeah,
you've
can
got
make
a full
it,
necklace?
Yeah, make it into a necklace.
Wow. Just look at these. Again, charms for key rings, special good luck charms. I mean, look, I'm going to turn it all the way around because it's important to show you. They're just as beautiful, whichever way you look at them. And you said that the bead as well remains movable in there?
Yes,
you can
it
rotate
twists
it?
with it, yeah.
Oh, yes, so it does. Oh, you can't see 'cause my fingers are in there. It's hard to sort of twist it.
If you're like me, when I'm sat, my fingers are always fiddling. So,
do you know, I do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
So it's quite a nice little thing to wear.
I love it. Choice again. Let's go through these. So let me just go with the silver first, with the Unikite. I've never even heard of that. That one's actually in the lead. And then we've also got, we're just going to see the copper with the labradite there. And every bead will be different. You'll get those flashes of colours coming through, and they will all look different because they're natural stones, of course. The labradite can also be a birthstone for November, which is very apt.
Isn't it?
It is. Ah, there you go then. Another exclusive here at the craft store as well. You can't get these anywhere else at the moment. 086238 is the item number if you want to go for either of those, or of course multiples of 2 if you want one of each. Or more. Let's have a look at the earring and the pendant set. There's something very elegant about these, I think. Beautiful. You've given us the 2 colour choices again, so the amethyst and the turquoise.
Yeah.
The nice thing is you do get the pendant and the earrings. So, you know, you've got the full set really, haven't you? Maybe you want to go separately for the herringbone bracelet. You've got the earrings that you can create from that as well, so you can mix things around a little bit. But there's a very distinctive style about this one.
There is, isn't there? It is quite eye-catching.
Yeah, definitely so. I love how the wire is wrapped, so you've got that star effect there. Beautiful. Only $14.99 again. Make your choice of the silver with the amethyst or the copper with the turquoise. 132647 is the item number there. Now, this is interesting, Abby, because the copper is actually in the lead when it comes to this particular kit.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it has been the silver and the copper's jumped up. I think watching you at demonstration, just working with the turquoise and copper will probably make a difference. But also, probably, you know, just laying that against my skin as well, and you see how the colour really sort of looks wonderful against skin.
It does come to life, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You know, whatever your preference is, we've still got the stock. 132647 is the item number. Now, we're going to have a look at those jewellery tools. We might have spotted them on the website. I did say, if you haven't got any yet, we've got a couple of different options. Now, first of all, we're going to look at the case. What a great buy this is. There is a pair of pliers, Abby, again, that I have never, ever seen before, and you were using them. And when I've got to admit, at the meeting, when I saw these, I thought this was just a protective end onto the pliers. Yeah, it's not, is it?
No,
they're there for a reason.
They're called nylon jaw pliers, and they're incredibly useful. As you saw me use them in that demo, I use it to straighten the wire before I begin with every single project. But they're also useful for flattening things and hardening up the wire. Do you remember I talked about wire hardening? So once you've completed your piece, you give it a squeeze with those and it just hardens it all into place.
Brilliant. I've only dabbled, you see, with jewellery making and wire. I've done a little bit of wire twisting in my time for something, for a wedding invitation, that's all I'm going to say. I used to make thousands of the things. Just one particular twist and it was done, so nothing as elaborate as what we're showing here. But nothing difficult, as we've seen from the kits as well. So you've got 5 individual sets of tools here. So what, can we go through them all, Abby?
Yes,
so we've done that one. Obviously, we've seen you using these here. So these are these the snips?
I can't...
Can you not see?
Yes, so they're the flush cutters.
Right, okay.
Obviously vital for cutting the wire. And the flush cutters are important because they're getting really close. As you saw me snip, they're getting really close to your work and give you a nice flat cut on the wire.
Lovely.
We've then got the round nose there, which are obviously essential for forming round loops.
Okay.
And also for getting smooth curves. There
we are. Yep, they're the round nose.
Oh, sorry, I jumped, didn't I? Yeah, so that's the round nose.
Yeah.
Then we've got the...
We've got the flatter ones then.
So they're the chain nose, so they're flat on the inside and they've got a pointed tip. So they're really good for getting into the work, to tuck in those wire ends and helping grasp the work while you're working. And then we've got the flat nose pliers, which, as the name suggests, they are flat. And they're really good for making nice, neat, sharp bends and also holding the work while you're working.
Wonderful. And of course you've got the case, and there's even a spare little pocket here that you could put your project in. So if you're buying one of the kits, you want to take it...
keep it all safe and neat.
Exactly, yeah. I'm not sure how that went in now. I'll have to try. There's a nice spring action on the pliers as well.
Yes, because that relieves the pressure on your hands while you're working.
Yeah, that's important as well, isn't it? So you're not constantly opening and closing there, we'll do the work for you.
Do some of the work for you.
Yeah. Busy on these as well, almost a quarter of the stock has gone. We've got flexi on this one as well. That means, of course, anything else that you're putting into your basket, you can split the cost. I would be doing that and definitely getting more in the way of Christmas presents for people. Item number 135229 if you're going for the wonderful toolkit there. Now, we do have another option. We've got a set of 2. So you may have, because a lot of people have dabbled a little bit and then, you know, not quite sure where to take it next. Maybe you've never tried working with the wire. So we have those, what do we call these again?
The flush cutters?
The
the nylon jaw pliers.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as you said, you hadn't seen them before, so I thought in case people have already got the other tools, let's do these separately in case...
I think that's a really good move, actually, because I'm one of those people that has got the round nose pliers, the flat pliers. I've got a little pair of snips, but I haven't got these, and actually, I don't know where my snips are, so it's just worth having another pair. So you've got the choices. Only $21.49 if you're going for the duo, particularly this pair. I think that's so useful. You're going to need those with your wire. 266916 is the item number if you want to go for those. Maybe another little addition in with a Christmas present if you're going for one of the kits to give to someone.
Yeah, it'd be perfect.
Yeah. Now, if we compare the two, though, we think about you're getting the case with the other toolkit. You're getting 5 sets of tools altogether, so that's another 3 pairs of tools. I say pairs of tools, sort of, we call them pliers, pair of pliers.
Pairs of pliers, don't you? So, yeah.
So actually, when you work it out, how much more? That's the difference is $25.46 to go for the case. I just like the idea of being able to put a project in there and take it around with me.
Exactly. You can make on the go then, can't you?
Yeah. Wonderful. Well, you've got the choice. The choice is yours. We've got more in the way of tools as well. Now, we're going to see those on the website. I've got some questions to ask Abby in a little while as well, but we do want to get back to Abby. So over on the website, you'll find everything that we've been through, plus more besides. Don't miss that book. It's very busy. Let's get back to Abby, though, because, what we're going to look at next then, Abby?
Well, I thought we'd have a look at the orbital pendant.
Oh, yes,
because you've been talking about the wire weaving, so I thought I'd show you how it's created, just in case people are a little bit intimidated by the intricacy of the weave. I'll show you how easy it is to create. So, as previously with the herringbone, I've got some frame wires which I've cut and straightened. These are 6 1/4 inches long each, and I've straightened them, and I've got a 30-inch length of 28 gauge wire which I'm going to attach to one of my frame wires by holding a 1-inch tail and coiling 3 times. Now the 1-inch tail is simply there for you to hold on to to stabilise your work. And then we just hold the 2 wires together. Now, if you struggle to hold everything together when you first start working with wire, you can always use masking tape.
Oh, right. Oh, that's a good tip then.
Yeah. It doesn't, because obviously it comes off easily, it doesn't leave any marks, but it holds it all in place, and it means your fingers have got a little bit less to worry about to start with. So we hold those 2 wires together, and you can see here I've got the 3 coils. So it goes underneath that first frame wire. It's going to go over the top of this second one.
Okay.
And then I just bring it round once to secure it. And if you can see, I don't know if the camera can capture that we've got 1 pass of the wire, of the thin weaving wire.
Oh, we can see it, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So then what we need to do is take that back again. So we take it underneath the second frame and over the top of the first frame.
Got you.
And coil once to secure. That coil is actually quite important because it stabilises the weave and holds it all together and tight. Now, I don't know if you can see that, but we've now got 2 passes of the wire between the 2 frame wires.
We just hold steady for a second. We'll try and come in nice and close, Abby. Just bear with us. I think it's important to have a really good close look at this. Oh, right. I think we've... Yeah, there we are. Yeah. There we are. Do you know, now you see the process, I can see it's much more simple than you first imagined.
So we take it back again. We're under the first wire, over the second wire, coil once. Now, you might find that your wire's spreading down the frame wires. Just push it together with your thumbnail.
So just slide it along the wire?
Just slide it along that frame wire, and it tightens it all up, pulls those coils tightly together, but it keeps that weave nice and neat.
How clever.
And then we just keep working like that. Under, over, coil. Under, over, coil. And you keep working like that until you've built up a section of woven wire.
So the key is to push those really nice and tight together.
You can see how tight I've got that there.
We're just coming in close again. Yes, you can. Look at that.
And that shows you the detail in it.
That is incredible.
Now, when you first start with this, really, really take your time. Don't rush,
Yeah.
don't put pressure on yourself. You know, I've got to get this completed in an hour. It
Okay.
takes as long as it takes.
Yeah.
And really concentrate on keeping that weave tight and neat. Because not only is it decorative, but it's also structural, because it's holding those two frame wires together.
Yeah.
So it is important. And yeah, it takes as long as it takes, and you will end up with a lovely strip of woven wire.
And it is something you can actually put down and pick back up.
Absolutely.
You're not going to get lost, are you?
Yeah, no, you're not. No, you don't have to complete it all in one go. You can have a
Okay.
little go, think about it, and go back to it. Once you've woven a couple of inches, shape the wire. Now, I use the ring mandrel, which is why we've got that here today at the show in with the tools, but you could shape it around a pen or anything cylindrical, really.
Okay.
So that your bead sits snug inside.
Got you.
That's the key here. So we've made a nice circle. Then we need to bend the bail wires upwards. So the two internal frame wires, bend them upwards by 90 degrees using your flat nose pliers. We just lift that up a bit.
Okay. Those pliers, of course, in the toolkit, if you are looking at that.
Yes, they are in the toolkit, so that they sit neatly together.
Yeah.
And then what we do is weave that section in exactly the same way as we wove the frame around the bead.
Oh. Yep, got you.
We then thread the bead onto the into the frame. We thread it onto our wire.
Right, so that can't pop out at all. It's secured on the wire.
It's secured in the wire. We thread the wire through our weaving and then back through the bead.
Yeah.
Up to the top, and then coil it 3 times at the top. Oh. Sometimes
again,
you
that's
might
going
need an
nowhere.
extra bit of light for this bit. It can be a bit tricky to see.
Actually, we had a really good tool on the shows recently. We had the daylight lights, the little portable ones, or the magnifier with the lights on it as well.
Now I've got one of those.
Have you?
Yeah, they're
Really
brilliant.
handy.
Brilliant, yeah. Means you can keep working even when you're tired.
Yeah. And you're not disturbing other people.
You're
with
not
bright lights
disturbing
and
other
things.
people, no. No.
This is actually a really sociable, quiet craft, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of it, once you've got the hang of it, you can sit and make in front of the telly or,
Yeah.
you know.
I've got a quick question, actually. It's just come to know, looking across, you've got a mat there. And now I know we don't have to start with any sort of special beading mat, but is there a tip you can give us, because beads can roll? Is there something that you'd suggest working on?
I used to do a lot of my work in front of the telly on a tray.
Just on a tray?
Just on a tray. I'll be perfectly honest with you, the only reason I've got this mat is to try and make me keep my hands still for this programme.
Ah, so no specialist tools required in that sense?
I don't normally use a mat. This is purely to try and get me to keep my hands in shot.
Wow. So everything in the kit, as long as you've got the tools, the pliers, which we do have if you don't have them, of course, everything, you can be creating. Sit and watch your favourite film.
Yep.
Sit and be sociable. Dark nights are here now. We don't want to go out the same. This could be a new craft for you. It could be something that you get other members of the family involved in as well. And I can't move on without saying, Abby, as well, how lovely your necklace is.
Thank you.
You must have made that.
I did make this. This shows you what you can create with just a piece of wire, a hammer, a bench block and some sandpaper.
Really?
Really.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to turn around, but we know you've got the most beautiful hairpiece in as well, which is stunning. I'm not going to embarrass Abby and ask her to turn around.
If
Can you?
I think.
Do you mind?
Well, you've actually got the kits on your...
As long as you're sure.
Is that in shot?
We can see that, yeah. Look at that. That is gorgeous. And you've got turquoise beads in there as well.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
You've actually got the barrette kits on your website.
Have we?
Yeah. And the kit includes enough materials to make 4.
Oh, I think I need to find those. Let's have another look at the orbital kit, though, because we've just seen that. Now, Abby did say, for someone that's a beginner, yes, if you're used to working with fibres and things, she's sure you'll manage this. But just watching the process there, I think the key is taking your time.
It is.
Yeah, regardless of whether you've never tried before, if you're loving the pendant, I would say just go for it. You've got the different choices here, the silver with the unikite, and, of course, the copper with the labradite. You need one of each, definitely. $9.99. Look at that, $9.99. And look at the technique. It's not just about the materials you're getting. It's the techniques that you are learning, because you're going to take those forward. 086238 is the item number if you want to go for the pendants. Absolutely adore those. Now, the earring and pendant set, very different in the way of design. We're staying with the amethyst and the turquoise with the beads, or the gems there. A lovely set, because of course they do match, so why not for this one? $14.99. Again, you've got the choice if you're going for the silver with the amethyst, or again the copper with the turquoise. 132647 is the item number there. The copper's still in the lead there.
Is it?
Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh, can we find what's in the lead on the pendant? Was that the silver? The orbital. The silver's in the lead on the orbital.
It's interesting, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. It must be something about the designs.
I think it is, yeah. They're both beautiful, though. Whatever you go for, amazing. Right, the book proving to be very, very busy. Very busy. Almost a third of the entire stock has gone. It's a genuine £3 saving. When you get yours home, you'll see the price on the back. As I said earlier, if you're liking the look of this, don't wait for another day, because we don't know if price is going to change for another day. You might not see it back at this price. Earrings, rings, pendants, charms, whatever you want to create, you're going to take those techniques. You've got 24 full projects here, but you are definitely going to mix things together a little bit. Once again, I'm flicking through this, but I'm not going to give everything away, although look what I've just found. Oh, I like that. Can I have a really close look at that image? Isn't that pretty? That is absolutely gorgeous.
It's an incredibly versatile technique as well for setting any undrilled stone.
I love
any
it.
shape at all.
So, do you never use any sort of glues or adhesive with the stones?
No, everything.
They're all just set in with a wire.
Yep, it's all cold connections, no glue or solders used.
I just love this. $11.99 for that book. 077586 is the item number. Sea glass.
Oh, perfect. That would be perfect for sea glass. Yeah.
Oh, you can find the most beautiful bits of glass on the beach, can't you?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
I know somebody who collects sea glass.
Yeah, that would work perfectly.
She promised she was going to give me some little pieces, and she's not here now. So that's not fair. I need to go looking for my own, don't I? Yeah, go for the book. Now, the tools, proving also popular as well. Now, nearly a third of the stock gone. If you're going for the kit with the 5 tools in there, you do get the case included. It's not showing it in that particular picture, but you do get it. And you've got Flexi here. Don't go for the tools without one of the kits. You're going to put the kit into the tool case. You're going to carry it around. You're going to take it, you know, on the move with you, maybe to a friend's house, maybe to work and doing your lunchtime or work on. You don't have to do it all in one go. If you want this one, item number 135229 is the item number there for you. You do definitely get the case there. I don't know why we've not got that on the picture, but it definitely comes with the case. Now, a tool that, well, we have mentioned it, but we haven't seen it yet, have we? I'm intrigued by this, Abby.
Yes.
Oh, this is heavy, this block.
It is, isn't it? It's a solid piece.
This is a specialist hammer, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, so that's designed, you've got 2 ends. You've got one end is flat, which obviously flattens your metal, and the other end is domed, so you can hammer a texture in, get like a dappled effect.
Okay.
And the bench block is set into a rubber casing, so that absorbs the shock and also reduces the noise. So it reduces the effect going up your arm.
Right, okay.
When you're working.
And you've got 2 ends to the hammer, the flatter one and the more domed one. So which is for indentations, the domed one?
The domed one, yeah.
Okay, can we just see that? Let me put that in front of my hand, actually. You might see the ends differently. And the hammer's not too weighty. It's got a nice grip to it, hasn't it, with the wooden handle?
Yeah, it's nice to work with.
Now, the difference between it, I know we've got the 2 herringbone bracelets here. One of them, if we look at the end of this, I'm going to pick both ends up separately, I think. Let's just put that on my hand so you can see. In fact, if I can hold that and drape it, this one's been hammered, I believe.
I think the silver one hasn't and the copper one has.
Oh,
I think, if I remember.
Let's have a little. Let's see if I can see that. I haven't got my glasses on. Now the yeah, actually yes, you can see now. I don't know if we can. It's difficult with the cameras. Let me just put these side by side. I don't know if we can see a difference there as well. So the copper's been hammered,
yes,
and the silver hasn't.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm noticing about the copper as well?
Mm-hmm.
You've not lost any sheen or shine from that wire.
No.
So do you, with hammering, you think that would go really dull?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make it go dull. In fact, it makes it shinier.
It has done, hasn't it? You can see that.
Yeah, I do polish with an anti-tarnish agent at the end as well, which does bring them up beautifully.
But it doesn't...
No.
So it depends on the look. Actually, when it's hammered as well, does that mean that it's going to go into the little clasp a little bit more easily as well?
Yes.
Does it make a difference?
Yeah, it does. It does make a difference.
That's a good clasp because that's not going to fall off either,
no,
is it?
That's not breaking.
So because the wire is now more hardened,
it's sort of locked
more
into
secure.
place, yeah.
Got it. Do you know, I can tell when I put that together. I thought that was going to be easy to put together, but I was a little bit worried, thinking, do you know, is that just going to fall off? Definitely not. Definitely not. Another lovely addition if you want to go for it as well. Now, we've got Flexi on this one also. 2 payments of £20, 894805. Back to demonstration, if you don't mind, Abby.
No, absolutely. So I was going to... We didn't quite finish the orbital, but I thought I'd quickly show you the Pentalpha.
Oh, yes, please.
Because this is a brilliant project for an absolute true beginner or even sort of older children to complete. So we work on a 20 gauge piece of wire, which we've straightened as always. We thread on 5 6mm beads and then shape them around into a circle, like so, which we can just do with our fingers.
Yeah.
So we've got that shaped. We then bend one wire upwards, which we will use later on for the bail, and the longer wire we just wrap around once to secure that loop shape closed.
Lovely.
So now, oh, don't poke yourself in the eye. We've now got our shape sort of locked into place and ready to create that star pattern over the top. So we do that by taking the wire down over the top of the beads and then just fold that around and turn the pendant over so you're working on the back.
Okay.
Pass it between 2 beads and fold it over again. Pass it between 2 beads, fold it over.
Got you. So it's all about tension again with the wire,
It's all
isn't
about
it?
tension, yeah. You're just holding that in place until you've locked everything into place. And you just keep working like that, folding that pendant over until you've completed your star pattern. And when you get to the top, coil once to secure, and there we have a Pentalpha.
Oh, do you know, that is such... Do you know that... You can see for a beginner how simple that would be.
Obviously, the first time you'd make it, you'd take your time a little bit
of
more,
course.
but you can see how quickly that works up. And this is where the nylon jaw pliers really come into play, because I don't know if you can see, it's a little bit bent out at the front and the back. So we just very, very gently give that a squeeze with our nylon jaw pliers.
They're so useful, aren't
And
they?
that just flattens and locks it all into place without marking the wire at all. That's a very important thing to mention with the nylon jaw pliers. They don't leave any marks on your wire. And that's just locked that pattern into place.
Isn't that effective?
And
do you know, I'm looking at that as well, and if you would take the wire right away, so you're just left with the star itself, you could stitch that onto fabric and make them embellishments in that way, couldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, lots and lots of ideas here. Only $14.99 if you're going for this particular option. Well, I'm saying option, you've got 2 options within that 1 item number. You can see again the copper with the turquoise. I've just been using demonstration, but we do have the silver with the amethyst as well for you. 132647. Don't forget with this bundle, it's not just about the pendant. You are going to get enough to make the earrings as well. So the full set there, really, really pretty. Really pretty. Only $14.99. Everything you need apart from the pliers, of course. If you are looking for the pliers or you've just joined us, do have a look at the tools that we've got. We've got different options for you. Yeah, if you haven't got any, definitely go for the kit with the case. Now, the orbital pendant, we did see part of this in demonstration. Still remains, I think. It's hard for me to pick now. I was drawn straight away to this one. And I was drawn to the silver, but the more I've seen, the more I'm actually loving the copper, you know. It's hard. Yeah, definitely I think I'd have to go for one of each. There's no other way. $9.99. It's not going to break the bank, is it? Less than £20. And you've got both. So the silver with the unikite or the copper with the labradite. 086238 is the item number. Take your time with this one. You can achieve it even as a beginner. Now you've seen the process. It's taken away a lot of the fear for me, because I look at these pieces, Abby, and I think, I absolutely adore them. I think, you know, stunning, stunning work, but it looks very complicated. Absolutely not. Now we've seen those techniques.
Yeah, that's the trouble, with, especially with the weaving. People are intimidated by it because it is intricate, but it's actually a very simple technique.
Wonderful.
It's just 3 movements with the wire that you're doing repetitively to create the effect.
Definitely. Definitely have a go, and if you miss any of the show you can watch it back. And of course, just a reminder, or if you haven't seen me earlier, every time you buy a kit you will get a link to a download as well, where you get colour pictures. You'll see the instructions from start to finish really, really closely as well, so that help is already included for you. Let's have a look at the herringbone again. I'm interested to see which one's in the lead now. So we've got the silver with the amethyst. I must pick this up again. So you do get enough to make the earrings. I thought this was all going to be done in one run. One long piece of wire with lots and lots of twists. Absolutely not. You make those separate links so you can tailor make the bracelet to fit yourself. It's just one link for the earrings, and then of course the findings that will attach the length to put them in your ears. I'm loving this one again. As soon as I put that on, I think, yeah, I'm back to the silver and the amethyst. And I know what's going to happen. I'm going to put the next one on, and it's like, oh, no, I'm really not sure about this. It's got to be one of each again. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it does look lovely, doesn't it? It really, I mean, I'm not particularly, well, I'm not tanned or anything, you know, but the colour of skin, it just, that warmth of skin.
It's the warm colour, isn't it? Especially in the colder months, I think. It's more
really, really lovely. Remember, turquoise is actually the December birthstone as well. So if you are into your birthstones and you want to buy something particular for a birthday that's in December, there's a good choice for you. The amethyst is February. Everywhere in between, though, you just go for the colour or the colours of your choice, don't you? 166988 is the item number. Both really wearable colours because they'll go with all sorts.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why I chose them, yeah, because they do go with everything.
They complement every colour. Now, the star of the show, I've got to say, is the book. I am so pleased about this. We've got it. I'm going to pick this book up just for a second. Dare I show you any more? There's a lovely pendant on the back, look, as well. Look at that, beautiful. I'm going to start at the back and see if I can find another picture that I've not spotted before.
Oh, the lace cuff.
Oh, wow. They look intricate.
That is intricate, and that does take a serious amount of work. But as I said, if you've done all the previous projects in the book, you've already got all of the skills you need to make that by the time you get to that project.
So that's described as a cuff bracelet. Could you make a hairband?
Absolutely, yep.
Could you?
Yep.
Wow.
That would look phenomenal, wouldn't it?
For a bride or a bridesmaid, and then you could, you could put your beads and your crystals.
Maybe a bit of mother of pearl.
I'm keeping this to myself. I'm not sharing anymore.
You're not going to be sharing any more ideas, are you?
I'm going to go right back to the beginning again, because Well, let's just start here, because you do talk through, Abby, of course, the tools and the type of the wire. So it starts where you want it to begin. The journey, you know, you need to know about the wire, you need to know about the tools. Make sure you've got everything that you need in there. But then, yeah, it definitely is a journey. Simple little twists and turns with the wire to create those jewellery findings as well. So you don't, even for the earrings then, those kidney wires, you don't have to go out looking for them.
No,
you make
all
them
you
yourself.
need is the wire, the beads and the tools, and you will make everything yourself, including the chains.
Even the brooch pin.
Even the brooch pin.
Oh my, you definitely need this book.
You need.
You definitely need this book. £11.99, £3 off today. I will get to a point and I'm saying that's it, you see, no more. 077586 is the item number. Over 40% of the stock has gone. Maybe you've already got some gems. Maybe, because we do, don't we? We buy costume jewellery, or we get handed down things.
Yep.
You might have gems or stones from broken bits of jewellery you can reuse.
Absolutely. And each project in the book, I give you ideas for variations as well.
Do you?
So that you can make it your own.
Well, there are 24 projects in there, but lots and lots of hints and tips, and you are definitely going to take everything forward into your own designs as well. Buy, make, sell, gift, you know, all those options are yours. 077586 if you are going for the wonderful book there. Yeah, I think people will be designing their own, won't they? They will go so far and they'll think, oh, I know what I'm going to do. And just have a play, and suddenly they've created something of their own.
Exactly, and I try to encourage people to make the designs their own and experiment with the techniques. And
amazing. Now we've got more in the way of samples again here. You've kindly brought lots in for us here, Abby, to look at. I will pick one or two up, because if I want to try and keep them on the dark background because it really shows them off. But obviously if I tip too far, they're going to fall out. I think we can see these though. Earrings?
Earrings, yeah. So that just shows you a variation.
Nice?
They're just simple sort of ear wire with that herringbone weave put directly onto the ear wire.
And they just simply loop through your ear?
Yeah, I've got a pet, that's what I'm wearing.
Is that what you're wearing now?
That's what I'm wearing, yeah. And they're so comfortable, you don't even know they're in.
I hadn't even realised they were the same one. No, they don't. You can see they're not going to move. Oh, we've got, of course, let's have a look at this pendant. Can we just really come close on this one?
That shows you what you can do with weaving when you weave with wire. That's got a more sort of intricate. You've got a woven section around each stone.
That is beautiful. And again, I'm loving the copper with that.
It's so popular now, copper.
Do you know, we are almost into the last half a minute, and I know we've not even mentioned it during the live hour, and people will be saying, Catherine, I'm not talking about clay, polymer clay. If you make your own beads.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. You can make it to look like natural stones with
Of course you
polymer
can.
clay.
There's lots and lots of technique. We need more of Abby, don't we, here at the craft store, definitely. 077586 if you are going for the book. Don't miss out on that one. We're at the end of another hour. I can't believe it. Abby, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute delight.
I've really
enjoyed every
it.
second. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. Menu coming up next. We'll see you soon. Oh, I loved that hour, and you're going to love the next one as well, because this is the second live hour for Pink Ink. It's the 6th birthday, very special products. Then we've got Vervico, and then, of course, back with Heartfelt Creations.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Good morning to you. I hope you are well. It's 10 o'clock and it's time to have another look now. Let's roll this back. 7 o'clock this morning we was ridiculously busy. And why was we ridiculously busy? Because it is the 6th birthday of Pink Ink, and what a deal the girls have brought you once again to the stage today. Before we go any further and I talk about these, let me introduce the ladies themselves. They are six. That makes them 3 each, to be fair. When you look at it like that, don't you? It's Anne and Kathy. How are you, ladies?
We haven't aged very well.
To be honest. First of all, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And what another collection. You just keep getting better and better and better with what you're bringing us.
Thank you very much.
We try hard, don't we?
We do, though, because you sort of stretch out into all sort of mediums now. And when I started working with you 2 years ago, it was sort of stamps, and then we had the paints in as well. But now we're moving into moulds. We're moving in sort of mixed media genres.
Yes, we're just diversifying, aren't we?
We are, and we actually started in fabric before we met you. Fabric was where we, was where we had
Before
our
they met
feet,
me,
so.
see how they've changed.
Yeah.
See how I've changed. Right, let's break it all down. So these are your first sets of moulds that you've brought us, and a little cracking little deal that you've got on the moulds as well. You buy any set of the moulds, so they come in a set of 2, so you pick a mix, you choose which any 2 you want to go for. You're also then going to get a free little tiny cutie mouse that you've got here as well. So they were worth £6.99. So what is it about the moulds that you've now moved into? Why bring the moulds now?
We've been about 2 years planning this, actually, so
Okay.
it's been a bit of a haul, hasn't it, for a
Yes,
start?
and they're all hand drawn, as all our
Beautiful.
products are. And we just looked at them. We just thought they would make perfect moulds. And also, we wanted to bring moulds where we added extra elements. So rather than just popping out, for example, the dancer, we've added extra bits so you can do more dimensional work with them. So we've sort of tried to give a little bit extra, and there's no gap that isn't filled.
They are absolutely beautiful. So let me also throw into the mix as well. Say I bought 2 sets of the moulds. Would I get 2 of the same mouse, including with my free gift?
No. We would make sure that you didn't.
So you're going to make sure as well. So in theory, it's a given, isn't it? So it doesn't matter how many sets of moulds that you're going to buy, you're going to get different ones as well. And they've also got the bounces on a pick and mix, and I'll talk all about that later. These are absolutely stunning. Now, one question that I always ask, and I'm going to ask it again now: am I buying into a collection? So once I get the 2 sets today, will there be more down the line that will work with these moulds when I get them home?
Yeah, we've got more designs in the pipeline, and we hope that everything will work together, yeah.
And I think they will, because the designs that you've got here, Austin, and you said they're all hand designed and hand drawn, so they're going to go with the stamps that you've bought us previously as well, and what's coming up in the future, which is worth having a little look at. £39.98 is what you're looking at on these ones. Let me go through the options so you know what you're actually getting. We'll start down the end. They've been ridiculously busy. 7 o'clock this morning. Oh, they flew out of the door. So up first, you've got the beautiful dancer that you have here. This is absolutely stunning. 40% of the stock has already gone. It's the detail that you've got into these moulds.
That's what we try and aim for, is detail and content, you know, so that you're getting your value for money.
Your money's worth in that. How beautiful is that? And then once again, doing it in your clays, doing it in your resins that you've got, then adding your colour in. They are absolutely stunning. So 40% of that option on its own now has already gone. From there, we've then got your butterflies. Now, over 40% of these butterflies has already gone. But once again, you get so much in this mould.
Everything is filled. Every spare space that we can fill, we fill, even down to tiny little ladybirds in that mould.
You really do. If I bring the mould in so you can see, so you get everything down to the little flowers that you've got here, tiny little, the tiniest of ladybirds. But without them, you're losing the detail, and that's what pinking's all about. That's when I think of pinking. It is detail that you've got there. It's the finesse that you've got. But look at the amount that you've got in here. Now, are they food grade safe?
Yes, they are, as you can see.
They are food grade safe. As you can see from the cake at the front, they are food grade safe as well. So you can, now obviously, if you're going to use them with your food and you're going to use them with your mixed media, it's good to buy two. Then you don't cross-contaminate, as it were, like you would with your jewellery moulds as well. So over 40% of your butterflies has already gone. Moving then on to your beautiful, absolutely stunning, the forest floor that we've got here. Let me show you the mould first of all. 60%, and I can sort of see why. Now, we're not allowed favourites, but I think this would be mine. Because the sheer fact, it's the little animals that you've got in here this time.
Yes, they're so cute, aren't they?
They really are. I absolutely...
So you've got a front mouse, a back mouse, the back of a mouse. You've got the little snail. And the snail's so delightful.
Look at all of these. And then you also get that main emblem as well. Look, now these would work, and it's very rare that stamps and moulds sort of work together in mine, but these would work with the free mouse that comes with them.
Well, that's what we try to design them so that you can work them together and sort of do mixed media and yeah.
Because they all look to proportion,
yes,
which is what I like, and that's what you want. If you're going to go down your mixed media route, you want them to proportion with your stamps, so you haven't got to sort of start masking up and think, well, that looks a massive mushroom with a tiny little mouse that you've got there. You know what I mean? But you've got that, and it all works really, really well. Then last but no means least, oh my word, what are you getting here? You are getting the beautiful bee with the honeycomb background, and you're also getting the crown and the extra wings thrown in there. The honey maker, approaching 50% of the stock, now has already gone. It's the different elements that you get in here that I love. If I show you this one, it's easier to see, because you've got that crown, so you could use the crown on its own.
Absolutely, with anything.
You really could. That on its own would look absolutely stunning. Then you've got the bees and the honeycomb, but once again, take the bee off. You've got all these beautiful honeycombs at the top that you can then use. Also down the bottom, which you then use. You can also use the bee on his own, should you wish, because your stamp looks a little bit like this. And then you've got your little mould that you've got there. And then you've also got the crown and the wings as well. I absolutely adore it. I really, really do. We're getting busy once again. And remember, not only are you getting your moulds on a pick and mix, it would have been very easy, Mal and Cathy, to go, right, these two are a set, these two are a set. But they've not. You can be the designer. You pick your favourite mould, which I think is absolutely amazing, because then you can pick your favourite. You know what designs you already like. So maybe you're going to go for the forest floor and you're going to go for the butterflies, because once again, they're all in scale. Forest 4, very busy again this hour, and you're also on top of this, whichever two you go for, you will also get your little cutie mice. I'm going to give you more details with now. Let me quickly run through the details of this. £39.98, 504981 is your item number that you are looking at for your pick and mix, brand new silicone moulds on a pick and mix with your free A7 stamp as well. Talking about the A7 stamps, oh my word, these are cute. Now, these are available on a pick and mix as well, okay? So you can choose any two. Now, bear with me. It took me a while. It took me since 6 o'clock this morning to get my head around this. So, go for your pick and mix. Here, you get one free. Go for one here, you won't get the same one in your silicone moulds.
Absolutely.
I've been sweating about that. It's 7 o'clock this morning. So Mel will make sure that if you're going for your pick and mix here, and you're also going for your silicone moulds, you will get 3 of the different ones. Okay, so you've picked 2 already here, and then your third one will be one that's in the collection. And if you want to go for others I'll talk about that later. So you've got all little buttons. These are cute as well because once again, all in proportion, but they also go through, I feel like they go through the early years all the way up to the older years in people, as it were. They cover so much spectrum.
They do, actually, you're right, they do.
Everything I look at, and I've been flicking through some of the samples, they all work absolutely stunningly. Look at that. So whether you're just starting to learn to dance, whether you've got a little girl who likes to dance, even down to Nan and Grandad, this is beautiful.
It would work, yes.
It would work. Newborn baby cards that you've got in there as well. And so either a newborn baby, but then just take the stalk out, and you've got that beautiful mouse that you could have hanging from one of the mushrooms, should you want it, like he's left in there. You've got one of the little stalk just on his own, should you want the stalk. There's so many. Now, this next one is the balloon. Okay, I'm going to cover the bottom up for a minute, just to show you how all this works. So you've got the little mouse and you've got the balloon as well. Okay, so that is your actual stamp that you're actually getting. But once you see it, it works. Then you can mix them with the other stamps that I've also got in this collection. Oh my words. There's literally like something you've taken from a storybook.
They're lovely, aren't they?
I like the way you work them together. I weren't going to do this yet, but I'm going to do it now because I think it is absolutely... Look at that for a card. Look at that for a card. So your pick and mix on this one, it's worth having a little go. Well, once again, these are brand new.
Yes.
And exclusive.
Exclusive, yes.
So you can't get these anywhere else?
No.
How long for?
48 hours.
So you will be the first people to get your hands on the brand new Mice collection for the next 48 hours. They are yours. And they work. Once again, the little mouse on the toadstool will work with the pick and mix of the mouse on the toadstools that's
Completely.
in the new moulds as well.
Yes.
Which I adore. For $13.98, all hand drawn.
Yes, all hand drawn. Of course.
It's a given. It's a given.
It's us. It's all hand
Cool,
drawn.
everything is hand drawn. So you are looking at illustrations, is what you want. A one-off, world exclusive. Can't get them anywhere else for the next 48 hours. And if you want a free one, throw that into your silicone pick and mix as well. And you are talking a massive collection. So in theory, you go for your pick and mix and choose any two. You go for the all four of the moulds, you're going to get two for free. Then if I want the final two, I could either do those on a pick and mix, or if I just want one, I could get them at the end of call.
Yes.
My job here is now done. I'm now done. So there's an easy way of getting the full collection should you want it. It's all been done for you. All the hard work's been taken out, so you haven't got to. Get them. £13.98. 983192 is your item number. Very busy. A little tipsy mouse down here. 60% of your tipsy mouse now has already gone. That sums up our viewer at 10 o'clock in the morning, doesn't it? Let's be fair. My sort of people. Little tipsy mouse. But on a serious note, you can go. You haven't got to be the most wonderful colourist with your stamps, have you? Because the stamps do all the hard work.
They do all the shading and everything for you, yes. So you've got it all there to either use or just be guided by.
I adore them. I really, really do. £13.98. 983192 is your item number for your little mouse. I will show you more samples as the hour goes on. Do not fear. But I want to get down to the fairies as well, because you've not actually seen these yet, and these are absolutely stunning. They've been really, really busy. We're approaching half of the stock already. £39.96 with a £4 saving. 667376 is your item number, and it's on flexible payments, which also means anything else that you're buying will be split onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. So if you are going for all 4 of your fairies, you might as well throw your mice in as well on your pick and mix. It's going to split that £13.
Totally, yeah, absolutely.
It's worth having a little look at all these, and then some of the samples once again. Whether you're having little tea parties that's in there. I love the turtle.
She's lovely, isn't she?
Really, look at this. How beautiful. These are the sort of cards that you would send to Nan and Grandad from the grandkids. It's got those sorts of vibes around it. But then, and unfortunately, we all have to make them sympathy cards.
Yes.
They work so well.
They could do, absolutely.
For a little sympathy card, or you've got your little cheeky cards in there. Imagine these on a wall and thing in a little child's bedroom that you've got. Everyone is different, yet everyone has come from the same set of stamps. It's all down to how you want to colour them in. Look at this. How beautiful are these? Whether you're having tea parties, whether you're having invitations, they would work for. And remember, because they're stamps, you stamp onto calico, you could sew into them.
Yes, totally.
If you wanted to. And, once again, I'm going to bring it back, they're all to scale with your silicone moulds.
Both of the collections of stamps were designed to work with the moulds.
You see? Everything has been thought about. I love that. Look at that. How beautiful is that? Everything has been thought for you. Everything has been done for you. £39.96 is what you're looking at. 667376 is your item number that you're looking at. 2 flexible payments of £19.98. The best thing, the quickest thing to do, because I've got so more on this show, is jump to the website. Everything is on the website for you. You've got your Pink Ink Designs 20 sheets as Bockingford hot pressed A4 card that's in there. First time I've really seen it. I think I had it on my last show and that was it. It's the first time I've seen the Bockingford. It's what they use, what the girls use. They get those professional finishes. Always difficult to get in stock as well. If you want your cards to look professional, well, you need the right materials, don't you? You need the right materials to use. I've also got paints on the show as well. On a pick and mix of choose any 4. There is so much on the website for you to look at. You've got your Elichem on there, your little acrylic pigments on there, all for your mould, so you can change the colours of your resins that's on there. You've got your twin pack of your moulds as well. We've also got your Pentart on the show. If you want to give them those silver looks and those silver shimmers, you've got your tags on the show as well. Worth having a little look across the website for you to go for. But let's have a look in more detail of the little mice and the little fairies. But before we do all that, can we just go back to where you started and finished with Catherine? Can we see what you actually finished?
Yes, this is what we did at 7 o'clock this morning, and I compiled all this. This is made from resin with the tints in. Do you want me to hold it? It would be better if I held it up.
Yes, hold this camera one for me. Thank you very much.
There we
There we
go.
go, yeah.
So there it is with the multi-surface paint on top of the resin and the pink ink fluff it paste as well behind. But I did promise that I'd show it, so there it is.
Absolutely beautiful. That's
Thank
using
you.
more or less all the moulds, I want to feel. Queues are building on the phone lines. Jump to the website or tap the app is the quickest and the easiest way to go with these, because there are queues on the phone lines. Right then, where are we starting, with the mices or the fairies?
Well, I don't know. Oh, there, I'll put them there. Right, we're going to start with the fairies.
Okay.
And all this is just to show everybody at home what is on each stamp set, because when you flick through, you can't always see what's on. So we've got, in a world where you can be anything, be kind. We've got a little fairy and a mouse, and then some little incidentals which you can add on as well. And these are A6 in size. And then You're My Cup of Tea. This is Storm in a teacup.
I love this.
She's lovely, isn't she? And of course you could 3D all the wings and make it much more dimensional. In fact, you could do that with all the wings on the fairies. No hurries, no worries. You said a turtle. Could be a turtle, but for me, she's a tortoise.
I'm going to throw in. Hugh, can I be a right diva? Can we get in a little bit closer? I want to see the detail of these stamps, because they are absolutely stunning. And I don't mind doing it live, it doesn't bother me. But I want my one viewer to see what you're actually getting. Thank you, bud.
There is that better? So all I've done here is I stamped it in black, and then I've added a bit of white gel pen just so you can see how it could be with a bit of dimension. And then I think it's the last one, is sometimes we need a helping hand, and she's called Oops-a-Daisy, and that's her little bottom on the top, and her hand is reaching out the other side and lifting up the little rabbit. And this border is really useful, because obviously you can then do repeats and work all the way around. So that's the fairies. Now we're going on to the 6 little A7 mice. So this one has got some stars, the mice, and hooray. But you know, you could draw little clothes on him. You could do all sorts of different things.
I like the position it's in as well, because that means it's so adaptable.
Yes.
You could even turn that into like a little yoga mouse. If you do a little sunset behind,
yes,
it could be stretching and things like that. So there's so much scope.
Yeah, and that's what Susan did with the balloons.
Yes.
Diving into the wine glass, which I thought was really clever.
I like it.
And then Love the Wine You're With. I love this one. It's just so. I mean, how many people would that be appropriate for? Yeah, loads. And then Sleepy Mouse. Again, you could easily fussy cut this mouse out, either with the tail, or take the tail off and put a piece of wool or thread, and you could sit your Sleepy Mouse on anything you wanted, particularly a 3D resin or hearty clay mould.
I love it.
So that's that. And then balloon mouse, you know, you could repeat your balloons, do lots of them. Yeah, Susan had that one diving down rather than going upwards, and the moon and some stars. No, Dance Like Nobody Is Watching, our little ballet mouse, and I think she is just delightful. And who wouldn't love that on a card? And again, wings could be made dimensional. In fact, you could cut the wings off some of the other stamps and put it on the back of Balloon Mouse. So
I was going to think, could you also do the same with a tutu?
You could, yeah, absolutely you could.
And change one of the other mice who's wearing a little tutu as well.
I mean, you could trim it all off and put your own, you know, pair of shorts on or something, couldn't you? And I love this one, New Baby, little tiny baby mouse held by a stork with two little frogs having a conversation below. So you can actually see what you're going to get on each stamp set.
It's absolutely beautiful. And remember, going back, I know we're picking backwards and forwards, but going back to the angel, imagine taking the wings from the bee and then adding those to the fairies as well. So doing them in your moulds and then unmoulding them and then attaching that, because then you're now moving into the sort of your mixed media world. And a lot of people get scared with the word mixed media, but in theory it's just layer upon layer. That's all it really is when you actually Google it. So it's worth having a go. We are very busy for 20:10 on a Tuesday morning. If you like yours, get in quick. Remember, you're going to get that free mouse included as well with every single pick a mix that you go for of the silicone molds. Right, then what are we up to first?
Right, what I want to do now is I'm using the Bockingford, which is the most beautiful watercolour paper. We were introduced to it by one of our design team members a long time ago, and I've never used anything else since.
Okay.
It's really professional grade watercolour paper, and it is just superb for everything and anything. Lots of water techniques, calligraphy, your alcohol markers, all your colouring pens. It's really easy to use, and your mediums stay movable for quite some time on it, so it doesn't sink in. It's got working time. But what I want to do is I want to really just showcase, these are the smallest elements that I've picked out from some of the various moulds. We've got a oak leaf, the snail I think's got to be one of my favourite, the little ladybird, there is a smaller one than that one, and the two mice. So what I've done with these ones, and I did show this technique on the 7 o'clock show, little tiny bit of multi-surface paint, and then just buff it on to your piece, and it just shows the detail, highlights the raised areas.
Okay.
These are resin using the Total Cast, which is my go-to resin, and then this one I've actually done in Hearty clay, just to show you can do the same technique with the Hearty. Now our moulds are very, very intricate and detailed, and you have little areas like little tiny pores. You do have to be careful about filling. It's all perfectly doable. We've done it many times over, but you just need to make sure that all the bits go in all the nooks and crannies. So that's it with a bit of
it's even the detail down
detail.
to the tiniest antennae on those little on the little snail. It's
Yes.
everything is there.
Yeah, and when I fill with the resin for this part, I get a little cocktail stick and I draw the resin through the mould to the tips, so you make sure that it's going all the way through. If anybody's ever watched Catherine's demos, you'll know that. So what I want to do now is I want to get a little bit of glue, and it can be any glue, and I'm actually going to glue them to the centre of my little card. So
So is this something you've done before with moulds and silicone and Hearty clay, or is this a new journey for you as well?
I'm very new to moulds.
That's nice. It's good to know though, these sorts
Yeah,
of things.
I've only been doing it for 6 months. Although I've been designing them for two years, I am pretty new to using the resin and the filler. I'd say, yeah, 6 months. But it was Catherine actually that it's completely down to her that I now know the techniques, because I've watched and watched, and then I've done what she said, and she is fantastic obviously at what she's doing. She's very experienced. So what we've got here is a little mouse, a little snail, and just to personalise it, I've got a micro pen here and just adding a little bit of detail.
Look at this.
Just have a little bit there now. What have Mel said to put for this one? Slow, slow, quick, quick, slow. Slow, slow. So just figure out where your writing's going to go. Now people always say to me, oh yeah, but your writing's really nice, Kathy. The best way to get nice writing is to write your words. Let's do slow again. And then put serifs on the top of the open-ended letters. So serif, 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 and again and again. So you can, it just smartens it up. Slow, slow. Now I'm dyslexic, so I've got to be really careful. Quick. And I'm going to leave the curly Q off the Q for a minute. I'm going to come back to that. Quick. So I'm thinking that my curly Q is going to come down here. Quick, quick.
Very neat handwriting. I could watch it. I've gone all quiet watching the telly.
Slow.
Look at that. It's just from one mould.
Okay,
That's
so
amazing.
this one I'm going to do a little bit more to. I'm actually going to put him on a gate. And this is what we designed, this particular, I mean, he's tiny wee, but he had great thought put into him that he could hang over something, he could sit on the top of an MDF shape, something like that.
I was just thinking, and I don't know where, I don't even know if you can buy them, you must be able to buy them somewhere. You know the metal clips that you use as bookmarks? And you could attach him to the top of a bookmark and have him peering over the top.
Yeah.
That would be beautiful.
It would. So that's going to be a gate. I'm going to have a little gate post. And imagine if you did these as notelets. Now, talking about notelets, there's a little box at the end, which is done by Gail, and she's done all gorgeous little bits of works of art on the inside, which really need to be seen, because they're so beautiful.
This is the box that they come in, that you've got there. How beautiful is this? It's absolutely stunning. So that is the box, but then the notelets, once again, quick.
And that's just using the little tiny mouse and the little shapes that and there's that border I was telling you about at the top. Isn't it beautiful?
It is absolutely stunning. And literally, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, this could be you. This could be you at home. You don't need all the bells and whistles to use these stamps, and that's what I adore about them. All you only really need is a micron pen, a black or a grey ink pad, and some decent cardstock. And you are really good to go. If you are just starting out, it's the best thing I can advise you to do. Obviously, if you want to start out in your worlds of moulds and you want value for money, because remember, you're going to get a bit of everything in this, which is what I like. So you're going to get your moulds, but if you think, well, I'm just a stamper, I've never tried moulds before, you're going to get one of your mice as well included. It's a little freebie, it's the 6th birthday. So you can go for the moulds that you want to go for, that you are going to use the most, that you think, I'll get the most enjoyment out, maybe out the butterflies and the mushrooms. And then I'll also get my little mouse as well, and I can start bringing that in. Worth having a look. £39.98, 0 for, oh hello, Forest Floor now. Over 70% of the stock has already gone. You are loving it individually. Remember, any pick and mix that you go for, you'll also get your free gift with purchase as well. Where are we up to? Oh, look at these.
Right, so they've done high there in different writing, just like an italic. So he's sort of looking over a gate. But I mean, I quite like it really simple, just with black and white, but you could start colouring in. You could put little flowers there. Some of the little additional stamps, you could do flowers around the base of the gate post. And then this one we're going to do, I might draw another couple of little leaves, but you know, you could just do some squiggles if you're not confident drawing some leaves. But you can see how quick this is, Adam, and imagine making a box and giving this as a gift to somebody. You'd be delighted, wouldn't you?
Beautiful. What's the angel policy with these?
Oh, anything you make, sell as much as you like, as long as you make it.
You making a batches of these and you selling all these, you're going to make your money back quite quickly.
So this one we're going to put from Little Acorns. So
I reckon if you were clever enough, which I know you are, you could turn these into little buttons.
Yes, you could. Well, actually, Well, I've got brooches. I have got some clasps that you can use as buttons, which I showed. I don't think I did actually show it this morning. I meant to show it this morning, but yes, for sure. From little serif, serif, serif on any open end, just to make it pretty, from little acorns. Dot, dot. There we go. And this one, of course, oh, I've forgotten to put the whiskers on this one. A few little whiskers coming out. I mean, this would be perfect just with whiskers, wouldn't it? You could just do that. EA, Mel? Is it EA? Yeah, EA. Squeak.
Look at that.
So 4 really simple little cards.
Quick and that is using the smaller elements to the silicone mould that we're bringing you at the moment. Oh, look at that little ladybird on there as well.
Can't leave her off, can we? But I love that. You know, I think anybody would just be chuffed to bits if they received those.
Well, let's be frank about it. If you're making to sell, they're worth a pretty penny already.
Aren't they?
You go to a farm shop, things like your Sandringhams of the world and things like that, you're going to pay a good few pound for those.
Yes.
Just for 4 of them, and tied up with a little bundle of butcher's twine, things like that. But you can make to sell.
For sure. And I mean, these are resin, other than this one which I did from the Hearty. And we've got the total cast on the show, and it is quite a considered purchase. But honestly, it lasts for ages and ages. You think, when you see a mould like that, you think you use loads, but because it's actually really quite shallow, the mould, you don't use a huge amount. So it does go on and on and on. It's brilliant.
It's worth having a little look at, but let me give you a detail for your pick and mix that we're looking at the moment. 504981 is your item number. You are the designer in this one, which I absolutely love. Let me give you them individually so you can see them, because you can pick any one of 2 that you're seeing here. So first of all, we have the dancer. At approaching 50% of your dancer now has already gone. There is your beautiful dancer in all of her glory. Absolutely stunning. Sort of quite Ice Princess as well, which is what I like about this. From there, we then move on to the butterfly here. Love the butterflies. Approaching 60% of the stock now has already gone. I'll drop it here, it's easier. If 60% of the stock has approaching, how beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely stunning. But then, don't just think boxes. Is that stuck on? Yes, it is. Well done, Gus. Let me hear it. How beautiful is that? As a keyring, it is absolutely stunning. It really, really is. And then you could make to sell with these £39.98. So that is your butterfly. From your butterfly, you've got your forest floor that you've got here. We are approaching limited stock. Approaching limited stock for your forest floor that we're looking at. I'll show you some of the mushrooms. I haven't got the large ones, but I've got some of the small ones to show you how well they work with the butterflies that you've got here. And from there, from that you can then go to, I'm trying to be clever, it's not working.
Isn't that beautiful?
That
one's done in Hearty, that's by Sheila, and she's used the fluff it paste on the bottom and the multi-surface paint to do all the background, but it's absolutely beautiful.
Look at these. Approaching limited stock on this one now. We're approaching limited stock. Last but no means least, we've got the Honeymaker, which is that beautiful bee. It's only just dawned on me now. This has only just dawned on me what this petal is. If I drop that in, they're the wings. I kept looking at it for ages back. I thought, I can't see a flower in there. I don't know where this has come from. And it took me a while to work it out. And now it's dawned on me. That is the wings that you are seeing there of the bee. How stupid.
But the wings on their own, Adam. Imagine if you had like an old paintbrush and you just put those wings on the side of the paintbrush for your altered art and stuff. It'd be really pretty.
Stunning. And I can also see, and tell me if I'm wrong, please do, that if you take the wings on their own and manipulated them in a way, you could turn them into a rose.
Yeah, you could do. In fact, I have got some that I have manipulated. Whether we've got time to show, I hope I will.
So you could turn those into a rose. I'm more than look at that. I went to Disney on Ice over the weekend. Beauty and the Beast was on. That's why it was on. We sat right behind the rose. Then nothing to do with Disney, just in case anyone's watching. But you've got those beautiful bees in there as well. £39 and 98 pence. And remember, it is a pick and mix. Choose any two. Forest Floor now limited stock. It's green on screen. Forest Floor is green on screen. It's now limited stock. Limited stock on that one. Remember, once you get any set of these, buy 2 of these, you will also get a free mouse included as well. 504981 is your item number. £39 and 98 pence is what you're looking at. Remember, you're going to get a free mouse with one of those, but I've also got the mouses on a pick and mix as well, should you want to go for them. So I've got those mouses on a little pick and mix. Shall I go through some more samples? You got news on Tipsy. Tipsy's sold out. Tipsy is now sold out. By the sound of it, they've been busy in my ear. It's now back on extended delivery. Dispatch from Friday the 5th. Okay, remember. Oh, it's bonfire night the 5th. If on Friday the 5th, I never even realised. So Tipsy, this one here, is back on extended delivery. Right then, let's get through some of these samples. Because they are absolutely beautiful, and I want to give you inspiration as we talk. They're beautiful, and they work together really well. They really do work together. Now, once again, I know they've got nothing to do with it before you jump on my back on social media. They sort of remind me of Angelina Ballerina. They've got that look of Angelina, but which is absolutely stunning. If you are into your storybooks, if you are into your writing children's books, or your children are into bedtime stories, imagine writing stories together. Look at that. Oh my word. There is so much scope with these. Every one is different, but every single one has used the same set of stamps. There's no trickery with these. It's just how you stamp them out. Now, I know I'm going through them quite quickly, but that gives you the chance to watch this show back on rewind, and then you can pause on your favourite, because there is so much of the scope that you want to use. This is my favourite. I know we're not allowed it, but I've got one. Look at that. And that shows every single one, how they all work together. But then imagine doing children's names. Imagine doing door signs on your MDF. It's going to work. Bringing in your paints that you may want to show already. Maybe newborn babies that you've got. Maybe it's going to be that invitation that you don't really know what to put on it, but you want something there. Maybe it's going to be that simple design that you want to do time and time again. Stamp them out in your grey inks. Go over with your pencils and start doing shading. Your shaker cards that you've got for your little tipsy mice. It all works. £13 and you can't go wrong. Look at the price, £13 and 98 pence. The balloon mouse, limited stock. Balloon mouse is now limited stock, is what you're looking at on your little balloon mouse. This one here, limited stock, is what you're getting. Remember, you don't just get the mouse, you get the mouse, you get the balloon, you get the stars that's also in there. There's so much. £13, 98 pence, 983192 is your item number. From these, we then move to the fairies. Now, this is the full collection of the fairies that you're going to get here as well, which I absolutely love, because they will work with the moulds beautifully. They'll work with those toadstools beautifully. 60% of the fairies now have already gone. £39 and 96 pence. But why pay that when you can split the cost onto interest-free flexible payments of £19 and 98 pence? Use that to your advantage. £19.98 today. Throw in the silicone moulds as well. Throw in 2 of your favourite moulds. That will split the cost of those onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. That would mean you would get a full set of fairies, 2 of your favourite silicone moulds, and you'd also throw in a mouse as well for you. 667376 is your item number that you are looking at on this one. It's worth having a little go. Right, okay, what are we up to this time?
Well, seeing as you mentioned the bee in the wings, I thought we might as well just have a quick look at doing that. I am actually going to work on the fungi, but with the wings, I'm going to put it on here so hopefully it'll be a bit easier to see against the pink. Right. What I did with these wings, I did slightly different techniques, which I just want to talk to you about. This was just a normal clear resin pour, which went in, lovely jubbly. This is Hearty, which I've painted with the Pentel liquid metals, which I'm going to show in a moment. But this one here, I did half a fill. So if you look at that one and that one, can you see the thickness? This one is thinner than this one. Can you see?
If we get in on camera 1, here we come. Here we come.
So this one is thinner. So I didn't fill it to the top. I filled it half full. This one is full. And not that I couldn't do what I've done here with this one, but because it was thinner, I thought it made for better bee wings. And what I've done is when it came out of its mould, this is generally about 12 hours after a pour, it comes out of its mould, but it's still flexible enough to move. In fact, if I take this, let's just take this butterfly. I did this one last night. You can see you can still manipulate it and bend it, but you then have to, I mean, if I left it, it would just go flat again and it would lose its dimension. But with this one here, what I did was I think I probably put a paintbrush or a pencil and then put some masking tape or a rubber band to keep that really sharp fold in the wing. So what I can do is I can either have my wings like that on my mould. This is with the blue aqua tint in this bit of resin. Or what I can do is actually insert one in the other, because they do have like a double set. And with the right glue, which is the clear 3D, you can have some really good fun with doing your dimensional wings.
Look at this, absolutely. I do have to tell you now, the forest floor sold out. The forest floor has now sold out. It's back on extended delivery. Okay, the forest floor is back on extended delivery.
Right, what I want to do is blast. Excuse me.
No, what we'll do, come back to me.
Just a moment.
What we'll come back, let me give you some details for a minute. So if you want to go for the pick and mix, the details are currently on screen at the moment. 504981 is your item number for your pick and mix. You can choose any one of the stamp, the silicone moulds that you want to go for. With the silicone moulds that you've got a sale on there, you can be the designer. Now remember, the forest floor has now already sold out. It's been brought back on extended delivery is what you're looking at. 5th of November. You're still going to get your free mouse though. Do not fear about that. You are still going to get your free mouse even though it's on extended delivery. £39.98 is what you're looking at with this one. And you can choose any two. Now let's go and look at those mice in more details, because I've still got a few more samples that I'm going to show you with this one as well. Balloon Mouse now has now sold out. What I'm actually going to do is show you the actual stamps this time, so you can see everything that you're going to get. So let's look at these stamps in details, because they are absolutely beautiful, is what you're looking at. There's your little ballerina. Oh, so cute. So cute that you're getting this. So there's your first one. From there, then you get a little baby mouse. I love this one. It's the little added details that you've got in there. So you've got the two little frogs, and you've got the stalk, and you've got the mouse saying baby, but you could take the stalk out if you wanted to, and just have the little tiny baby that's in there. Balloon Mouse. Oh, he's busy. Balloon Mouse is busy. You're loving. It's back on extended delivery. Balloon Mouse is now. Very, very busy for Balloon Mouse. Not only do we have Balloon Mouse, though, you've also then got Hooray Mouse that's in there. It should be shouting hooray. He could be doing exercises. Put a little weight across him. He could be in the circus. Her prey is approaching 50% of the stock now. He could be a magician with the stars, I feel. Like he's doing a little magic trick. Just me. From there, you've then got, you've got your Tipsy Mouse. Back on extended delivery as well for your little Tipsy Mouse. But you could also cut the wine glass out and have him lean up the corner of a card, like he's slumped. Or fill up the wine glass even more. It's entirely up to you. And from there, and last but no means least, I love this. What's something cute about this? Really, really cute little sleepy mouse that you've got on there. Imagine doing the wings out of vellum or parchment. Sleepy Mouse, over 70% of the stock already gone. £13.98, 983192 is your item number. Right then, all cleaned up, ready to go. Let's go back over to our Cathy.
We have
Lidgate.
Lidgate. Sabotage.
That could have been really quite a lot worse, because normally with these liquid goes, I go like that, and I could have put it all over myself. And secondly, I could have actually said a swear word. So fortunately, I didn't. But anyway, these liquid metals, they come in. I think we've got on the show a gold, silver, and the bronze, and they are fantastic. If you're wanting metallics that look like metallics, they're brilliant, and they go on resin, which is a tick. So this forest floor one here, actually I did it in black, and I did a treatment on it, and I didn't like it, and I thought, oh well, that's no good. And I thought, do you know what, I'm going to try that liquid metal on the top, which I did. So if you've got, say you've got a clear that you haven't used on something, or even if you have coloured it, you literally just paint it on, and it's solvent based, so you do need a cleaner, which fortunately I bought, so I was just able to clean up very quickly. But you need to stir it pretty well to start with to mix the pigment and the solvent together, and then you literally just paint it straight on the top. I think that's just had one coat, but you could give it two and just go around and paint the whole thing. You can also use it for, you know, if you want to do splats on journals to get real metallic looking pigment, it's great. So I'm not going to do two coats, but just so you get the idea of how this goes on.
So these are the liquid metals from Pentel.
Yeah, I think you've got three of each on the website. Anyway, I would do the whole thing, but this one I did obviously a while ago, and it's all dried. I'm just going to clear this away before I have Lidgate Mark II. Over you go. Right, and so what I want to do now is I'm going to put this on. Now this morning I did show how to use the crackle glaze.
Okay.
And this one is, if you missed it, this one is where it's used a lot more thickly, and that's why you've got bigger cracks. This one, it's thinner, and this is the side I'm going to be using. So I'm going to use the multi-surface bronze paint and the turquoise wave, and we're actually going to put it on top. But I think that looks too shiny and too clean and crisp for me. So what I'm going to do, this is a fantastic technique, and I've done this on furniture and all sorts of things, but I'm choosing the Graphite Noir multi-surface paint.
You get a lot for your money in this crackle.
You do, and you think that you're never going to use it, and you probably won't for quite some time, because you use actually quite a little of
bit.
it. Yes.
So you are getting 800 grams of the paste, you're getting 400 of the primer, and you're also getting 100 mils of the sealer as well. All of this for £45.65. It's also on Flexi as well, £22.83. Worth having a little look at, because it opens up that flexible basket for you as well. You're getting a lot for your money. 867606 is your item number. Let's get back to demo.
Yeah. And you can't use one without the other. You have to have the base layer. It has to be on the base, and then before you put the top on, yeah. Otherwise you won't get the cracks. But it's I've been using it for a while now. I love it. It's just so textural. It's a real textural cracking paste. So look, this looks a bit dramatic, doesn't it? That I'm covering it all up with black.
It does.
Fear not.
I never, when you're around, I know it'll always look amazing by the time you finish.
It'll all be fine, even if I've got liquid gold all over the place.
Just so you know, you've got about 10 minutes.
Brilliant. So just make sure it's in all the nooks and crannies. Now the key to this technique is not to let it dry. So you have to sort of get everything ready and prepared so it's to hand, because this is an acrylic based pigment. So once it's dry, it's dry. So I've got all the edges done, and then just clean the brush out. Then what I'm going to do, it can be messy, so if you're worried about your hands, just wear some gloves. You're going to take the majority of it off.
Oh.
And you can do it with a tissue paper or a rag. Now, depending on how you want it, let's turn this, let's start again so we can see properly. Let's get a clean piece of paper. Right, there we go. So there it is.
Look at that.
And the more you take off, obviously the more of the bronze underneath you expose. But in the process, I'm highlighting all the detail because all the black is staying in the nooks and crannies.
That looks amazing.
Can you see?
That looks beautiful.
And then you can buff it and polish it so that the shiny bits are really shiny. But that then on there, I think looks better than when it was without the black. But what I want to do is I'm actually going to introduce a little bit of this black onto there as well, because I think that will just link it nicely together. And I'm not going to put it all over, I'm just going to put it a little bit down here, I think. And of course this will stay in all the little cracks. This is really all part of mixed media and everything.
But a lot of people get scared of mixed media because they just think it's all messy, and it doesn't have to be if you don't want it to be.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, I work at home in a complete mess. I mean, I've got everything all over the place. But if you're bothered by it, you can put your, you know, your rubber gloves on. You can keep your hands clear of it. You see, I think that's now going to link really well to there. Yeah, love it. So that's that. Let me just move this out of the way. That won't be wasted. I shall finish that off when I get home. And what I do, Adam, is I have got loads of pots at home, and anything that's spare that's come out of a mould, I put it in the pot and keep it. And then, like those little cards, I think, oh, I need to do a
come back to it.
Yeah, and out it comes again. So what I've got here, now that actually's got a little bit of the liquid metal because I spilt it. But what I want to do is to show you can get the same bronze with the same technique. And we did this technique this morning with Catherine. Is just a tiny, tiny bit. You need just a little bit on your fingers. Again, and this just brings up the detail. There we go. Isn't that pretty? So we've got the bronze of the liquid metal and the bronze of the multi-surface. The multi-surface being acrylic base, and the Pentart is solvent based. So I would have another little one, which I might actually sell. It's got pigment on it, but I'm actually going to salvage it. That's what I spilt. I'm actually going to rub that into all the nooks and crannies and not waste it. See what happens.
Waste not, want not.
No. I'm going to add a little bit of this as well because it doesn't look right to me. So put this one on as well. That's better. And I think, I mean, you could put a sentiment on here as well.
Am I right in saying this is your penultimate live hour? You've got one more live hour after this today?
We've got one more live, yeah.
At?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
So there we go. I haven't stuck it on, which I can do if you'd like me to. Or
it's up to, and how long we got, Hugh? We've got 5 minutes. Can you squeeze anything in 5 minutes?
Yes, I've want to do some stamping if I can, so I can do that.
Do you need time to tidy up?
Yeah, I just need to look at my hands.
I'll quickly do numbers and we'll come back to you. I'll take a minute of your time. Right then, let me take a minute of your time and we'll go back for more demos. £39.98, 504981 is your item number. You are choosing your favourites. You can choose any two. Okay, they're not in bundles. Go for these two, choose any 3 of the 4 that we're good at that, but we're not that. The forest floor, the only thing you need to know, forest floor is on extended delivery. Okay, dispatch from Friday, the 5th of November. Remember, your parcel will be there. I think that's how the rule went. Remember, your parcel's on its way. From the 5th of November is what you're looking at for this one, because it has sold out. We've bought it back. But remember as well, which any two you go for, you will also get one of those free A7 cute little mouse stamps that we've also got on the show, as it is Pink Ink's 6th birthday. That we're looking at as well. So you will get one of these for free, but if you're thinking, well, I don't just want one of them, I want all of them, you can go for all of them should you wish. If you are going for both sets of the moulds, you're going to get 2, and then you go for the other 2 in your pick and mix. So you can go for 4 on the pick and mix, so 2 and 2, and then you go for your 2, and they'll all be different, okay? So you will then get the complete set. That is the only way of getting the complete set at the moment. Or if your budget won't stretch, maybe you just go for 2, 2 and 2, and then you're guaranteed to get all of the mice that you go there. 983192 is your item number. I'm being told you've got about 3 minutes.
3 minutes, righty-ho. I'm afraid that liquid metal went a little bit further than I thought.
Don't worry.
Because I've just opened my journal and I've got a little bit on my, which actually looks really pretty. Look there. So now I'm going to add bronze to my page.
Let's do it.
So what I'm using is Upsy Daisy, and she's got a really, really pretty little. In fact, I just need to make it straight. You know, you've got these grids on your stamping platforms. It's a really good idea to actually use them if you're going to want to do a repeat, so that you can get your stamp straight.
Well, there's loads more samples around here.
Yeah, thank you to our girls. They have really done, well, they always do. I mean, it's not just this one. They always do a lovely, lovely job for us. And they are beautiful, the samples. So thank you, everybody.
Necklaces.
Yeah, jewellery. I mean, I'm wearing one that Sue has made. Brooch and necklace. But again, you know, thinking of Christmas, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
It would. Turn them into fondant. We've got the cake down at the front as well.
Yeah,
I've moved the cake.
Mel did that. She filled that with, she calls it petal paste. She filled the moulds with. So look, this is the repeat from this little tiny stamp on Upsy Daisy. So you could do lots of edging, and then we're going to put Upsy Daisy between. Now, this was a stamp we did not too long, I think last time we were here, and there's a ground level, and I want the ground to be the same, so I can link it up, and I'll do a scene on this page.
And
So
I think this just proves as well that previous collections work with the new collections. If that's what you did on a previous show,
yeah, well,
everything is still to scale.
Exactly, proportion-wise, it's perfect. So, same ground level, minding the little drips that I've got on it.
About a minute left.
Oh, I've missed it, drat.
We've had some pictures sent in. We will get them grabbed. It's not as easy as popping them on the TV. We have to go through a whole system. Tune in at 1 o'clock for more live pictures from yourself.
Right, this is fraught with danger because I'm trying to reposition. But actually, if you're going to reposition, a journal does not fit into a stamping platform. So you can't do the repeat thing. But let's see.
Sum it all up for me, Mel. If those people are still hesitant, they've never bought molds from you before because they're brand new, what would you say to those people?
If they want to give it a go, they're going to get value for money. We don't leave a space that can't be filled, and they're really easy to use, aren't they?
I think so. Everything we've brought today, I love all of them. If somebody says, what's your favourite? 1 minute it's the bee, then it's a fairy, then it's a mouse.
Yeah,
I think they're all really great
I think
together.
that's what you do so well. You sort of make it hard for us to pick a favourite, which is the best thing to do because then you all sort of want it all. Thank you, ladies. We'll see you again at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
1 o'clock. Thank you to you as well out there. Remember, check out your baskets if you've got anything in them. Some things have already sold out. Some things are limited stock. But do remember, it is a birthday celebrations with freebies galore. Don't you go anywhere. See you in an hour. Yes, indeed. Our Catherine is up next. You do not want to miss that. With a beautiful, like tapestries. They look lovely. You don't want to miss it.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the craft store for 5 of those. We love working with the craft store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the craft store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon in the UK and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hello, a very good morning to you. We're almost into the afternoon actually, the final hour before we reach 12 o'clock noon. And it's all about Vervico. Perhaps you've seen these kits before, perhaps you haven't. We have got new today's as well. I'm going to put a little plea out there before I introduce our lovely guest, Rosella. Yeah, if anybody has made with Vervico before, and I know you have because we've seen images, send in your finished images of those samples, those wonderful projects that you've created, because we would love to see them. Now, we have, of course, got a lovely guest with us, as always. Rosella's here, representing Vervico.
Oh, good morning,
Good morning.
Aren't we lovely?
They are lovely. Did you get to choose these as well?
Yeah, you see, I just love all these cushions. If you've ever made one of these cushions before, they are just absolutely amazing. And we were chatting, weren't we, Catherine?
We were.
Once you've done one, that's it, you're hooked, because they are such fun to do, aren't they? And the materials are such good quality and they're just lovely to work with.
They are absolutely beautiful. Oh, I've just got to put this out there because there's another way of saying it, but I think we've got a problem with our monitor. I can't see anything. But I'm going to keep going anyway, because we have got some lovely kits for you. Hopefully you're seeing what I can see. Now, we have got the Robin cross-stitch cushion kit here. This is absolutely beautiful. A favourite of yours, isn't it, Rosella, this one?
It certainly is, and it's the colours, isn't it, Catherine? It's those beautiful, beautiful pale green colours within there, and the daisies with it. I just think it's so well put together. I love the background on this as well. Now you can see from there, you know, you can see just how easy these are going to be to stitch, but just because they're easy to stitch doesn't mean they're uninteresting. To me, what it means is you can sit and chat, and that's absolutely fine.
It is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
Isn't
now,
it just?
we are seeing the packaging there, because unfortunately our samples haven't arrived yet. We're hoping they might turn up during the show, but we'll see. But you can see a finished cushion there on the sample. This is why it's important for you to send in your images if you've got something that you've created yourself previously, so we can see the actual cushions. Gorgeous, gorgeous design, this one. £28.49. You're saving £5.50 today. 117764. Before we go on to the next item, I've got to say, Rosella, as well, because that is an all-round, all-year-round cushion, isn't it? With the daisies in there, with the robin. I know that this is one of your favourites.
It is.
And what about ease of using the kit?
So these are great. So these are a 4.5 count stitch, which means you're getting 4.5 stitches to the inch. So it's a nice large stitch, and you've got some really lovely chunky wools too, some acrylic wools, which is so soft to stitch it with as well. And so what you're getting in the kit, and I will go through it in detail in a little bit, but you're getting the cushion front. Now what we've also got on the show, Catherine, we need to talk about these, don't we, is the cushion backs
We
as well.
do, we certainly do.
You know, if you're getting something then get the whole lot. Get yourself that kit as well, because it's just so worth it. Makes life so much more
Yeah, these
simple.
have been popular in the past as well. The zip's already in there. I think this is why everybody loves them, because if you're frightened of putting a zip in, you don't need to. It's already there. Now, we've got the natural on the screen at the moment. I do have a sample here. There's no cushion pad in it, but we've got a finished back already stitched in, Rosella. This is one of your creations that you've been putting together.
Yeah.
So you can see how this works. So you've got that lovely zip. Pop the cushion pad straight in there, and Bob's your uncle.
And that's it, and it is done. The only thing you really need to remember is to make sure that you leave that zip open whilst you're stitching it. Otherwise, you've got two pieces of fabric stitched together, and it's quite tricky to then get it back out.
Now, we have got other colours available as well, so we've just seen the details for the natural. Different item numbers for the other colours. Let's bring in the black one next. So it might be worth, when you look at the kit, you decide which colours you think will complement the most with your particular kit. Now, the black is here under 043805, £12.99 again. And we've also got the grey for you, same size. £12.99, 141490. Is that the grey? Oh, we haven't got a sample of the grey here, but we do have the white. But you can see the images on the screen there, and of course it looked like a nice light grey, didn't it?
That's right, and I think as you're working your way through the kits, you can choose which colour is going to go with your particular cushion. You'll see the colours that the colours that are in the cushions. This white one, we've got some Christmas kits on the show. I think that would look great with some of those as well.
With the snow. If you're not sure, if you're really uncertain, Rosella, is there a colour that you would say play it safe and go for?
I'd go with the natural. I
You'd go
really
with the
would.
natural.
It goes with
Lovely.
so many of them, because the canvas is more of a natural colour as well.
That's very true.
Yeah. So, and also, if you're having them, it's worthwhile getting one or two in advance for if you're going to continue with the cushions, isn't it, at the same time? So, yeah.
You might want two cushions the same as well. Maybe you want one either end of a sofa. You can do that. So perhaps you want to go for more than one kit, so make sure you go for those backs as well. Back on the screen is the natural if you are looking at that, but we have got all those other colours available as well. Now, next up, another one that's already busy actually is the blue tits. I thought everybody would love the birds. This is another all year round. Look at those roses, aren't they beautiful? And the picket fence.
It's really lovely, isn't it? Actually, this is perhaps our herald to spring, do you think? I know we're only in autumn, but I'm out of there already. And I just think it's lovely, isn't it? It's cheerful, but it's really soft colour tones again, Catherine.
Very pretty. Now, we are looking at the packaging again there, but it looks as though we've got a real cushion in front of us. You can see that stitching beautifully. Of course, you've got instructions on the back of the packaging there as well. When it comes to the canvas, everything pre-printed.
Yep.
So you don't have to worry about those, because I know you've got big tips for us about, you know, working through the colours beforehand.
Yep.
Maybe sort of working yourself a little guide out. We will come back to that. And also a needle included.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because you need a tapestry needle for these. You don't need a pointer needle on these because there's holes within the canvas. So everything that you need, except a pair of scissors, is within there.
Look how much yarn you're getting here as well. Are these cut to length?
Yep, they're all pre-cut, and as we work down the counter, if you sort of pick a colour from there, maybe that dark green, as we work down the counter, you'll notice that that colour comes back each time. So if you are thinking of a couple of kits, it's the same colour palette that's used, which means that actually they do coordinate. So
that's really good, actually, isn't
it's a lovely way of doing it, because then you can bring in a few extra colours as well.
Definitely, definitely. You are loving this one. The blue tip, £28.49 again, £5.50 saving today. It's very, very busy. 702307. Now, moving on, we've gone a little bit Christmassy. Now, I know, Rosella, you've chosen the products again today, but I know this is a firm favourite as well.
I love this. It makes me smile just now looking at it. I've looked at it many, many times, but it just makes me smile so much. It's just such a lot of fun. It really is.
That is a lot of fun, isn't it? In fact, we've got one or two Christmassy ones that I think the children are going to absolutely adore. And I did ask you a question just to make sure, and I'm going to ask it again now, Rosella. We can actually wash these cushions when we've made them.
Yes, you can. I mean, obviously, if you spill just a little bit on it, I would sponge it off.
Yeah.
But yes, they are washable. So, you know, if it's a children's, no, you're probably not going to throw a glass of wine over it. But if, you know, a drink goes over it, don't worry too much. Yes, it is washable.
Do you know,
and the cushion backs.
Yeah, we had a little chat before the hour, and I said, do you know, I would gift these on Christmas Eve. You know, when you give the Christmas Eve boxes, I would give these. And you said, yes, a pair of pyjamas and a cushion, because the children can cuddle it. If it's got a Christmas theme on, it's going to make them feel happy, isn't it, just looking at that image? And then I thought of something else.
So have I. Go on.
Well, I was going to say, what if you put a pocket in the cushion and you tuck gifts into the pocket?
Oh, and I was going to say, how about lining it and making it a pyjama case?
Yes!
So we're pretty much on the same wavelength. So, OK, these cushions are not just for cushions.
They're not. I was thinking of a book cushion first, and then I thought, well, why does it have to be a book? You could put pyjamas in there, you could put other gifts in there.
You could put lots of little gifts in there, and then at the end you could use it as a cushion, couldn't you?
Of course you could. Fill it with goodies and then put the cushion pad in afterwards. Yeah, alternative to a Christmas box. Definitely a cushion this year. £28.49. Again, a £5.50 savings. 066748. Busy on that one as well. 10% of the stock has gone. You've not seen Santa. He's coming up next. He's just peering in and he's already busy. Oh, talk about a friendly, jolly Santa. He is it, isn't he?
He certainly is. I love the teddy and the candy cane just sneaking over the back and him shushing. Yeah, he's just so much fun, isn't it? And
love it.
And often, you know, you think, oh, actually, I don't need any cushions in my lounge. But I put cushion covers on at Christmas and then take them back off again.
So do I.
Yeah, on the cushions that are there. You don't have to create extra cushions in your room if you don't want them. But
do you know what I love about this one as well? Look at the twinkle in his eye. It really is there.
When we look at actually how these are stitched and how big those stitches are, when you see the detail that's actually within there, it's beautifully designed to actually create that much detail.
Well, the clever use of the colours, if you look around his eyes and his nose there, so to define those areas. I mean, the hand, it's solid stitching, but it looks as though those fingers are separate because of the clever way that these have been designed. Really beautiful. Again, same price, £28.49, £5.50 saving, 502-329. Another new today. Once again, look at the amount of yarn that you get in there. Plenty to do that project, of course. Now, the next one was one of my particular favourites. I love the robins, and I absolutely adore the one that we saw first of all with the daisies on, absolutely. But I'm with you, Rosella. I do like to bring things out that are special for Christmas or for the winter period, and that, for me, I mean, the trio of robins, you look at their little faces, they've all got their own characteristics. The one in the middle, it's as though it's like, oh, these two, I wish they'd stop talking, or it's like, just pondering a little bit. They tell a story to each other, don't they?
I think they do. Actually, I think he's looking down at the ground and thinking there's something tasty down there that I'm going to have.
Possibly, yeah, I can see that. And the holly is beautiful.
It really is, isn't it? And I love the fact that we're sort of working through the seasons as well on this, aren't we? So
definitely.
Actually, maybe this does stay out. Maybe you're going to have a whole seasons within your room as well. You know, they are just so lovely. Once you've got them out, I know you're not actually going to want to put them away again.
You're not. Do you know, you're so right about the seasons, because we haven't, you know, we've seen winter, we've seen something that's spring, summer, we have got something a little bit more autumnal coming up as well. So, I mean, in a conservatory on your sofas would be a lovely place to put them as well. An occasional chair.
And also, Catherine, these are really hard wearing. So you've got acrylic wool, like we mentioned before. It is washable. When you get home, when you stitch this up, I know it's hard. I can tell you how thick it is and how durable, but you'll notice that. So these are cushions to use. These are not just cushions to look at. You know, you're going to sit back on these, or I do on mine, and they're working really well.
I've just had a thought, actually. They are cushion kits, and we're talking cushions. But couldn't that be the top of a stool?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or inset into if you've got one of an old coffee table with the inset where the glass has been, I bet you could inset it in then put glass or something over the top again.
I think you absolutely could. What you could also do is make this into a picture or a fire screen, something like that.
Fire screen would be beautiful.
The size of these is 16 inches by 16 inches. So if you're sort of running around now measuring chairs, that's the sort of size that it is. But actually, if you look at this in Catherine's hands, the actual border around as well, so maybe you need it slightly larger than 16 inches, you could actually extend it a little bit as well, because you've got extra canvas on there.
Yeah, definitely. £28.49, £5.50 saving on this one, 567-638, and we are very busy on that also. Now, you've had a sneaky peek at the next one. We've got the poppies. Once again, well, we all love poppies for various different reasons, don't we? But the colour, you know, how beautiful the flowers are. And I think that little spray there, you've got the poppy heads, you've got the open blooms, blues. You've got those wonderful greens that against the red just work so perfectly. If you're looking for cushion backs, again, the natural on that is going to work perfectly well, isn't it?
Certainly is. And you've got the buds in there as well. And I think we do love our poppies, don't we? Like you say, for many, many reasons.
Yeah.
But actually, a few of these, you know, maybe you've got quite a neutral room. This is just going to bring that little pop of colour within that room as well, isn't it?
Red is a great colour for that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Another new today, 28.49 again, 004951. Now we're going to have another look at a flower. This is the final one for now. We have got other items, but we're going to get to demonstration shortly. I did say we've got a little bit more autumnal, and of course we think of autumn flowers with the sunflower, don't we? Those beautiful yellows, and again, every single detail is there to define the leaves, the petals, the centre of the flower. That is beautiful.
And again, this is one of my favourites. I love the sunflower, I really do. I think probably because there is such a limited colour palette within it. And so you're getting all that detail, but you're not getting it through lots and lots of colours. It's just a real smooth transition, and it's very cleverly designed. And also it's got quite a plain background on this one as well. So if you're perhaps popping this against quite a busy sofa or chair maybe that's already patterned, I think this one will work well because of the plainer background with it.
Perfect with that natural backing as well, if you are thinking of going for the backing. That's one that I think I would get two of.
Yes.
I would definitely want that. If that was on a sofa, it can't be on its own. You've got to have one either end, haven't you? And one on the chair as well. 294-285 if you're going for that particular one. £28.15. Now over to the website, that's where you will see much more besides. We have got other kits that we haven't even looked at on the counter today, but we will have a look at them shortly. You've got some really cute ones. I've fallen in love with the bunnies, I've got to say. We've got table runners, we've got tablecloths in there I think as well. We've got those backs, of course. You've got the choices of different colours under different item numbers. Oh, the hoops. Those non-slip hoops are brilliant. And, oh, something we sell out of very regularly is the seat frame. That's back in stock as well, so do have a look at that. There it is. Right, okay, let's get over to Rosella for demonstration.
Right, so I needed the sunflowers. I thought we'll just have a good look at the sunflowers. So what I'm going to do is, obviously your packaging will be connected, but it's very, very roughly packaging. So I've just cut down the size so you can have a look and see exactly what you're getting within your kit. So it says on it, it says very easy, and it is. And that's the great thing about a printed cross-stitch design, is that there's no counting involved. You are just stitching over the printed area. Now the canvas here is printed so well that you know exactly where to stitch. If previously you've sort of had printed canvases and you come to a stitch and it's sort of half coloured and it's, oh, I'm not sure whether it should be that colour, I'm not sure whether it should be that colour. These are so beautifully stitched that you can tell exactly which square is to be stitched in which colour, and that's really, really important when you are doing a printed cross stitch, because you know if you get a few of those wrong, the design may well change. This is not going to, and it is really easy to see as well. So I did mention 4.5 holes to the inch, so you can see that you've got some really large chunky stitches going within there. If you're new to cross stitch entirely, then you've got the instructions on here as well, so it tells you exactly how to do the cross stitching in several different languages as well, and what it's going to look like sort of front and back as well, how to finish off, etc. And then here we go. Please read carefully, so do that to start with. On the edge of the canvas you'll find some coloured squares, so let's have a look at our canvas.
Just very quickly, Rosella, thinking of someone that's wanting to take up cross-stitch, this is a great way to start, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because you've got the printed colours and the larger holes.
And counted cross-stitch is not for everyone.
No.
If you think, actually, you know what, I don't want to get involved in the counting, maybe, like me, you sit and you want to watch the TV or something, or listen to a book on an evening. What you don't want to do is try and count. I can't count and listen to my audio book. I just can't. It's very, very frustrating. So actually, to be able to sit and just identify the colours, then that's great. As you can see, I've already started this because I can't help myself, so I'm just going to pop that needle out of the way.
Okay.
On your, just take that out. On your canvas, you'll see that you've got all the different colours that are within the kit. If there's a colour that's missing and it's this colour, that's your background colour. So the first thing you need to do, and this is important because I have stitched the wrong colours before, so just get one of every single colour out that you can identify, And you're going to pop a little swatch of each one. You can see I've already made a start on the green there. So we've got a couple of colours of brown. We've got that ochre as well as the yellow. And we mentioned that these are pre-cut lengths. So this is the optimum length that you want to be stitching with, which means that as you're passing it through the canvas, you're not, if you passed it through a lot and you've got really, really long length of thread, it's going to pull on it eventually, isn't it? It's going to wear
the thread.
Which is why they've been cut for you, so that actually this is great. You're going to manage this without it then wearing. So I'm just looking now. This is why it's really important to organise these colours, because there's one there that I can't identify. So, and it's that one. Yep. So now what I need to do is, that's actually going to be the darker brown, and it's going to go down in colours. Now obviously when you're printing canvases, you're a limited palette, so that's not exactly the same as that. So what you need to do is make sure that you've got all of these colours identified before you start stitching.
Yeah, this is such a good tip, Rosella, and it's so worth doing.
It's just
you
got
will
to be
get in a
done.
mess if you don't do this initially.
You will, and I have done that. You know, I've gaily stitched and it was white and cream, and off I went, and then I got to the next bit and I thought, okay, that's the wrong colour then, can I change it? No. Okay, we'll unpick it. And on that, if you do the same as me, and you unpick it, in the very, very, very unlikely event that you run out of yarn, just contact them and they will send you some.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, don't worry about it at all. And actually, whilst we're here, let me talk about that, because I say in the very unlikely event that you run out. So the cushion that we're showing with the cushion back there, another rattly packaging, sorry about that. This is attached. This is how much yarn I've had left over.
Oh my goodness.
So don't know. And speaking of which, my lovely sister, Darielle, I don't know whether she's watching, she's just stitched 2 cushions, both with blue tones. And she's got enough yarn left over. She says, what should I do now? And I can stitch another cushion.
So out of 2 kits, she's getting, really, it's like a bonus 3rd kit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on how much of each colour.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got lots of little areas with, then you're going to have less left over. But yeah, absolutely. And so it's like, shall we design our own? Shall we? Actually, when you get your packaging, you can identify every stitch that's on there. So she could actually stitch exactly the same again. Either from the packaging or from a cushion. So don't worry about things like, oh, you know, I'm a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious that I might run out of yarn. You are not going to, and it's so soft.
Yeah, and certainly do not get rid of that. You'll be amazed. I think once you start buying as well, I can see these are going to get very addictive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as a family, we've done so many. I've shown pictures before of my mum-in-law's, and she stitches them for me now because she says, I don't need any more cushions. Because they are such lovely things to do. The nights are drawing in now, we can't see.
Well, this is the thing, you've got a lovely project to work with. They are useful, they are keepsakes, they're gifts. You know, it just goes on and on and on. And as we said, something for all seasons. So you could start with your favourite now, and then maybe think about, you know, I am going to change the cushions around. I am going to find something else to work with. You know, maybe it is a stool, maybe it's a bag even. Don't forget, you can wash these, as Rosella said. If you spill something on them and you can sponge it away, probably the best thing to do. But you can certainly wash these as well. Very, very hard wearing. Now we are looking, of course, at well, we've got the sunflowers on the screen still, haven't we? Because that's what we've been looking at in demonstration there. Beautiful colours, 294,285, £28.15 is the price today. Now we've got so many kits on here, but there's lots of other things as well, including the seat frame. Now I did make a point of saying we've got them back in stock because I know how busy they always are, and in fact I'm hearing they're busy again. If you haven't got one yet, grab one quickly because they might just disappear. £22.99 is going to get you your 10-inch embroidery seat frame. 606286 is the item number. We're going to see this with Rosella. And you know, every time we speak about these, Rosella, we say these are like a bit of furniture. You're going to put these on display, you're going to keep them on display, but you're going to use them for the purpose of the craft as well.
Oh, absolutely, and they are beautiful because they are wood. I've got mine here. I've actually bound the inside of mine with just some tape because I use it for embroidery and it keeps things taut. But actually, if you've got something on your Christmas wish list, this is a lovely one, you know, to pop on there. it comes in a box, so it's very easy to wrap, but it's just one that you know is going to be so appreciated.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to pop it together because it's really, really simple to put together. So you've got your hoop here, and your inner hoop has your workings attached. So all you need to do is you need to line up the holes through there, and you've got, there we go, the screw in there, and just that little wing nut.
Oh, nice and
goes
simple.
On there.
Lovely.
And then
just as you're tightening the wing nut there, I'm going to let everybody know we are busy on the phone lines, about 1 minute and 40 seconds, I think. Is the queue time if you want to be precise. If you can make your way to the website or use the app, that is the quickest route. If you are hanging on there on the telephone lines, we will get to you as quickly as possible. And just watching you there, Rosella, we can see how easy it is to put together the seat frame.
That's it. I mean, you know, it's now good to go, and it's height adjustable, so obviously I've never had it above minimum height, but what you can do then is if you are taller than I am, you can then raise it and it's just locked in place. I sit with this between my legs because I find that most comfortable. You might want to sit on a cushion so that you're not sat on the wood, in which case then you can adjust it then according to the height of the cushion. Of course,
yeah.
You may find that actually you'd like to sit with it on a counter. And that's absolutely fine. Maybe we're doing some countered cross stitch, and recently I've had light panels on because it just makes life so much easier. Maybe then that wants to sit underneath it on the counter.
That's a good idea,
And it can do. And I've had these for years and years and years. I have several because they are so useful. And you know, when you've got your work out on them, they are displayed and it's there ready for you to go straight back to it. But it just looks so nice as well, doesn't it?
They really do. They're talking points, aren't they?
Yeah.
Someone's going to come into your home, notice the frame, and then see the work that you've done and say, where has this come from? And they'll be amazed. But they are so beautifully made. The wood, there's no rough areas, there's no splintering. Absolutely gorgeous.
And then on the underneath, you can see that you've got just the little plastic cap there, which means that it's not going to scratch your table or anything like that. I think this would look great decoupaged. Perhaps
you
use
could
some
do that. Yeah, you
some
could.
rice paper on there. So you know, just because it is beautiful wood, but however, it'd be really great if you wanted to get creative with it as well. Maybe you want to paint it. Maybe you want to personalise it.
Yeah, you could do. And another great gift idea as well. Perhaps you're watching, and this isn't for you, this show, but you know people that do work with cross stitch, or maybe looking for a new craft. Always consider everybody else as well. Yeah, we are busy on these. 606-286 is the item number, just $22.99. I've got to quickly ask Rosella, the table runners, you'd put those into the rings to work with them as well?
I might show you one of those next, because there's one of the table runners I particularly want to work
Yeah, because
on.
they look amazing.
So,
We've not seen them up close yet, have we? Lovely. We've got one or two other things to mention as well. So we have now, we're going to move down and look at more of these cushion kits. Another one that you found and you are loving, it's the birds today, isn't it? The birds and blossoms. How gorgeous are the colours in this one. And when you see the actual cushion, it is such a shame we haven't got the samples here at the moment. They are en route, we believe, but they've just not arrived yet. So they turn up, maybe we'll get to see them at some point. But, you know, when you see these in real life, not only do they look incredible on the packaging, but the real thing, you will be astounded. And we've mentioned about how hard-wearing they are as well. So use the cushions. Don't just have them as decoration. You could rest against them.
You could, though. It's just popped into my mind. Wouldn't it be funny if there was somebody about to sit down, you whipped it from behind them? Don't sit there. But no, do use them.
To be fair, though, if I went to someone's home and saw something as beautiful as this on the sofa, I would actually say, do you need to move that? I don't think I should be just sitting against it. But, you know what? They are particularly hard wearing with the canvas, the threads, the yarns, of course, that have been used. We've got another lovely picture here, actually, that shows off all of the detail for you. £28.15 is the price. Remember, all of the yarn, the pre-printed canvas, the instructions, even the needle is included. Everything in the pack ready to go. That's what we like, isn't it? Get it home and start stitching straight away. 120988 is the item number for that one. Do you know, it's that green again that frames that. I just think it's so pretty.
I really like the frame on that. I think it really sets it off, doesn't it?
It does.
Also makes it super easy to put together with your cushion back as well. So when you're putting your cushion back, you're going to sort of stitch, either with a machine or by hand, within that last stitch around. And with having that green frame, that means you know that you got it within there.
Yeah. That frame as well, you can see how the flowers sort of overlap a little bit, makes it look very natural. Now, I did fall in love, I've got to say, with our Christmassy creatures. I couldn't choose between them. We've got a couple here. This is the first. This is the squirrel and the robin. I mean, look, they're best friends. You can see that, can't you? There's no falling out between these two. They look like they're proper pals. And the detail there on the holly, again, those berries, the trees behind. I mean, it looks very dimensional. It looks as though it's 3D, but of course this is the front of a cushion. It's the clever way they've been designed, the clever use of those colours again. £28.15, £2.80 you're saving on this one. Another new today, 414926. That's a great one for the white cushion backing.
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, the grey would work very well with that, I think, as well.
Yeah, it would actually. Maybe you've got a grey sofa. That might be something you want to bring in from there as well.
Perfect. Don't forget about those backings. They are available. And then the winter bunnies. Oh, is it this one? I don't know. Look at them. Look at them. They're so sweet, aren't they?
I know you love this one, Catherine,
don't
you?
I do. I just think they're endearing, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, again, it's the eye, the detail in the eye, the little bow on one of them. Are they brother and sister? Are they friends? You know, it doesn't matter. They're just adorable. That, to me, would be a lovely gift for a baby's first Christmas, something that could be kept and treasured.
Oh, that would be beautiful. And then what I'd also do, and I have done this before actually, on the cushion backs, I'm just going to grab one and show you the fabric. These are really, really easy to freehand embroider on. So what I would do is just write the name on. And you could do it with an indelible marker, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I would just embroider the name, the date.
I'm a big fan of that. It's something I often say about putting a date or a name on there. Now, that is so true, but I also saw something else. Now, if you're going to use it to sit against, maybe, but not, but a keepsake, the little bow on the bunny there, you could get a little wooden tag engraved or a metal tag engraved or some sort of embellishment and attach that there so that, you know, you've got the date or the name.
I think that is such a lovely idea. And the other thing that's brought to mind, actually, yes, the cushion, your main cushion, that's your starter for 10, isn't it? So that's you're going to do your main cushion. But looking at that bunny, that bow, how about actually tying a bow and attaching it?
Yeah.
So that's 3D.
Of course.
Maybe you'd like to put little tassels on the four corners, maybe some little Christmas bells on there. If you've got some metallic threads, they work really well as well. So stitch it first, and then use your metallic thread to embellish it afterwards. And pom-poms, they would look great on there as well. You know, and those little holly berries, that's easy to say, and maybe little red pom-poms on there to give it a little bit of texture.
Definitely.
Yeah, there's so much you can do.
I'm with you on the metallic thread, those little bits of snow in the background, the snowflakes would look amazing, wouldn't they? 885999 is the item number for this one. Another new today, £28.45. So you have got lots to choose from, haven't you? Well, it doesn't end there because we've got more items for you as well. We've got some accessories. I did mention these. These are brilliant. Hopefully we'll get to see these as well. They are non-slip embroidery hoops and you've got different sizes there. You get the whole set of 4. £9.99 is the price. 207657 is the item number there. They're from Millwood as well. Then we have the needles. This is another really good bundle. Look what you're getting here for your money. You've got sizes 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. You've got your 18 to 24 mix and your 24 to 26. All of that for £10.49. Do not miss out on this. These are your pony gold plated tapestry hand sewing needles. 239702 is the item number. If you're a beginner, you're trying to add to your collection, maybe you've not even started collecting, this is a great bundle for you. Now we've got table runners. We did mention them. I'm glad to say we have actually got the kits here in front of me. I think I've got a favourite here. I don't know. I might change it. Now the first one, I'm going to show you the front of the packaging first of all, then I'll pick up the components to go with it. It's the robin. Again, isn't this beautiful? The robin in winter. Look at the plant pots turned over there. Look at the holly, that beautiful frame that runs around the table runner there. This is absolutely stunning.
Now this one, Catherine, this is countered cross stitch. Now the benefit of this is it's a different skill. However, the linen or the cotton that you're getting to stitch it is not printed. So if you think this Christmas, I'm not sure I'm going to manage all of that, that's fine. Stitch one part this Christmas and then you can continue, because it's counted cross stitch. You don't have to continue and stitch it all in one go. You could just choose areas. You could just do the holly and know that then actually I can use this runner. And then it's like, oh, I've got time to do a little bit more now. I think I'll do a robin or something on there. And it's really fun to be able to continue with that project. And you can see that you've got that really large chart on there as well. So really easy to see. And we'll have a look a little bit later in more detail.
Okay.
But I just think all of these table runners, that the fabric that they're on, Catherine, it's all pre-finished for you as well, so you don't have to think, oh, I've got to hem this afterwards. It's all done for you, and it's all a really, really lovely quality.
It's beautifully finished, absolutely beautifully finished. Now, I'm going to pick up the chart again in a second, just to show you that you get two pieces to the chart. There's the table runner itself. Fantastic quality, you can feel that. Yeah, no edging needed, required at all. It is finished off beautifully. Those two sheets when it comes to the pattern, and of course you're getting your thread. You are also getting, I presume, do we get needle in this one, or do we need to get that separately?
No,
it's all in there?
Yeah, in there you've got pre-sorted thread. Now, if you have stitched before, you'll know, especially with that amount of thread, just how much time this is going to save you, the fact that it is pre-sorted. And again, look at those lovely rich colours on there, Catherine. It really is so lovely.
And there you've got your chart with all those numbers on as well. This is beautiful, isn't it? £20.93 is all you need to pay today if you're taking the FlexiBuy on board, because that is available to you. So you can split the cost. Maybe you're going for a cushion alongside. You can split the cost of that as well. Let's see that finished sample again. I absolutely fell in love with this as soon as I saw it, and I only saw the packaging. So you imagine the real thing when it's completed. 583809 is the item number. Another brand new today. Now, we do have another table runner. This is different because you can see this is pre-printed again, but in a slightly different way, because you haven't got the different colours. So I presume, Rosella, we get the chart.
Yes.
Now, this is nice because it's non-directional. You can have it either way up, can't you? This is our gnomes.
It is so much fun. And now this is a printed cross stitch. So I like the fact that we've got a little bit of everything on here. So you're going to stitch over the little crosses within here and the other stitches that are on it as well. And then when you've completed your stitching, you're then going to wash it and all of that blue printing will disappear. But again, just a different feel on here. And you can see the runner at the front of the picture there. And it's just so much fun, isn't it? It really is. It's such a lovely design. Again,
so yeah, we're looking at that table runner there. Do you know, I didn't pay that much attention to this because the robins caught my attention. And now I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, oh my word, I just adore this. And we love gnomes. We love gnomes. I mean, the detail in the gnomes themselves, they've got little dots on them. They've got little lanterns. They are absolutely beautiful. Let's have a look at a better picture. There we are. You can maybe hopefully see a little bit more there. The threads, the full instruction, the finished table runner again. A slightly different colour actually to the robins. It is a different fabric. It's more of a linen because you've got that pre-printed cross stitch on there. Oh my goodness, £27.99. You're going to love making this. 135195 is the item number. Another new today. I'm quite taken with that one, you know, Rosella. I've gone from the robins to the gnomes, I think. Another beautiful one here as well. We've got the deer table runner. Now, this, again, completely different because you've got that gorgeous red fabric.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very festive, isn't it?
That is stunning again. I mean, you could put that on your main table, on a coffee table, you know, put your sweets and your nuts on there on top. Beautiful. £20.15 for that one. 375481 is the item number. You can see the finished size there as well. Rosella, you've got that one with you, haven't you?
And the thing I love about this one is that you can see exactly where you're stitching on it. And you can see that it's a good size table runner on there as well. And again, this is on a cotton fabric. You can see that it's beautifully hemmed on there as well. So you don't have to worry about anything. All you need to do is just sit and enjoy your embroidery on this. Now, this is one that I would most definitely use, for me, my seat stand or a hoop. I've got the hoops here, the non-slip hoops, so if actually you feel that you can't manage your seat stand, you're actually maybe you're going to take this away with you or something, or whilst you're travelling, then take one of the hoops with it.
Definitely.
I would always use a hoop. I like to keep my fabric nice and taut whilst I'm stitching, and I find that's the best way to do it. But for this, I'm actually going to pop it within the seat stand.
Okay.
And you need to decide where you'd like to start stitching on this. This particular design is only stitched in a back stitch and a straight stitch, so it's really, really simple, really easy to complete, and it's going to be quick to complete as well. And the reason I've chosen this is I love the colour. I love the fact that it's the white on the red. We've been doing quite a lot of sort of Scandi Christmas items on my shows recently, and I think this is going to tie in really perfectly with it. It's great value as well, and I think it's a lovely, lovely design. I would love to use magnetic threads on here, but because you're going to launder it a lot, that might not work as well. But they would have looked super, wouldn't they?
Yes, it definitely would.
So all I'm going to do is pop it within my seat frame. So just like that. Now, can you see that's a little bit loose? So I'm going to tighten it just a touch. And all you need to do to tighten your seat frame is then just with this little screw on the end. Now, you'll notice that it's got a slot on there. Now, it's really useful on your seat frame. If you're doing a project where you need it absolutely as tight as a drum, then you'll find that if you've got a screwdriver, you can actually tighten that up.
So
rather
finger
than finger
tighten it normally, but if needs be.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tighten it
see
even
how
more.
strong that component is on the ring as well.
Well, I've had mine so many years now, and they just keep going on, and they are in daily use because I stitch absolutely every day. So that's how I keep it. Now, you've got extra fabric here. So what I would do is I'd go to the end, and then I would just roll it up, and I'd just use a couple of quilt clips or safety pins and just hold that out of the way so that it doesn't get involved.
Yeah. That is a really good tip. I heard about this the other day actually, and it made so much sense because you can sometimes catch things or pull things or stitch things in by accident. So yeah, great idea to do that.
The amount of times we've stitched our dresses into our embroidery things, it's like, oh, what's most important? Shall I put a hole in this dress? Do I like this dress very much? Just whilst I was rolling that, I did notice the washing instructions on this one. Let me turn it around so I can see it. Washable with detergent for coloured items at 30 degrees.
Fantastic.
And a warm iron, so that's fine. So you know then that you're going to be able to launder this. The only colour thread that you've got with this one is white. So you haven't got any time on choosing a coloured thread because it's all here for you. And you're going to use 3 strands for this to make it nice and bold.
Okay. Are these cut to premium length or do you need to trim them down?
No, these would, to me, would be twice the length. Can you see? So your optimum length is normally around the top of your middle finger to your elbow. That's about longer than that, and you'll find it has a tendency to bunch up, to knot, and just be a bit of a pain, really. So
just
cut
snip
it
them
in half.
Yeah, perfect.
Absolutely. Let me just find my scissors.
You could, if you wanted to, even if you're going to launder this a lot, you could, I suppose, go with a tiny little seed bead in the middle of each of those snowflakes.
That might be super, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
or maybe a
bit of
crystal,
sparkle.
something like that. Yeah, absolutely. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to split this into 3 strands. Now, we had a bit of a discussion the other day on whether we ought to separate them one by one and recombine, or whether we split 3 off. I stitch both ways, and I just, to be honest, I'm happy with just splitting it into 3. But if you want to split them into single threads, then recombine, that's absolutely fine.
I've never done that, you know. I've always split just directly into 3.
I do as well. It saves a lot of time, doesn't it? And I have actually, you know, sort of done it next to each other so that you can compare, and I can't see that much difference, so I'm happy with this. And because you've cut your thread down, it's really easy to split as well, so it doesn't get to one end and
it's easy to see it against the red as well, the white on the red.
Oh, it's going to be a dream to stitch, isn't it? You do get your needle within your kit, which I've taken out and I've lost now, so there we go.
So this is going to be a different needle to the cushion kits, obviously, because you're embroidering rather than
That's right. So you're going to use a sharp needle. I don't think that's the one that came with it. I put it in here thinking that'd be a good idea, and I can't find it now. So I think, Catherine, could you talk amongst yourself just whilst I thread this needle, please?
We certainly can. We certainly can. Well, it gives me time to do an update, actually, because you're loving that particular table runner, the Deer table runner. In fact, now, what was it, over a quarter? Yeah, over a quarter of the stock has gone. Beautiful design, perfect for a beginner. If you're thinking, do you know, I'd like to have a go at this, I want to make something that's useful, definitely a good idea. And look at the price point, £20 and 15 pence is all it is, 375,481. Don't forget that table runner, once again, is all finished off for you. Everything's pre-printed. The threads you just cut in half. You've got the needle, you've got the chart. You just take it out of the pack and away you go. There we go. Lovely. I've still got a soft spot for the robin and the gnomes as well now. You don't make it easy, Rosella. You've picked such lovely, lovely items.
You know, and these kits, if you are familiar with Vervico kits, you'll know then that they're just absolutely super, because there's everything in that you need, and you can just get on and go with it.
Definitely.
What I would recommend with these, because although you're not going to have people table run over to look at your stitches, and if they do, they're not your friends and shouldn't be at your house. You want it as tidy as possible so it doesn't catch. So to start, I would do a waist knot. So all I'm going to do on that is I'm actually going to tie a knot in my embroidery thread, and I'm going to leave that on top of the fabric. And what I'm going to do is, as I'm stitching towards it, I'm going to stitch over the loose end there. I'm going to encase it in my stitching, and then I'm just going to nip that knot off there, and it just means then that it's nice and tidy on the back. This is only a back stitch, so you're going to bring your needle up, you're going to go forward. I've got that about ½ centimetre.
Yeah.
It's back stitch, not a stem stitch, Rosella, to focus. And then you're going to go forward, and then you're going to go back, hence the name.
Simple as that.
And it's as simple as that. Now, when you're at home, what you need to do is just look underneath to make sure that you're actually encasing that stitch. What I'm doing, I'm not going to turn it over because it makes it difficult to see, but I'm actually sort of pushing it to one side with my fingernail underneath to make sure that I do actually catch that thread each time. And then when you get to your knot, all you need to do is then just nip it off, and all I've done there is I'm just sort of rubbing over to get rid of the hole the needle's made.
This is such a neat way of fastening on, isn't it?
It really is, and it's easy. You don't have to worry about trying to catch your thread at the back. You don't have to worry about weaving it in, because you're doing that as you go along, so it's a very quick method of doing it as well. And backstitch is lovely. This is printed. That means that actually I can sit and I can have a chat with my friend Catherine, and I don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to go wrong. I'm just going to continue working my way around.
Fabulous.
But look how quickly it works up
you can
as well.
see that.
It's really super. And to finish, in fact, I'll finish on the front because I can unpick it. That's not a problem. So if we were finishing, and this is the back, all I would need to do would be just to weave through. And you can see then that it's going to be the same on the back, that it's just going to be a nice, neat stitch. No knots, so that it's going to lay perfectly flat on your table, and it's going to be really neat, and it's going to be something you're going to be so proud of when you've done it. But actually, look how quick it is. This is not a long project. You've got so much time to do this before Christmas.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And it's another one, although you haven't got a back, well, you have got a back at the reverse of it, but I would still put a date in there.
Yes.
The year it was stitched.
Oh, most definitely. And, you know, and I would do it on the front.
Yeah,
because
definitely,
actually it's a talking point, isn't it? So,
most certainly.
you know, maybe you're making it for someone, so let's pop that on as well. You know, put to mum or whatever, and 2021, Christmas 2021, put to mum I love you, or, you know, to my dear sister, whichever.
Oh yes, if you're going to gift it especially. Now that I can tell you, you are absolutely loving this. We did say just over a quarter of the stock had gone. This has suddenly jumped up to limited stock. Now you can see how easy it is to put together. I'm liking to think that there are some beginners out there who are going to give this a go as well. In the future shows, please do share with us. 375. Oh, I'm getting interrupted. Has it gone? Oh, technical sellout. That means that there may be some in baskets. If you don't check those out, we might get a bounce back. I somehow doubt it. Make sure that you do check those baskets out so you do not lose anything. That went suddenly. All of a sudden, everybody could see how wonderful that was going to come together. Something else that's been very busy, actually, we're going back to our cushion kits. That robin. Oh, a favourite of Rosella's. Well, Rosella chose everything, so they're all favourites, really. But the daisies in there, those beautiful soft greens. Very proud-looking robin there, isn't he? He's like, yes, this is my patch. 117764 is the item number on this one. You've got a £5.50 saving today, £28.49. Remember, when it does come to the cushion kits, it's pre-printed canvas. No counting. No worrying about those colours, just sort out the pre-cut threads. You don't even have to cut them to size, they're all done for you. You get the needle in there, the instructions, everything ready to go. What a fantastic project that is. So there we have our lovely robin. Now, we can see that in, well, you can see it there, can't you? It's lovely to see it on the packaging, but when we see that picture there, it really does bring it to life even more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does, because this you can visualise it then, actually on a chair, on a sofa, or actually just on a kitchen chair maybe as a cushion on there, just to brighten them up. Maybe you've got 4 in the kitchen, you need 4 of these.
Do you know, maybe if you've got a nice hallway with a chair. My sister's got 2 lovely chairs in her hallway. She needs 2 different cushions. But, you know, the chairs themselves are a talking point. You put a cushion like that on them. Wow. Yeah, definitely lots to think about, isn't there? We've got lots more kits to go through as well. So the next one, oh, this was off to a busy start. Oh, it's beautiful. The blue tip there, those gorgeous blooms. I particularly like the picket fence in this one.
Yes.
And the leaves in the background, they've been put in there in such a way, designed in such a way that you're kind of drawn to the bird and the flowers, but then you notice that background, but it's not overpowering.
Yeah, absolutely. And it shows this is almost a picture, isn't it? It's not just a picture of blue tip. This is actually a full scene that you've got there.
Definitely.
Don't we all love picket fences? Why don't we all have picket fences in our garden?
I don't know. Maybe we should all have one next year. Let's make that a thing for the springtime. That's a job in the garden. Bit of a picket fence somewhere. Now, we have got more for you as well. The snowman. I mean, I'm smiling before you've even seen this because I get to see it in preview. And yeah, you're right, Rosella. How can you fail but to smile at that?
You can't. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? It's just so much fun. Now, if I were a knitter, Catherine, I would stitch my cushion, and then you see that little scarf. I know that you're going to get extra yarn with this. I'd start knitting a little scarf and then just attach it on. Just again, a little bit of variation.
And the pom-pom on his hat, you could do the same thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as putting
idea.
a carrot on for his nose, I don't feel. But,
well, this one's been busy as well. You are loving it. A quarter of the stock has gone, £28 and 49 pence, a £5.50 saving again. Another new today, 066748. If you've got children in the house, they're going to love that, aren't they? Now, if we want to shop by brand, of course, we go onto the website, we find the brand shop, and it's V for Vivico. And you can see them all there. I still love those little bunnies. Oh, what else we've got there? I've just noticed those little pouches as well. Do have a look at everything, but of course, new today's. Absolutely. Oh, look at this. Some of these I've not seen before.
Where have you been, Catherine? Where have you been?
Where have I been? I noticed the peacocks there. The table runners, we've got tablecloths, we've got more cushions. Oh, we've got some great reviews on there as well. Do spend a little bit of time to have a look through. And if you're opening up that flexi basket, of course, you can split the cost of anything that you put in your basket. Now, we're going to see birds and blossoms next, but not here on the counter. We're going to go back over to Rosella for this one. Another popular one, Rosella.
I'm not surprised. Look at this wool. Isn't this just, it's acrylic wool. It's so beautiful. My favourite ever colour scheme is pink and blue together, and this just hits those boxes, doesn't it? So when you get your kit home, you must do this. This is very, very important. And it's just lovely to do. And it is so soft, which means that when you are stitching this, you're going to really enjoy stitching it. So also one thing, everything comes within your kit. You've got your needle, you'll find that attached to your canvas at some point. You've got the instructions, you've got your printed canvas. What I would do is, oh, just a minute, my needle's through both layers there, can't open it out. I would then, can you see that we've got a sort of a bit of a rough edge here?
Yeah.
I would get some masking tape, and you need masking tape, low tack tape that maybe you use on your die cutting machines. You might find it's not strong enough. It's not quite as tacky as a masking tape.
So a proper sort of decorator's tape.
That's it, and you know, sorry, it's a bit noisy, isn't it? Cheap as chips. And then what I would do is I would pop it on the edges just whilst you're stitching it. And to be honest, you know, when we get the samples, and we'll have samples a little bit later, sometimes I have a sneaky peek inside to see what they're like inside, and you'll sometimes notice that the masking tape's still in there, that they've not taken it out, because it really doesn't matter that much. So I would definitely try and do that a bit further away from my mic in future. Definitely just mask the edges, and it just means that then it's not going to catch either on the wool or on your dress. The other thing that you might find useful with these, I would stitch this, if I was sat at a table, I'd have it there in front of me. But actually, if I'm going to sit on the sofa and I'm going to stitch, which is mostly where I am, with the dog attached to one thigh, as close as it possibly can, and everything else crammed up on the other end of the sofa, you'll often find it's easier if you put a cloth underneath. So maybe you've got a white tea towel, or a dark cloth, depending on what you're actually looking at. Pop it underneath on your knee, and you'll find that the colours, it's easier to identify those colours.
You've mentioned this a number of times and actually demonstrated that on it, and it does make a massive difference.
It makes such a difference. And the other thing I did mention, it's getting darker now, isn't it? The nights are drawing in. What I would do is, in the daylight, identify the colours. And also, if you feel, if we look at this particular one, you've got a couple of pinks that are really quite close together. You've got 3 pinks in total, but these 2 are quite close together. I know that at night, I might struggle to identify those. So what I would do is, in the daylight, I'd go for the paler one, and I'd leave the darker one for at night.
That's a good idea.
So sort of make a plan of which bit you're going to stitch.
Yeah.
And on this one, you've got that lovely green border, so maybe, it is a dark night, and you think, oh, well, my eyes are a little bit tired, but I do want to stitch, then go for an open space. So go for something like the green border on this as well. And I just love the size of this, Catherine. It's just such, 16 inches square. If you sort of pop down to your local cushion shop, that's a standard size cushion, isn't it? These are not tiny cushions by any means. And you're just going to really, really enjoy stitching this. You even get a little label in here to say that you stitched it, should you wish to pop that in there as well. And again, you talked about beads, didn't you, Catherine? How about little beads just in the centre of these little cherry blossoms there? I think that's going to look beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it's so lovely to stitch. And again, you're going to identify all of those colours just like we did before. How long have we actually got on the show?
We have got 3.5 minutes left.
3.5 minutes, okay, we can do this. So for starting, again, I would use that waist knot method. So I'm grabbing this pale green in the hope that it's this colour. I'm going to pull it out just in case it's not afterwards. But what I would do, just as we did before, I'm going to thread my needle up. I can manage one this
this big on that one. I've got a question actually. I know I've asked you this before, Rosella, and for the life of me, I think it was a show with the kits on like this, but I'm not too certain. Are there any half stitches when it comes to the cross stitch? They're all full?
All full cross stitches on this, so that's only 1 stitch for the entire cushion. So once you've got the hang of it, ideally, all our stitches should face the same direction. So for instance, I'm just going to pop my thread down there onto the to leave it on the front. So if I'm going to head that way, my stitches are all going to head from top right in this case to bottom left. If you go to another colour and forget that you're going top right bottom left and go the other way, well, that's fine, because all that is a little bit of texture. There aren't any cross stitch, please. We don't worry too much about this at all. Now what I'm doing, just as I did with the table runner, this is my thread behind. Each time I'm stitching, I'm actually crossing over, and I'm going to turn it over and show you that I'm encasing it in the back. You can see just how quick this is.
Yeah,
can't
you can,
if I just turn that over, can you see that my thread's now really neatly underneath there?
It is very neat, isn't it?
It is, and it's done. It's out of the way. You don't have to worry about it. You just get on with your stitching.
Because of the thickness of the yarn as well, you really can feel the loft, so to speak. I know we use that when we're talking about wadding, but the height of the comfort it's going to give. Yeah. That if you are going to sit against it,
it's so
the luxury
snuggly.
feel, the luxury look, whether you're sitting against it or not, they're just beautiful. They really are.
The coverage as well, Catherine. I mean, you mentioned the thickness of the yarn here, and obviously it's a bit of a speciality with you, is yarn. You can see how well it covers, so you don't have to worry that it's going to create sort of holes behind. You're going to see a cushion pad behind. You aren't.
And do you know,
we'll do a little bit more stitching later.
Wonderful. Rosella is back at 2 o'clock. I'm going to stomp my foot now. I know. I saw a sneaky peek in the monitor of a customer's image, and I've just heard we're going to see it at 2 o'clock. Not now. Can we see now, please? Please, because we've got no sample. There you are. I'm going to stomp it even louder because I'm sure I saw a second one as well. Isn't that amazing? This is from Maria. Isn't that gorgeous? The poppies there. This was finished recently. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Great kits, great result. I'm sure I saw a blue one as well. If you want to go for the poppies, then of course you can do. We do have a poppy cushion kit on the show today. We've got the sunflowers, we've got the Christmas ones, we've got the birds, we've got everything you should want. One for each season. Definitely do that. Have a look on the website. Don't forget about the seat frame. Well, I know we've been very busy on them. We might not have any left at 2 o'clock. And of course the cushion backs.
Yes, super.
Don't forget about those as well. Do join Rosella back at 2 o'clock. Delightful as always. Yeah, which one are you going for? Have you made your mind up yet? Let's have a little look at the website. Come to see those cutesies again. Oh, don't forget the table runners. We've sold out of the deer, but we've still got the gnomes. We've still got that beautiful robin. There you've got the different colours of the cushion backs under different item numbers. Make sure you've got your hoops or your seat frame and that bundle of needles as well. Where did that hour go? I've no idea. Hopefully the samples will be here for 2 o'clock, Rosella. Thank you very much. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Oh, I think I need to go and get one now. Heartfelt Creations, the floral something or other is coming up next. Then it's Pink Ink's 6th birthday, of course. Do not miss that at 1. And then Rosella's back at 2.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Good afternoon, I hope you're well. The time's just struck 12 o'clock, which means it's time to have a look at our one-day special. And what a one-day special it has been from the big name, first of all, of Heartfelt Creations. Over 50% of the stock has already gone, and this is the penultimate live hour that we are looking at. What are you looking at here? You're looking at a set of dies, you're looking at a set of stamps, and you're also looking at a paper pad as well. Now, before we go any further whatsoever. I know, and if I get told off, I get told off, I don't care. I know everyone's budget is slightly different with this, okay? So I have a big bundle. I've also got sort of an essential bundle, which contains the rose. Now, I'm not alone. When we talk about Heartfelt Creations, there is only one person that we can introduce when we talk about Heartfelt. It is our lovely Nikki. How are you, love?
I'm really good, thank you very much.
You say that now. So.
Oh, right, okay.
You say that now. So I've been thinking during the break, and I've not told anyone this. So
You've been thinking. This
I've
is
been
bad.
thinking it's always bad.
This is bad.
Now I know you said in the earlier you prep everything. Every demo is prepped
Everything
within
is
inch of its
prepped.
life because you're very busy.
I
and everything
sometimes
like that.
change it up a little bit.
During the hour, but
During
you
the
sort
hour,
of
but
know where you're going.
I do, always.
So I was thinking during the break, I was like, that's all well and good, and if you've never bought Heartfelt before, or if maybe this is your first show, and you're looking at the stamps and dies and the paper pads, you go, well, that's what I'm going for this. I haven't got ornate gates. I haven't got these sentiments. Well, let's test Nikki. Let's put her on the spot. And hand on heart, no one knows I'm doing this. There is uproar in my ear.
I didn't know you were doing it.
There is general uproar, and no doubt, and that's why I'm doing it. It's my last hour. So, what I want you to use, if you can, if you can't tell me, and we'll go back to the script, as it were.
Okay.
The Essentials collection that comes in the big bundle. So I think that's
which is
the rose.
the roses,
So that's the rose die, the rose stamp, and any
Yeah.
of the paper pad that you've got. You can have my paper pad should you need it.
I've got one.
Make a card.
And make a card from that.
Make a card.
Can I use some pre-coloured ones? Because, you know, I always have some pre-coloured.
You can use pre-coloured, because obviously that's what we do when we get home. But you can't use anything else. So you can't use your flowers.
Dyes.
Nothing that's not in the one-day special. If I'm getting this home now, what can I make just from this? You've got about 3-4 minutes while I dig in all the details and talk around it. Have a little think and have a little peruse. So, I love stuff like this. Generally, no one knew I was going to do it. And you know what? I don't care. For the sheer fact, what you're going to get is a bundle of dies, you're going to get a stamp, and you're also going to get your paper as well. The Essentials collection, you are getting the roses, okay? Now, in the roses, it's absolutely beautiful because you're getting stamps that look like this. Now, these are stamps within stamps, as they were, for the sheer fact they're sort of beautiful archways that you're getting on here, and everything fits over the top that you've got. So it's all so you've got that beautiful heart shape that's there. So if I take the die, Nikki's frantically looking for stuff next to me now. It fits perfectly over the top. So that will cut out that stamp, okay? And then this is where you need to be an octopus. You've then got the die that will also cut out the middle of your stamp. So everything is going to be cut out of that one stamp. So you're going to get that beautiful, beautiful ornateness that you've got running in there. But not only do you get the roses in sort of with the heart at the top, you also get it at the bottom as well. Now I see that as a standalone stamp on its own. You could cut that out just with a little framework. Give it a straight bottom, fold it over, you've got beautiful nameplates. Good to go there. That also comes with a set of dies. The dies aren't much to look at because you don't really know what you're getting with them, but they do work with the stamps perfectly. Then you're also going to get your paper pad. Now, the details on the screen are for the Essentials collection. So you will get your rose, but I'm going to show you your paper pad now, okay? I'm going to show you your paper pad now, and then I'll show you the other stamps if you want to go for the bigger bundle. But if you're just going for your Essentials, you're going to get the rose, and you're also going to get this. You are getting 24 double-sided pattern papers. Each one of them is 12 by 12s, and they're acid and ligament free. What does that mean? So they're good for scrapbooking. They're good for your scrapbook layouts that we've already got. So what are we getting in here? So you're getting your smaller cards, your little 6x6s. You're getting 4 of those on one sheet. So maybe you use these as your backgrounds and you put your decorative dies over the top. Then on the back of that, you're also going to get these beautiful teals. So they are double-sided, but I've already turned my set around so you can see the backs of them. How beautiful is that as a page layout? You can't go wrong. As I said, there's the first one, so you are getting sort of 8 of the originals. Now we move on to your peaches that's in there. Maybe use it a whole, maybe you go slightly distressed. I see that, a bit of brown on there. You can go quite aged, I feel, with that sort of look. On the back of that, you'll then have this. So then there is another 4 cards waiting to go. So if you're only going for the rose, maybe this is what you're going to use. Then even more cards ready, look. So you've got your cards, you've got your toppers that are already there, even down to the smallest of borders that we do down at the bottom. So none of the 12 by 12 has been wasted on this paper pad. From that we move on. Let's pick up the pace. So we go to the slightly greens that we've got. We move into your teals. It's sort of a candy shop of colour that you were looking at now. Now this is the page I like. You're getting 2 sheets of these because obviously they're on the back. Now if you go for the large collection this will make more sense, but look at the roses down the bottom. Your dies will fit perfectly over these roses. So they fit there absolutely beautifully. So it will cut out those roses, and it will also cut out the centres as well. Then we move into your tartans that you've got in there. So you've got that beautiful little tartan. Then you've got the beautiful roses. So you've got more of the roses. If you're just going for the essential collection, you've got those roses on there, and you've also got the hearts. Use it as inspiration to colour in. You're getting 2 sheets of those because that's on the back of the tartan. Then we just go into your big sheets. These ones are absolutely stunning. Really, really beautiful. If you want an extra paper pad, the details are at the bottom of the screen for you at the moment. Maybe you're just going for the essentials, put it onto flexible payments, £23.49, and then add in another paper pad that will also split the cost of that onto 2 interest-free flexible payments there and then. So, then you've got tags. See, we've still not finished with your paper pads. I've still got a wad to go. Then you've got toppers in there. You've got tags in there. You've got ready-made mats and layers in there as well. And this is just in your essentials. You're getting 2 sheets of each. Each one is double-sided as well, so you can't go wrong. Your borders, your strips that are in there. Your planes, if this was fabric, these would be your blenders that you would mix in with all your extra papers. Then you've also got your tags included as well. So that's your paper kit. Now that is your essentials. Okay, that is your essential collection that we are looking at there. If you want more though, so say you want the roses and you want the paper pads, let's go add the other dies in there now. Now the other dies that you're going to get in with this one, this will be your peony and sunflower and vining clematis banners that you get. Now, you've got choices, you've got options that you can make. You can turn them into beautiful little cards, literally like those ones you see on the front of the packaging. You can make cards that look like these. Maybe this is going to be a card. Maybe this is going to be a thank you. Maybe this is going to be handwritten that you've got in there. Maybe you're going to foil it that you've got going on. But maybe you think, Adam, I don't want to make a card. Well, maybe you're going to get a little cellophane bag. Those little bags. Put this on top. A little peg at the bottom, either side. Good to go. You've got your bag hanging underneath. Little sweets that you've got. Maybe you're having a little summer party that you've got in there. Wedding flowers. It could be confetti. Real confetti. What's the word I'm looking for? Dried flowers. Petals. You know, like real, that you've dried them yourself, but you want to give it that extra touch. Maybe this is the touch you're going to go for. Stick a magnet onto the back and a little tiny clip, and then you've also got your magnets as well. So you could turn them into tiny little magnets. Little tiny clip. I'm looking at the clothes rail that's on the back and the curtain hooks. Put them on the back, they would stand on their own. Little notelet cards. You die cut loads of these out, turn it into a little notebook. From your little tiny notebooks, and remember, you can do that with every collection that you've already got. You can then go into the big, so using exactly the same collection, you can then turn them into massive cards. So adding other dies that you've already got into your collection as well. How beautiful is that as a standalone card? Beautiful little gift tags, but using the same concept, but changing it slightly. Adding a bit of glitter. Look how it changes the same card. Just adding a tiny bit of sparkle. There is so much more that you can do. And then on top of all the dies, on top of your paper pad, you're also going to get your inspiration sheet. Now your inspiration sheet, we never really talk about these. You get in-depth instructions on how to make this. That is the card that you are creating from your in-depth instructions that come included in your kit. So you can be making cards like this from the kit that you've got here and the stash that you've got at home. £89.93 is what you're looking at on this. 375249 is your item number. It's also on flexible payments as well of £44.97 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. Now, the essentials that we looked at, you're also rolling over that £5 saving. So it's actually you're saving £30 on this, which if you break that down, that's a couple of the dies and the stamps for free. When we break that down, when we have a little look at it. So you are getting a few of the dies and the stamps, absolutely nothing if you're going for that bigger bundle. Right then, 375249 is your item number. If you missed the start of the show and you're just joining me now, slightly different this hour. I didn't tell anyone, because you know what? I live on the edge. Don't give a hoot. So I asked Nikki that I'm buying this collection today, £89.93, and that's all I've got. I've got inks at home, I've got pens at home, I've got a die cutting machine, but I've got nothing else. I'm just starting out. What can I do with this kit and this kit alone when I get it home? I've seen you frantically looking for paper and all sorts.
But you know, it was actually quite easy because I did have 2 of the roses already stamped. So this is the what I call the straight one, and then we've also got a heart one that I'm going to use as well. So I've got 2 of these already coloured up, which I've die cut out. So I'll put them to one side. And this one I haven't, so I'm just going to stamp this one up. So this is one of my favourites actually, because this is one of the ones I think would be great for anniversaries, Valentine's Day, wedding anniversary. Did I say wedding anniversaries? Weddings even.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of like shaped in a heart. Now I remember when we did the show earlier, I said to you that actually is a heart, but you can't actually see it until you stamp it.
No, you can't.
Okay. Because the actual shape of the stamp is not in the shape of a heart. So I do know this is quite an old ink pad that I'm using, so I might have to go in twice. But I'm actually quite glad about this because I do actually want quite a soft colour. So never ever throw an old ink pad away because I don't
gives you
have
that
a
second
grey.
generation look, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's sort of like a really lighter black, but you can see the outline. Okay. So we'll pop that to one side. Would help if I took that out. So now we're going to have to colour it. Sorry, I am going to have to colour it because you didn't give me a lot of time, did you?
No, I didn't.
So I'm going to go in. For some reason, I've got 2 of these pinks. Oh, let's go with this one. Right. Because I think this is what I've coloured up. Yeah, I was going to actually say I think it's running out, but it isn't actually now. But it was at home. It's come back to life. I love it. Easy, easy to colour, okay? Maybe you haven't got pens, maybe you've got some inks. So you could use your daubers to colour it up. But you can see how easy that is to colour up. I think it's going to run out now on me. So just add some pink in there. It's on its way out. It's actually about a year old, so I will forgive it, and they do get a lot of use. And as you can imagine, pink is one of my favourite colours.
I never would have said it.
It's obviously one of Heartfelt's favourite colours because the packaging and the dyes are actually pink as well. So we've got quite a lot in common, I think, me and Heartfelt. But these are really, really useful stamps and dies, you know, because you can use them as the focal point. You can cut them up. You can use them as borders. You can, what else can you do with them? You can snip them about. They've got a lot of snippability. Like you said, make place set-in cards. You can make little notelets with them. So there's a lot more to it than...
Than meets the eye.
Than meets the eye, that's the word. Right, so I'm now using... I just want to go in with a slightly different shade of pink. Just a little tiny bit. Just to add a little bit of shading. And all I'm doing is going around in circular motions, look. Just adding that colour in there. Now, yes, we are going from scratch and we're talking if you haven't got anything else. Okay, but if you have got something else, maybe you've got the classic rose collection. This works perfectly with it. Maybe you've got the sunflower collection that we brought out last month, was it, or the month before?
I don't think this will. And I think this is really going to prove how well, because you can. And this sums up everything we say. From you can go from the most plainest of cards that still are effective, but then if you have got other parts of the collections as well from previous collections, it's all going to work. So your cards are only going to get better and better and better.
Yeah, this is one of those collections that you can use standalone, which we will prove in a few moments when I finish colouring this up. Right, what I'm going to do it really quick now, I am actually going to go in with my daubers and colour these green.
We've got the daubers on the show as well. You get 12 daubers is what you're looking at for this one. 12 daubers. If you've never used daubers before, you put them on your little fingers. Maybe you've got little sausage fingers like me and they don't really go on. You then can use them as a pen as well. £13.99 is what you're looking at for your little tiny daubers. Let me grab them so you can see them. Let me put them on my little sausage fingers. So you're getting 2 sets. So you can have them like this. There was a mouse where, or you can use them like a little pen as well. So if you want a little pen, you can use them as a pen. You're getting 12 of your daubers, so you can have each one for your card. Maybe you want some card as well. I have a 7-day saver of the card. 20 sheets of A3 for £12.99. I think I then worked that out for 40 sheets of A4, £6.49. £6.49 if you cut it down. If you cut it down even more to A5, you're then looking at, that would then be 20 sheets. That would be a lot of sheets of A5 is what you're going to get out of that. Yes, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4 20s, 80, 85, you have 80 A5, 16p for an A5 watercolour. Took 4 of us to do that. 4 of us. 16 pence. 16 pence is what you're looking at. It's worth having a little go. £12. Oh, God, all excited then, all excited. £12.99, 70 pence. I'm all right. I'll crack on. St John's are on the standby. It's fine. It's worth having a little look at the Pink Frog card as well, and I think that's a 7-day saver. And then I suppose we'll go back on Sunday, and I think there's a happy hour over the weekend, I want to say.
Right, so it looks messy, doesn't it?
Well, I know I put you on the spot, but come on.
But it isn't. It isn't.
Well, it
Have
is.
faith in... Have faith in me, because I'm now going to die cut this out. Okay, so a lot of heartfelt crafters do actually colour their images in before they die cut out. The reason I, on air, always stamp and die cut first is because it saves time. It's my prep work, okay? But I must admit, when I am at home, I do tend to do my colouring like this after. I die cut after. Now, I'm using this centre bit, which looks very strange.
It does.
And you'd probably pick it up and think, where on earth? But it is actually part of the design. It's going to cut around all those little swirly bits. So I'm just going to die cut that out. This is going to be one of my favourite cards.
I like
you know,
this.
sometimes I find this. Sometimes if you just go for it and don't actually think too much, because I've had to literally do this from scratch, and I will prove it because all my prepped ones are here. There you go.
They were the ones
that is what I was going to make. I've got another one here that I was going to make. There you go. Another one. And I was going to do a sunflower one, and I'd already made some sunflowers. But you put me on the spot.
I like to keep you on your toes.
Okay. But that is fine.
At least you had a nice time prepping
Now look
them.
at that, look.
That looks
okay,
look at
now
that.
it doesn't look messy, doesn't it? It does not look messy now.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. But I want to cut another one out, but I'm going to cut this one out without stamping it this time. Okay. So I'm going to cut this out in white.
Because some of them we get mats and layers on as well, don't we? Like the clematis. The clematis we get this one. You get your mats and layers on.
So this one, just need to make sure you do get all the little bits out. And I'm going to pop that down. I'm actually out of breath.
Are you? You've not gone far.
Oh, I know. I think it's you. You like
I do it to most women, to be honest, I'm not going to lie. Most people.
Right,
I'm like a young Donny Osmond.
I'm going to slow down now. Well, to be perfect... to be perfectly honest, I was a bit shocked because we didn't even talk about this when we prepped the show before.
No, we didn't. I kept it absolutely, because I know if I mention it in a meeting, I get told no. If I mention it on the telly, they can't do anything.
They can't do anything. I can't do
minutes.
anything. Am I allowed to stamp a sentiment on it though?
Yes, of course you could.
Right.
Maybe we have sentiments at home. If not,
Yes,
we could always write one.
But you could write one.
Yeah, we could print it off
I don't know
computer.
what this says. I think this one might say thank you, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure it's actually going to fit, but let me just check. Ooh, just bring it down a little bit. Right, it'll be fine. Have faith. Right, I'm going to go. Oh, let's go in with pink. I've got a bit of glitter on the stamp, so just ink that up and bring that down.
Here we go. Here we go.
There we go. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah.
So, oh, perfect.
Oh, look at that.
You see? Have faith sometimes.
Could you do that the other way around if you were a bit unsure? Like put the top down first, then put your stamp in, then close your lid, and then.
Yes, I could have, or I could have stamped it and then die cut after.
Oh, true, yeah.
But I just didn't. I don't know why, but I didn't on this one. So I'm going to lift this up by adding those few foam pads. I'm going to pop that on there. But you could have kept that middle in and you could have stamped it
Yeah.
straight and it would have been flat. But look, you get that nice dimension on there.
That works already.
See? That'd make a nice card on its own. Right, so I'm now going to bring in those other two.
Now, I don't want to confuse anyone, but even from that point there that you've just done, a little bit of acetate from packaging, you could turn that into a shaker card.
Shaker card, yes you could.
So even from there, you don't need all the bells and whistles.
You don't, no, definitely not. So I've already die cut this one out and this one, but I want to put a shadow behind it.
Okay.
So, gold mirror card. If you're brand new to crafting, you might not have any, but you could use some paper from the paper pad and do exactly the same, and it would give it a pink shadow or a cream shadow. So it's completely up to you.
And this is where it comes down to things like happy hours to get that extra card stock, and
Definitely,
this is where you start building your
worth
stash and you don't throw anything away because all these little bits help.
I've got a big splodge of glue there, but that's
Or even if
fine.
you've got kids' glitter, bit of glue down, let it all dry, and then die cut that out.
Yeah, definitely.
And you get your own glitter card.
You've done that before, haven't you?
Yeah.
I could tell. I could tell. The way you said that with ease.
You have to let it dry though, that's the key.
All right, so just
Look
give
at
that a
that.
little shadow. Make sure, because I've got this one here, so I want to get them the same. I think we're about right there, aren't we? Right.
The details on the screen are for all the stamps and all the dies on the paper pad as well. That's
So-
everything that's on there.
Foam tape, again, happy hours, 7-day savers. We very often have the foam tape
Yeah,
on.
that's true, we do.
I actually think this one's an Oakwood Archer one that I did get from the show a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so I've got 2 of those. And then I want to do another shadow on this one. So we need that heart die. Where is the heart die gone? Where is it gone?
That one
Can we
just
see
there on the
it?
top of that stamp.
That one.
Yeah.
There it is. Right, so I just make sure those little bits are out. I'm going to pop that on there. I think the shadow behind them does actually make all the difference. It
I
really
think
does.
it just ups the game again.
It does. This is now adding luxury to it. Okay. So
Once again, just
to
takes
do
your card
my
to the
shadow,
next level.
I need to cut that in half because obviously this is exactly the same size as this, so I now need to make it a little bit bigger. So that one goes there, and that one goes there. Then we turn it over and do exactly the same. But on this one, I want the shadow to be a little bit bigger. Just a little bit. So it's a little bit more prominent. There we go. Right, so I'm going to put that one to one side. I'm now going to bring my card in. So there's my card blank. Another piece of gold mirror card. I'm just going to lay on there. And then some of the pink paper from the paper pad. It's a really nice strong pink as well, sherbety pink. And it's not just plain, you have got a beautiful pattern on here, and you've got like shading, sort of like ombre shading going on. Okay, so then I've got these two, which are going to go there. You could actually add, if I had been at home and I'd prepped this, I would actually put a piece of pink ribbon across.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not at home.
You're not at home, you didn't know until 26 minutes ago.
I did not know we was going to do this. So,
I generally didn't as well, I didn't tell anyone.
But, having said that, I am actually going to put something on it. Because I know I'm not going to be happy with it. Right, I need to make sure that's in the middle and they are straight. Do you know what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get... I did have a sheet of pink paper somewhere.
Is that it fell down the back?
Oh, it has fell down the back.
Do you want me to? I'll give quick details. 375249 is your item number for the I Want It All collection. And remember, at the moment though, all Anniky's using, okay, all Anniky's using is the essentials. But if you go for the I Want It All, you could make this card in so many different ways. You can make this card 6 times in 6 different ways, is what you're going to be looking at. Right, then let's get back to Nikki to finish this card.
Right, so I've done a strip of gold mirror card. Then now I am going to cut this first because I've only got my small paper trimmer. And then I'm going to cut a piece of... See, you don't even need ribbon.
Thank you, Rome.
So, in actual fact, there are some ribbon strips in the
There are indeed in the paper pad.
Which, again, I would probably use if I wasn't put on the spot. So now I'm bringing this back. Perfect size. Oh, look at that. Anybody think it was made for it? It wasn't made for it at all. It just happened to be the right length. So we will put... There's a lot of matten layering going on here. Okay. So that's probably not quite in the centre, but I think I can be forgiven. Then that is going to go flat. Now, I do know this might take a little while to dry, so I'm just going to be careful whilst we're putting it together because it's going onto your mirror card. So normally I would probably use my red liner tape for this. Okay, and then this is actually one of my favourite cards, I think. Oh, actually, I've totally missed where it should have gone because it needs to go in the centre, not there at all. So just take that off. There we go. And that is going to sit on the top. And there you
here
have.
We go.
Look at that. And I said I would add some glitter, and I will add some glitter in a minute just to finish it off, I think.
That
look at that.
Is a card.
And I have extended those. I've brought in both of them. Well, it's the one, it's the out of the essentials, isn't it, as well?
That is just the essentials collection. That is just the essentials collection. And Nikki, till 29 minutes ago, didn't know that was one of her demos because we didn't prep it. I didn't tell anyone because I wanted you to get the opportunity and you to have the chance to go, well, I haven't got anything. Yeah, I've got a bit of foam tape and I've got a pair of scissors. You've got the basics. Let's call them the essentials. But you're going to need the essential dies and the paper pad as well to go with them. Right then, remember your essentials are also, or I Want It All is also on flexible payments, which means you can then add more into that flexible basket. Don't know what a flexible basket is? Let me tell you more.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched.
When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-Buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
So that is your flexible payments. Right then, let's get serious for a minute. Over 50% of the stock has already gone of your one-day special. For those people that don't know who Heartfelt are, Heartfelt Creations have been going for over 20 years. 20 years of knowing what they're doing, of making beautiful dies, paper pads, stamps, to delight not just you, but also the receiver as well. They can create timeless and elegant handmade cards, scrapbooks, art projects, and even more. Their stamps and dies match perfectly together, so it takes all the hard work out and adds new dimension and so many more possibilities. So you can add that quick and easy 3D depth to any project that you want to do. Now, whether you're just starting out or you've been in the game for a while, the collection that you are using here will be a go-to collection. These are all your new fancy cards. They are timeless classics. Flowers will never go out of date. These are all occasions from the happiest straight the way through to the saddest as well. They will work on so many levels. And whether you just use the paper pad and the dies and the stamps, that's all you really need. Nikki in the last half hour has proven that you only need what you've got here to create beautiful cards. There's not much more I can say to you about all these. It's all there for you. The details on the screen for the I Want It All collection. You're getting a £25 saving plus an extra £5 on the top of that. And we've also put it onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. It's immediate dispatch, which means we've got it here in the UK. Now, not just in the UK, I've got it in the warehouse over on the other side of the car park. It's not available anywhere else until the 10th of November. You will be the first people to get it out and get it home and start playing. All you need to do today is check out your baskets. Your item number 375249 is your item number. £89.93 is what you are looking at. If your budget doesn't stretch for the one-day special, though, I have got another option for you as well, which is your essentials collection. This is what Nikki used. She'd used nothing else apart from a bit of mirror card that you've got on there. So the essentials collection will now give you, there's beautiful, so your 2 essentials here, and you're also going to get that double-sided paper pad. Using the rose, this is what we created. How beautiful is that? Absolutely stunning. And you can make cards like this today for just over £23 on flexible payments. You could sell them. The angel policy on Heartfelt is absolutely phenomenal. So the Essentials collection you can make and sell. But not only can you do what Nikki does, you've got ready-made cards already in there. You could sell empty tags, the tag that I showed you here. Decorate them, colour them, leave the middle blank, and then, if you've got your things like your Cricut, your silhouette, you've got really snazzy writing, you could personalise them and sell them on. Maybe this is going to be a new business venture. Imagine them at the top of your packaging. Little name badges that you've got going on there. It would really, really work. Fridge magnets, little clips that's on there. Attach a little clip to the back and use it as a little paper holder, like a little notebook. We can go on and on and on about the possibilities, but at the end of the day, you are the designer. You are the creator that's out there. It's down to you to do whatever you want. The world will be your oyster. And 9 times out of 10, and I'm not here to spend your money, I'm really not here to do that, people put an extra paper pad in. Because once you've used it once, you go, oh, I'd love to make that card again. Oh, well, I've cut that good bit up. Remember, you're getting 2 sides of a 12 by 12. But once you've cut one up, you go, oh, I could have done that. I could have done that with that one. Or I could have done that with that one. But if you're throwing another one in, it will also split the cost of this. It will split it onto that. So then you can get 2 paper pads. 48 double-sided pages is what you're going to get from that. If you're going to throw another one in at £17.99 and split the cost into 2 interest-free flexible payments. 507987 is your item number, is what you're looking at for that Essentials collection. The dies of the roses, the stamps of the roses, and you also, ignore this, these are what you're going to get this, maybe you're going to get this, or, okay, let's string it all the way back. Let's bring it all the way back. I know it's the first of the month, but bills come out today. I know all mine did, and maybe you're like me, we're all the same. Already, my money's already gone. I'm now living on cereal and croissants till the end of the month. You think I'm joking. But what you've got here is maybe you want, I just want the rose. I like fussy cutting, Adam. I'm a big fan of fussy cutting. Maybe you like Charmaine. She loves fussy cutting. Jump to the website. You can get the stamps individually. You can get the stamps individually. I'm going to be honest, I don't know why you'd go for the dies individually. I really don't, because the dies don't really do anything with the stamps. But if you want the rose and the rose die, maybe you just want the peony pear. Maybe you want the peony and the sunflower, you want the peony sunflower stamp, and you want the peony and the sunflower die, go together. You can get that individually should you so want to. You can also got the art foam paper that's on there. You've got the daubers, and they've also got extra storage as well. Jump to the website, tap the app, or give me a call. 0330 175 552 is the number to get for you to me. Right then, let's go back on track. Let's get back to where we were meant to be at the top of the hour. Nikki, what are you up to this time?
I'm playing with the sunflowers. Okay, so I've used my daubers to colour these in. And I'm saying these because I'm actually going to be doing 2, okay? So I'm not going to colour the bottom. Oh, yeah, I am going to colour the bottom of that one. Ignore me there for a minute, because I've actually changed this demo up as well, just a little bit.
You're living on the edge today.
Because I thought, you know, we could actually layer these up and get more sort of dimension on them. So I'm going to colour 2. Okay, so just going in with the same colour and just darkening that up slightly. So using a little bit of both, my pens and my daubers. I'm going to go in on those leaves, just add a little bit of darker green now. So I've gone in with my, what's it called, Twisted Citron, one of my favourite greens. And then going in with that darker green. If you notice as well, I'm taking some of that off.
Yeah.
Because I can always go back in. Take a little bit off. It's just a habit of mine that I do. So that's my top layer. And then I'm just going to go in very quickly with this, because you're not actually going to see it all, but you might see, well, you're going to actually see the edges of my sunflower and the edges of the leaves. So I will go in exactly the same. Right, so I'm going to go in, just bringing that down slightly, and do exactly the same the other side. And it looks messy, but we said this earlier, don't fret, because it's going to be die cut out. Okay, go a little bit darker on them edges. And then the same with my, I'm just going to go in with the green, the darker green, because this is going to be the shadow underneath. Okay, so I'm just going to go in with a little bit dark. Okay, again, looks messy, but don't panic.
I'm with you.
I could imagine there's actually new crafters out there watching and thinking, what on earth is that woman doing? But I'm not going to colour the centre of those in, because I'm not going to see it. Okay, so just put my inks away. Okay, put my daubers away. And just, if I can find a piece of tissue. We've got a piece of tissue or anything anywhere? Just so that I can clean.
Matthew, have we got any tissue?
There was some. I had a
We've got,
bit
I've got
here
people
somewhere.
on it.
It's just that I don't want to get my card all mucky. So
Here we go, here we go.
I'm going to, oh, brilliant.
Go on. Oh, throw it, no, put it on this side. Mickey needs it, I don't. We're on the other
So,
side. No one can see.
just pop in my dye over that bottom one.
No one knows what an overhead is. That's camera you look at it now, to be honest.
Okay, so I just put my tissue there. So that's my bottom one, and I will just clean this up. This is just water. Just wipe my mat so I don't get that all over my card. And then I'm going to go in. Now, I have got some heartfelt stamps here, and I want to put a stamped sentiment in here. So this is going on the bottom one.
Okay.
Okay. So I got fed up with using that one, so we're going to have a different sentiment. I have no idea what this one says. I think it says happy birthday. Okay, so using my magnets, put that down, and then make sure my stamp is straight. Now this is really going to be like, I hope this is going to be right. Okay, what colour should we? I'm going to go for green. And that's just moved. Right, now I've now got to take my ink off because that's moved. Okay, so I've got to clean that stamp. For some reason it doesn't want to stick. So I'm going to make sure that sticks. There we go. Then I'm just going to ink that again. That's perfect. Okay, so there's my happy birthday stamp. Now I'm going to bring in my second one, and I'm going to die cut. Oh, just let me take my little bumblebee out, because you have got your bumblebee and your butterfly in. So on this top one, I have coloured those in.
Okay.
Okay, so just make sure I've taped that down so that doesn't move. Now on this one, I do want to cut that banner out. So, just going to layer that in there. I think that's about right. And then just pop that through the die cutting machine again.
And you don't need one of the biggest die machines, do you, for these?
No, you could get away with using an A5. I don't think you would get away with using one of those really small ones, because I think the dies are actually just a little bit too wide, but definitely an A5 die cutting machine. So now this one has got that banner open. And I've also coloured in sort of like a light green. I know it perhaps doesn't look like a bumblebee, but I don't have the colours for my bumblebee, so we'll use the bumblebee like that. Let's put that on there. So now I'm going to just add some foam tape. I don't actually think I ever make a card without using foam tape. And then that is going to go on there. Right, so I want to sort of lift that up slightly. Oh, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm changing it again because I can. You've got me in the mood now. So I'm actually, you've got me in the, just go for it. Why prep your demos, Nikki?
That young Donny Osmond charm coming back again. Think all the quiver to your knees.
Now, oops, hang on. Take that off. Right, so you'll see where I'm going with this. There we go. So I've doubled that up there, and I'm going to double it up there. Oh, actual fact, I might actually take that one a little bit further up, because I like that. Again, I wasn't quite sure where I was going with it, but I just need that to be the same as the one down the bottom.
Remember, you could do exactly the same with all the stamps and dies.
Yeah,
if you're only
of
going
course
for the
you can.
essentials, you could do the same for the essentials as well, couldn't you?
And then I'm lifting and adding a little bit of dimension to there, at the top, there, just lifting that up. Right, so now I'm going to bring my card over. Right, so yes, I'm using decorative dies here because I can now, can't I?
Yes,
because
you're
I'm
allowed
not
now.
I'm not under so much pressure. So you've probably got some of these decorative dies. This again, foam tape like that, and then I'm going to glue that, and it looks a bit messy. So do you know what? I'm actually going to add a bit of green to it because it's got a bit messed up anyway. So just add some shading around there. Bring that, there we go, that's better. So that's going to go in the centre. There. And then I'm going to, I'm afraid it's going to be more foam tape. Just a couple of little bits on there. Okay. And then that is going to
Look
go
at that.
over there. You wasn't quite sure. You went a bit quiet.
We were all watching. We're all like, oh, we don't know where this is going. We don't know how this is heading.
Lift that up.
They are like little letterboxes,
that.
Katie, yes.
And add some dimension. And then what I am going to do is just take my dauber and just get rid of that light white line.
Details on the screen for I Want It All collection, £44, 97
It
pence.
isn't quite straight. Hang on, hang on. That's going to bug me. Now. There we go. And there you have.
Oh, yes. But another easy to do card.
It was easy. But the thing is, as a crafter, and I know you've been doing quite a bit of crafting just recently, you start off with an idea in your head, and then it just progresses. And to be honest, you know, that you could do that with just some papers out of the paper pad and a square card and still get the same results. Obviously, it pretties it up because I've used the decorative dies, but you don't have to.
It's worth having a little go. Right then, I Want It All, 60% now of the one-day special stock has already gone. 2 flexible payments of £44 and 97 Ben. You are getting so much in here. You're getting a stamps and dies that work hand in hand together. So you get the stamps, you also get the corresponding dies to cut every single bit out. So you're going to go from that, from cutting them out with your sunflowers, you're going to go to cards that look like this. So that is your sunflower, and then that is your peony. So just simply cut out from the dies that you've got there. So that is your first one in the I Want It All collection. Your second one is your climbing clematis that you've got in there. Once again, vining, sorry. Your vining clematis that you've got. A beautiful, stunning little card. But you can go quite simplistic if you wanted to with this one, which is absolutely adorable, or you can go slightly more elaborate. It's entirely up to you, but those cards started life like this. Also in the collection you have the roses as well. So the roses are in your big collection and they're in your essentials, and I'll give you details for that shortly. That you've got there. So these are your stamps. Then you've got your dies as well, which are absolutely beautiful, match and layer beautifully. Then you're going to make cards that look like this. or using them beautiful rose hearts. You can make cards that look a little bit like this. 2 flexible payments of £44.97 is what you are looking at for this one. Let me show you some finished samples. I've got loads to crack through here that you've got, and they are absolutely stunning. They really, really are. Now remember, you can do this with any of the collections as well. You can take them. The possibilities really are endless, because if you want to go for some things individually, you can go individually should you wanted to. You can go for them as the big bundle if you want them all, or you can cut it down to the essentials as well. It's entirely up to you how you want to play this, but each one are beautiful. They'll work with all your past collections for your Heartfelt as well. And Nick has been using lots of the past collections, sort of the wrought iron gates that we brought you a couple of months ago, but they'll also work with things coming up as well. So these are not just a one-trick pony. This is a worldwide launch. They're not available anywhere else in the world until the 11th of November. They're coming to you straight away because they are in the warehouse, literally over the road, being packed as we speak. They're from a family that knows what they're doing. They've been in the business for over 20 years, Heartfelt Creations have now. So they've made all the mistakes. They know what they're up to. They know how to do your journals. They know how to do the scrapbooks, and they give you the tools to make them absolutely beautiful. The Essentials collection, let me give you the details for those. So they are your 2 rose stamp dies, your 2 rose stamps, and also your paper pad included as well. The Essentials collection, 507987 is your item number, and remember the £5 saving does carry over to the one-day special price as well, so it'll be absolutely 13. So the card that we made from the Essentials collection, just the Essentials, is just this one. It's absolutely, look at that. How beautiful. Just using the Essentials. A bit of a card that we've added, but you may have that at home. You know, mix it up, happy hour, cheeky deals. Let's go back for another demonstration. Let's fit 3 in this hour. Let's do it.
We don't have very long, but I am going to just do a little bit of heat embossing. I don't think I've done any with you, have I,
you've never done it with me.
Not with Adam, so I am going to, which one shall I do? I will do this one. Okay, so this is from the Essentials.
Okay.
So this is the rose one.
Details for the Essentials are currently on the screen at the moment. 2 flexible payments, £23.49.
So I'm going to ink it up. I did use my anti-static bag, but I'm just making sure.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any embossed ones yet.
I haven't. I've done a few glittered embossed using the Wow embossing powder, but this one I am going to do silver, and I'm hoping I actually get to finish the whole demo.
You got about 3 minutes.
All right. Maybe not. But going in with silver. No colouring involved. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I've just put the lid back on.
I did think, why are you putting the lid back and where are you going to put it?
I don't know. I have no idea. Right, let's just put that in there. There we go. Right, so I've missed a little bit up there, so I'll just put a bit there, and a little bit down there, and then just pop that on there. Come in with my heat gun, just warm that up slightly. But this will show you how you could make wedding invitations, wedding cards, without any colouring.
Oh, look at this.
Okay.
Now they look illustrated.
Now I am really, really hoping I am going to get time to do what I wanted to do. Ooh. So, come on. How gorgeous that is. Don't think I'm going to get time because I wanted to cut it out and I was going to make a little name tag. So we'll go in with that. In actual fact, let's cut that out as well. Okay, that's it. Just gently put that through. I don't even think the heat embossing is even dry, but cold yet. I could still feel that. And then there's my top layer. and I will show you properly in a second. I'm now going to go in and make a little card.
Start checking out your baskets if you've got it in there. Remember, 60% of the stock has already gone of your one-day special. 60% of the stock has already gone. For the essentials, £44.97, or a one-off payment. Oh no, that's the big one. So you've got £89.93. That's for the big bundle. Well, that's even better.
Right, so there is my card base. And it hasn't quite cut out. I should have gone through once more, but do you know, we'll forget that for a minute, but we'll see. You'll see where I'm going with this. I'm just thinking weddings on this, definitely weddings, wedding anniversaries, because you can put a name in there and then pop that
looks nice,
on there. I was actually going to put a silver shadow behind it, but oh, I didn't even take the.
Helps to take the tape off, Nick.
It does help. It really does help, you know. Right, so it's a shame that didn't quite die cut out, because I obviously went through some thick card. But look at that for
there
wedding.
You go. Thank you, Nikki, my love. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
That's absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed it.
I'm glad you did. Back at 4?
Yes. I'm not working with you, though, am I?
No, you're not with me. I'm going home. I've got parents' evening tonight, so I won't be there. We join us again at 4 o'clock. Start checking out your baskets if you've got anything in there, and I will see you Friday afternoon, I think now. See you then. Coming up next, it's their last and final show. Not ever, just for today. Pink Ink's 6th birthday is up next. Then we're going all wool. That is Paper Discovery without it.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Talking to mine.
Hello, good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. I just checked there on the clock just to make sure, because the day's gone so fast. This is the third, and I've got to say for today, the final hour for Pink Ink. We've had some brand new products launching here today, and of course we're celebrating a birthday. You can see those balloons going up on the screen there right now, can't you? Now we've got both ladies with us. Pink Ink are 6 years old. They certainly are, and what a journey it's been so far, and I know that journey is going to continue with more and more fantastic products. Do stay with us. If you didn't catch the earlier shows, make sure that you do watch those shows on Rewind as well. Slightly different focus the way we're going to work with this one, I think, because I think we're going to look at the moulds with air dry clay this hour, which is going to be fantastic. Now we are going to say hello shortly, but let's have a look at these moulds before we do that, because of course we're giving a birthday present, aren't we? We've got a free gift with this as well. The very first time that we've seen moulds been launched by Pink Ink. Now I know these have been 2 years in discussion, in the making, finding the appropriate products, because of course, as always, the ladies need to get everything just right, and they've certainly achieved that, as you can see here. These moulds, I've got to tell you, they're not just for your clay, they're not just for your resin, they are food grade as well. So if you are a cake decorator, if you want to use those edibles, then of course different set for those, but you can of course apply them to those projects. Let's have a look at these with the ladies themselves, because we need to hear more about them, don't we? So a very good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies. Mel and Cathy.
Thank you, Catherine.
Do you know, it's been such a busy morning for you.
It's been really busy, and we're delighted that everybody loves them, because, like you say, it's been a long time coming, and it's been a lot of hard work, but we're thrilled with them.
I am not surprised. I didn't doubt that they were going to be a success, and right from the word go this morning, they were literally flying out of the door, weren't they?
They were.
How did you decide on the theme to go with, or the themes?
I can't remember. It was 2 years ago. I can't remember. How did that conversation happen, Mel? I can't remember.
We throw a few things around in the air and we sort of go, yeah, that'll work, or no, that won't, and it just comes.
Well, for launching, you couldn't have picked better, I don't think. Let's have a look at these closely, because you have got 4 when it comes to the pick and mix to choose from. Now, one of them has been a firm favourite. In fact, Forest Floor, which I'm going to show you shortly, that has sold out. Now it's back on extended. It's not long to wait. The 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November, and I certainly did. So not long to wait at all. Now the first one we're looking at here is the Dancer. Now, I've just said this to the ladies before we went live, actually. You can see the quality of the mould without even, really inspecting them. It's superb grade silicone. You can see you've got a beautiful design there. You can see you've got lots of elements, but you don't actually appreciate what you've got within the design detail here until you take the cast from the mould. And you're finding new things every time.
Yeah, there's a lot of detail.
Yeah,
there really is.
And I think down to because the fineness of the lines, which we've tried to keep really high quality, haven't we, that fine, rather than have deep edged grooves. You can actually see it when you take it out of the mould. That's when you appreciate it more.
You certainly look at the detail in there. I mean, this beautiful fairy dancer, she's stunning. I've got to mention her legs again. Her legs are just divine. They are.
I modelled them on my own, of course, Catherine.
Do you know, I think you're welcome looking at your legs, actually. I think you've got very nice pins. But you know, the first thing that I'm looking at then, I said this on the earlier show, when I look at anything, it doesn't matter if it's a mould, if it's a die, if it's a stamp, I think of how can I adapt it, how can I change it, what can I take from it? And you did show us in the first show, Cathy, how you can certainly make this look more dimensional, how you can add that shape. It's the same with the legs. If you want to put a little bit of a bend in the legs, you can do, especially with the air dry clay that we're going to look at during this hour.
Actually, I don't think I brought it with me, but I did do, using that particular mould, I did cover the leg that's upright with the extra petal, and then I did a cast of the same leg, so she had 2 pointing down legs. She's more like a ballerina, and that worked really well.
Yeah, I can see how well that would work. And of course, just changing the position, if I changed the tilt over a little bit, you could see how you could have a more upright if you wanted to as well. So there's lots of different things to consider. That sample that I'm showing you there is air dry clay. It is absolutely beautiful. Now the second mould, always a popular theme, and you haven't designed this one to put over mistakes, that's for sure, because this is just divine. There is a bit of a running joke in crafting, isn't there, with your butterflies? If in doubt or if you make a mistake, just stick a butterfly on it. Well, you do have lots to choose from, but these are butterflies and they're beautiful and they're just statement pieces in their own right. I can tell you 70% of the stock has gone when it comes to the pick and mix. You've got lots of different butterflies in various different flights. You've got flowers in there. You've even got 2 little ladybirds, which I adore.
So cute, aren't they?
They really, really are. Let me just find a sample, actually, with the butterflies. We've got some beautiful boards in front of me, but also more in the way of samples from the design team here as well. I love this. Absolutely stunning. Watch out for the paints from the ladies as well if you're liking the effect here. Now, this is a combination of the butterflies and also the forest floor that we're going to see in a second as well.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like they've just hatched or something, doesn't it? There's so many on there. She's done a really lovely job.
Absolutely gorgeous. Let's have a look at the forest floor next, because now there is another thing I need to mention. Not only is this on extended within the pick and mix, and it's not long to wait, as I say, the 5th of November. Just trying to get this out. It's jammed underneath our little stand, so I'm just going to, there it is, I've got it. Individually, if you go for any of the moulds, this one is sold out, so the only way you can get it is part of the pick and mix now. For me, this is the one that you do not, because I did get to play with these a little bit over the weekend, you know, prior to this show, just very quickly, and I didn't realise the amount of detail that was in this one specifically. At the bottom of the mushrooms here, you've got little acorns.
It's beautiful.
You've got stunning detail.
Yeah.
We will see that throughout the show, I'm sure. You'll be surprised at what you achieve with these. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I did show a sample there using the butterflies and the forest floor, but I know, Kathy, you did this one earlier on today.
Yeah,
this was a demonstration.
In the last hour.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
Again, combination of the butterflies as well. Can we come in really close and look at the detail at the bottom of the mushrooms here? Or the do we call them mushrooms or do we call them toadstools?
Or fungi.
Oh, fungi, yeah, we'll stick with that one. Look at the vines. Look at the tendrils on those vines, the little leaves, the acorns, the leaves, and you've got small elements within the mould as well, where you've got individual leaves, which I think are key to a good mould, to have those extras, so you can scene build, you can do all those different things. Amazing. Now, finally, we've got the honey maker, and this is, once again, just an incredible mould. Well, this, Kathy, I heard you saying earlier, because I know this morning you said you thought this was your favourite, but you do tend to change around when you work with them, don't you?
Yeah, you do. The one you're working on is your favourite, but actually I do think this is my favourite, and that's because of the wings. And doing the wings in clear, say you use your tints for the background, but you use your clear wings, it just makes a huge amount of difference. You've got the contrast between the two, and by having the wings separate, you can obviously use the wings on all sorts of different other pieces.
There we are. If I bring this board in, which is just stunning, you can see there the transparency of the wings, a little bit of glitter maybe in there, maybe a bit of mica powder in there. It's entirely up to you. That is gorgeous. And the one thing I love about this particular mould, again, although you're looking at that initially and thinking, well, that's quite a good size. Yes, it is, but you can still break it down. You can take the bee out individually. You can use the honeycomb behind there. You've got those wings. I must bring in another sample or two, because talking about breaking things down and using things in a different way, the wings of the bee have been used as leaves and petals on a flower. That is just genius. It's absolutely stunning. Another one here on the top of this jar. And elements from the honeycomb around the edge there as well. You know, it really is very, very clever. I'm still loving those crystals you're putting on everything. They're just catching the light. Now, the honey maker, approaching 60% of the stock gone. All part of the pick and mix, so choose any two. You have got a free gift worth $6.99. We'll come back to that in a second. But I just want to say, I think you need the full set. Go for multiples of 2. Go for all 4. If you can afford to do that. That opens for Flex anyway, doesn't it? So you're splitting the cost. Because you need to spend £60 or more, don't you? So, all you're needing to pay today is £39.98, but you're getting all 4. The rest you pay in a month's time. 504981 is the item number. Now, the free gift that you're going to receive is going to be a little mouse stamp. Now, we've got a whole collection to choose from here. You may have seen some of these before. Well, you may have seen mice before, but we've got some new ones, haven't we, ladies?
Brand new.
Brand new today.
Yeah, all 6 are brand new and exclusive as well.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm just looking down at the samples. I know I didn't get to show them all in the earlier show, so I'm going to try and show some different ones. Now, there's a couple of options on extended on this one as well. We have got the Tipsy Mouse. Hick. And we've got the Balloon Mouse as well.
Someone was going to do it, weren't they?
Oh, I'm not going to embarrass you on air, Kathy. It's what happened in the meeting. I'm not. £13.98 is going to get you any two 983192. Now, very briefly, I'm just going to go back to the moulds, because when it comes to the pick and mix of the mould, the free gift is going to be one of the mouse stamps. Now, what the ladies have said, and Mel is going to see to this personally, I believe, if you are going for the mice stamps as part of this particular pick and mix, and you're also going for the moulds, Mel will make sure that you don't get duplicates.
I
How
will.
kind is that?
Absolutely.
That is really, really kind of you, though, because it would be very easy just to do a lucky dip, and you're not going to do that.
No, that's not fair, is it? No.
Let's have a look at some of the samples. Isn't that delightful? Oh, my word, that is... I've always done this one.
That's Gail Bond.
That's
She's the
Gail.
most fantastic watercolour artist. It's beautiful.
She does some beautiful work.
Oh. Do you know, and one by Sheila. Sheila's done some amazing work. All the design team are just out of this world.
Sheila's queen
Look
of
at
the
that.
reflection, Catherine. Absolute queen of the reflection,
Yeah, she
Sheila
is. And colour as well.
You can see it there, can't you?
Yeah.
So different. The same stamp, but look at the difference in the two samples. This is what I love, when you get a good design team and you see how everybody puts their own stamp on things. Excuse the pun.
Yes.
I didn't mean that one. Oh, look at the little ballerina mouse there as well. These are truly beautiful. Do you know, I'm going to do it again. Look at this one as well. Very, very different. Oh, they are stunning, aren't they? Do you know, let me... Oh! Design team members' names at the bottom of the screen. You deserve that moment of fame. You really do. Now, two of the stamps being used in conjunction here as well.
They work really well together, particularly with that sentiment, don't they?
They do. Dance like nobody is watching. In fact, look, the little mouse.
Exactly.
Certainly not watching. Fast asleep.
Yeah.
Fast asleep. Do have a look at the whole collection. Choose your two. Go for more than two. Certainly these are going to work very well with the moulds as well. I think we might see a little bit of that during demonstration. 983192 is your item number. I didn't show you this one. This was one of the ones that's come back on extended as well. I can tell you, Sleepy Mouse, limited stock now. Look at this. It's like, come back, don't float away. Or has it had hold of the balloon and let it go?
Maybe.
There's the question.
Ah, you see, it's all about that storytelling again, isn't it? Oh, aren't they wonderful? 983192. Now we're moving down again, so we've got more in the way of stamps. Conjunction of moulds and stamps again. You're not going to beat this one, because of course we've got fairies for you. These are your A6 stamps. We've got No Hurries, Storm in a Teacup, Helping Hands and Oops-a-Daisy. Now, over 60% of the stock has gone here, because you are getting them all. You're getting all four. There's no choice here. You look at that price as well. Another flexi buy, so automatically you've got a flexi basket open if you're going for this bundle. $19.98 is all you need to pay today. The same in a month's time. That's got to be Storm in a Teacup, hasn't it? Do you know, I always said if ever I had a tea room, that would be the name of the tea room, because my maiden name was Storm. So you can't think of a better name, can you? Storm in a Teacup.
We'll be first there. First in the queue to come to your cafe.
You'd be the first to be invited as well. Look at these. Working so beautifully together. Do you know, again, I'm going to do it again. Look at that card. That is absolutely stunning. Bring in another one in. So different in design, but the same stamp. If anybody ever says that stamps are a one-trick pony.
No, certainly not.
Oh, no. You're not
Absolutely
using them
not.
properly if that's the case. I must pick this one up again, because this is just... it's just
again.
amazing. This is Sheila's work. I was drawn to this by the front cover initially, not realising what was actually inside. If anybody was to give this to someone, you would treasure it, wouldn't you? You would absolutely treasure it. How incredibly beautiful. It's reminding me, it's very nostalgic to me, this, because I had a lovely pop-up book that worked in a very similar way, and it had fairies in it. Obviously different designs, because Kathy, you draw these. And, you know, it takes me right back. I just think that is so beautiful.
Have you still got it?
I don't. I think it might be with my mum, possibly, actually. I hope it's still there, so I'll have to ask her. That's something I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to ring her up and ask her. 667 376 is the item number if you are looking at these. Oh, gorgeous. Now, something else you may have spotted when we were looking at the samples, particularly with the moulds, we've seen it, but of course you can use these paints on so many different surfaces. They are multi-surface. Your paints, ladies, I've got to say, the colours are just divine. You can mix them together, you can do various different techniques. We can use them on fabric, on card, on wood, MDF,
board, wood.
Yep. Resin, air dry clay.
Resin, hearty clay, well, all the clays. Yeah, they're brilliant.
I'm going to can I just delve into the spoons and pick them up randomly, because some of these colours, I should have brought the glasses down with me, shouldn't I? But we've got them. If we're coming nice and close, I can probably read these. These colours, look at the effect as well. There we are, Aubergine Dazzle. That's a very regal colour, isn't it? Look at the lustre there.
One of our favourites, isn't it?
It is.
Is it?
We use that a lot.
I'm picking out probably, not in order of my favourites, but just the ones that are really jumping out at me. Turquoise Wave.
Yeah, that's our other favourite.
Is it? We've got very similar taste then, haven't we? Yeah, we have. Oh, there's another beauty here.
And there's another favourite.
Yes. Well, pink ink. That kind of gives it away. Let's see what else we've got. I go for the greens a lot, and I'm not really going for the greens just yet. This is your, what's that one called?
Atlantic Blue.
Blue. Wonderful. Oh, let's get into these greens then. There we have Meadow Grass. This is a lovely one coming up. There we've got Bayside Aqua. Now look at the sheen on there again. Do you know, it's a great surface to put these on to showcase the colours, isn't it? We'll keep going because we've got all sorts in here. We've also got, let's have a look at this one. You've got your Antique Copper.
And those spoons aren't primed, Catherine, they're straight on. Some colours do need a second coat, but the pigment is really high in the pots, so it's quality paint.
You can see that. If you're going to put one coat on these. Spice Pumpkin, that's a nice one to work with. Blending these together, stunning. Now this one, actually, now I've picked it up, I'm really loving the Strawberry Fire. It's once it catches the light and you see that wonderful sheen in there.
It's a lovely red.
Really is, isn't it? I've got another pink here for you as well. This is your Soft Mulberry. Oh, actually, I really like that one as well. They're all, do you know, pick a mix, any four, that's what it is. I think you could do a lucky dip here. If someone's really uncertain, have you got a preference as to the colours you probably would suggest? Sort of a variation that will work together?
We've been asked that a lot over the years. It's very difficult because you've got to go with what you like as a person, or else you're not going to use it anyway.
Yeah.
So
it's personal.
That one's not written on, is it?
No, it's not. Which colour is this one?
Tarnished silver.
That's kind of got a bluey hue to it, hasn't it? It looks it on the screen.
I don't think it
just
has
or a
when you
purpley
see it.
hue, very slight. Sort of hint of it in there. That's maybe it's just me who's seeing that. I don't know. Maybe it is. Hopefully you're reading these because I've been chatting and not giving you all the names. Vintage gold on there, beautiful. We're getting there, you know. We've also got royal purple. Oh, that's nice. We've got another silver here. These are very, very busy. Bright silver. Actually, I'm just going to pick up the other silver so you can see the difference.
And those are the metallics we've been using on top of the resin earlier on, where we've just been buffing them on to do the highlights.
Yeah, they work beautifully, don't they? I'm saving some particular ones to the end. We're nearly there with them. Yeah, we are very busy on these. Coffee, that's nice as well. That and the copper. Ooh. And then we have the graphite noir. And then the last two I've saved because these are a little bit different, aren't they? These are suspended glitters.
That's right.
So you can put them over any colour and you get that lovely twinkly effect.
Yeah.
So obviously with this one it's been put over a blue, but you know you're going to get the lovely glitter coming through whether you go over the pinks, over the greens. This one's a little bit different. Hopefully you can see the difference. I think you probably will on camera. Yes, you can see a little bit of colour in there. So that is your Sparkle Star.
So that's got a sort of a pearlescent effect to it, whereas Silver Shine is silver.
You can see the difference hopefully there. Don't they twinkle lovely?
And they're all permanent on fabrics, including the glitters as well.
Really? Even the glitters? Oh, make sure you get as many as you need today. $16.99. If you're opening up that flexi, you can still split the cost of these as well. Honestly, if you can't decide, it doesn't matter. Just go for whatever you think, whatever appeals to you. You will not be disappointed. 216999 is the item number. I'm trying to tidy up as I go here without making too much noise. Over on the website, you will see everything. There's things we haven't mentioned. Look at that rambling rose. I think we're going to get to see that during this hour as well. Now that is stunning. I'm looking at the packaging there. I do hope we get to see this. $14.95. There's a discount on it as well. 5-star review. That's what we like. Now we've got all sorts of goodies. Remember the paints. So we've also got mediums from Elichem. If you watch back the earlier shows, you'll see that Kathy used those during demonstration as well. Well worth a look at. And we've got lots of different mediums on the website. There we are. Now, the moment we've been waiting for, of course, is demonstration time. So I am going to be handing over to Kathy in a little while and see what she's got in store for us. Now, Kathy, you did say that you wanted to sort of dedicate this hour a little bit more to the air-dry clay.
Yes, we do, because we've done resin in the first two.
Okay.
I have obviously got some Hearty that I've put in dried and I'm going to work on. But we've been talking about this quite a lot. Catherine's actually going to be doing the Hearty demo because I've been using the Hearty probably, I've been using the resin probably a bit longer than the Hearty, so maybe 5 months I've been using it. And I get on quite well, but quite is not, you know, enough.
Well, I think you're doing very well.
Well, thank you.
But I know you do have some questions.
Yeah, and there's lots and lots of questions. And I felt, or Mel and I felt, that the questions that we had are probably questions that you have, and so we thought it'd be a really nice idea if when you're filling your mould with your Hearty that I can just pep through some of the questions and hopefully help everybody at home as well. Okay,
now we haven't prepped this. I didn't even know about this until the meeting that we had prior to the show. So let's just hope live TV is very kind because I feel rather on the spot now. But yeah, fire away, Kathy.
Right, would you want to, if you start and then I can ask as you're doing, is that okay?
Okay, that's fine. Is there a particular mould you want me to work with, or can I just grab
anything you like?
I'm going to go for the butterflies first of all, I think. So I don't know what I'm doing yet, but we'll start with the butterflies. So is there something you want me? Do you want me to just start at the beginning?
Well, I noticed that before we started, about 5 minutes before, you opened up the pack of the Hearty and you rolled it out with a ruler. And have just left it there. Now, one of my questions, and I think we've already answered it without even speaking. When I was at home, I rolled it out, I left it, and then it was slightly damp on top. And I thought, oh, I wonder what it's like underneath. And actually, it was even more damp underneath. So I flipped it. Then I thought, oh, it's still quite damp. So I kneaded it together. Then I rolled it out, kneaded it together, rolled it out. And I think that was an error. Was it or wasn't it?
Yes and no. I don't like to say right and wrong. Actually, that is a really good point. And I honestly didn't know that Kathy was going to ask that question. Is that an error? I didn't realise that you'd done that and needed it again. I am just going to go back into the pack because obviously when you take the clay from the pack, it looks slightly fibrous. And when you break it apart, you can see it breaks apart easily.
Yeah.
I always say condition the clay. Now this is going to answer the question that you've just asked. The more that you mould this, the more that you disperse the water content that's in there, because there is water in there, the stretchier and the smoother it becomes. So you're quite right, because what I do, the reason I roll that out is because if I go straight into the mould, particularly with something that's got those finer points or those very fine details, so for instance the antennae on the butterfly or the tail on the mouse or the stalks of the toadstools, I know that if the clay is too wet and fresh from the pack, that I'm going to struggle getting it out of the mould. It's nothing you're doing wrong as such, it's just the condition of the clay. So what I tend to do is roll it out, and I've rolled it out quite thinly. It doesn't matter, you know, you can keep it a little bit thinner. A question that's always asked is how long do you leave it to air dry?
Yes.
I can't answer that question because it will depend on the temperature, the humidity, and even the warmth of your hands will change how that clay dries. My biggest tip is take note of the phrase, you will get to know the feel of the clay. And you really, really do.
I think that's,
You really do, because it's hard. You can't feel what I'm feeling or you're feeling here, Kathy, but you will when you're at home and you experiment with this. So what you've done, when you've taken that and you've laid that out, you've let the air get to it. You're quite right. When you flip it over, it will feel damper on the other side. So I tend to flip it twice. I've already conditioned this clay, so I've already smoothed it out. I've got rid of those fibres. I've dispersed the water. But yes, if I was to fold that back up and work it again, I'm going to make that water content disperse again, so it will become more pliable, more sticky. So you're kind of reversing what you've already done.
So are you rolling it out and then playing with it again and rolling it out, or not?
If I would condition it first, then roll it out, and then when you're ready to use it, don't play with it too much. You can take it back into a ball and go into your mould with it, but the more you stretch it, the wetter it's going to become again.
That's what I've been doing. I've been doing all this, thinking, oh, you know, I've seen Catherine doing it, and then it's been sticky.
Now, I will cover, and you might have this on your list of questions, I don't know, but there is a point where you might think, well, actually, now I've done it too far, I've let it dry too much, and now it's gone a little bit dry, I'm starting to see 1 or 2 cracks appear. Keep a bottle of water next to you, a spritzer bottle, just with a fine mist. You can revive clay, so if you let it go too dry, spritz it with water and you'll revive it. If you let it totally dry, and so the pieces that you've got fully dried, Kathy, you wouldn't revive those.
No.
But while ever there's water content in the clay, you can bring it back.
Right, okay, because that was another one of my questions.
Okay.
Is while it's still malleable in your hands, you're still able to add the water to it?
Yes.
It's not like it's gone too far?
Absolutely.
It's only when it's dry that it's gone too far?
Yes,
right,
absolutely.
Okay. And well, another one of my questions, how long before you take the clay out? So at the minute it's been out half an hour.
Yeah.
Is that in this environment with aircon, is that about right?
Do you know, again, that feel of the clay, I can tell that feels pretty good. I don't want to, you are tempted to use it like a stress ball and play with it, but you will disperse that water again, so I'm going to try and avoid doing that. I can tell that feels a little bit more rubbery now.
Yeah.
So I know, you know, that is much better. In the conditions of the studio, which are very different to the conditions you'll have at home, to me that feels really good.
Right. Another question is, this Hearty Soft, I love this, but actually I haven't been using this for very long. We've been using, it is other Hearty clay, but it's different to this Hearty clay.
Okay.
So although it's all white, what's the difference, and why is this better, and should I always be going for the soft?
There are many, many different grades of clay. This is actually classed as a professional grade. This is used by experts and professionals, even in the cake decorating industry.
Right.
Although if you are someone that's going to do cakes, don't ever put your clay directly onto icing, because the sugar content will make it go gooey. Always put some sort of barrier in between there. But it's professional grade, so there is a difference. Yeah. And there is a difference, of course, with the makeup of this. As far as I understand it, we often refer to it as paper clay, but a lot of the content is a rice flour or a potato flour, but it won't ever go mouldy. There's preservative in there as well. So,
but this is not for eating, is it? I mean, when you're talking about cakes, this is just display.
This is the clay, just for displaying if you use it for cakes. But yeah, it's a professional grade. There are many brands out there. I would never say don't try anything, but you will certainly find that some are far better than others. And I'm exactly the same. I always come back to this one.
So Hearty Soft is what we go for. Brilliant. I'll just tick off what I'm asking. Right.
Questions and answers.
Yeah, I've also noticed that you put your clay in the mould and then you release pretty well straight away. And I have done that too when it's worked. But sometimes when it's a bit sticky, I thought, do you know what, I'm going to leave that in there to dry overnight. Then it will come out and it'll be dry. And lo and behold, the next morning, it's still sticky.
I'm so glad you asked that question. I'm so glad it's something I try and cover during my own shows, but you are completely right. So what happens is you've got your mould. We can dust with corn flour or talcum powder, because I know, Kathy, you've brought yours. I tend to, when I'm at home, not dust the mould with anything, because I know the feel of the clay, as I keep saying, so I know when it's the right consistency to put it in there. If you find that you're trying to release something from a mould and it's not coming out, if you leave it in there to dry, all that's going to happen is the surface is drying, and it's drying quickly, but the moisture is sinking to the bottom. And it makes it stickier right at the bottom, and it actually adheres more to the mould. Although these are silicone and you think, well, it wouldn't stick, they can get stuck in there. So the water's sinking to the bottom. But the top, especially if it's a warm day as well, and the top's going quite crusty and dry, you might even see the edges curling in a little bit. The best thing to do is always take it back out of the mould, and just give it a few more minutes to dry and put it back in again. It's clay, you can do that.
So do you ever leave it in there to dry fully, or as a rule
I always take it out
to dry?
Yeah. With the Hearty, with this particular clay, I'll always take it out.
Right, great. Oh, this is fantastic, because you're answering all my questions. Right. Slightly, I mean, still moulds, but stamps into the clay.
Yeah.
When you're stamping into your Hearty clay, do I still need the flour to release from the stamp, or can I just go straight in and remove my stamp without it sticking?
It's very similar to working with the moulds, actually. If your clay is very, very wet, it's more likely to stick, so you can dust the surface with a corn flour or a talc and try it that way. I would probably just say let the air get to the surface again and then go with it.
Right.
Polymer stamps, rubber stamps, it is a different material to silicone. So you might find, especially with polymer, the quality of the stamp, yours are exceptional quality, of course, but there are different grades of polymer out there as well. Some you'll get a better impression than others. But yeah, definitely let the surface dry a little bit more. If you're really impatient, try dusting it. It's the same thing. If it doesn't work, roll it up and do it again.
Yeah, so you could, rather than dusting the stamp, you just dust the top of the clay and then put the...
You can do it either way, but yeah, I would probably go with dusting the top of the clay for the stamp.
OK, my next question you've already answered, so that's that one done.
Oh, I'm doing well.
You are doing well. That one you've answered. How long do I need to leave it to dry before I paint it?
Before you paint it?
Yes.
Right, OK. So, again, drying time will vary depending on the temperature, the humidity. I'm just going to drop something else in here as well. Don't be tempted to heat dry it with a heat gun. You're going to do one or two things there.
Okay.
You're going to make the clay brittle. You're going to scorch it. There are rare occasions I might use a heat gun for different effects, but generally let it air dry. Don't be tempted to put it on top of a hot radiator either, because if you put too much heat, if you let it dry too quickly, that curling will happen.
Yes, and I think your solution to the curling is different to mine, because haven't you said before, did you say wet something and put it on the top?
Yeah,
or?
if it's a very, very hot day and you're wanting to work, use a slightly damp paper towel and put it over the clay so it's drying slower. If suddenly it's drying really quickly, you will find the edges will curl a little bit and it'll warp.
What I do is I get A5 or A4, something like a 200 to 300 GSM, and I literally just lay it on the top.
Yeah.
And it's not enough weight to sort of spoil the impression, but it's enough just to keep the edges from curling up. Although with butterflies, it's quite nice that the edges curl up. It is,
and of course the air dry clay you can shape beautifully. What was the original question?
How long do you leave it to dry before you paint it?
Oh, before you paint it. So I would say, and sometimes during demo I've been known to put paint on when it's just come out of the mould. You shouldn't really do that. You should allow it to dry fully. So another good tip is to put your clay onto a piece of kitchen towel, because it will leach away any water or moisture from underneath. Even something like a cooling rack, because of course the air can circulate. So I would say try and let things dry. I'm a big fan of doing things on an evening or the day before and going to bed, and then in the morning they're nice and dry. Particularly important with the air dry clay if you're sticking onto card or paper, because you might think it's dry, but if it isn't, it's going to go into your card and paper, and then that's going to warp.
Yeah, that's what I've realised as well, so I knew that was a question. And then the very last one is Mel's question. If you want to add, so say you've filled your mould with clay and then you're a bit short and you add a little bit more, will you get lines on your mould where the two... So ideally, do you want to fill the mould all in one hit with the amount that's going to fill the mould?
You don't need to fill it all in one hit. What I will say, if you're not doing that, and I don't usually, I don't. In fact, there's one or two little tricks I can very quickly show you, perhaps. But I would say make sure that you're compacting that clay down well. Use a rolling pin, or in this case, we've got the acrylic stamping blocks, haven't we, here? There's a couple of different tricks I can show you for picking up detail. You just want to make sure that the detail is picked up. If you don't compact that clay down enough, then you would see those lines where you put it in separately.
That's it. That's all my questions asked. Fantastic.
Phew. Relief. Oh.
But I think that was really good, because I think these are the questions that know, if I'm having issues with them at home, I think other people will as well.
I'm genuinely, this was not, I didn't know we were going to do this before the show, and I did feel a little bit nervous about it actually when I realised you were going to ask me questions. You didn't want to tell me those questions beforehand.
I didn't.
So, you know, and hopefully at home, Kathy has asked those questions. And usually I try and cover all these things on my own shows, and you always forget something. And unless somebody's there, bringing it up at that moment or emailing in, you can miss so much.
Yes, well, I mean, when I'm demoing, if you know your subject really well, you kind of sometimes presume everybody else does, and of course they don't. So.
And you have asked, in my opinion, you have asked probably the best questions there to answer a lot of questions. Seriously, no, I think they were great questions to ask.
Great.
Okay, so shall I just... So you want me to,
just
play?
I'd like to see what you do.
Okay, so let's pick up. We'll go with one of the butterflies first. Now, with the butterflies, if I just point out one or two things here, you have got a butterfly with no antennae here, which is fantastic. You've got butterflies with antennae, but they're kind of joined into the mould as well at the same time, aren't they? If your clay was too wet, this is one of those impressions that you're going to have trouble with. So I'm just going to put a little bit of clay into one without the antennae first, and the talcum powder is the choice of product rather than a cornflour, which is great.
Because it smells nice.
It does smell beautiful. Dusting out your mould. Now, I haven't really got excess in there, but if you do, always give your mould a little bit of a tap out as well, just to make sure there's no excess in there. If you're brand new to the clay and moulds, then I would say go with your talcum powder or your cornflour. Now, you might have just noticed, this is habit actually, I've just rolled that into a ball. I think because I make things freehand a lot, I always start with a ball, you know, so it makes it nice and smooth. But also, you can do that because this isn't a big area. So the fact that I've just rolled that out and it's nice and smooth, I can now just go in. Now, I'm going to kind of answer your question again, in the sense of going in with small amounts and larger amounts. Well, you asked me about the small amounts. If you go in with too much, that is not an issue either, because the silicone being the material it is, and the clay won't stick to the outside, you can easily scrape away everything that you've got there. So a tip is, if you've got your rolling pin, now I can see that's pretty even, but I know if I go over the top and you compress hard, because you're not going to damage that mould, there's a tiny little bit of an overspill there, but you can see the colour of the silicone underneath it. That is so easy just to rub away with a finger or a thumb. In fact, that's such a small amount that I could pull it in the other way, and that's when I tidy up. Tidying up to me, Kathy, I'm sure you've been doing this because your pieces look very, very neat, means that you've got less to do afterwards, but also you can see, you're defining the outline, you can see it clearly. You're going to get a better finish. If you miss any of that, you can trim away afterwards, but it's easier to do it now. Now, because this clay has been drying out, I know that if I flex around the mould, can you see how that is, just lower it a little bit, can you see how that is lifting? You know, that will almost just drop out. A big tip I can give you here is try not to use a fingertip underneath directly in the centre and push upwards, because you can distort the clay doing that, especially if it's a little bit wetter. Now this, if I just flex that mould, that is just going to drop out.
And you always work on one piece at a time? You don't?
I prefer to do that.
Filling the whole mould, you're just doing one little bit?
I prefer one piece at a time for the reason that I've just said. If you put, you know, every impression in all in one go and you're flexing, you're going to distort other pieces. Now hopefully we can see, because there is a lot of detail on here. If I tilt it forward, there we are, you can see the detail in the butterfly. And at this stage with the air dry clay, because there's lots of moisture in there, you can shape it. So if you want to shape the wings, do it now. You might need to support it, because although it's super lightweight, so perfect for your card making, there is still moisture in there. So you might want to just prop something under the wings just to hold them. If I leave that, you can probably pick it up on the camera very slowly, they're starting to drop. That's because they're not dry enough to hold their own position. So props like paintbrushes, bottle tops, anything like that will work. To stay with the same mould, because of the antennae there, do you know what? I'm just going to get, if I may, some very fresh clay, just to show you something. I'm not going to fill the whole of the mould, but I'm just going to add some into this area here. Now, because that's nice and fine, 9 times out of 10 I don't use tools, I just use fingertips. But if you've got very fine detail, you might want to use some sort of tool. Again, it can be the end of a paintbrush. it can be a cake decorating tool, it can be whatever you want it to be. Now, I didn't put any corn flour or talcum powder in there. With the clay being this wet, it would be an idea, but I wouldn't really put that clay in there in the first place. I just want to kind of prove a point. Can you see when I flex that, and it's not even full? Look what's happening there. Those antennae are not going to come out. So this is where I would just take the clay out, rather than do what you said, Kathy, and leave it in, because it will never dry properly. Take it out, use your clay to lift out any excess as well, because it kind of sticks to itself, and wait until that clay is a little bit firmer. Now this that I've had out is much more rubbery. Because I didn't put any talcum powder in, we will actually go again without any. Now I could still let this dry even further. I can feel that, you know, there's still a lot of moisture in this clay, so it may not come out fully, but I think you'll see a better reaction. Did I go over the top with a rolling pin? I didn't the first time, did I? Make sure that all that detail is in there. I'm going to do this in exactly the same way as I did before. And although the antennae are joined onto the wings there, that is kind of a bit of a weak point, especially the clay is too wet. So let's just start to flex this one a little bit. Straight away, you can see actually how that is coming away from the sides a little bit more. I probably would be able to get this out. I would allow that to dry a little bit more, just ease that out. And yeah, it's come away from one wing on one side. But if it's too wet, you will stretch it. Let me just show you here.
That clay's been out, I reckon, for about a good half an hour.
Yeah.
So would you leave it about 45 minutes?
Yeah. For that particular mould, if I was working with something like the first butterfly, where there's no very fine detail, you'd get away with it much earlier.
Yeah.
But for something, if ever you are struggling to get it out of the mould, just let it dry longer. So it will vary from one impression to another. Okay. So hopefully that helps, but no waste with your clay. You just roll it up and you do it again. But even just stretching, as you said there. In fact, let me get another bit. Let me show you. See how that's now gone more fibrous again?
Yeah, the biggest thing I've noticed, though, Catherine, is how little you've handled that clay.
Yeah.
When I've seen you doing this, I thought that you had to really knead, a bit like when you're doing bread, the more you knead it, the better. And in actual fact, it's the opposite, isn't it?
Initially, condition it, do knead it. Now, can you see how that's now coming back? Because I've said, you know, the more you play with it, the more it's starting to stretch. If you saw me breaking that apart, it looked more fibrous again. It was pulling apart. Now it's stretching and it's going smooth again. So now that's getting to a state where I wouldn't have a chance of getting it out of those antennae. Very quickly, so I don't want to take away from your time, Kathy, but if you've got something like that as well, jewellery wire. Put your clay in there, don't totally fill it up, put a little bit of wire into the antennae and then top it up with a little bit more clay, so the wire's in there.
Yeah.
And that will also help it release from the mould, it will give it strength. And you can actually, if you do get anything like the toadstool stems where, you know, they're not joined to something else at the other end, or the leaves, you can shape them. The clay is so good that you can actually manipulate it when it's dry if you've got wire in there as well. So
good idea.
That's another little tip.
Yeah, brilliant. And actually, fact, with the antennae, I use a cocktail stick with the resin just to feed it through. Yeah. But I actually use a cocktail stick also with the clay. I just poke it through, and that works quite well.
It's something like the antennae, again, it's a really good point. And also, for when I said about detail, if you've got a rolling pin, so you can really compact that down, another thing you can do is flip over the mould and press from the other side as well to make sure that you're picking up all that detail. Occasionally, if your clay is quite wet, and I can feel that stuck a little bit there, it will pull it out for you. Yeah. You may or may not want that to happen. But yeah, lots, it's practice.
Brilliant.
It's practice again.
That has been really, really helpful. I'm now going to go home, actually, with a bit of confidence. Because they work, I mean, you can see that some of it has been really successful and worked really well, and then I didn't know why some didn't work very well. So, you know, anyway.
It really will vary from one impression to another on your moulds. The finer the detail, the more intricate the areas that you fill in, the drier really you want to allow that clay to be. You've got less chance of getting it out in time.
Are you wanting to carry on, or do you need to?
You can carry on. Yeah, I'm going to do what I tell everybody to do. Make sure you put your clay away and you take any air out of the pack. Kathy, you've been looking after yours perfectly.
Well, you know, if you spend good money on it, you want it to last, don't you? So, right. Well, I want to work on. In fact, we did this at 7 o'clock this morning. Do you remember we put the fluff it paste on, and then I've used. Sheila Walsh's, she's done a little sample, a big sample at the back, and I've kind of copied her colours because they're just so beautiful. Purple, meadow grass and the turquoise wave, and together it's just fantastic. And my plan is to put my Hearty clay fungi on the top, but I'm actually going to use some of the stamps. Now I was going to stamp, but I'm mindful that we're running out of time and I want to show more bits and bobs. But what I want to show is also the painting of the Hearty. We can use the multi-surface paint like we've been using all along. I'm just going to do a little bit of red just so you can see with my very dirty water. And you can be quite controlled with a brush, a fine brush and the clay. And you can treat the paint on the clay like a watercolour. So you can start quite intense.
This shows the quality of your paints as well,
can't
they?
Well, they are highly pigmented, and that's, you know, why they're so brilliant on fabric and permanent on fabric, because there's less binder and more pigment. And then, again, like I say, as you do on paper, you can draw out and it stays perfect on the Hearty. You'd think it would sort of, because it's almost like a marshmallow, you'd think it would just absorb in, but it doesn't. It just sits really nicely on the top. How are we doing for time?
We have got 11 minutes left.
Oh, God.
11 to 12 minutes.
Right, well, I'm not going to do a lot of painting because I think most people know how to colour and stuff. So I'm just going to assemble and show how we use some of the elements. But, you know, you can try all sorts of different pigments on the Hearty. I'm sure all sorts of different things will work. But this is one I've used red and... actually, we've got a flesh colour. I don't know if we've got it on the show, but you could use gold. If you diluted the gold down, you come up with a similar colour to that. And we've got our gorgeous little balloon mouse, which is going to go up here. And I love it when things fall off the top of or sides of things. But this little girl here, she is part of our Oops Daisy Fairy. She was actually on a toadstool, but I wanted to cut her off because I wanted to make her dimensional, so she sort of fits with the moulds.
Do you know, I reckon the wings from the bees would work on her as well.
And I mean, exactly. And then we've got this lovely one here. So I want the mould on first. So I'm just using my solvent again, but again, you could use anything. I need some more running out.
Which colour did you say you'd use to make that fleshy tone?
You can. Well, we've got a peach, but if I didn't have the peach, which I don't think is on the show, I would use the gold. I'd use the vintage gold, and I dilute it really down, and that becomes a bit like a flesh colour.
Okay.
And that's what's so nice about the pigments, is diluted, you can get all sorts of different tones of the same colour. Obviously, I would colour in her derriere, but I'm going to put that on a...
I asked about the flesh tone because that's something that I often recommend, because with the white Hearty, obviously it takes all those different mediums, but for something like the dance that you've got where you want a skin tone, whichever that skin tone is, normally the hardest colour or the hardest area to paint is the skin. And I've lost count of the amount of times people have got in touch and said, oh, I love such and such a mould, or I've done this and then I went and ruined it with the skin colour because I just made it too dark or it didn't go on evenly. That is one area where I would say if you're going to mix the colour into the clay, mix that skin tone. But actually now I've seen that colour that you've got there, that looks so even, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It works beautifully.
I use gold a lot for flesh colours. I mean, for a long time we didn't actually have a flesh colour, and that's why I used it, but now we do, so it's not always as necessary.
See, I think I would definitely pop that into my pick and mix now.
Right, all I'm going to do is add leaves, so I don't know if you want to do or do you want me to carry on?
Okay, right. Oh, those leaves, lovely as well. Part of the forest floor, very, very useful. Let's have a bit of a recap. Remember, the forest floor is on extended delivery now. Only not 5 days, the 5th of November to wait until. It's not 5 days, is it? We're nearly there. Yeah, what a great price as well. Any two for that price you see on the screen. It's a pick and mix zone tool, but of course there are 4 moulds. I would certainly try and keep these together as a bundle, so go for multiples. Now we do have the free gift worth $6.99, repeat from earlier as well. Mel, be very careful if you're ordering any of the stamps that you don't get repeats, because it is one of the mouse stamps that you're going to receive. If you're going for 2 lots, you'll get 2 stamps while we've got the stocks. 504981 is the item number. Has anybody counted up the individual elements within the moulds? You can take it further than what you can see actually, because for instance the bee you can separate from the honeycomb, but you've got a lot there for your money. We'll see if we can add it up, but of course adapting things, changing things around, it's endless really what you can actually achieve with them. 504981, you've actually got 33 individual impressions, but as I say, you can break those down in many ways. Let's get back to Kathy. Don't think any longer this is the final live hour for today. This is an exclusive for us as well. Back to you, Kathy. How are you getting on?
Right, what I've done is I've put the snail on. I would, when I'm at home, I'm actually going to put a proper bit of thread there, or you could just use a pen. But how cute is this?
Yeah, the little...
All its little bits
There's
and
2
bobs.
little mice, isn't there, in the mould, in the
There
forest
is.
mould?
Yeah, the other one actually looks like it's sitting over the top of something. But that's that. See, I really want to show what I would be doing for the next demo, if I can.
Look
so
at
where am
that.
I?
Beautiful.
I just hope it doesn't all fall off because it's not properly stuck.
As we're looking at that as well, the fluffy stuff, you will find that as an end of call if you're buying the paints. Don't miss out on that. That's that lovely texture that you can see on there. And don't forget, you can watch shows back on Rewind and see the previous demos. That is beautiful, Kathy. I love the fact that you've gone with the clay, with the moulds and the stamps as well, because you don't have to just work with one product. You don't have to work with stamps and forget about the moulds. Always look at combining them.
Yeah. How long have I got?
We have got 6 minutes.
Oh, great. Right, this, I don't know if I'm going to have a chance to actually do what I had planned, but I don't think I need to, because I think from this you can actually see. So this was the crackle that we did this morning.
Lovely.
And this is its natural colour on its background. But what I've done is I've actually used some distress oxides to spray across, and using sprays on, I don't know if you can actually see very well, but using sprays, you catch the highlights of the raised bits, which I think is really nice. And then what I've done here, this is a bit of hearty clay that I just rolled out, actually not with a root, I just used my hands. And then I've got our beautiful rose stamp, and I made an impression of the rose stamp into the clay. Then I've used some of our inky blue paint. Well, actually, I think that was the gold, funnily enough. That's what was the skin colour, and just diluted it down and rubbed it in. So all the recessed areas stay light.
Yeah.
And then I've introduced some darker colour in the corner. So I would stick that down. Just this edge, I'd leave that bit sort of raised because I want to get texture to it. And actually, the price you said of this rose earlier, I don't know how you managed that price, but it's on the website. It's really good
That
good
is
price.
well worth adding into your basket,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And then this one here is actually the white resin. Remember this morning you said we said about colours.
Yeah.
I love the white because the white is a great background to then put your other colours on the top.
Of course.
And this one is just dusting with micas and a bit of multi-surface on the top. And then this one is the hearty. And in actual fact, this is quite good because there are some very fine bits to the dancer. But if you're careful and you push it right into the corners, you can get a good, complete mould of her. And she's got the most beautiful face.
She has, hasn't she? She's stunning.
Yes, she is. And my plan was to put a little bit of, I was going to put a purple wash, or I still might if there is time. And she was going to be like a sort of a ghost behind this one behind, so she sort of echoed. And I've got some white fluff it down here. And then to take it further, I could do the odd little bit of stamping going around. I'd probably put in some of this darker colour from this corner and make a sort of a slightly distressed piece of work. So I don't know if you want me to put some colour on there, Catherine, or if I
We've
run out
got
of
3.5 minutes left, so yeah, you go for it, Cathy.
It's a shame that technique is such a lovely technique, pushing the stamp in.
And I love how you cut around the leaves on the edge there as well.
Yes, yeah, and it's great. So to just make her pop a little bit more, this is Mel's idea to use the purple.
As you're just getting the paint ready, something else I just thought of, which kind of reverts back to some of the questions. With your air dry clay, the more that it's dried out, as long as you don't let it dry too far, obviously then revive it, but the more it's dried out, the less it will shrink, because there is a little bit of shrinkage with the clay. You will never lose the detail. That will always remain, but you will notice the size might change. So if you're doing a technique like this as well, the drier that clay is, the less you're going to see it shrink.
Yeah, yeah, that's worth knowing. So in previous techniques during the day, I've just put on neat multi-surface paint, put it on and then buffed it off. But also you can use it really dilute, let's try it a bit even more dilute, and sort of wash it in, and it sort of gives a bit of a faded look. It's so pale that the pale bits sort of sit in all the crevices, and you can see all the detail.
Making your washes is a great way to add colour. And for someone that thinks, you know, I don't want to spoil something by painting, I don't know, I'm not that confident, this is a great way to go, isn't it?
Isn't it? I think with the Hearty, what I found, I don't know what you think, Catherine, but if I was trying to paint her leg cream and her arm, sometimes it can look a bit contrived. And sometimes with washes, and this sort of thing. I mean, a bit of blue is coming into her leg here and into her face, and sort of a bit of black into her face, but it doesn't really matter. But I think if you try to be really careful and keep all your colours separate...
That is why I like to sometimes pre-colour the clay, so if there's a skin tone, I know it's got that even tone all the way through. You can still add shadows and highlights, but you've got that lovely sort of effect straight away.
And this is another reason why I just love our paints, because this is no word of a lie, we use them on absolutely everything. I don't go out and buy paints for this and paints for that, because I know that our paints are such good quality and highly pigmented that I know that they're going to work. So there she is on the purple.
That is such a lovely idea.
And then what I might do is actually bring some of that purple into my rose.
Just to add that little bit of balance again.
And I'd also bring a little bit
together
into her as well. So they're all connected by a little bit of colour.
Do you know, that is the finishing touch. I love that on her skirt there. Oh, do you know, that is such a lovely idea, Kathy. I can't wait to see you bring more moulds to us. You must have things planned already.
We have. Yeah, you won't have to wait too long.
Really? Not another 2 years then?
Well, no, definitely not 2 years. Good grief, no.
Ladies, it has been an absolute delight.
Well,
I got to launch with you this morning. I've got another show this afternoon. Hopefully the questions and answers, I know you did enjoy it. We've had emails about that. So, but Kathy, you're doing such a great job with the clay anyway. You just, it's just amazing. Check out your baskets. Don't miss out on anything. Look at the stamps. Don't forget you've got a free gift if you're going for the moulds with the pick and mix as well. Let's wish the ladies again a very, very happy birthday. We genuinely cannot wait to see what you're bringing to us next, because I know they're going to be amazing.
Catherine. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, so much more to come. Check those baskets out. It has been busy again. Yeah, make sure that you've got everything that you need. See you soon. Oh, I did enjoy that. Now, coming up next, another lovely hour with Rosella. We've got Vervico and then Paper Discovery. That looks good as well. We've got Heartfelt Creations, the final call at 4 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I hope to see you soon.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are well, and it's great to have your company. Isn't it a beautiful day outside? It really is. The sun is shining, there are a few clouds in there, but it's an inspirational day for crafting. And it might be that you're thinking of taking up a brand new craft, or it might be that you love cross-stitch already and you're just waiting to get a brand new kit. Well, we have got some marvellous cross-stitch pieces of artwork for you to sit down, and it's almost like paint along, isn't it? Only you're doing it with thread. And it's absolutely fantastic to have our gorgeous guest here with us. Of course, I'm not alone. It's our Rosella.
Well, hello. How
are you?
This is nice, isn't it? A lovely treat.
I like your frock.
Thank you.
It's very apt.
It is, isn't it? Especially for this show. Yep.
I'm looking forward to the show because in my family I've got a few members who love cross-stitch. And I've seen them create some marvellous designs that sometimes they'll use as a cushion, as a bag, most of the time on the wall, which is really nice. And more often than not, it's something that gets passed over from one family member to another and sometimes can become an heirloom as well. But what is it about cross-stitch that you like, Rosella?
I think it's the texture, because when you get these kits home, and you've got to have a squeeze of the wool that's with them on the cushion kits, and it's the enjoyment of using quality material, so that wool is so soft, it's really bouncy and springy, and these build up really quickly. So we're looking at 4.5 holes per inch, so that's 4.5 stitches per inch. So you can imagine just how quickly that stitches up, Janice, and really good coverage, of course, and they're useful, and we have to have things that are beautiful and useful around us, don't we?
We certainly do, we certainly do. Shall we have a look at the first one that we've got? I absolutely love this. This is your Birds in Blossom. It's a beautiful design, and I think when you've got this up, you can either turn it into a cushion, you can have it in a framework on your wall, but it's something that's going to be very, very cheery. And like you say, Rosella, the way that this has been developed, because you've got those larger holes, for an absolute beginner with cross-stitch, this is going to be perfect.
Absolutely. If you've never done cross-stitch before, this is not counted cross-stitch, this is printed, as you can see on the canvas there, and that's hand-finished printing, so it's really, really quality printing. So this is one that you can just pick up, you can sit in front of the TV, you can sit and listen to a book, you can chat to your friends, and you can get on with it.
Yeah, you certainly can. It's beautiful, isn't it? But we're very busy for this. I do need to tell you that nearly a quarter of the stock gone already of those beautiful birds. So if you do want to get hold of that one, isn't it lovely? Pop that into your basket and check on out. £28.15. It's a great price, especially if you're thinking about buying this as a Christmas gift for somebody. Maybe you cross-stitch, and maybe this is something you absolutely adore doing, and you want to get another member of the family into it, and they've been a little bit resistant up until now. Well, we don't want that to happen anymore, so we want to get them a beautiful kit. This could be the one you get them. But we do have a variety on the show. Right, now you have shopped ahead for the poppies. I adore poppies, and I love poppies all year round. I really do. And I think they're such a beautiful, majestic flower that now when you're walking in the countryside, and indeed down some roads, you'll see the odd one or two poppy just
coming up out of the gutter, out of the pavements, and they just look absolutely spectacular.
They do, and I think they're so recognisable, aren't they? Actually, a neighbour and I, we're swapping poppy seeds at the moment, so whatever we've got in the garden, we're sort of passing them over, because we love to see them, and I think perhaps because we can't pick them. Yeah. And we can't pick them at all, can we? As soon as we do, that's it, they fall. And I think that's perhaps why we love them, because we have to respect them. We have to see them in situ and enjoy them exactly where they were meant to be placed.
Yeah, do you know what? You're absolutely right. Well, now this can be in place in your home. Like Maria. Now, Maria has already made this, and she sent us a picture. That is gorgeous, Maria. Wow, look at that as a cushion.
It's just so lovely, isn't it? And these cushions are really, really snuggly and cuddleable and huggable. I think that's so beautiful, Maria. Thank you so much for sending that in. And I'd really, really like to see if there's any more, because we do love it when people send us a photo, don't we?
Doesn't it bring it to life? And I bet that cushion is super soft. I bet that's the cushion, Maria, that you pick up and you just give it a bit of a hug. Yes. And it hugs you back. You know, that kind of hug back cushion. That is stunning. It really is. And it looks beautiful with all of those beautiful woolen threads on there. Oh, how lovely. Oh, I just want to sit down and do that myself now. £28.49. You've got a saving of £5.50 on there. 004951 is your item number. Now, the snowman has been busy. Nearly a third of the stock has gone of this one. Oh, look, he's waving at the window.
It just makes you smile, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Oh, look at that. Do you know what? It's the only sort of person that's not going to get offended when you call them carrot nose. It's not the usual insult for people, but, you know, if you say, oh, look, here's old carrot nose at the window, they won't get offended, will they?
I'm so pleased I'm a friend of yours, Janice.
I'm glad. That's fine. I won't call you carrot nose. It's only the snow people in my village I call carrot nose. Now, it's important, let's talk about the threads, because we're not talking about threads of cotton or embroidery thread here, are we?
That's right. So this is acrylic wool. So you can see it's really quite a chunky wool. If you just pull any of those threads out, just the one. Yep, just that. Yep, go for it. Keep going.
But it's only the red that's coming out.
That's okay. There you go. So that is pre-cut for that length. So this is the optimum length of thread, which is about that. As you're going through canvas, if it was any longer, it might not, but also it tends to catch on the canvas, because it's, you know, canvas is quite stiff, isn't it? So they limit the length of the thread so that it's perfect length for you to stitch with, and not so short that you have to keep starting, stopping, but again, not so that it's like, if you're a beader like me, it's like an arm's length and another one included. So they're all pre-sorted out for you there. All the same length.
It's like a new game for me. This is choose a colour, pull it out, and the whole.
That's Janice sorted for the day, right? Okay.
Oh, it's the little things that entertain me. So it is beautiful. It's soft. You get all the colours. You get the colour chart as well. All the information you need to do the cross stitch, and you also get the needle included.
You do on this, and you even get a little label if you'd like to put a label on saying that I stitched this. You've got that.
What, you stitched this, or the person that buys it stitched this?
Ideally the one that bought it, but
oh, do you know what? You could just sign that, yes. Made by Carrot Nose. £28.49. Listen, I'm not taking the mickey. I've got a big nose. People used to call me Big Nose at school. So, hey, 066748 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Oh, it's absolutely delightful. Right, let's talk about the blue tits that we've got here. Actually, this is funny. We've got lots of blue tits that come to our house, into the trees, and they're beautiful. I've not seen them for a while, but this morning we had some in the tree.
Yes.
So they're such a beautiful creature, and their song is so distinctive. They're lovely. They're lovely friends of the gardener. They really are. They come in, they do their thing, and then they rush out, and then they come back. So they're a beautiful, beautiful creature. So to have something like this on your wall or on a cushion, anyone that loves nature, anyone that loves their garden will be so pleased that they've got this. £28.49. You can see there the stitching and how beautiful that works.
702307 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Absolutely beautiful with the roses as well. Lovely, isn't it?
I think so. And you mentioned anyone that loves birds loves their garden, because these are going to make great gifts. So when you know, somebody says to you, oh, I'd like you to stitch me something, you think, oh, okay, then I'll put a few months aside to do this. However, these cushions don't take that long, Janice, so which means that actually if somebody says, you know, I'd really like one of those, but I don't feel that I can do it, would you do it? You can actually say, oh yeah, I can do that. It doesn't take too long, and it's really, really enjoyable to do.
Now, I wonder if we could sell these after we make them, Rosella.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, could be a great idea. Could be a great idea. Right, 702307 is your item number if you want to go for the blue tick cross-stitch cushion kit, saving £5.50 on that one. Right, another popular one, of course, is another bird that we absolutely adore here in the UK because it stays with us all year round, and that's the robin, the feisty little robin, and a quarter of the sock already gone of this one. I think this captures the robin perfectly because it's on the floor, it's amongst the daisies, and it's just sitting there very, very proud. So I really like the design. Rather than being in a tree, it's because you mostly see the robins on the floor foraging around. Again, it's £28.49, 117764 is your item number. I think if you want to go for two as bird lovers, I mean, that is delightful. And when we see it as a cushion like this, we see more of the daisies in there.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
and also that background behind it as well, that really makes the robin pop out of it, doesn't it? It's so well designed, this one.
Yeah, it certainly is. I love that. Really like when you see it as a cushion, you see the fullness of that image, and you do need to fall in love with the artwork.
Yes.
And you will. I know you will. If you love gardens, if you love flowers, if you love birds, then you're going to love looking at that every day as a cushion. Now, talking of cushions, we have got your cushion backs for you to finish them off. So we've got the right size cut out for you to finish them off as cushions, and they've all got a zip in. So that's your black there for £12.99. I think that would look great with on the back of the sunflowers.
The sunflowers, yes, most definitely.
Most definitely. We have got your, we're calling this white. It's like an ivory colour, isn't it? It's really nice, that is. I think that would go really well with the snowman.
I think the snowman and the Santa, I think that would really
definitely.
Yeah.
And maybe the robin and the birds.
Yes, because they've got the paler colours within them as well.
However, we do have this colour, which I think the natural would look really nice with either, I think the robin especially, definitely.
And also, you'll notice that the canvas is this sort of beigey colour as well, so you know that it's going to coordinate well. And I think if you're a little unsure what colours, or perhaps you haven't chosen a kit yet, but you want to stock up on the cushion backs whilst we've got them, I think natural's a really good option to go for.
Yeah, it certainly is. And do you know what? The natural is in the lead. The natural is in the lead. It's got a zip in there, so you don't have to put the zip in, and then you could just put your cushion inside there, which is perfect. £12.99, 785588 is your item number. We've also got a grey one, actually, and again the grey one, just looking down the counter with the different designs in here, I think would look great with the snowman, would look great with the squirrel, I think, and the bunny rabbits, and maybe the birds and the blossom.
And I think maybe also perhaps you've got a sort of a grey toned room at the moment because it's particularly fashionable, so that would actually fit in really well with that as well, especially if you're going to, when people sit on your sofa, if you're going to turn your cushions round. Go on to match your sofa.
Brilliant. 141490 is your item number. That's for the grey option. Remember, they all include the zipper in there. You do need to find your cushion filling, but you might have a cushion at home at the moment that you're thinking, I don't like that anymore. Don't give it away, throw it away, or even sell it. Keep it and just stuff it into your new cushion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Right, we've got some table runners for you, and they are absolutely delightful. Let me just pick one up for you. Which one should we start with? Let's pick this one up. Okay, I'll show you a picture of it first, and then I'll show you the actual table runner. This one, you've got the gnomes, and if we look at this, is the part that we're looking at. So the table runner, I think at Christmas time, these will be fabulous, don't they?
Oh, this is just so much fun, isn't it? And this is a printed cross stitch, so your cotton that it's actually printed on is already pre-hemmed for you, so it just means that you have to pop the stitches over the stitches that are on that cloth there. So again, you've got a little chart with this one, and I'll have a look at that actually very soon. Again, super easy to stitch. Once you've put all your stitching on there, you're going to wash it, and that's going to remove the blue ink, so you know, not to worry if you've sort of miss a little bit of blue ink or something, it really doesn't matter. Yeah, it is just so clever, and it's going to look fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's going to be a lot of fun to do, more importantly.
It certainly is, and it will turn into an heirloom, and it'd be great to get that out at Christmas time. The grandkids will know Christmas is on its way. $27.99. The size of that is 40 by 100 centimetres. That's the first table runner we've got for you. The second table runner is the Robins in the Winter. Let me show you a picture of that, and then I'll show you what it looks like. There you go. So that's the Robins in the Winter. Another beautiful set, really, really nice. And the Robins in the Winter, a delightful table runner.
It is, and I know you're looking at me thinking, where is it? And it's here. So this is different. So we've got printed canvas, we've got a printed cross stitch, and now we've got a counted cross stitch. So hence you've got blank fabric for this one, because you've got the chart and you're going to follow the chart to stitch. So now, big benefit to this one, Janice, is if you don't get it finished in time for this Christmas, that's okay, because you do a little bit and then you bring it out again next Christmas and do a little bit more.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. 2 payments of £20.93. Maybe for your more seasoned cross stitcher, that one, or for a beginner, dive right in. 583809 is your item number. Head to the website. This is where you can see all of the kits that we've got for you. Oh, look at those. Aren't they beautiful? You've got the bunny rabbits there. You've got the squirrel, the table runners. Oh, I like the that red table runner. Have we got that available still?
We sold out.
Oh, the deer sold out. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I love a good table runner. Now, we've also got our seat frame. Now, Rosella will show us around this. This is absolutely perfect, and it's always very, very popular. Have a look at the 4 3/4, almost 5-star reviews. £22.99. It really is a fantastic price. And I think it's going to help you when you're sitting watching the telly, or anywhere really, sitting down to make sure that you've got that hoop and it keeps it nice and still. So it's a 10-inch embroidery frame. And we've got Rosella, who's going to take us around that particular one. So if you do want it, pop it in your basket, and do make sure you check out. You've got it there, haven't you, Rosella?
I've always got a seat frame here. There's always, I carry one round with me constantly. Mine's there, actually, because I can't do without them. They are absolutely brilliant. So if you like any form of embroidery at all, this will not only keep it in place whilst you're stitching it, it will display it, but also it makes it so much easier to stitch, because what it in effect does is take the fabric out of your hand so that you can use your hand then to stitch it. So yes, a lot of people use a hoop. That's great. I mean, I would always use a hoop of some form for an embroidery, but to actually have it in a seat frame. And this one, I've had mine for years and years and years, and I have several actually, and it's still going strong. It's fully adjustable, this one, so this is the 10-inch hoop on here. Actually, if you've got an embroidery project that isn't 10 inches and you think, well, how am I going to use my hoop then? Because actually the embroidery project I'm doing is quite small. All you need to do is just attach it to a little bit of calico and then pop it over the edge. So it's really, really easy. The products on the show, the table runners, are going to fit in our embroidery frame. And if you are a different height to me, which a lot of people are, you can see that it is actually height adjustable. So you can take it all the way up to there. Now, you could stitch with this on the table. I'd have it a whole lot lower if I was going to. I tend to sit with a leg either side of it and actually sit on it. You could have it to the side as well if you want to sit side saddle on it, whatever's most comfortable to you. Mine goes straight under my leg, however you could raise it and then pop it under the cushion maybe, perhaps the cushion on the sofa. But what it does mean is that actually I can get my stitching right in front of my face, and I need that because I can't see it over there, and it just means that I'm not stretching to get to my embroidery at all. So let me just pop in this table runner. So I've actually got the Gnomes table runner next to me. In fact, we'll have a look at the kit and then I'll pop that in the seat stand and you can see how that works. So the table runner, now I know it's got a picture of a tablecloth and a table runner on it, but you've got a little red dot on yours which denotes that this particular pattern is a table runner. So we've got that in our kit, so let's just take that from there. And your table runner is 16 inches by 40 inches. So to sort of put that into context, your cushions are 16 inches. So it's that width and then 40 inches long. You've got some pre-sorted threads within this, and you've got a lot of thread, as you can see within this. Let me just take that out. There we go. So you can see that you've got all the threads that you need on there. You've also got a needle, and this is an embroidery needle. So unlike the tapestry needles that don't have the point on, this is a sharp needle because you need to pierce the fabric on this one. Then you've also then got your chart. So this is our chart. Oops, undone. This is our chart. Now you can see that it shows you on here how many strands of the cotton, because this is using a stranded cotton. If I just lay that down, can we look at it? There we go. So we're going to use either 1 or 3 strands of cotton. These are the numbers on our pre-sorted thread organizer. So if I just lay this down, and I'll choose the English. So number 1, the colour's white, so just check that that's the right colour, and the symbol for that, it's not there, is it? Where's the symbol for that? Oh, it's there, A. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to write A next to there. The light pink, number 2, is B. Now the reason I'm actually going, oh actually they are all in order as well, aren't they? So they don't C, D. And the reason I've actually put those letters on my thread is that when I come to my chart, you'll notice that it actually says for this particular gnome, you've got H at the top, then you go to E, E, H, A and C. So what it means is that if I look straight for my colour, I've got that letter next to it. I don't have to go from here to look up to there to A to look over there to number 1. It's all there for me, so it's going to save me an awful lot of times, and it's going to take me literally a couple of minutes just to go down and write what the letters are on there. And I was just going to actually go gaily ahead and put, oh yes, that's E, but then it misses some out and it goes to H, L, M, O, P, S and T. So that's ready. I'm good to stitch on that.
Now, Rosella, can I ask a question?
You can.
When you're stitching away, would you do all of the red first, then all of the black, and then all of the grey, or would you do it as the picture appears to you?
It's your choice, entirely your choice. I personally would do a gnome at a time, because I'd like to see him build up.
Yeah.
And also, now what you don't want to do is travel your thread. So by that I mean that you wouldn't want to stitch here and then bring your threads all the way up to here. What I would do is I would finish off and then I would begin again there, because it will show through. I don't know what colour that is without looking at this. I imagine it's, oh, it's red. So if you've got red thread behind there, that is most definitely going to show through. So I would stitch each area independently of another.
This might be a naive question.
Go ahead.
But is every stitch a cross stitch?
No, absolutely not. So these stitches here, all you're going to do is a straight stitch. So you're going to come up here and you're going to go back down, just covering the length of that star. Now this one's a little bit larger. What I would actually do probably on that, because this is a useful item, it's a table runner, so we're going to put things on it, we're going to use it. So I would actually put a couple of back stitches on there, just so that it's anchored a little bit closer.
Yeah.
If I just open it up.
Do you know what I'd do as well in the middle? I'd put like a little gem.
I think
or
so, a little bead.
Yeah, a little bead.
It's got to be washable, because of course you're likely to get something spilt on it, or dust if nothing else. So yeah, something like a bead secured would look great.
Yeah,
absolutely great. What you've also got on here, you've got some back stitch on here as well. You've got a little back stitch on the star as well. So you've got, it's interesting, you've got a few different stitches on there. What you've got is this beautiful border as well on your table runner itself. So it's finished for you, but you've actually got a border on there. So that just makes it really, really special.
And are you saying the blue print will wash out or iron out?
Yeah, so
wash out.
All you're going to do is you're going to stitch everything that's on here, and then you're going to give it a good wash. And I think it does tell you,
I was going to say,
on the instructions what temperature to wash it at. 60 degrees you can wash it at.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
I know, you think with cottons you think, oh, I'd need to wash it cool, but actually you wash it hot to set them.
I'll tell you what, that's good news, because if it is a table runner and you're using it as a table runner, you get your mince pies spilt on there, or a little bit of red stuff and I'm not talking about berries, do drink responsibly, then you want to wash it at quite a temperature like 60. So that's great news that you can instantly wash it at 60 and perhaps continue to wash it at that as well. So it makes something beautiful practical. And you know, when you are getting out of Christmas, you do want to have that confidence that people enjoy it, they sit round the table, you know, with your family and your friends, and if you need to wash it, then you can. I think it's lovely, it really is. And it's that pop of red on that crisp white that just looks absolutely divine. It really, really does. And then, of course, you can trim up your home and table around those particular colours. Those are the details for your gnome's table runner. 40 by 100 centimetres, £27.99. It's a great price, isn't it? Let's go back to the poppies. It's the best seller of the hour, actually. Oh, I love this. I really, really do. There's something about the red against the green and just the actual poppy itself. It's such a beautiful flower. And there are so many different poppies out there as well. And as we were talking at the start of the show, Rosella, we're seeing more and more poppies in the wild, just one randomly coming up in your garden, but you leave it there because we have a lot of respect for the poppy, don't we?
Yeah, I think it's very personal to so many people, but it's just so recognisable, isn't it? And I think whatever the time of the year, it's significant, but at the moment, that's just such a beautiful, beautiful design to actually stitch, isn't it?
I think it's the colours of the red, and you've got some like lovely orange in there as well, that it looks so natural. It doesn't look contrived, you know. You've got the lovely green around it as well, so it's a very natural looking image of poppies. And we do have 1, 2, 3, and then we've got the pods just coming out at the side there, little sneaky peek of those, which are beautiful. So whoever's designed this has done it so well. They really, really have. It's going to be easy for you to do as well as a beginner. So that saving of £5.50, it's tempting, isn't it? If it is tempting, I'd definitely get it in your basket and check on out, because it's very busy. £28.49, and there it is in all its glory. Whether you're making it into a cushion, you could just have it as a wall hanging or maybe in a frame. Now, Maria sent in a picture of that beautiful cushion, and it looked amazing in her home. It really, really did. So if you want to go for that, then I would definitely pop it in your basket and check on out to make sure you don't miss out. We don't want anybody missing out of that beautiful poppy, because we're very, very busy on that one, which is absolutely fantastic. And I believe we're going to demo that in our first demo when we come to it. But we do have some of the designs for you. We've got the sunflower. Love sunflowers, Rosella. I love poppies and I love sunflowers. Now, I don't grow any poppies in the garden, but we've got them on a wild piece just outside where we live. And I've never grown a sunflower, but I'm going to do it this year on the allotment.
We did against the garden wall this year. So we put sunflower runner bean, sunflower runner bean, sunflower runner bean.
Oh, I love that.
And you know, you do go round, don't you? And when the sunflowers are out, you look at the size of their sunflowers, look at the size of theirs. So I've currently got some heads drying, so that I've got seeds.
How big were yours?
Well, actually, they were a mixed pack, so there were different sorts, and the biggest was really only about 6 foot. So to be honest, I have to say I'm a little disappointed.
Because you can get little ones as well. I didn't know that.
Yes,
I saw a neighbour had some just smaller sunflowers, which look so cute, but they are an instantly recognisable image with anyone that loves gardening, anyone that owns an allotment. And of course, you know, in the summertime we see fields upon fields of sunflowers, and I think when people drive by a sunflower field, they just want to stop and just go running in it and take a picture.
And you know, there are more sunflower fields around. In fact, there's one just up the road from here, isn't there? We saw earlier on in the year.
And did you know you can't eat this, but you can actually eat sunflower heads?
But did you know that's extremely annoying? Because my husband was sat, he's Spanish, so was sat eating. They call them pippers, something like that.
Yes.
And you can eat.
Oh, I mean, you can eat the individual seeds, but you can actually eat the whole head.
Really?
Once the seeds are gone, you can eat the whole head.
What, raw?
Well, do your own research. I just saw a video of somebody cooking it. Don't just go out there and get a sunflower head randomly. Please do your own research. Let's move on. This is cross stitch. Not a cooking show. £28.15, 294-285. But it's just making us have these conversations where you've got a great piece of artwork in your room like this, or even sitting down, stitching it. You have great conversations, and that's what craft does for you, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
We do like that. Right, we're moving on because we've got some more designs for you. We have got, and if you've got a little doggy in the room at the moment, just put your hands over their ears. I'll give you a moment to do that. Okay, we've got a squirrel for you. Anything like my little Millie should be there at the window now.
They're not my best friend at the moment, Janice.
Are
I've planted up all my bulbs with my plants on top, and we have a lot of squirrels, and they've dug them all up. They've eaten the crocus, and they've replaced them with conkers.
Oh no! Well, we have got a sweet chestnut tree at our house, and yes, the squirrel has been very, very busy with all of the sweet chestnuts, burying them in the garden. But it is a delightful image. I really like that. So if you want to go for your squirrel and your robin, best mates there, £28.15, 414926 is your item number. Now your winter bunnies, so super cute this is. That's your squirrel. These are your winter bunnies. I think they both go really well together. But your two winter bunnies, if you know anyone that likes bunny rabbits, maybe looks after bunny rabbits, rescues bunny rabbits, it's going to be beautiful. But you know what, for a child's bedroom, I think that's fabulous. It could be the cushion that you sit against as you give or tell your grandchildren stories. How lovely is that going to be?
I think it's just so lovely. Actually, Catherine and I were speaking earlier about once you've made your cushions up, I thought maybe we could line the cushion and make it into like a Christmas Eve gift. So you could pop some pyjamas in there maybe and use it as a pyjama case.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then you could use it for a cushion case after. This particular one, we thought how lovely it would be. Perhaps you could put a tie bow and attach that, maybe embellish with some metallic threads. You could put little pom-poms on there, so you can really, with these cushions, you can really continue and embellish to your heart's content with them. And it's just such a beautiful design, that one. It really is. It makes you smile again, doesn't it,
Yeah,
Janice?
it certainly does. Oh, it's beautiful. Something else that's absolutely adorable as well, my favourite bird. I'm not talking about Rosella. You are my favourite bird. We've got 3 robins here. This is a delightful image. Do you know what I like about this? I like the colour in the background because it gives you that vintage vibe, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
But they've got such expressions on their face.
Yeah.
You know, each of them has a little story to tell, and I think 2 of them are talking and telling the story to the one in the middle. I'm sure that
They're
was
gossiping.
impressed. Yep.
They're gossiping. You don't normally see 3 robins. You don't normally see 2 robins together. So this is very, very special indeed. They're branching out and having a chat. £28.49, 567638 is your item number. A beautiful design, again, very, very easy to complete, which I think is just perfect, especially for anyone who is thinking of doing this for the very, very first time. It's so achievable and something that's very, very satisfying as well. Now, something that is always satisfying is our Father Christmas. Santa Claus, Father Christmas, a beautiful design here. Excellent as a Christmas gift, lovely as a Christmas project, Rosella.
Yeah, I think so. And these are quick projects, Janice. So actually you can complete this perfectly comfortably in the time between now and Christmas, and probably many more as well. But I think this again is just such a cheerful design, isn't it? And there's lots and lots of detail within that. When you get your kits home and you see how big those squares are, but then when you look at the finished project and you think the detail that's in there, they are so well designed, and it's the different colours of the walls that they've used that's helping this, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's Santa Claus, Father Christmas, just going shh, because he's probably creeping into the house, dropping off all the presents. How excited are the little ones going to be when they see this cushion coming out at Christmas time? Oh, it's so delightful. It could be a Christmas Eve cuddle cushion. 502329, your item number, £28.49. Now, you might also want to add your embroidery hoop, proving to be very popular. We have got a set of 1, 2, 3, 4 for you. It says it right there on the screen. Didn't need to count them, did I? £9.99, 207 657. And you've got your different sizes in those, which are very, very useful. And nice colours as well. We have got some needles for you, a whole variety of needles there. Your tapestry needles, £10.49, gold plated.
Yeah, so these are just so lovely to actually use, Janice. They're easy to thread, they don't nick at all. But once you start using gold-plated ones, you think, oh, this is nice. I don't know why. Yeah, absolutely.
Gold-plated. who'd have thought it? Gold-plated needles, eh? 239702 is your item number. Great gift, actually.
Absolutely. I think if you've got a stitcher, then we've got lots of little gifts on here.
Yeah.
And but I would pass this one on, this poppies, because this is beautiful. So you're going to really enjoy stitching this yourself. But actually, if you do gift this, I think that's lovely. How about getting 2 and stitching 1, because you'll get to enjoy that.
Yeah.
And then gift the finished cushion and the kit to someone else.
How lovely. How lovely. Shall we have a look at how we start to put this together with our Rosella? Any questions, any pictures you want to send in? It's studio@thecraftstore.com. If you've got any questions for Rosella, please email in. Right, let's have a look.
Absolutely. So a little bit of housekeeping whenever you get one of these kits out. So this is the yarn that you're going to get, and it really is super squidgy and really soft, and you're going to enjoy stitching with it, so that's very important. And as I mentioned before, it's all pre-cut lengths. Your canvas, it's a little spiky, so I would definitely recommend actually edging it with some masking tape. And this time I'm going to pull this away from my mic, not actually deafen everyone, so let's take that away. And all I would do with that is just then actually cover the edges, and it just means that when you are stitching that it doesn't then catch on either your clothing or your table or the wool that you're actually stitching with. So I would work my way around with this. The next thing you need to do is you need to really identify the colours that you're using. So go through your wool and pull out one of every single colour that you can. Often you'll find, because there's a lot of different tones, particularly of the greens and things, that you leave one in there. So it's really important to identify these at the start of your project and not leave them till halfway through. You've got a little colour swatch at the bottom there, and you're going to actually identify every single colour according to this colour swatch. We've got a couple of browns in there as well. And then what you would want to do is you'd actually want to tie the colours onto there. So I haven't got them all out yet, but I'm fairly confident there's only one orange in there. So I would just cut a little, in fact I might use my needle. There we go. If we just then thread that needle. Actually, whilst we're threading that needle, let me just talk about the needle. So it's the tapestry needle, as we mentioned, and it's the tapestry needle, it's a blunt end. So that means you don't need a sharp needle to go through canvas because the hole's already there. But what it does mean is that you've got a large eye. So if you do struggle with threading it, what I say is perhaps squeeze the wool between your thumb and forefinger and then place the needle on top of the wool, and it doesn't really have anywhere else to go. And the same when you're actually threading any sort of embroidery needle at all. And then all you'd want to do is you just pop a little bit of wool through there and just tie that off. So and you only need a little bit, leave enough so that you can knot it comfortably. You can cut it off again later. But it just means that you've got that aid there, a little bit like we did on the cross stitch where we put the letters. So when we come to a colour that's that orange, we know immediately that is the colour of thread, and we can actually match it up to it. So you're going to go through each of your little swatches, adding colours to it as well. And then the best thing to do is decide where you'd like to stitch. Now, I often like to be quite methodical and stitch from the bottom. However, if you've got a really interesting design, stitch the bit that interests you. And also, if you're going to stitch maybe on an evening and it's going to be quite dark, choose the colours that you can readily identify in the light conditions. So on this poppy, that dark green, I'd stitch that when the light's not so great. I'd go with the black as well and stitch that when the light's not so great. What you can also do to help you is, particularly on these sort of evenings, depending on the colours that you're using, I've got either a little bit of a dark fabric, this is felt in this case, and that may help you to see the colours. Alternatively, a white fabric, and see if that helps you as well. So lots of little aids just to help you to get started and enjoy it. Now, ideally, we sort of aim to get the crosses in the same direction. However, if your crosses aren't in the same direction, that's absolutely fine. It really doesn't matter. And often I will deliberately stitch in another direction because it adds a little bit extra texture.
How cross go in a different direct? I'm just trying to work it
Yeah.
out.
So if we stitch, where's my needle gone? Put it somewhere.
This is interesting for me.
Okay, Janice, did I put my needle down?
You did. You threaded it just in front of you on the actual tapestry piece at the bottom.
No, that's just me. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
you go.
So it doesn't matter what we use. I'll use this orange because I know that we can see this on the camera, and obviously this is not part of the design. But if we stitch bottom left to top right, bottom left.
Yep.
And stitch all of our crosses that way.
Okay.
When we come back, we're going to stitch the other way on. So maybe the majority of your picture or your cushion, you would stitch with that top layer facing top left, bottom right in this instance.
Does that make a difference, Rosella?
Yeah, let me do you a row of the other way. Now, you know, we aim to do them the same because it gives us, it's a bit like a carpet, it gives a bit of a smooth pile. But actually, the centre of these poppies, they may benefit from actually having the stitches going in the other direction because the light's going to hit them slightly differently. So if I just now...
Do you know what? I never knew this. I never knew this.
It doesn't matter which way you stitch, and I say it's really not that important if you want to add perhaps a little bit of different texture. If I just... So can you see now my crosses are now facing the different direction. So you've got a little bit of different texture on there. There we go. So we've got a little bit of different texture going on there. So A, don't worry if they don't line up. B, consider maybe mixing and matching to add that little bit of texture. Now the other thing I would suggest on this as well, it's quite a heavyweight canvas this, so it's unlikely to warp much as you're stitching. If you were doing a tapestry, often it sort of heads the way that you're stitching, but if you sort of go backwards and forwards, that will keep it nice and firm, and try to avoid knots, particularly at the edge where you're actually going to stitch around with the cushion backs as well. And apart from that, then I would just go with whatever colours you would like to do. I mean, maybe on this, maybe you think, actually, you know what, I really want to do the poppies first. They're going to make it pop, and that's going to inspire me to continue with it. So go for those. So this canvas is quite stiff to start with. As you're stitching it, you will naturally roll it so that you can get to the area that you're stitching. And you'll find as you're stitching that it actually becomes really, really quite pliable. It's too far for me to reach, but we've got one on the show that's actually been stitched, and when you stitch it, you'll notice that the canvas actually becomes really quite soft and really comfortable to stitch.
Brilliant. Do you know what? I never knew that, and now I do. And now you know as well. If you want to go for the poppies, very, very busy for that one. Beautiful, isn't it? £28.49. 004951 is your item number. Now, that's a cushion. You might want to turn it into a cushion as intended. You could, of course, have a wall hanging or put it in a frame. Now, we've got some backings for you because we don't want you to... It's like getting a Christmas gift and not getting the batteries. So we want you to have the backing so that when you've finished, you can turn it into a cushion. And this is the right size for you. £12.99. It's 45 inches by 45 centimetres, sorry, not 45 centimetres by 45 centimetres. That's the natural. They've all got a zip already in there. 785588. You have got the beautiful white. So think about the design that you're going for and the backing that you want for that one. I think this would be great for the snowman in particular, very much so. £12.99, that's the white, 574595. And then you've got the black. Oh, let me turn that the right way for you. There's your black. I know you're like, well, Janice, it's black on black. I know you can't. I'll hold it like that. You can see it there. So that details £12.99 043 808 is your item number. And you've got the zip just there. So as we can see, it's a nice hidden zip. It's a nice hidden zip, which is good. And it's a very, very neat finish. You can just take that over there like so. And just to show you that, that's how it's secured on the back. Right, we've also got a grey colour for you. And the grey is available to you.
141 490 £12.99. So you can add that to your basket. Love that. Now, we've also had an email come through from Yvonne. Thanks for emailing in, Yvonne. Oh, this is one that, was it, who sent it in? Who sent it? Yvonne, sorry, Yvonne. Yvonne, this is the polar bear cubs that Yvonne made last year. Oh, Rosella, you give great information and hints and tips. And the project didn't take long to make, and the instructions were very, very easy to follow. Thanks, Yvonne. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, thank you so much, Yvonne. I love that polar bear one. That's another of those that you look at it and it just makes you smile. You can't help but smile because it's just such a lovely design.
It is
and
lovely.
It's so lovely to actually see this made up into a cushion. What we need to know now is what colour backing it's got on there.
Yes. Oh, it could be a guessing game. What colour do you think it's got at home? I think it's probably got either grey or blue.
I'm thinking grey on that one, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Zella, what we're going to have a look at now?
Okay, let's go back to this Birds and Blossoms, mostly because it's got pink and green, which is my favourite colour combination ever. Now, on this particular design, we've got 3 colours of green. And I just want to show you talk about travelling threads and sort of how we go when we've got stitches in between. So I've actually threaded my needle with the mid green on this one, which is this sort of I don't know what called, grass green maybe on there. So I'm going to start it with a waist knot as usual. So my knot's going to go on the top of my canvas and I'm going to work towards it. Now if I was just doing maybe 1 stitch, what I would do is, and I'll do it on here actually, I would leave my waist knot in and potentially until I've actually filled in with all the other stitches around it as well. So what I'm actually going to stitch, and I'm going to go top right, bottom left. That's going to be the first row of my stitches.
Waist knot, one knot.
And as I'm stitching at the back, I'm overlapping that thread on the end of my knot so that I know that my work's going to be really, really nice and secure.
So here's a question as you're stitching away, because I've just thought about this.
Okay.
Do we need to put a backing on the actual piece of artwork that we're doing now before we make it into a cushion?
Not unless we are going to use it for something like a pyjama case.
Okay.
Or as sort of a gift bag type thing where you're going to pop things in. But no, absolutely not. Now, if you're securing your thread this way as well, you'll find that it really is secure and it's not going to come unravelled. Even though these are designed to be used, these are designed to be cuddled, but it's still going to be really, really secure. And you'll find that as you're stitching, the stitch above sort of butts up nicely to the stitch below, so there's no gaps within there. So those threads aren't going to pull loose anyway. And you can see just how quick this is. Now I'm now on my next row up and I'm avoiding that bit of thread because that's actually going to be caught in with the other colours as we go along, so I'm not too worried about that. And then as I come to the end, this is where it gets to be, I'm going to have to cut that off, it's in my way, just let me get rid of that so I can explain it. So away you go. You need to make your plan now as to where you're going to head, because I've got 1 more stitch on this row and I've now got another leaf down here. So do I plan to continue with this leaf or do I plan to do this, go down and do that? And it really doesn't matter. I'm going to skip over to this stitch here. And for this, it really doesn't matter if your thread travels. On a cross stitch, we say don't travel your thread because you may see it behind. But because these stitches are so very dense, you're not going to see it behind. So feel free to travel that thread. I mean, I don't mean from here to there because that's just a waste of thread. But if you think, okay, to finish off, and I'll finish this one off now, it's going to take me that much thread. To start, I'm going to use that much thread. So if it's more than that much thread, you need to cut it off and start again, and it's just as quick. So on this, what I would do then, I think I would go down, and I'm just doing the half of the stitch, because what I would do is I'd come up and complete the stitch on my way back up again. But you can stitch sort of any way you like. I can go over here for this one now. It really doesn't matter. When you stitch this, don't expect the back of your cushion to look neat and tidy.
Okay.
Any cross stitch where you actually have to change colours is never going to look neat and tidy on the back because you're moving across. If it's all one colour, it's going to look fantastic on the back. It's not going to be very interesting on the front, but it's going to look great on the back.
See, I always thought you had to do one cross stitch at a time. This changes the game, doesn't it?
Again, some people say, for this I wouldn't. You'll find that if you do one cross stitch at a time, let me do this now. So the top, I'm going to do that one. So I'm going over, and then I'm coming back down, and then I'm going back up again. I'm actually using extra thread each time. So you'll find that it's not quite as economical, but you get so much extra wool with these. If you feel that actually that's the way you want to stitch, then stitch that way. That's absolutely fine. There's no laws against this. It's absolutely fine.
There's no cross-stitch police.
There's no cross-stitch police.
Not like the allotment police that had me the other week. That's another story for another day.
You should behave yourself, Janice, shouldn't you?
I always behave myself.
That's not true. If I just finish this row here, then I've actually completed quite quickly a little piece of my cross stitch there, and I can show you then how we're going to finish off as well. So let's just head down here. Now when you're finishing off, make sure you leave enough thread to actually finish off. There's nothing you know, often when we're cross stitching we'll have the tiniest little bit of thread and we'll think, oh, I can just do a few more stitches with that because I don't want to finish off. Don't do that, just finish off and start again. So I've now stitched that, and it already feels really, really lovely. And then all you need to do to finish off, if I get that so I can actually get to it, come round, is then as we overlap the stitches before, is just feed our needle through, and that's nice and secure, and it's not going anywhere at all. It's not going to get in the way of anything else, and then all we need to do then is just snip it off. And then what you're going to do is you're going to work your way around each of those designs, and you know, whether you do it start here, finish there, it's entirely up to you.
Now that's the leaves that we can see there.
Yep.
That has got a colour, a suggestion of colour in the background. Do we also stitch that as well?
This, yeah, absolutely. So this will be completely stitched.
Wow.
If it's not, then again you'll get a lot of texture. Now this is something to consider again, maybe bring in other threads, maybe bring in some metallics. Maybe on this, if you are an embroiderer, there's a stitch called velvet stitch. I'm pretty sure I might have a YouTube on this, I'd have to have a look, where you actually leave loops and then cut them off, and it makes it fluffy. Yeah, so maybe think, you know, because once you've started this, you've got the hang of the cross stitch, so it's like, oh, well, where could I take it from here? So actually, maybe that would be that bunny would look amazing.
The squirrel's tail.
The squirrel's tail.
That would be amazing. And sometimes on the birds, a little bit of fluff around their wings. Yeah. Or maybe some of the flowers, the inside for the stamens. What a great idea.
Or you could just leave long stitches for the stamens, maybe, as long as they're secured. So that there's just so much that you could do. So they look fantastic when it's just cross-stitched. They look fantastic if you add a little bit more to them as well. Just enjoy them.
Yeah, it's a lovely idea. Now, if you do want to go for those fabulous birds and their blossom, these are the details. 102988 is your item number for that one. Proving to be very, very busy on that one, which is really nice. I'm so happy that so many of you are taking advantage of these kits today, because value for money, pound for pound, they are incredible. It means that it could be a new hobby. It's a sense of real achievement, and they are easy to do as well. Right, we're going to come back with the star of the show, and that's the poppies. Beautiful flower, absolutely adore them, and it seems you do as well, so I'm really happy about that. £28.49, 004951 is your item number. You can see that it's a really good size, but the image is very, very clear. Even with the grasses and the leaves in the background of your poppy, you've still got that large area to work on, so all of the stitching that you put on there, all of the colours will really, really come to the fore, which is absolutely stunning. I will ask our Rosella a question with the poppy. I'm looking at the poppy here, so I can see the reds, I can see the browns, I can see the greens. Now, we've got a background with the poppies, but I don't necessarily see a colour. Will there be a stitch to go on there?
That's right, so it's all cross-stitched. So on your little swatch at the bottom.
Yep.
If there's a colour missing, which in this case is the white, yes, that means it's the background colour. It's usually a paler cushion, so a paler colour.
Yeah.
So it's either going to be cream or white. Whatever's not on that swatch is everything else.
Brilliant. That makes sense, doesn't it? Oh, it's stunning. Beautiful. It really is. And I think something like this, if you're going to use it as a decorative cushion in particular, I'd probably get some little sequins on there or something, just to highlight certain areas of the poppy. It's absolutely stunning. You're loving it though. £28.49. 004951 is your item number. Now we've got Maria's picture. Maria did this particular project, turned it into a cushion. Look at that. That's stunning. Now that's with the cream in the background.
That's right.
Now those poppies are really, really standing out. That is going to look fantastic in any home, because poppies, the colours of red and green, they go with anything.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and you're going to have a lot of thread left over on these as well, so don't worry about running out at all.
Perfect. Now, I just want to show everybody the website, because that's where you can head to see all of the kits we've got available for you. Think about Christmas presents for people. Think about, you know, a new project for yourself, for example. Some great designs. If you're going for the poppy, think about the sunflower. Those two look really, really good together. If you're going for the bunnies, think about the squirrel. Those two look really, really nice together as well. We've got table runners as well, great little Christmas projects for you. And we've also got the cushion backings as well. So you can actually use those to make and create the cushion backs, which are brilliant. Excellent. Now, something else that we've got is the seat frame, and it always proves to be very, very popular. It's only £22.99. 606286 is your item number, and our Rosella has one right there. And you've had one with you for years and years?
Oh, absolutely. I did say that I would pop this table runner on it earlier, and I forgot. So what I'm going to do, to embroider this, I'm going to pop this on my seat frame. Now, I'm going to start from the edge here. So I'm going to pop that in my seat frame. It's fully adjustable, so well, actually that's pretty much exactly what I want it to be. So my fabric is taut. Now I've got a lot of fabric at the back here, haven't I? So what I would do is I would just roll that up out of the way, because I don't want to get it caught. And I've got some quilt clips here, so if you just then clip it out of the way at the side. Now, if you haven't got quilt clips, you could use safety pins. Don't use pins, because you're likely to either catch your thread or yourself on them, because these are going to stay in there for some time. And that's just going to keep all of your fabric out of the way. And what it means then is that actually, once I've got my chart out, my needle threaded, I'm good to go. And I'm actually going to sit on this, and it means that then it's going to be right under where I'm looking, which is exactly where I need my stitching to be. I don't need it to be over here, I need it here.
Just to make it clear, you're not going to sit on the actual bit that you're working on.
Not on
There's
the
a little seat bit at the bottom.
Shall I sit on there, Jen? Excuse me just a
Please.
moment. I might have to move my chair back because I'm a little bit far forward.
Because you never know, there might be people at home thinking, you know, sit on the whole thing. There's a little platform, and you can sit side saddle if you want to, but it is beneficial. Do you know what? If you're not able to get out of bed for any particular reason, but you still want to carry on crafting, something like this, Rosella, will be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like you said, you can sit on it side saddle if you like. It is adjustable, so if you're taller than me, you can have it a little bit closer. And also, depending what your glasses are, mine are varifocal, so I need it. It goes up and down all the time. So make it so that it's comfortable for you, so that you can get your hands underneath there, so that when your needle's coming through, you're not catching on everything.
Perfect. We were just on the overhead camera there, having a look, which is lovely. Thank you. Rosella, thank you for demonstrating that. I do appreciate it, because the people at home, you know, some people seeing it for the very first time and know that you love yours, and it always proves popular when we have it on the show. So if you want to go for that, pop it into your basket. But do go and have a look and a choose at your favourite project. Rosella, if you were to choose a favourite, which one would it be?
Oh my goodness me, sunflowers.
Sunflowers, yeah, I like sunflowers. I think I'm going to go for the poppy as my favourite, although I do like that sunflower and I do like the robins, so I'd probably have to go for like a mixture of all garden-y type things. I think it's like a theme. If you like the birds, you go for like the birds and the blossom, maybe the robins, for example. If you like gardening, you go for the poppies and the sunflower. Or just go for all of them and have a project every month.
Or actually, maybe the snowman, because you will forever be familiar with Carrot Nose now.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, I could just keep calling him Carrot Nose. Right, it's been great to have your company, Rosella.
Likewise.
When are you back, do you know?
I can't remember, no.
OK, that's fine, that's fine. Back soon, though, hopefully. Do check out your baskets. Make sure you get everything you want. And do have a think about Christmas presents, because I think these would be an excellent idea. Stay with us, though. We've got more coming for you here on the Craft Store. Remember, we are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, crafting to your heart's desire. It's fantastic. Thanks, Rosella.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break. Sounded like it needed a little kick then to get going. Right, we've got Paper Discovery coming up next with Lou, Heartfelt Creations, floral, beautiful designs, and then we're back with Pretty Gets Gritty.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the Craft Store for 5 of those. We love working with the Craft Store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the Craft Store.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs. All of our products are manufactured in the UK and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hello, good afternoon. Right then, we are talking paper discovery and we are talking Moroccan knives. Hello, Lou.
Hello, right.
I'm good. A little sway. But yeah, so paper discovery we've got going on here. Can you tell us a bit, do you know a bit about the artist or the designer?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. So Olga Direktorenko is the artist. She's from the Ukraine. Yeah. She's not with us today. She is such a talented artist. I mean, she is very quirky in design. We've seen many collections from Olga before in the past, from underwater themes to vintage bathrooms as well. We've had Christmas themes and all sorts, but this Moroccan Nights one is absolutely stunning. I love all the details in there. So you've got a mixture of dyes, stencils, stamps, and everything that really works well together.
Just moving this forward a little bit. So we've got the stencils here as well, I believe, to coordinate, and you've got the paper pad, as you said. So you've done some boards for us, just to show you, and then there's some samples that we can take a little look at. See, this one is for me, that screams Moroccan. If you can see that.
It's a fantastic Moroccan theme when you look at it like that, but actually this could be used for so many other things. If you want to tie it in with geometric, for example, if you want a masculine or a teenage card, this will be the perfect backdrop. So you can bring some of these elements out of that Moroccan theme and use them for other things as well.
Amazing. And then we've got all of these dies. So are we able to create gift boxes and whatnot?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is a lovely little lantern that you can actually then adapt, and you can make it taller than the single box height if you want to. Yeah. Perfect for wedding favours as well, because it can be a solid box, or you can then die cut in all the detail into each of the panels, and you've got a variation of different dies that you can do that with, different patterns.
Nice. And then now, what do we do with this beauty?
So here's the gates. These are beautiful Moroccan doors. If you just imagine those really big panel doors that you get, and these are going to cut into your card base if you want to. Some working doors with all the score lines. You can open and close them. Then we've got all the panels to add into them, to add the detail.
Is that this one?
Yes, they're the ones.
Good stuff.
And then we've also got a beautiful, almost an archway, a frame that goes with it as well. So they all work together, and whatever combination you want to put them in.
I can't wait to see these. They are fabulous. Now, just 1 second, because I also have a paper pad. There we go. So let's have a little flick through this. So your Moroccan Nights paper pad. Now, you've got, they're A5. You have got 4 each of 6 designs, and it's 190 GSM. So let's take a little look through here. I love this, and the tiles, that always takes me to, there's something so traditional about it.
Yeah, when you think of Moroccan, you just think of those beautiful rich colours, don't you? And I love that this almost gives you permission to mix your colours up in a way that you wouldn't usually. Bring your brighter colours in and get really fun and playful with them.
Nice. And then last but not least, if we go back down here, we have got those 2 stencils. I don't know if I can tip them forward so that you can see them a little bit better. Oh, good, good, good. Here we go. You can see those. So a great addition then to finish off the collection.
Yep, the 2 stencils, you've got one that's almost a scene builder. So you can build up a beautiful Moroccan room. And then you've got the tile one. So you can overlay these 2 tile patterns or use them separately, and you can repeat them to create a background. But these stencils will also really work well on things like home decor. So if you are upcycling a set of drawers or doing a painted border around a room, you can use the stencils for those as well.
Amazing. And look at these samples, they are fantastic. You get a little surprise when you open the doors.
If you want to put a message behind there, or you don't have to have the doors open, of course, you can create them as closed doors, but I think it's really fun to have that optional little kinetic bit to it that you can play with.
Absolutely. Love those. Wait a second, sorry. So all fingers and thumbs. Now that's beautiful with the gold in the background. That's absolutely stunning, isn't it?
That is such a simple card to do. It's just an ink blended background. Pop that gold panel over the top. Some stamping on vellum and cut them out in black silhouettes. I think black silhouette against bright colours works really well as well.
Nice. And then we've got this sample here. Have we got stamps in this collection as well that I've missed? Oh, okay. Right, we'll show you those in a sec. Because there's so many beautiful samples. Oh, wait, let's hold this. Now, that batch make really quickly, can't you?
Super quick, yeah. And there's nothing to say you have to add in that colour that I was talking about. Black and white monochrome works really well as well.
Lovely. We've got this one here. Stunning. I've got to show the little boxes, the little lanterns as well. Aren't they so super stunning? Nice. And then we've got another one here, almost like a stained glass window.
Yeah, it is, and you can absolutely do that with your acetate and your alcohol inks. You can put tea lights inside, obviously electronic ones or battery operated ones, little LED lights. You could put these on your Christmas tree as well with little treats in, so maybe as an advent calendar you could number them, and you know, the children go and open one up each day. Whatever you, really, the imagination is all that's stopping you.
Nice, little wedding favours even, something like that.
Definitely.
Now, let's find, where are they? Where are they? They're eluding me. Where are the stamps? Ah, there they are. Of course, yeah, how can I miss these? So now you were saying that these are like, they layer up?
Yeah, they work really, really well together. Well, separately they work beautifully for 2 different patterns for you. And then, sorry, I'm talking about the 2 background ones there. Yeah. They will layer up, and I will demo that, probably the 2nd or 3rd demo. I'll show you how they work, because it's it's like a wow effect. They are also repeating, so if you want to create a larger background than A6, you can repeat that pattern.
Nice.
And then the second stamp set there, we've got sentiments, we've got lots of icons that are traditionally Moroccan that you would recognise and you would think of a Moroccan theme. So you've got the lamps in there, you've got the beautiful plant, for example, and all those little accessories, and tiles again. So you can repeat the tiles in different sizes for backgrounds.
Oh, they are so stunning, aren't they? So you've got a lot of value for your money here, let me tell you. Now, it's £79.91, but you're getting all of those dies, all of those stamps. It is just incredible. And you are saving more because there are savings on the individual. So it's not just £3 on screen that you're saving. No, no, no. Because you can get the dies individually, you can get the paper pad, you can get the stamps, etc. We have also got it on Flexi-Buy. It's 2 payments of, there it is, £39.96. 873515 is your item number. Now, we've also got a lovely Christmas box. You're going to do an unveiling for us in a minute.
I will do. I'll completely unbox this and show you everything that's inside, but I know you've got it all spread out there. It's beautiful. So we do these every month. They're called Papercraft Society boxes. This is, I believe, I want to say the October one. I'll probably be corrected if I'm wrong. I think it's the October one. And again, it's designed by Olga Direktorenko. So you've got all of her quirky designs in there, but we're very much looking at gnomes this time. So I'm so excited about this one. It's absolutely beautiful. I designed some of the projects in the booklet as well. Okay. So I can show you through that booklet too.
Nice. So for £22.99, you're saving £5. I'm just going to hand over to Lou then to do this unboxing because there is a lot in there and it's worth you seeing. 091151 is your item number. As ever, you can call us, or the best way is if you check out at thecraftstore.com. Over to you, Lou.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, the Papercraft Society box. First thing, it always comes in a beautiful box, which sounds quite simple, but actually I love to use these boxes for things like upcycling afterwards because they're so strong, they're really sturdy, and they've got beautiful patterns on them. So when you first open your box, you're greeted with a message from Olga that says create your own winter wonderland and fill it with cute little characters. I think take that all year round, absolutely. This for me is invaluable. It's the booklet, the project booklet that comes with each and every Papercraft Society box, and it is filled with inspiration using everything inside the box. So it's like having your own magazine, only with tools that you've got at home. So there's the lovely Olga, and I'll just skip through the first, like the contents page and the introduction and everything. And then we are into projects, and we have got some beautiful projects. Each of them are step by step. Some have photos with them to show you how to do techniques. We've also got an interview with Olga as well. We've got, for example, creating a scene. You'll see as we go through the box, there's a lot of emphasis on scenes throughout here as well. So we've got beautiful stamp sets there. More step-by-steps. I mean, this one's 9, 10, 11 steps in this one, showing you how to create. Yeah, so as we keep going through, you can see there's a lot of different, there's some more of Olga's products, lots of different ones, even simple cards as well, so not all really detailed if that's not your thing. Decorations for the home as well, so you can see there's a lot in that booklet alone. And then we get to the wallet. Now, there's actually even more in here in the tissue paper, but I'm just going to show you inside the wallet because I love this piece here. Now, we've got Papercraft Society box 25. So if you've got any of the other Papercraft Society boxes, you can put everything in here and keep them on a bookshelf. And then you can see where everything is. So I love that about this. So it's a Velcro wallet, and we've got 3 sections to this. So I actually have to move things aside to be able to show you everything in here. I'm going to start first of all with the centrepiece, and that's the dies. So we are getting a lot of dies in here. I'll just pop some white behind there so hopefully you can see everything. We've got beautiful frame dies in here, and you've got the combination dies, so you can cut into your cardstock, or you can use the borders included to then cut out of your cardstock if you want to. We've got silhouettes, so we've got like little deer here. We've got elements that will cut out your stamps, which I'll come to in a moment. We've got your scene builders with your snowy mountains and the landscapes, for example. We've even got this little piece here, which looks a little bit odd. It's actually some little holes or dots or stars that you can cut into your cardstock to use an element that I'll show you in the box in a moment.
Are you all right, Lou, just to show it to the other camera?
You want to look here? There.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Let me just move that out of the way. Cool. Is that better? Can you see that okay?
Perfect, thank you, Lou.
So we've got a lot in there, as you can see, absolutely beautiful, and they're good sizes as well. Considering the price for a Papercraft Society box, there's a lot of good sized dies in there. If I just then bring in, I'm just going to swap these dies for the stamps, and again I'll put those there for you. Hopefully there's no glare off that the plastic acetate over the top. But you can see some of the dies then cut out the shapes in there. So we've got sentiments in there. We've got the toadstools, the little toadstool houses.
Right.
We've got the gnomes in there as well. And again, we've got all of those scene builders. So you're going to be making some beautiful cards, but not just cards, Christmas decorations and such as well. And then if I just pop these away, we've also got in the third pocket, it's actually the first one, but we've got these cardstocks. So we have got the blue with the Starry Night. Would you like that way? There we go. Can you see that?
Yeah. Can you see the monitor okay?
Just about.
Oh,
yeah,
right, let's
just
move
about.
that.
So we've actually got foiled stars in there, so you can see those. They're absolutely beautiful. And this is an ombre effect cardstock as well. So you've got the deeper navy blue there, and then your lighter blue. There's 2 sheets of that, and that's a really firm cardstock as well, rather than a paper. Then we've got the white snowy background, again with silver foiling. So, oh yeah, you can just catch the light on those stars, can't you?
That's beautiful.
They are absolutely stunning, gorgeous cardstocks. And then we have these, which help you with those scenes that we were talking about. So you can add in, so for example, your reindeer silhouettes in front of those, and they're just like perfect tag shapes as well. So even if you're not making cards and you need to make gift tags for your presents, for example, then you've got your A5 size as well. And you have included a piece of acetate, which will become clear why in a moment.
Okay. Intrigued.
So yeah, so it all works together. So that's your stamps, your dies and your papers. If I just fold that up, we'll then come to the last bit.
And it's in tissue paper as well.
I know.
I love that.
This is obviously mine that I've opened and delved into already. But when you open yours, it'll all be sealed with a sticker
wonderful.
and everything. And yeah, it's lovely. The tissue paper is always coordinating with the products in the box too.
Yeah.
So and the papers and such. So you can go and use your tissue paper included in your projects also, and you know it will all match. Now we have here, let's start, so LED lights. We've got lights in there. They've already got the batteries in as well, so they're good to go. And you've got projects inside that booklet showing you what you can use your little lights for. Then we have, there's some domes in here. I want to say, top of my head, I think there's 5 of these in here. They're all stacked together, yeah. I might even just count these while I'm talking about them. But these are perfect for creating your shaker cards. So there's, yeah, because they're quite thin. 1, 2, there's 5 of them included. Cool. So your little domes there for shaker cards, for apertures. If you don't want to just leave a blank hole there, you can pop that in. For shaker cards, we then have snowflake confetti, and that's in like a holographic sort of material. So you've got all your pinks and your blues and all the different colours in there. They're beautiful, aren't they? You can really see them. But I think they would also work as spring flowers as well. If you don't look too closely, they can be flowers rather than snowflakes.
I agree.
And then you've got the little bows as well, your little ribbon bows. These are going to work so well for those gnomes. So you've got male and female gnomes in your stamps.
Cute.
And these are going to work perfectly for those. And that's still not everything. We still have more to go through. So there is then coordinating cardstock as well. So if I just pop the wrap off of these are all bunched together. So we've got the beautiful blues, and these are all double-sided and they're white core as well. So absolutely gorgeous colours. We've got the lighter blue there, a couple of sheets of that. We've got a nice stone grey, so this is just absolutely perfect if you want those neutral tones. You've got the green in there, like the grass green or the holly green. Then you've got the deep red, and you've got your navy blue, 2 sheets of that. Again, all double-sided, really good quality, and like I say, cardstock, not paper. Then we have a beautiful, a really gorgeous glitter cardstock that's like an aqua colour, a teal colour, really beautiful. And lastly, I think, lastly, we've got this matte silver mirror card as well. So that's all included. And that acetate that I showed you earlier is obviously to use with your shakers if you want to.
Love it.
So I think that's everything in that box.
No partridge in a pear tree?
Just only, yeah, probably.
Love that. So it's amazing value for you. Please do check out your baskets. It's really, really busy. Now you've seen the value and the beauty of the designs. And you know what? If you can stretch to it, get 2, because 1 for yourself and 1 as a lovely gift to give to somebody. All the elements are just absolutely stunning. Right, £22.99 is the price, £5 saving on that, and it's 091151. Have a look at the website. We've got more designs. Now you can get any individual elements from the Moroccan collection. And there is also a smaller collection with the cards and the stamps if your budget can't quite stretch to the full collection. Now, Lou is back at 7 o'clock as well. And there is a bountiful harvest collection. So if you want to shop ahead for that, then please do. But also, make sure you're joining Lou at 7 as well. OK, we're ready to go.
Okay, so thank you very much. So we're going to be looking at that beautiful arch, the Moroccan arch now. I think it's absolutely stunning, even if you just cut it from black and put a nice colour behind it. So I'm going to show you how what I call the main die works. And this is the one that's got the cut lines and the score lines, and it's the outside of the doors plus the cut through the middle. So I'm going to place that onto a card base. So being a card base, this is quite a thick cardstock here, and this will go through absolutely beautifully. So I'm just going to tack that down into the middle. Now what this will do is, rather than cutting out around the edge, it will only cut out part of the image. So I'm just going to lay that in my die cutting machine there and run that through. So there we go, that doesn't take just a second, but you don't need to have a large A4 machine for this to go through for these dies. You can use the smaller machines. Let's move that out of the way.
That's cool.
I need extra long arms today. I'm not actually used to sitting down. I'm used to standing up and demonstrating.
Bless you.
It's a pleasure, but it's also quite strange to get used to. I sit down at home and craft anyway, so should be okay. So just popping this out. And I love that we actually don't have any little bits with this die either. I have used a brand new piece of low-tack tape, so I'm just going to be careful about taking that off. And it's a good idea actually, if you are using a low-tack tape and you're finding it still a bit sticky, is to peel it right the way back, so fold it backwards as you release it. And that usually helps to take it off without taking any of your cardstock off. So if I take that die off, you can see...
Oh, yes.
So we've now got our doors, and they're already scored for us, but they are completely attached on the sides. Okay, so lovely. I've just got some mucky fingerprints there that I would use. I've actually got an eraser, adhesive eraser here, and that's absolutely perfect for cleaning up bits like that. So I'm sure you've probably got one on the website, but it's brilliant for taking those sorts of marks off. So what we can then do is we can then cut one of the panel dies. We've got two. I'm going to cut this one in a moment for you to show you how well they cut. Yeah. And then I've got this one as well that I've already cut. And you see how they just fit inside there beautifully. And if you were to cut this maybe from acetate, the base from acetate, and then put these on, they would just look absolutely stunning and you could see through. But let's, as I say, let's just pop this onto a piece of grey cardstock. Sure. And the reason I'm working with grey is because I'm going to show you then afterwards how you can get a really nice sort of patina metal, an aged metal look to your cardstock.
I'd like that.
Yeah, for your gates. It does look really beautiful, and it actually looks stunning against the white of the card base. Yeah. So it makes for a nice clean and simple card. You can also mix and match these gates if you want to, because you've got the two halves, so you can have one left side, one right side differently if you want to, you know. It's entirely up to you. Not everybody always wants the same. So pop this out. Hope that's not too noisy.
No, not at all.
No,
don't worry.
So I'm just going to take this out. I will clean that up in a moment. Pop you there. And I'm just going to tap this very lightly just to get, as you can see, all the little pieces, they just come falling out. And this is a very, very detailed die as well. So for everything to just come out like so is beautiful. Let me just, I've got release holes on here somewhere, and I always need to find them. So here's some. So I'm going to do a big tap. And that should release it. Where are you? There we go. Look at that.
Look how fine that is.
It is extremely fine. I will need to just do a sweep of all the little bits so you can clearly see this in a moment. You can be a lot neater. I would suggest tap it on the inside of a waste paper basket.
Okay.
And that keeps everything neat and tidy, but isn't that absolutely stunning? That detail is gorgeous. So just do the other side as well, and then I'll show you how to get that patina look. So all of these are cut really nicely. When it's fine detail like this, I always worry, is that going to cut perfectly first time, because it's so intricate, and these absolutely do. I've never had any problem with it, whatever cardstock I'm using. Okay, so let's just do a quick sweep up. because
hey,
I'm going
do you
to
know
show
what?
you.
You could use those bits in a shaker card if you wanted to.
You could, you absolutely could. They're going to probably, I have got a bin here, so they're just going to come to the side for a minute. I'll tidy up in a moment. I think you can see better if it's nice and clear.
Sure.
So I'm going to show you how to take them from this, the grey cardstock, to this. So where we've got the gold and we've got a little bit of patina, the blues in there as well. So what I do is on the cardstock is I actually take a distress ink. It can be any water-based ink, but I find the distress inks actually dry really quickly. If you've ever tried to heat emboss with a distress ink, you'll know it usually dries too quickly for you to actually allow the powder to grip onto. So I've got hand cream on and everything's slippy today. So just on the grey cardstock, I'm going to just ink with the blue just a little bit, not a lot. And not all over. Okay, so just dabbing it in places. And this is like a bluey, let me just check on the colour. It's the Mermaid Lagoon colour. Okay, so that's just taken it a little bit of variety there with the blue. So already we've now got a bit of a pattern to that. So that would almost be dry instantly, as in if I put my embossing powder on there, that wouldn't wouldn't stick to it. So the next stage, I'm going to just bring in a tray, and I'm going to bring in my embossing ink, which I know will stay wet long enough. And now again, I'm going to just dab over here a couple of times on each one. There. And I just need to grab a gold embossing powder. So I've not gone completely over all of the cardstock, I've just gone over some areas. And I'm going to sprinkle, again, loosely, not completely cover, just sprinkle over the gold, tap that off. And if you look, have a quick look and you can see and you think, well, actually, I think I've got a bit too much in that area or a bit too much up here, you can brush it off with your finger because we're not looking for perfection here. We're actually looking for quite a mottled effect.
Aged and rustic.
Exactly, yes. So you just want some of that gold peeking through. I'll tidy that up in a moment. And now we need to, now that's where the magic happens, just grab my heat gun, which is buried underneath my die cutting plates. And I'm just going to hold this still with my pokey tool rather than my fingers, and we can heat and see the gold start to reveal once this is warmed up.
Cool. And don't forget, you can get lots of these items individually. If you're thinking, oh, I just want the gate, have a look on the website, or I just want the stamps, have a look on the website. It's all there for you, so you've got choices. You've got choices.
Absolutely. I think you could use these gates for a lot of different occasions. I know we've just had Halloween, it's been and gone, but these would have worked really well for that, for sort of gates to a creepy house. They could be church doors.
Yeah.
For a wedding or a christening or what, you know, any of those religious occasions that you like to mark and celebrate. There we go. So I think that's all. I'll just do the one door, save heating everything up, and you'll be able to see then, hopefully, that we've just got the gold on parts of that. And again, if I bring in that white card, so you can see the contrast.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah,
that really pops.
So it's not everything, it's not completely gold, it's not completely blue, it's not completely grey. It does look like it's old patina metal in there. And then all I've done is just put a black inside of this card here. I'd probably stamp my sentiment inside there with a white embossing powder or something, and then those doors can open up. But that's how those beautiful Moroccan gates work. Oh, and you also have included in one of the sets, I believe it is this same set actually, you have the door handles and the keys, the little locks as well, so you can add those in. I've just done that with a gold mirror card.
Oh, it looks really good.
It's really pretty, isn't it?
It is. Love that.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Now, if you do just want this die set, here it is, just so you can see. So those fabulous Moroccan arch die set, 7 dies in total. It's $16.99. 412512 is your item number. However, it does also come in the complete collection where you've got so much available to you. Stamps, dies, paper pads, stencils. Right, so let me run through what you're getting. I've got some boards here. Okay, so you've got that big Moroccan background. It's actually making me want to visit. It's somewhere I've always wanted to go and I've never been. I'd love to go there. And then you've got a die set that you can make some little trinket boxes or lanterns you could call them. And I love the fact you've got the different elements so you can decorate them in different ways. Here you go. So here's those lovely gates that we've just seen. So you've got the ornate and then a different ornate, and you've got an outie, as I like to call it. And then you've also got, so you've got a lot here. Bear with me. I'm getting myself in a twist. Then here's the next one. Like so. Yeah, there you go. You've got the door handles and the keys. That is brilliant. Wait, there's more. I'm just going to have to pop these down. We have got the stamps. So they will, as Lou said, work individually, but you can layer them up, which is just beautiful. Nice. Look at that for a set of backgrounds. We're still going. Hang on 1 second. We have also got these stamps, beautifully designed. So you've got tiled ones. You've got life is full of magic. Let's celebrate you. I like that. Let's celebrate you. Thank you. Doesn't say enough. Oh, that's lovely. And then you've got, look, you've got your traditional lanterns. You've got the teapots, the ornate teapots. I love you've got, I'm definitely calling this a flying carpet. It's not just doing any ordinary carpet. You've got Arabian Nights here. Again, you've got more tiles. You've also got, you've got the Aladdin's lamp on there. How cool is that? Wait, there's still more, because you have also got the paper pad. You've got 6 designs, I believe, 4 of each, and again they really evoke Morocco. Again, those tiles that you see everywhere, love that with the lanterns. There's loads of detail. You could get your colouring pens on here. We have a pen show later, just saying. So there are your fabulous Moroccan designs, and we're still going because just down here, we've got a couple of stencils. Again, they work fantastically well with the whole collection. The whole collection has a brilliant theme to it. Again, I've got a few samples to show you. We've got our lovely little lantern. So you don't have to put a backing to that. See, I think that would look really, really beautiful with a battery-operated tea light in. And there's this lovely little lantern. And then we have this one here. They're cool designs, aren't they? And you could, I mean, this one is going to be dead quick for you to do. You could batch make. Pop these in your stamp press, wherever you want, and just keep stamping. Keep stamping. Then you've got this one, again using the stamps and some of the stencils and papers. So it really is a gorgeous ornate set. I've got to show you one of the doors because I just think that is stunning, absolutely stunning. Ta-da! There we go. Now you can, as ever, spread the cost on FlexiBuy, and your item number is 873515. Your first instalment is £39.96. Now, something that is really proving busy is the lovely set here. It is our, are we calling it, I think, the October box, but it's got your Christmas themes to it. If you missed the start of the show, then catch up on Rewind, because Lou did a really nice unboxing. You've got so much in here. I can't even begin to tell you, and even down to the packaging is glorious. Now, you've got 19 dies. You've got your stamp set, love that, with your gnomes on it. Which way should we go now? You've got some cardstock, and they're foiled, by the way. Then up here, you've got the glitter and the mirror card. There's even the lovely, what do you call it? Magazine, thank you very much. Magazine that you can have a little look through and read. And then at the bottom, you've got some confetti. Hopefully you can see okay, because it's hard for me to tip that slightly. But you've got confetti, you've got some ribbon, blue ribbons, you've got the LED light, and you've also got 5 domes that you can use for shaker cards. Now it is £22.99. You do have a £5 saving. Look, this could be a gift for yourself and a gift for somebody else, because it really does come in the most beautiful presentation box. Your item number then is 091151. Just to mention, you can shop by brand if you'd like to see any of the other glorious designs from Paper Discovery, so or the Papercraft Society, I should say. Right then, are you okay to crack on. Is that all right, Lou?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm going to demonstrate a card from the box that we were just looking at.
Cool.
And this one's, it's not completely planned, so it just actually goes to show how well everything in the box works together. So what I've chosen is like an ombre effect, if I just put these in the right way, of the blues and the greys. So that's how I'm going to work. So the darkest blue is going to be a frame, and we've got this beautiful frame inside here. If I just take these 3 dies off of the sheet, we have got, first of all, the small circle, and that works really well with the little domes because it's the same size, so it cuts your apertures for that. Then we've got an outer border die, and then we've got the detail inside. Now, if you want to, you can just cut this into the cardstock, and that will just cut out this design. So it will actually leave you with like a lacy border, a lacy circle inside your solid piece of cardstock. But I'm going to cut all 3 together because I want the full circle. So just to show you how they go together, I'm going to cut them all together at the same time as well. And I just need to wiggle this round until it fits. Where are you? Because of course you've got to fit it inside.
It's like a little jigsaw.
Go. Yeah, it is. It just twist it. I mean, it's a symmetrical image, so it will, within seconds, you'll get it in the right place. So just lining everything up nicely, and I'm going to tape these down as well. So tape that one there, and then the same again. I must remember not to use that hand cream, Alex, because I've still got sticky, slippery fingers, which doesn't usually last that long. And then I'm just going to turn everything over and die cut this.
Cool, lovely.
Okay, I've still got bits in there. I said I'd clean those up, didn't I, from the Moroccan Nights archway, so they're still in there.
Worry. I'm sure it won't affect the cardstock. I love those colours in the cardstock.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful. And then because you've got your glitter card in like the teal green, so you could add that in, or you can add in a hint of the red, so you've got that sort of burgundy, that deep wine colour, or you've got the deep green as well, so you don't have to stick with the blues, but absolutely, blues are my favourite colour to use.
Frosty colours.
Yeah, definitely your cold colours, in a good way. So there's my circle, and that on the white just looks really beautiful. It really pops nicely.
Yeah.
So I'll do some more die cutting in a moment. So pop that to the side. But I want to build up a scene inside of this, okay? So what we've got to do that with is we've got our mountain range just here. So that would usually be from kind of the grey colour. So it's actually a good idea, if you want to, take this circle, this smaller circle, recut and then cut again. Now I'm not going to worry about doing that because I can just snip the ends, but you can see how that fits beautifully inside your circle there, your dome. So I'm going to use this. Where's my tape? I left it on this die. So just use this tape here on there, and if I wanted to, I've also got 2 dies here left on the packet, and these are going to add in if I wanted extra scene, so extra layers to my scene. But I'll just tear the cardstock, and the reason being is because this cardstock has a white core, so when you do tear it, you get a really nice effect. So you get like the snowy tops there.
Sure.
I've also added in, and this is just from my stash, a piece of black cardstock. I'm going to pop that in because we have these beautiful little deer here, the silhouettes. Cute. So while I'm cutting one, I'm going to run this through at the same time.
Sure.
So
and
run.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
No, that's fine. Just run that through.
Lovely. I was just going to say, just to let you know at home, that 20% of the October box has now gone. You are loving this. Well, it's just such a perfect gift, isn't it? Because I always think that not only do you want the inside goodies to be good, you want the packaging to be good, and it's wonderful.
There we go. Sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying, so I didn't know if you'd finished or not. There we go. So just popping the pieces out. So what I'm going to do now is pop my deer to the side. I'll leave them in the die so I don't lose them. Just release this mountain range by releasing my tape, like so. You can see that again. I'm going to use my adhesive eraser there, and that just takes the stickiness from the tape off of there.
Yeah,
it's nice and clean. There we go. So there's my mountain range, and then I'm going to work down in the colours. So I'm going to have my pale blue and then my dark blue. But as I said, if I tear these, you'll see we get that nice white effect. The same goes, I mean, if you don't want to tear them, you can emboss and then you can sand these back, and that makes for a really nice effect as well. Okay. So I'm going to do this to both of these, like so. Then I'm just going to take the three together and use that die now. So while I've got all three, and I can shape them, and I can put that as high or as low as I want to. So I'll probably put another piece of tape on there, which I should have somewhere on this die, holding something together. Let's get a new piece.
You being frugal.
Well, I was trying. I think I'm going to actually use some of that hand cream on my fingers to unsticky that just a little bit. There we go, and run this through my machine, and what that will do, I haven't even glued those together yet, but that will just cut those all to the perfect size and shape, ready to go inside of my frame. I think I've actually just moved that. So let's pop that back, run that through. You can actually batch make these really quickly. You just need to add in a little more of the coloured cardstock. You've probably got some in your stash that's similar, and then you could batch make with all the dies and the stamps. So I'm going to put one of those domes over the top. I would recommend, if you've got it to hand, red liner tape, really thin red liner tape to attach the edges of the dome to your cardstock. I'm going to use hot glue. I'll just double check my hot glue's on. It is, just so that it's quicker, just to show you then. So very carefully just lifting up the tape. Again, like I say about folding the tape backwards on itself. That helps to release it a little bit quicker. Now this is the side that's going to be super sticky because it's the new tape side rather than the old tape. So peel it back extremely slowly. There's nothing worse, is there, than peeling back a piece of tape and taking some of the print or the colour out of your paper or tearing it. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so now this will fit all... Oops, I didn't quite cut through there. There we go. This should all fit beautifully inside this circle. I'm just going to glue those down like so. There we go. Now this glue, I believe we had Pink Frog on earlier, and this is actually a glue applicator from Pink Frog.
Oh, okay.
And I absolutely love it because inside the lids they've got like a metal point, and that metal point stops the glue from clogging up.
Yeah, there's nothing worse, is there?
No, it's really frustrating. So yeah, I love these applicators. I didn't get a chance to speak to them earlier. I meant to. So you can see, oh, I've got a bit of tape on there. I wonder what that was. A little bit of tape left. Peel that off gently. So you can see how just by tearing that paper and allowing that white edge to show through, it gives you that snowy effect. Then I'm going to pop on my dome, which is here somewhere. So like I say, you get 5 of these in here. They're quite thin. Before I put that on though, we need to break into this confetti.
Yay!
Yeah.
Bit of snow.
Absolutely. So popping this in here. Open this up. I've got to be really careful. Oh, I've opened the wrong end. It's this end. Here we go. So turn it upside down. And let's just tip some of this just on here. Not too much, I just want a little bit of sparkle in there. Put that all inside there for now, and we'll shake it about in a moment. And then I'm going to use my hot glue. This is where I would suggest using, if you can, your red liner tape. If you've got a thin red liner tape or double-sided tape to put around the edge. I don't have to hand with me in the studio today, so I'm just going to run round very quickly with hot glue, very, very quickly. Because
I was going to say, mind your fingers as well.
Yeah, I've been using a hot glue gun for so long now. I have so many mishaps with it. It's all okay though.
I don't think you'll see the glue anyway.
No, because that will cover it all over. And you can be neater than me as well. But then we've got our shakers and we've got our little snowflakes in there.
Yeah.
So let's just pop a little bit of glue around the edge of this. This is where that fine tip comes in really handy. Just putting the glue exactly where I need it. And over the top, again, like I say, covering over that, those gluey bits underneath. And then we need to release our little deer here as well, because they're going to sit just on top.
Oh yes,
They're beautiful,
that's beautiful.
aren't they? They are gorgeous. And then you've got the little one as well. So you've got like the mum and the baby, or however you want to say it. Could be the dad and the baby. Either way. And again, hot glue just on the body there. And allowing that to dry for a few seconds before I put that on, because I want it to be raised up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I love that you've then got the shadow dropping down underneath. So I wouldn't worry too much about the legs, just putting a blob on the body.
Yeah.
Like so. Put the two of them there. And then when all your glue has dried and you're happy, you can give that a tap, and you've got,
oh, it looks brilliant.
You've got your shaker with your silhouette in the back as well. It's really just really good fun.
It is.
They are.
Love shaker cards.
And this is just a few elements of the kit put together, and there's so much more. We haven't even discovered the gnomes in there.
I know, we haven't yet.
That's
just brilliant. Thank you, Lou.
You're welcome.
Okay, so this wonderful October box is proving to be so busy. Please do check out your baskets. You have got in this lovely sort of envelope gift box. Yeah, it's an envelope gift inside a gift box. All right, you've also got, there's papers, there's a little magazine, there's embellishments, stamps, dies, incredible value for £22.99. Item number is 091151. Okay, now coming back to our Moroccan collection, you can go for individual elements. So starting with the arch dies that we have here, here they are, and you've got those ornate elements in there as well. Very, very pretty indeed. So if you want to go for those, it's £16.99. Right, I've got the boards here. Bear with me. Here we go. We've got these wonderful boards, and then we've also got these as well. Lovely. Okay, £16.99 then, 7 dies. And remember, you're saving how much on this one? £3 that we'll carry across into the complete collection. Then we've got our mini lanterns, which I think again are absolutely adorable. Again, I can show you the board. You've got 6 dies here, and you've got the innie bits with the, what's the word? Not inspiration, your decorative panels. Now there's another £3 saving on this that will carry over to the complete collection. So we're up to, what are we up to? £6 that carries over. And look, you can make these. Aren't they beautiful? Just so beautiful with the lanterns. So that is £16.99 if you'd like to go for those. Then you've got the big quatrefoil die. It's way bigger than the packaging. Here we go. Have a little look at this. Well, bigger than the image on there, that's what I'm trying to say. So you've got your 2 dies there, your lovely panel, and then the outer edge as well. That's another £3 saving that carries over to the complete collection. We're now up to £9 off. It's £11.99 if you just want this one, and your item number is 995775. And then at the bottom, we've got a smaller bundle which has the stamps, the stencils, and the papers. So maybe, do you know what, maybe you don't have a die cutting machine. So you've got those wonderful stamps. Look at all of those with the tiles and everything. You've got the stencils. Oh, sorry, they're embossing folders. I do apologise. I've been saying stencils. I do apologise for that. Oh, and there are stencils there as well. Right, okay, get myself together. And then you've also got the paper pad. And let's have a little look at this one here. Okay, So here's our Moroccan Nights. Isn't that beautiful? Look at these wonderful colours. Stunning. And now that's a further £9 saving that carries over. So that's £18 in total there that is carrying over. But if you want this bundle, it's £36.94. But if you do want the complete collection, you get a further £3 off. So in total, really, that's £21 that you're saving on this collection. And it's on FlexiBuy, 2 payments of £39.96. 873515 is your item number. So we'll have about 10 minutes, Lou.
No worries. What I'd like to show you first is that gorgeous layering stamp and how that layers together.
Oh, that'd be nice.
So you can use either of these on their own. They work beautifully on their own, but you can also use them together, and that's absolutely my favourite way of using them. So I'm just going to first of all take the more solid one, so the one with the more black, and pop this into my stamping platform. And I definitely recommend you use a stamping platform if you've got one for this, so that will just help you line everything up. So I'm going to pop it in near the top corner there, and just use my magnets to hold my cardstock down. Just going on to a white here, but don't forget you will get different effects if you go on to coloured cardstock as well. So the first thing I'm going to do is keep it monochrome. Okay, we're not going to add in any bright colours, and I'm just going to stamp all over with a grey. So I'm using Memento for this, but it's whatever inks you have that you like to use. So brand doesn't matter at all. So this isn't a perfect impression either. What I love about this is it does have a slightly distressed look. So if I was to just re-ink all of that, again, you see that is the look we've got. Okay, so you can see we've got all these distressed bits in here, which are actually adds to that sort of worn Moroccan tile effect. So then I'm going to come in with the second stamp, and I'm going to lay it over the top. Now I'm just going to bring my head over just for a second, because I want to make sure this is really well lined up. So if you look through the stamp, you can see where the design falls, and then again if you look over around the edges, make sure it's sitting exactly where you think it should be. And it's worth taking your time doing this as well, rather than trying to rush. So just looking through, I think, so that's central there, that's central there, should be about right. Okay, so I'm going to pick that up, and this time I'm going to go with just a black. Okay, so we'll have the white in the background, we'll have the grey in the middle ground, and then we'll have the black, all this finer detail in the foreground, like so. Oops, just moving my thing there. I think I need to glue gun down my mat. I'm just going to do this again because it's going on to grey, so you want it to really stand out. There, and pop that over again, and then I'm just going to really press that down, make sure we get all of that ink transferred, and then we get a two-tone effect.
I like that.
Hopefully you can see that. I've actually got one here that I can lift up that's all dry, and what I then did here is I took that black and I quickly embossed it with the black, so those areas are then glossy as well. So with the black embossing powder, and that just looks like it's a lovely monochrome pattern. But you can use colour as well, so if I quickly do the same but with colour, I'll show you, because then you can start adding in things like ombre effects as well. We can definitely bring in our Moroccan colours now. How long do I have, Alex?
You have 6 minutes.
Oh, okay, plenty of time. So just popping that back into the corner, lift that up, and I'm going to use the reds and the oranges because this really does remind me of sort of that Moroccan theme. So bringing in very loosely, sort of dabbing over that background stamp, come to that more solid one, both colours, and I'm quite happy to go back over with each colour. I don't worry about it contaminating my ink pad, because if I just dab this on a piece of paper, that will straight away take that ink off anyway.
Cool. Yeah.
So press this down, get all that ink off of there. There we go.
Oh,
so
nice.
Got that, gorgeous colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I can totally see, you know, being in Morocco and in whatever establishments they call them. I don't know. I don't know. But in restaurants, and just seeing those worn tiles, it looks brilliant.
Absolutely, definitely. And again, if you're wanting to try this maybe on a craft cardstock, you'd then get that craft brown colour coming through as a third colour. Here we've got it as white. I'm just lining this stamp back up. Really easy to see through though, much easier if you can get your head directly over, but nobody needs to see the top of my head at the moment because I haven't been to the hairdressers for months.
Nobody would have known that.
Trust me, I know, so you don't need to see that nice and close up. They're very clear cameras. So just popping, I'm just going to use black again because you can see it really clearly then. And really press that down. Again, because you're using a stamping platform, you can go over a couple of times if you need to, if you lift it up and you think, actually, no, that's not too bad, is it? I'll hold up one here that I've got somewhere hiding that I've already done. I did have, oh, here it is. So there's one that's nice and dry that I can hold up without smudging. That's those colours there with the black over the top. So again, you've got the white coming through, so that's your third colour. And then for this one, all I did is I took the detail of the top one with some gilding flake glue and stamped with that, and then just added gilding flakes and brushed them off. So imagine doing that on black maybe.
Oh yeah, that would look stunning.
Yeah, you don't have to use them together. You can of course use each of those stamps completely separately, the background or the foreground. So you've got lots and lots of different options there for all of them. So it's a really fun and really versatile stamp set to have in your stash.
Yeah, see, all three look very different.
They do, don't they?
Yeah.
Just completely depends what colours you use and whether you actually layer them or use them separately.
Nice.
So those are choices for you.
Thank you, Lou. Right then, so this is a beautiful collection. Lou's going to be back on at 7 o'clock this evening. There'll be some both these items and some different items on the show, but let's concentrate once more for the last few minutes on the Moroccan Nights Complete Collection. You have got those wonderful gate dies here that are so stunning, or windows we could call them. Then you've got your lanterns, and the lantern looks like this. Isn't that pretty? Or like this. 1 second. There you go. Oh, I love that with the colours. It's beautiful, isn't it? And then you've got your big quatrefoil die set. And then we've also got the bottom row. So you've got the stamps that Lou's just been using. And then you've got that lovely collection which really speaks Arabian Nights. There's your embossing folder of the tiles. And you've also got those beautiful stencils to go with it. And last but not least, you have got the paper pad. Gorgeous. £79.91. Remember, all of those savings carry over from the individual bundles. So instead of just £3, it's actually £21 you're saving in total. You can spread the cost, 2 payments of £39.96. 873515 is your item number. Now, the October box. You've been absolutely loving this. Again, if you missed the start of the show, in about an hour's time you'll be able to catch it on Rewind, and Lou was doing a fabulous unboxing. There's so much in here, you don't realise how much you're getting. So you've got the beautiful packaging to start with. In here you've got the stamps. There's loads of Nomi stamps in this one. You've got the dies, all of those dies. Then you've got some foiled cardstock. You've got a magazine up here. And then you've got some beautiful cardstock again. Some of it's glitter, some of it's solid, beautiful coordinating cardstock. Then down the front, you have also got, which I really like, an LED light that they've popped in for us. You've got some domes, some plastic domes. There's 5 of those in total. You could make a shaker card. And you've got some little bows, little blue bows. I think just to finish off, what I'm going to do, oh good, I've got them here, is these are the dies. Now you're getting 19 dies. You've got deers, you've got that lovely circle which the dome will fit in. You've got little trees, so you can build a beautiful scene with this. You've got like mountain tops, which is really fabulous. And here's some of the cardstock. Oh, look. And you've got the acetate in there as well, but how shiny is this? It's absolutely beautiful. So Christmassy, isn't it? So snowy. See, I'd have that as like a background for an Advent scene. Nativity, that's the word I'm trying to think of. Oh, that's cool as well. Love that. And then last but not least, I'm just going to grab, because I want you to see the stamps, if I can. Right, here we go. Here are the stamps. You've got those really cutesy little houses. You've got Santa and his reindeer flying through the sky. You've got lovely little workers, little extras there. Gnome is where the heart is. You've got like a gnome house. There's lanterns. There's scenes, so you've got trees there. All those toadstools, from our gnome to yours, which I think is really cute. Gnome for Christmas. And then chilling with my gnomies, that's a good one. All right, so for the box, it is £22.99. You've been loving this one. You've got a £5 saving. Item number is 091151. Thank you very much, Lou.
You're welcome.
We'll see you at 7 o'clock with a different collection.
Absolutely, yes.
Excellent. Please do make sure you are checking out your baskets. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back in 3 minutes' time. Yes, we have Heartfelt Creations. It is our final call of the one-day special. Then we've got Pretty Gets Gritty, Mixed Media, and later Sakura Pen's one-day special launch.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences, as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. We decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie, hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are well. It's great to have your company. This is the final call for your Heartfelt Creations collection. Did you know this is a worldwide launch? Did you know it's not available anywhere else? And did you know it's on direct dispatch? I know. We are so super duper excited about having this particular collection as a worldwide exclusive, and not being able to get it anywhere else means you can get it in your basket right now and we'll get it sent out to you. We were saying last night, actually, quite interestingly, who's going to be the first person to put their sample on the social networks? Because you're going to get this expediently in the post, who's going to open it, go straight into the craft room and start crafting? Now, let's take you through the collection, but let's also introduce you to our lovely guest for the hour. It's our Nikki.
Hello,
how are you, Nikki?
I'm really well, thank you very much.
How excited are you about this collection?
Very excited.
Yeah.
For so many reasons.
I know.
Because there's so much to love about this collection. It's a beautiful, stunning collection on its own, in its own right. You could just purchase this whole collection and get going.
Yep.
But it also works with other collections as well.
It certainly does. Now, there are various ways that you can purchase this. You can go for the full collection. The details are on your screen. It is the one-day special. So the price for the whole collection will be going back up at 6 o'clock tonight. That saving of £25 is there with you for another 2 hours. And you can divide the cost into 2 payments on FlexiBuy. It's a great way to buy. We also have an essentials selection for you, which is the paper pad, and you're also getting the first set of stamps and dies. That's the Elegant Rose banner. So if you want just the essentials, which includes your paper pack, which is much coveted by people because it is so super collectible, you can go for that. That's an option down the bottom of the screen, £46.97. Or you can go for them individually, and you can also add an extra pad to your collection. Or maybe you've bought the one-day special and you want to go for another paper pad as a gift, or a gift for yourself. You can do that. Right, let's head in and have a look at them, because if you've not seen them before, oh my days, these are so versatile. What I love about these is it gives you the capability of, yes, using it as a banner, as intended. You've got the stamp, but you've also got the die as well. Now, the die means you don't have to fussy cut, and it will cut out the exact elements, and I've just dropped the banner die that goes across there, but you've got one of those included, so you don't need to fussy cut around there. It stamps out beautifully, and the detail is absolutely incredible. So if you want to make a card and you've got that fabulous stamp for your sentiments, that's what it can now look like, because you've got the opening, you've got the detail to put that in. I'm going to show you through the samples in a moment's time, but I want to show you the concept of what you're getting. So the sunflower, and then you've got the beautiful rose as well. There's a lot of detail in these, isn't there?
It is. It's a peony, that one.
Oh, that's the peony.
It does look very similar to the rose,
but
it
could
is
be a rose.
It could be a rose, yes. I didn't want to confuse people. But yes, I don't know what you asked, actually.
That's fine. It is the peony.
It is the peony, but yes, stamps beautifully.
Yeah, it does. And it stamps beautifully because you've got the red rubber stamps. It's backed as well, and you've also got them on the card, which is an index card. So if you wanted to go for any of the index boxes we've got on the show today, you can do. They fit in perfectly. Or you might have some folders to put them in already. Now, if you want to go for the stamp on its own, this one, which is the sunflower and the peony, £13.99. That is incredible value for money for the stamps, don't you think? And again, you've got those lovely details. Right, the next set, let's bring this up. Also available individually, but also available in that large collection. I love this. This is gorgeous. And the detail in that clematis, is that pretty?
It is. It's really, really pretty. So they're obviously both clematis, but sort of like one's more, I would say, like a climbing vine.
Yes.
So you can stamp that, continue that stamping, create a border with it. So they're not just banners, you know.
No.
There's a lot more you can do with these.
Well, you can use these as borders as well. It's the detail that you've got in here. I don't know if you can come closer to this. This is what I love about Heartfelt Creations. You know, they're a family-run business, what, 20 years or more?
Over 20 years,
over 20 years.
Yes.
And when you've got the detail here that you can see in that clematis, and then you've got the buds and the leaves as well, it's the detail that's in here. So when you're embossing, for example, you've got all of that detail, you know instantly what it is, but you've also got the possibility of colouring it in, being guided by the extra detail in the flowers and the leaves.
Yeah, it is so pretty.
Now the dies, let me just grab one of these from the back. There you go. The dies will cut out the images absolutely perfectly. So you don't have to fussy cut around there, which means when they're stamped or using the paper pads, you're going to get all of that detail right up to the edge. Let's pop that the right way round. Right up to the edge for you. That gives you that precise detail, because there's a lot of detail in the stamp.
There is a lot of detail in the stamp.
You want to make sure that it cuts every single piece out.
Absolutely. So with these dies, you've got an outer edge, so you can create a shadow. You can create a mini little cardlet if you wanted to, but then you've got the other die that will cut all the intricate bits out. And then you've got the banner as well.
Yeah, and that's lovely, because the banner, of course, you can add your own sentiment within the banner, or if we were talking about this last night, if you actually cut that out, you could put that on the top of a box.
Yes, you could.
And you could actually turn it into a little money box or something, which would be lovely. Right, let's details at the bottom of the screen. If you want to go for the Vining Clematis banner, $13.99. That's a great price if you just want to go for that one on its own. Another great idea that we came up with last night, if you've got a little business and you're making jam or candles or anything really, this could be your label. And this is something you can stamp out many times, because you can do. And you could put the name of your business in the middle of it rather than a sentiment and use it in that particular way.
Or the name of the candle, so if it's got a sort of a nice fragrance to it, you could use it for that.
Now, I think this one is my favourite because of the heart. Love the shape of a heart for many reasons. I just think it's a fabulous shape to work with anyway. But if you're going for this, you could actually use this for Valentine's Day.
Yes, you could. I'm thinking weddings, Valentine's Day, anniversaries.
Yeah, what a great idea. What an absolutely fantastic idea. Now, underneath there, you've got the rose. And again, you'll see with these, you've got all of that detail. You don't need to fussy cut these out, because you've got the dies that go with it. So they correspond, and the dies will go with the stamps.
Yes.
Let me show you a sample.
When you actually look at the dies, you think, what on earth is that? But they do fit perfectly onto that stamped image.
They do, and that's the great thing. And you can use any die cutting machine with these, and that is the beautiful sample there. Let me just pop that down so we can just have a closer look at this. Now, with the paper pad that you're getting, you can use your dies to cut out the images within the paper pad to start with, and then you can then progress on stamping out and colouring in and cutting out with those dies. But something like this looks beautiful as a focal point to your cards. Again, if you just wanted to use the top part and not the bottom, that's still a beautiful shape to use.
It is, yeah.
To go around
a
sentiment.
So you could still use it to, like you say, enhance your sentiment. But you could use that as a border as well.
Yeah, you could do. You could actually stamp that and then reverse it. And do beg my pardon as I'm reversing that upside down, because you could still, let me cover that bit, you could still use the top and the bottom of that heart to create a completely different shape. Now, if you want to go for the elegant rose banner, details at the bottom of the screen, $13.99. That includes that fabulous, fabulous heart that you're getting with there. A few more samples to show you, because you're not only getting the stamps and the dies, you're getting the paper pads as well. We're going to go through the paper pad in a moment's time. But what's lovely about the paper pad is that you've got the designs already in there that the dies fit over to get all of that detail in there.
You have.
And I love that. And this is a beautiful example, because you've got the clematis at the middle, or within the middle with the banner, and then at the top you've got more of that design, bringing in the detail but tying in.
Ties in
so beautifully.
It does.
Yeah.
As I say, this is a collection that you could actually purchase. Maybe you're very, very new to crafting. Maybe you're very new to Heartfelt.
Yeah.
But you can create a standalone card just with this full collection, and you've got sunflower in there, you've got your roses in there, you've got your clematis in there, and then of course you've got your peony in there as well. So you're covering so many different florals in there.
Do you know what I love about this particular sample as well? And this is a trademark of Nikki's, and it could be a trademark of yours when you get it home. Look how we bring that dimension out of the card. Again, something that you can do with your Heartfelt Creations, with your paper pads. It could be that you're stamping and then cutting them out with the dies. You don't need to fussy cut. And remember, when you do die cut, you can then cut into those die cut images, so you can rearrange them and just make them look different each and every time. Whether you're putting it on the the top of a card. Whether you're using these, you could make and create coasters. It doesn't always have to be 3D with your designs.
No, it doesn't. It does not have to be 3D. And yes, a lot of the design team, and myself included, have used a lot of our florals that we've got in our crafty stash. But you can also create a card without any flowers on, and it still looks just as stunning.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that's down to the detail from Heartfelt Creations that you've got in those stamps. So your full complete collection has your 3 sets of stamps, your 3 sets of dies, and it also has your fantastic paper pad. Now, your £25 saving is only going to be there until 6 o'clock tonight, and that's when the price goes back up. Remember, this is on direct dispatch, and you also get included in your kit an inspiration card, and this is going to take you through your very first project with this particular collection, and I think that is a fabulous idea. You've got all of the instructions on there, all the details that you need to do. You've got your paper pad, so you can get started directly out of the box. It's like getting a Christmas gift with the batteries. You're good to go. And this is the card that you're going to make and create. So that's going to be your first one. It's going to be interesting to see who gets theirs on the social networks first, with this being direct dispatch and with this being available nowhere else apart from with us right here now. 375249 is your item number. Do get it into your baskets and check on out, and remember, you've got that flexi bite. Let's go through the paper pad because this really is where the magic begins. Let's have a look.
It does, and this is where your inspiration is actually going to start. Okay, so you've got 12 designs, 2 of each design, so we've got 24 sheets in total. So what I'm going to show you is the front of the design, and then the next page will be the back of the design, rather than me keep flicking them over. So already I can see on this page I've got 4 ready to go toppers. Nothing screaming out. Now, I love the way that they've actually used the top of that heart there, because it just goes to show you don't just have to use that that heart sentiment stamp and die as your main focal point. You've got your clematis down here on this one. And then, of course, we have got the other side. So this is the flip side of that, where we can cut it up, or we could use that as a scrapbook layout.
Isn't that beautiful,
It is
Nikki?
so pretty.
Again, it's
soft colours.
And so much detail just on the one page that, like you say, you can cut into, you can cut around, or just use it as the backdrop to your design.
Yeah, and what Heartfelt do, as I say, they give us those ready-made panels. So already we've got 2 sheets there, if I turn that around, with 8 ready-to-go card panels.
And then you've got the borders on the side.
Yes.
This is what Heartfelt do. They fill every single inch.
Even this one down here, look, you can put a sentiment in
Love that.
there. So you can stamp your sentiment in there. As I say, everything is thought about. Every single inch, every tiny bit of this paper pad is has got your images on. Even the 12 by 12, the actual paper is 12 by 12, because this part of the banner at the top there is not included in your 12 by 12.
Now that is handy to know, isn't it? So
yeah,
it is a
because
true 12 by
sometimes
12
we do
design.
actually buy a 12 by 12 paper pad to find out it's not actually 12 by 12 paper pad. So then you've got more panels here. You'll notice that there's other dies in here that you've probably got in your crafty stash, but ready to go cardlets. You've got your gorgeous clematis print there. Absolutely stunning, and the colours are beautiful. They're soft. I think I described it yesterday as being like a sort of like a paper pad full of sherbet dip. Is it just, you know, the little
other
sherbet,
sweets are available, but we love a bit of sherbet.
Or refreshers.
Or Coca-Cola
but you get
cubes,
the
or other
idea,
sweets are
everyone.
available.
But that's the sort of colours, because
Yeah.
not always when you're looking at the TV screen can you see how in depth the paper pad is. Can you see there? Look at that. You've already got sort of like so much going on in this paper pad, sort of like that watercolor sort of print there, the watermark.
Do you know what's nice about this as well, Nikki? You know, as we're heading into the darker months of winter, we've got these beautiful colours to work with.
We
so we're kind
have.
of bringing that sunshine and
Yes,
spring.
we've just
feeling
done
into our
autumn,
homes.
we've just done Halloween, we've kind of like, yes, I know we're coming into winter. Now, this is one of my favourites.
Go on.
Now, I'm going to just grab this one. This is where Heartfelt have taken it to the next level, and this is why I always say Heartfelt paper pads are more of a paper kit than an actual paper pad. because you've got all your elements in there that you can die cut out. They've left that part as well, so if you want to stamp it like that, you can. But then, of course, you've got that middle bit in there that you can cut that out with.
Love that.
Just look how many toppers you've got there already.
Now,
Them
Nikki,
sentiment stamps.
it is a 12 by 12 paper, so I'm new to crafting.
Yeah.
I've got myself a die cutting machine. I'm thinking to myself, how will that fit through my die cutting machine?
Right, you will have to cut that up, which I will show you in a second. There's another one. But again, for some flower toppers, I can't count all the others because there's so many of them, but we've got 2 of them, so many of them. So what you will do is you would cut these up. So I would go across there with my scissors and then cut that up. Across there, cut them up. Across there, cut them up. And then they will fit through your die cutting machines. They will fit through your... They will pick up your, sorry, you can use your A5 in there as well. But it's every bit of detail. If I just go back to that one just for a second, because you know that I said to you on the clematis one, you've got your inner edge, which is going to cut all of that image. But then you've got the outer edge where you are going, if you can see there, look, it's slightly bigger, so you're going to be able to put that drop shadow on there. You are going to be able to make a notelit card out of this one, and then of course you have got the centre banner die as well, so you can cut that out.
Love that.
So as I say, there's so many different ways that you can use these. You've got your 6x6s in here, you've got your 6x4 panels in here, you've got your soft greens in here. They have got everything in this paper pad. Now I would probably say, if you've gone for the one day special, probably put another paper pad in.
Do you know what? It's a great idea. Some people collect Heartfelt Creations paper pads, never use them, never get them out of the bag.
I have a friend that does that.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
But it is a consumable. It's like buying a coffee machine and then buying the pods and never buying any more pods. When you run out, you never make any more coffee. You don't want that to happen. If you want another paper pad, we've got it here for you. And remember, it is a worldwide launch as well. It's not available anywhere else, but here right now for the next 10 days. Amazing, isn't it? But only at this price up until 6 o'clock today. So if you want to go for that complete collection, so you've got that whole ecosystem in your crafting room, then it's just one payment of £44.97 today and another payment of the same in a month's time. Freedom members don't pay any P&P. Now, if you are in America, you can order from us. How exciting is that? Bearing in mind it's not available anywhere else in the world, not just here in the UK. So if you are in America and you like the look of it and you want to get it now, we'll directly dispatch it to you in America. And I do know that a lot of our American customers are Freedom members where they pay no P&P. It makes sense, doesn't it? Very, very exciting. If you want to go for any of them individually, you've got that choice as well. You can see that on the website, and they're great prices as well. So that is your one-day special, but we've got more for you on the show. We have got some happy hour deals. Yes, we have. And this is a way of adding your happy hour deals to your one-day special, especially if you're dividing the cost into 2 flexi buys. Now, red liner tape. You'll see most of our demonstrators use this for matting and layering their cards, but also think about this, great for wrapping gifts. You don't get to see the tape on the outside of the beautiful wrapping. Now, £10.99, you're saving £27 on that deal for this hour and this hour only. You've got your 3mm, your 6mm, your 9mm and your 12mm, your 60 metres in total, and that's 12 rolls all together. 330730 is your item number. I think that's a marvellous price, I really do. Now, we've got another happy hour deal for you. We'll bring that up. Remember, happy hour deals are only for this hour and this hour only. Look at this. Hello, saving £12 on this. It is your planner. It's your horizontal July 21 to June 22 planner. You're not too late to use that, of course you're not. I love this. It's great just to have in your bag, whether it be a man bag or a handbag for a man bag, I don't know. Great to have on your desk as well. It just means you get yourself organised. 542417 is your item number, just £15.99. Great deal, it really, really is. But remember, the price of that is heading up at the top of the hour. Right, those are your happy hour deals. That's your Heartfelt Creations collection. Let's head to Nikki for some demonstrations. What are we looking at first, Nikki?
Right, so we're going to go with sort of like, I'm thinking, let's use some of the images from the paper pad, okay? Because sometimes we do forget that we have got those images in the paper pad and we don't have to stamp everything. Now, there's so many different ways you're going to be able to use these banners. You can stamp your image, sentiment just inside that banner there. Or you can take one of those banners, now this is a slightly different one, and you can, oh, that one's not die cut out, I need one that's die cut out, there we go, that will do. But you, oh no, not that one. I want some. Why can't
Do you know
I
what? Just looking at that stamped image on your platform, Nikki.
Why can't I find what I want?
Do you know what these would be really good as? If you just take a look at that, it's like a business card, isn't it?
It is.
Or a calling card.
Well, look, you can make little notelets with them.
Yeah, little like a placement mat. I've got a couple here. Yeah. So if you've got, you know, a dinner party coming up, for example, your friends are coming over, they've not been around for a long time. How about really impressing them and doing a fantastic little table setting? And also, let's face it, you want the right people sitting next to you at a dinner party, don't you? So you can put that down as a little sitting. Now, on the screen is your peony and sunflower. It is £13.99, and you can get hold of that with the item number 122911. Nikki?
Right, so, as I say, that's how you can stamp your sentiment. I've got one already cut out, and I will cut this up now because I found what I wanted and it was sitting right in front of me. But if I want to make my sentiment wider, okay, I can trim that top bit. So maybe I've got a larger stamp and I don't want thinking of you, I want something else, okay? So say I want to stamp, what have we got here? I don't know what this says. I will go with it on this. So let's just come back here, stamp this really quickly, like that.
Now, if you don't have a stamping platform at home, Nikki, you can still
you could
use
just
these stamps.
yeah, you can
because
just
they're already pre-mounted, aren't they?
They are, yeah, they're pre-mounted. Do you know, I've come in the studio before and I've actually used my ink pad as a stick platform because I forgot my platform.
Do you know what? I've done the same. Nikki, I've done the same.
I think probably we all
I've also
have.
used the glass dessert, the bottom of a certain glass dessert to do it, but it was a little bit concave, so it's always good to have something that's got a flat bottom.
So this sentiment look, I'm just going to try and explain to you what I mean. Okay, so just cut that up. It's a lot wider than that banner, okay, but because I've now cut my banner up, I can make it as wide as I like.
Now that is, yeah,
I can make it wider, you see? See the difference?
Yeah.
So
like
don't
that.
think, oh, I might not have sentiments that actually fit in there, because there's other ways of doing it. But what about just doing a border along?
See, I like,
so
you know,
it's no longer my banner.
Yeah.
It's a border.
Do you know what's nice about that, Nikki?
Mhm.
You know the shadow boxes you can get?
Yes.
Now that would look nice. I've seen you do designs like that where it goes around the edge of a shadow box.
Well, look, how about plant pot? Maybe you brought some plants for somebody.
Yeah, I love that.
Maybe put in them.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe straight.
Yeah.
Around like that.
If you got somebody
all the way around, you
yeah.
can put pearls around the. Do you know,
I love that.
I said this to you yesterday, didn't I? I come in, I do, obviously I worked on these months ago.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking, there's so much more that I wish I could have done.
Well,
and now I can
this
do.
is the thing, when you get crafting with people, and I'm sure when this gets to people's homes and they start crafting and all the ideas start pouring out, it's something where you can really help one another. And,
yes.
and I don't know about you, Nikki, but I'm really excited to see what people come up with.
Oh,
with
absolutely.
this,
and I know there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to come up with some great ideas. So I'm now using the daubers to colour this in. You don't have to spend hours colouring in. You can take your colours with
now,
your
you
dauber.
know, Nikki, I love your daubers.
We do.
It takes colouring to the next dimension. With the daubers that Nikki's using at the moment, you get 12. And do you know what? You could actually really go for it like that. And you could put all those colours on and start colouring away. But it does give you the opportunity. You've got 3 tips in there as well. 3 little tips on there to really get into the edging. But you do have 12, which means you've got 2 sets of 6 and they stack perfectly upon one another. And I am Janice Dauberhands. 13.99 069 154. Always very, very, very popular. Look at this. Would you keep one for each colour, Nikki?
I have 2 or 3 for my pinks, 2 or 3 for my greens. So, like, I'm using a dark pink here, but I can also use it for a darker pink as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
so I have one, and then I'll turn it round and use it for my darker pinks.
Do you know what they remind me of? You know those pens at school where they used to have different tops on and they used to stack up? That's what it reminds me of.
And I used to have one every new term. We used to get excited about things like that, didn't we, Janet? Well, you know, like...
We did.
The different pens, and yes, I know exactly the ones you mean.
But they are great.
Look at that.
They are great for blending.
But they are, because you've got that precision tip, look. But how easy and quick is that, look, just to go in.
Now, the beauty of this, Nikki, you can have any colour with the clematis.
Yes.
If you wanted to, when you're stamping them out, you could emboss them, which I think would look spectacular.
Do you want to see some that's embossed?
Yeah, because we were thinking about using these as labels, maybe on soaps and candles, even for cupcakes.
Some wow embossing powders?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Now,
isn't that gorgeous? Yeah. Look at that. As I say, I've cut this up again as well because you could use that as a border.
Yeah.
But you can widen it.
How
put your
about
sentiment
this?
in there.
Another idea. See, it's great to have all these ideas when you start crafting together. That looks absolutely stunning. So you're giving a gift, you know, that could be wrapped around a bottle or a jar of jam or something like that.
Yeah.
And then what you can do when you cut them, like Nikki did there, you could actually have them going all the way around a placement mat that you could then laminate. So there's lots and lots of things you can do with your stamps. Right, let's give you the details again if you have just joined us. You've got until 6 o'clock tonight to take advantage of that £25 discount. We're dividing the cost into 2 payments. It's interest-free and it's affordable because it's just £44 and 47 pence today, is it, when it turns around? I think it will spin round. It will spin round. So that is your flexi buy. There you go, £44 and 97 pence. It's on direct dispatch. Normally we'd have to wait 10 or 12 days. It'd have to come over from America. It's already here. How exciting is that? It's a worldwide launch, which means it's not available anywhere else. You can buy the stamps individually if you want to, but it gives you a chance to get them all in the same bundle alongside that paper pad and that inspirational make that you get as well. They're absolutely delightful, and the great thing is you can use them with your own sentiments. You can then cut into them and just have them as a stepper, for example, on this particular card. We're just using half of the stamp to become that stepper, which is an absolute beautiful design. And then you could add different flowers if you want to. Now, if you want the sunflower on its own, it's on the bottom of the screen. The sunflower is such a lovely image. And I think sunflowers, yes, can be as elaborate as you like, or it can be nice and modern. And this is a lovely idea to be able to divide that stamp into 2, to split it up completely. Or how about bringing it together to create one sunflower? Now, there's an idea. If I were to turn that away, you could actually bring those 2 together and create one large sunflower. We'll have a look at that if you want. That's a good idea. So you can make them nice and modern if you want to. Now, I do need to tell you that how much of the stock? 70% of the one-day special. That's the whole entirety. Oh, my goodness. This is your last chance. Well, up until 6 o'clock today to save. We're saying save £25, but of course you've got your saving of £5 carried over from your essential set. The essential set is available to you. That's your paper pad and your fantastic elegant rose banner and stamp die. So if you want those two together alongside the paper pack, that's just $46.97 today. Maybe that's a great gift for somebody. I think that is fabulous because you've got that lovely heart shape there, which can be used for weddings. It could be used just to say you love somebody, or just a nice, beautiful image. But it can also be used on Valentine's Day as well. Well, let's face it, Christmas is only around the corner, and then it's Valentine's Day. In fact, it's almost Easter, which takes us to the summer months. But that's how the seasons go. So it's really nice to get something like this right now in the winter months. Here's another sample. I really like this. And again, we've got those extra flowers, those extra peonies that our lovely Nikki has placed on there. And then you've got that lovely peony stamp with your sentiment in the middle. But it's the detail of the leaves when it's cut out with that precision cut of your die that gives you that little white border that goes around the edges. And that's what really makes these images stand out. And it looks professional. Now, if you are new to crafting and you've not done a lot of stamping before, these are red rubber stamps, and that means it's going to give you precise detail time and time again. You can use a lot of different techniques with your red rubber stamps. They're going to last a long time as well. It also gives you the opportunity to store these in your folders as well. And again, you can divide these into two. So if you look at this, for example, yes, you've got one stamp there, but don't look at it as one stamp. Look at it as one stamp, two stamp, three stamp, and then four stamps, because you could look at it like that if you want to. And you can use them as banners, but you could also turn them and use them as edging to your card as well. They stamp out absolutely fantastically. Now, if you are using these as a label, you could put your own business in there. You could print these onto fabric as well, which would be a lovely design. Something like that on fabric, absolutely gorgeous. And if I turn it like that, you can see now it just changes completely. How about this? How about just drawing in a letter? That could become an N, it could become an L. So you've got the capability of doing that, which is a really nice way of crafting. So fabulous detail in all the stamps. And then you're also getting the corresponding dies to cut them out with that precision. You choose, you decide how you use them, but there is a plethora of different ways of how you can. £44.97, that's your first payment today. And if you're a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay. Of course, that includes your gorgeous paper pad. And if I was you, just a suggestion, I'd go for another paper pad, because if you do, your paper pads are $17.99. You add one of those to your flexi basket, it's only going to be £8 today and £8 in a month's time. And if you did want to get one as a gift for somebody, goes without saying, they're going to be well chuffed with that. Right, so we'll put the details for the paper pad on the bottom of the screen. Right, let's head back to Nikki and have another demonstration.
Right, so we're going to make a little cardlet, and I'm going to stick with the clematis because I think at the moment the clematis is my favourite. I don't know why, but I do love the clematis. I think it's so detailed and it's so pretty.
Well, do you know what? It's been the most popular.
Has it really?
Yeah, the clematis has been the most popular, which is fantastic. And as you see there, easy to cut out in the die cutting machines.
So easy. And that went through, this is 300 GSM, so it's gone through 600 GSM because I've just doubled that up.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's my little cardlet. And at the moment it looks nothing. Okay. But I want a backdrop of silver, so we'll just pop that through the die cutting machine as well. So they're not just toppers, they're not just borders. They could be tiny. You can make a pack of tiny cardlets, make a nice box, have the front of it with one of your banners, and you could make little envelopes for it, and you could sell these at craft fairs.
Oh,
so that has now created my card base. Okay, so that's going to go on there.
I think, do you know what? I think for weddings, special occasions, more and more of us are having special occasions for all kinds. It could be a gender reveal party.
Yes.
It could be a birthday party. It could be a gathering, a get-together party, a re-getting back-together party. We're doing so many different things. We're trying to be more inventive.
I think...
And because we're not going out so much to restaurants and bars, which will come back in time, but, you know, a lot of us feel safer in our own homes. We're thinking about money as well. So what we want to do is bring that experience into our homes.
Yes.
So to to use something like this for name placements is going to be fantastic. You could use them for, you know, if you want to use them for cards, for invitations, you could match them up then with your table placements. And what's nice about it as well, Nikki, is you get to choose the sentiment you put in there.
Of course you do.
So it could be Merry Christmas, it could be Happy Birthday, it could be In Sympathy.
It could, as I say, there is so many occasions, I think, that you can use this. So I've now created my little notelet, okay? Aww. But now, it's up to me now whether or not I want my sentiment flat, or do I want it rounded like that? Ooh. I'm going to go like that. I'm going to go rounded.
How about, Nikki? I'm just seeing that lovely mirror card. How about that being ribbon?
Yeah, ribbon around. Oh, I've got some ribbon. You could actually put ribbon. Yeah,
that would look nice.
That would look nice.
Yeah.
And do you know what else you could do? You could do banners. You could put letters in. There's just so much that I'm thinking now. So all that's just moved, and it's not going to go.
Now,
go. Look
am
at
I
that,
right in
look.
thinking that Heartfelt Creations have had a collection with clematis as a feature?
Yes. So all of what we're seeing today,
yes,
we've had the Sweet Peony collection.
Yes.
So this is going to work very, very well with the Sweet Peony, and we only brought that back a few weeks ago as well. So there's a lot of crafters out there that have probably got it.
So if someone's got the peony collection, if they just wanted to go for the peony stamp and die set, we've got that available to you. So you could go for that if you wanted that on its own.
Same with the rustic sunflower set, which came out a few months ago. The same with the classic rose collection, and you're right, we did have a clematis, climbing clematis it was called.
There you go. So if you have any of those particular collections, this is going to complete it. You don't have to buy the whole one-day special, although many of you are going for that. If you wanted to buy them individually, you can. At the bottom of the screen, you've got the details for the Vining Clematis banner. If you've got the Clematis collection already, which I think a lot of you have because we're very busy for that one, that's going to complete your collection. So make sure you get that and put it into the basket. If you've got the Vining Clematis collection, easy for you to say, but you wanted to go for maybe one of the other collections, you can still use that. You can still use that, of course you can, because you can use these as stamps. I'm not going to say the Vining Clematis collection again, although I just did. Right, we've got happy hour deals for you, and these are proving to be popular, so let's give you a reminder of these. This is your red liner tape, really handy for matting and layering, also great for wrapping presents. Yes, it is. It's only £10.99. It's a whopping saving of £27 for this hour and this hour only. 337730 is your item number. You've got your 3mm, your 6mm, your 9mm and your 12mm, and you get 60 metres in total. That's 12 rolls. That's a great deal. Now, this is superb. This is from Happy Planner. We had a Happy Planner show on the other day. This is, you know what, I always have difficulty saying this word, sophisticated. I said it. Brilliant. Not going to say it again. This is your floral skinny horizontal July 2021 to 2022 planner. So it's not too late to start using that. It's really handy as well. Do you know what? Sometimes you could just ignore the dates and just use it as a notebook. It's a great deal because you're saving £12. It's only £15.99. Pop that into your basket, and that is a happy hour deal. So the price of that will be going back up at the top of the hour. Right, so those are your happy hour deals, but back to the one-day special. It is exclusive to us here at the craft store. You can't get this anywhere else, not even in America. We've got it here. We're very, very lucky, and it's on direct dispatch as well. So make sure you get yours ordered. Now, if you want to go for the individual elements, you're more than welcome to do so. And maybe if you've gone for your one-day special already, you want to go for another paper pad, then you can do that as well. But you will be able to make some beautiful, beautiful samples with great detailing as well. Now, you can make and create these cards before you even stamp anything out. You could just look at your stamps for a whole week because the paper pad has got the elements in that you can use the dies with. So that's going to start you off, getting you into the mood to start creating these beautiful designs. And it really is going to give you the capability of adding all of those beautiful floral, do you know what, mixing them up as well. You might go for the clematis banner, but you might want to add maybe the peony at the top, the peony at the bottom. There's nothing stopping you from doing that because it's going to give you the capability of doing that and really mixing up your florals. The banner capability is fabulous. I know that many of you at home have got your own sentiments that you can add there, but how about this? You could always write in there if you want to, or you could just add another colour in there, or bring these two elements together and make a whole sunflower. Give that a go. Try all kinds of different ways of making cards, making bags, and then really bringing the detail out. And you'll see here with that lovely clematis at the top as well, use your glossy accents on there, make them stand out. I think that is just such a wonderful idea. And then using maybe some of your glitter pens on there with your embossing powders as well to really, really make a difference. They're absolutely incredible. Whether you're using the dies to cut out the images from the paper packs or whether you are stamping those images out, you're going to make absolutely sensational cards time and time again. That's your one-day special. 375249 is your item number. Pop that into your basket and it's available as 2 payments. Now, the stamps are available individually. Let's run through those for you. This is the Elegant Rose banner, one of my favourites. Love roses, love, love hearts. So what is there not to get that in your basket for? £13.99. That's 4 stamps in that collection. 717781 is your item number. When we say 4 stamps, it's 2 stamps, but you've got 4 elements to your stamps. Correct, yeah.
Right, next one is your Vining Clematis banner. You've got 2 stamps in that set, £13.99 for that one, if you want to go for that one. And then the final one is your peony and your gorgeous sunflower. I love this one, I really, really do. £13.99. Again, you're getting 2 stamps in that particular collection. Right, can I just clarify, I just want to make sure that people at home know that in the stamp sets, there are 2 stamps in each of the sets. If it said 4, it probably just looking at the top, the bottom, the top and the bottom. But there are 2 stamps in each of those collection, just so you know. There you go. Right, let's head back to our Nikki. What are we going to have a look at, Nikki?
Right, should we make a border?
Yeah, let's do it.
Right, so I'm going to use my stamp as a border stamp. So what I'm doing is I'm just marking the back of my stamp, and this will wipe off so that I know that when I stamp it on, if I do it that way, which would help, wouldn't it? When I stamp it down, I now know where I need to line that up. So when I go across, it's not going to go wonky.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ink it up. We'll go with our black. Okay, so just ink it up. And you can see where I've lined that up. So I'm lining the top of my card with where I've just marked my stamp. Okay, and I'm going to do again. So I'm going to go across. Now this is where it gets a little bit more. Now I've got to decide where I'm going to put this with. Did I just do that on the wrong one? Which way did I go now? Did I stamp the wrong bit? No, that's right, isn't it?
Give
right.
it a go.
I'm just going to go for it. Right, that's where I've lined it up, and then just put that down. There we go, and I'm just going to create a border, but I could actually line that up, so I just need to work out. I've gone a bit wonky there.
I do like the detail in this.
It is absolutely beautiful, and it's, in my opinion, it's one of the easiest stamps to actually colour in as well.
I think,
and you could just keep lining it up. That doesn't look, but you're getting where I'm going with it.
I think if you've got a journal book, for example,
but what
just
about
the cover would look divine. I mean, look at
using,
that all the way down.
Yeah.
Look at
so
that.
what
Love
about using your peony? Okay. So I've got ink on there, but I just want to make sure that's going to be level. Yeah. Right. So I know where I'm going with it. Again, I'm going to mark the top because I'm not very good at lining things up with my eye. Right, so I'm going to pop that there. I'm going to turn it over actually and use the other side.
If you don't.
And then I only need to ink that half of that stamp.
Now, what paper are you using there?
So this one is actually, it is a Pink Frog one, but I'm not sure which one it is. It's one of their A3.
Is it the Super
Pink
Smooth?
Frog. It is, yeah. Because they do an A3 one, I'm sure they do.
I think Super Smooth is fabulous for stamping on, because it's about the quality of the stamp, but it's also about the quality of the paper. We do have some Super Smooth available actually on the show, so if you do want to pop this into your basket, you're more than welcome to do so. You get 100 sheets for £12.99. That's an absolute bargain. That works. Is that 12p per sheet? I think it is. There you go. I did listen at school partially. That is fabulous. 582221 is your item number. Now, yesterday, and go with this at home. Go with this at home. We were looking at this, and we thought Harvest Festival time. That actually could be like a cabbage. I know that sounds odd.
Yes.
Just bear with me. If you do it in purples or greens, it's like a Harvest Festival.
We're kind of, yeah, I'm with you on it. I am with you on it.
Now, Nikki's an expert when it comes to flowers. Nikki was actually a florist. Well, you kind of still are.
I still am. And do you know, actually, a friend of mine has got a friend that's just opened a florist, and I'm going to give her a hand. So, as of next week, I will be doing some more floristry. So,
See, isn't that lovely that they've all joined up? Yeah, that is beautiful. You know the sunflower stamp?
Yes.
I don't know whether it works, but you know, if you bought those two halves together, would it make a complete sunflower?
Let's have a look.
I'm just thinking, because there's so many different
ways. I'm going
ways.
to die cut it out first.
And with the sunflower, how many of you, here's the thing, how many of you at home have noticed that on the sunflower banner, there's a butterfly and a bee?
Look.
Did you not see? Look.
And they die cut out separately as well. So they're individual elements.
Yeah, so on the actual die, let me just grab that one in. Is it, I think it's that one, isn't it, Nikki? That die here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think.
Oh, I've got it die cut here. Actually,
oh, have you? Have you got the die there?
I've got literally just die cut.
I think it's that, because it's difficult to see when they're just dies. But if you've got the die there for the sunflower,
that one's the rose. I think you've got in your
is that
hand.
The rose?
The dies.
That's the clematis. So it must be. Have you got it there?
I've got it here. Look.
Okay, great.
Right. So there's the bumblebee.
Yeah.
There's the butterfly.
Oh, and they cut them out.
And they cut out individually.
Oh my days, that's just changed.
They are the cutest as well.
That's changed.
And there is
everything. There's your shaker card. There's your table decorations.
Yep.
There's your. Oh.
Let's have a look to see if this works. So what you mean is, if you
cut down one side,
that,
cut down that side,
cut that side. I've got a feeling there's going to be it's going to be sort of like it's not kind of rounded.
Maybe not. Well,
you could do it, but you know, again, that is going to make a gorgeous border.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Just put it round your plant pot. It'd look amazing.
Look.
I think even if you did actually stamp them out together, it might not look like a sunflower, but it would look like a flower.
How about going around the bottom
that
way as well?
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh.
Do you know what's nice as well, Nikki? You know, if you're gifting seeds, for example, which you know, as an allotment owner, seeds are always a good gift to give.
Where's my little notebook?
That would make a really nice little package detail element.
Okay, hang on.
To your gift.
What about you make your little notelet card like that? You've got your little packet of seeds. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe you make soaps, and there's some flower shapes.
Soap bombs.
There's my little packet, like that.
Yep.
Then you're going to just pop that on the top there, like that.
Yeah, that's lovely.
And
that
you could
is lovely.
sweet. It could be anything.
Yeah, it could be sweet.
But as I say, there is so much. Yeah,
popcorn.
Love that idea. And you would basically just staple that your bag and then just fix that.
I also think if you're giving somebody a plant or some flowers, if you were to get that and you were to put it on a long stick and put it in the centre of the flowers, that would look amazing. That would look amazing. Yeah.
And you could actually Yeah. I was going to say you could put individual names in there. You could handwrite it. You could use some of the heartfelt letter dies that we brought out a few months ago.
Great idea. What a fantastic idea. We're seeing more and more and more as the shows go on. Now, I do need to tell you that 70% of the stock has gone of your one-day special. The price will be going back up at 6 o'clock today. So if you do want your one-day special and you come back at 6 o'clock and you go, yeah, do you know what, I'm going to go for it, it's going to be over £114. Right now, your first payment of £44.97. How about that? And then another payment in a month's time. You're going to be the first people to get this. It's not available anywhere else in the world. We've launched it right here. It is an amazing deal. Now, alongside your dies and your stamps, you get your paper pad, and you're also getting your inspiration. And you will get, oh, do you know what? It's really important to show you this. Yeah, you get your bag, so you can keep it all in this if you want to. We do know people that don't even open their kits, they just keep them as a collector's piece. But it will come in this beautiful bag, and then if you want to gift it, you've got the opportunity to do that. It will look absolutely sensational. Now, if you want to go for your one-day special, you have got 24 double-sided pieces of paper with beautiful designs on, and many, many projects that you can divide up and cut up and make and create. You have got your 6 beautiful stamps. You've then got your dies as well. And you've got 14 dies in total. Wow. This is an incredible deal. It really is. And your £5 saving is carried over to your £25 saving, because if you don't want to go for the essentials, you're saving £5 on that. Why don't you go for the full deal? Take that £5 with you as you go, and then just throw it out the window, because you're saving, in essence, £30 on your deal. Your first payment of £44.97 is interest-free. There's no credit cards or anything. So if you're watching in America, you can order this today. It's available nowhere else. It's an amazing deal. And if you do want to go for the individuals, they are available to you, the stamps, because you might have, are you getting ready for this, the Vining Clematis collection already. You might want to go for just that stamp set, so do go and have a look at those. Wow, what a collection. Absolutely beautiful. Details on your screen. 375249 is your item number. Right, shall we head back to our Nikki as we're cutting into some of the papers?
I'm just having a play.
Yep.
Is that all right if I just have a play?
Let's do it.
Because I've just taken one of my 6x6s. I have no idea where I'm going with this. Okay, I've got my topper. I'm going to grab a piece of card to mat and layer that on. And this is how I would do it at home. Okay. And I have got other demos that I prepped, but I know I had a lot of messages from people that watched my last show where I made a card, because Adam decided he was going to completely put me on the spot and told me, I don't want you to use one that you've demoed. I want you to use something out of the Rose collection and just do it there and then. I had 3 minutes to prep that.
We've had some of our best shows where we've done,
just
do you remember our speed crafting shows?
I'll pass you that, because while I'm cutting this, that is the one that I made on the last show. And I didn't prep it at all. I literally just grabbed what I'd got.
You see, and do you remember when we did the speed crafting? Where we were just coming up with ideas, and I'd point to things, and then you'd put them together and make and create. And that's how great these are, because Nikki pre-cuts a lot of her dies and just keeps them to one side, and that's something that you guys can do. You can stamp out, you can cut out, you can have them on one side, and then you can just reach out and you can grab what you need, and then you can start putting them together. And that's the beauty of this particular set. You can also mix and match as well. You could have the heart with the roses, and then you could have that Vining Clematis going around the edge, or maybe adding some sunflowers. Again, just having a whole garden of flowers at your disposal to put in your designs, which is really nice. So yes, you can do something on the spur of the moment. 375249 is your item number for your one day special. Remember, we've only got a few moments left of this last live show, but the price is going back up at 6 o'clock tonight. We've got 4 minutes left, Nikki.
Right, that is fine. Now, normally I would use my 12x12 trimmer for this, but I don't have a great amount of time, but I just want to show you how easy it is to create a card from scratch using your paper pad, and I do need that out as well. Okay, so I'm going to use that as a border to go around, and I'm going to, oh, I know I'm wasting time now, but I need to use my 3D foam there to lift that up. And look, I've got my border that's going to go across there. I'm going to go, oh, I will go dead in the centre, I think. And then just trim that at the edge. And then I'm even just going to use what I've got in the paper pad. Let's go for it. I think I've got time.
You've got 3 minutes left on, Nikki. Don't
because
rush.
I could use that.
Oh, that, no. Oh, I like that.
Go on then.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I like that.
But you could use your paper pad as well.
Now, just while you're cutting that out, let's just have a look at the website, because that's where you can see all the added extras that we've got for you on the show. Your Heartfelt Creations storage, we've got your happy hour deals. Remember, the price going back up on those at the top of the hour. Your price going back up at 6 o'clock for your one-day special. You might be interested to go and have a look at your Daubers. They've proven to be very, very busy. We have got your art foam as well, which is great for making and creating flowers. But those happy hours are very busy. That happy planner, proving to be popular, £15.99, and your red liner tape at £10.99. Nikki?
Right, I haven't got time to finish it, but what I would do is I would colour these up, and I would lift that up off of the page. So we'll pretend it's coloured up, and I would put that there. I would put this one there. I would then take some of my butterflies and my bumblebees.
Oh, you see, they're lovely,
and
aren't
I
they?
would sit them around. I've got a few more here. Oh no, we don't want that one. Oh gosh. But you would just add them randomly. If I can pick this bumblebee up, because I need another one.
I think it's great that that butterfly and the bee are part of these stamps.
And I would just randomly pop them. In actual fact, I would put more on there. And there you've got a really, really nice card, but this would lift up. I would colour those in.
Love that.
And that's just using papers out of the paper pad.
Just
And I've just gone with that, and it's just, I've just used the paper pad as my inspiration.
Yeah, and that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Sit down with your paper pad, take it as inspiration. You've already got elements there. You've already got elements that you can cut out with the dies that come included. If you want another paper pad, you can see what Nikki did there, then please do pop it into your basket. You can divide the cost of that into two, or you might just want to go for it on its own. You might have bought the one-day special already. You're more than welcome to do that. It's just £17.99, but it's a fabulous, fabulous paper pad to go for. Nikki, thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you. It's been absolutely brilliant.
It's been
I really
a ball.
have enjoyed it. I knew this was going to be popular, and I was right. I really was right.
Just like you, Nikki.
Thank you.
Just like you. When are you back, do you know?
A couple of weeks.
Excellent.
I think it's Black Friday. I'm not sure.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Well, hopefully see you then. It's been great to work with you again, Nikki.
Thank you.
I haven't seen you for a while. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got more coming up and a brand new one-day special launching at 6 o'clock when the price of this goes back up as well. Do check out your baskets, and we'll see you guys after the break. Right, excited about the next hour. We have got Pretty Gets Gritty. We've got mixed media for you. Then a brand new one-day special. It's our Lou Sims with her Sakura pens.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Hello and good afternoon. Now I am so super excited. This is Lynette's brand new release that you are looking at. We have some amazing finished samples to show you here. So we are talking about the beauty of Japan. We are talking harmony, courage, power, spirituality. Wait till you see more of these samples, and of course the beautiful range of stamps that you are going to be able to fall in love with. They are absolutely a gorgeous collection. You will be getting 50 wonderful Japanese inspired stamps in total in the stamp set. I cannot wait for you to see them. But of course, we have to introduce you to Lynette. Good afternoon, Lynette.
Hi.
This is going to be superb. This is going to be, yes, it's
I'm so excited.
Can you tell us why you went for this theme? What do you love about it?
Oh, the imagery, the colours, just everything about Japan just evokes it's just beautiful. I absolutely adore Japanese culture, and like I say, the imagery, the scenery.
Yeah.
You know, everything is just beautiful.
You've even got some tattoos inspired.
I have. So it all started with this little panel tattoo, which you'll see the panel featuring through the stamps, but there are on the stamp set you will get the individuals that will make up my tattoo.
Wonderful.
Yeah. They're gorgeous.
Okay.
Really, really pretty.
Let me tell you, we've only literally just seen this and you're coming in quick.
Wow.
Okay, let's show you some more samples. I will just tell you as well, if you can get ahead, because you're not paying for one of the stamp sets, and it's on FlexiBuy, 2 payments of £20 and some, or £21 and some change. So you're not paying for one of these stamp sets. But I want to show you, because the design team have gone to town, haven't they?
They've gone absolutely wild. They have loved it. They've been making and making and making some more.
Yeah, look at this. The kimono, and then of course using the stamps that we've got, and it's just, I love, they're always that lovely metallic finish to things that they always put to it.
It's sumptuous, isn't it? It's elegant and sumptuous, and it is just, oh, so stunning.
Nice. So this, I'm going to try, where possible, I'm going to try and name check everybody. So this one is by Sam, and she's done such a cracking job. Oh, isn't that just stunning?
It does open as well.
Oh yeah, part of me is like, oh, it's too precious to open. Shall I?
I think you should.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Hopefully I can open this okay.
Yeah, I believe that she designed the card base herself.
Wow.
So it's one of her own designs, and then she's embellished it with the lovely pretty posy masks that we've got on, and of course the gorgeous cherry blossom stamps.
Oh, so there's a belly band to it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this is like the most wonderful reveal. Oh,
it's so pretty.
Oh, follow your heart. That is beautiful. Right, we've got loads more here, and then what I'll do is I'll show you the boards that we've got. Not sure who's done this.
That's one of mine. That was just a quick and simple, literally a 5-minute make.
Right.
Just washing the background with the Pretty Whip mousses and stamping over the branch stamps in black.
just super quick, and of course adding sparkles.
Of course.
Gotta add some sparkles.
And then this one is by Jane. She's gone to town with that gold and black theme. Very dramatic, isn't it?
It is very dramatic, and as you can see, she's used one of the panel stamps there, so you get the beautiful black outline, but all beautifully drawn by a very talented young artist local to me called Mira Pentel.
Oh, really?
So they are gorgeously hand-drawn, unique images.
Amazing. And then this one is another one by Jane as well.
Yeah, so again, she's used the panels again. They stamp out like that. They're just absolutely beautiful. And as you can see, you can really go intricate. You can colour them up, but just stamping gold on the black, you know, and a bit of mirror behind.
It's stunning, isn't it?
It's stunning.
Absolutely. This one is by Taz.
Yes.
That one's quite moody, actually.
It is. So this is her fireworks scene. So she's used a bit of explosion powder, again, the branches and the lovely temple there as well.
Gorgeous. And then we have one by Tom. Just that dragon in the centre. Pow.
Yeah, isn't it powerful?
Yeah.
Just like, as you said, pow. It's just so stunning.
Lovely. This one is by Natalie, and they've all got their different spins on it, haven't they?
They have, which I've absolutely loved when the packages came in. Opening them up and I'm like, wow. Yeah, I never thought about that. Oh, that's amazing. You know, it's just, yeah, crazy good.
It is crazy good. Natalie's also done this one. That's really nice. You could batch make these, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's so many beautiful images. That is just like some of the tiny, tiny little worker stamps that are in the set.
That's beautiful. And then I've got to, if I may, to our director, we've got to see this. This is just brilliant. This is just the best takeaway box ever.
The noodle box.
Yeah, it's amazing. Could you imagine gosh, you'd go to this restaurant all the time, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But look at that decoration. It's just stunning. Gold embossed. I'm not going to touch it actually, but you can see the images on there. Now I can tell you at home that we're already 10% of the stock gone.
Wow.
It's absolutely flying. We're only 5 minutes in. Right, so let's show you the main features. You've done some boards for us.
I have, yes.
They're absolutely jam-packed with imagery. So this first one you're looking at is spirituality. So do you want to go through these?
These stamps, as you get, you've got a panel stamp on every single stamp set. And then you've got lovely Japanese images and scene building images. And you've got the kanji writing across the top.
Yeah.
So I'll just say now, as you see it, as the large one is sat on there, that is the way that the kanji goes. But it's completely up to you the way that you place it when you're using it. And the English translation is on everyone.
Brilliant.
So that one does mean happiness.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that so
they're
much.
not just random, you know, brush art that Mira's drawn. She's actually thought about it and actually compiled sentiments
amazing.
together.
Then the next one that you're getting in the collection, you can get them individually if you want to, but obviously if you're not paying for a stamp set, I'd go for the lot. This one is Harmony.
Yeah, so this is beautiful to colour. They're koi. To get some watercolours on there, I've had such fun playing. Oh, it's just really, really nice to colour in. I love it.
I do as well. I'm just so in awe of these designs. Then the next one, bear with me, Courage.
Yes, so Courage. So this is our samurai geisha, and again we've got the lovely panel stamp on there, and then we've got some softer elements like the fan and the geisha with or without a cherry blossom, and my favourite is the cherry blossom stamp.
That's
I do
beautiful.
Adore. It's my favourite plant, flower, whatever, tree, whatever you want to call it. It is my favourite.
Absolutely. Then last but not least,
yeah, we have our strong and powerful dragon.
Oh yes,
isn't he lovely? But we've got a couple of mountain ranges in there, and again we've got some of the Japanese temples, which you can use as background images. You can stack them up on top of each other to make large ones, and we've got another small silhouette branch there as well.
Excellent. Right, it is absolutely flying out the door. Phone lines are on fire, so please check out your basket. As I said, you can spread the cost 2 payments of £21.98. I mean, that is brilliant on your first instalment, and like I said, because of the saving, you're not paying for one of these stamp sets, so go for the collection because you need them all in your life. 305870. Now your first flexi buy is only £6 more than if you were to go for one individually, so it's just worth it, and then you can collect the whole bundle. Lovely stuff. And that's what most of you are doing. Right then, here's the website, because we've got our wonderful whips on a pick and mix.
There they are. And that's for the, yeah, it does sound a bit, you know.
different show, Alex.
Yeah, different show. We haven't talked about my samurai sword yet.
Not yet. We'll get there, I'm sure.
Love it. No, so this is the first time, though, we've had the whips on the pick and mix. Then we've also got these drawing guides. Now, these are back in stock and they've sold out twice before. And this is the first time myself and my producer Meg had actually seen these, and they're brilliant. We'll show you some samples for those a little bit later on also. Now, we've got new sparkles, perfect for this range of stamps. And backed by popular demand, we have got the Pretty Posy and Pretty Floodle. I love that word.
Yes.
Floral doodle. Yeah, floodle.
A flower doodle.
Yeah.
A floodle.
I love it. I don't know why I find it hard to say. Right then, so please do check out your baskets. It is super, super busy out there. Shall we see what you're going to demo first?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Sure. So I thought I would start with one of the panel stamps. So I don't know if the overhead can pick up what I've got. This is what we are going for that's on my mat. So if you can see, I have decoupaged up. So not only can you use them as the flat, beautiful imagery, but you can decoupage them as well. So this is what we're going to go for first. So all I did was I took a sheet of our Charmaine's mixed media card.
Yep.
And I just stamped the panel stamp multiple times. So we'll get one stamped out and we'll get one coloured up so you can just see how gorgeous they are. So this is off the Courage stamp sets. Let's just go there. And I'm going to use archival because we will be using our echolines. So I'll just get this inked up.
Mm-hmm.
And of course using my stamp press just so I don't muck up.
On the what, sorry?
I'm using the stamp press so I don't muck up.
Oh. They are very useful then.
Mess up. So we'll just get that stamped down, and I would like it a little bit darker in a couple of places. So it just really, really stands out. But you can see how fine these lines are, how intricate the stamps are. They're gorgeous. There we go.
Perfect.
Happy with that one. So I stamped this out, I think it was 5 times for this one, but I could have stamped a lot more and cut a lot more. But I thought, steady on, Lynette. You've got to demo this. So let's not go crazy. Right, so just very, very simple colouring using echo lines and a water brush.
Yep.
So I am not a colourist, so for me these are the easiest thing to use. So just choose wherever you want your light to come in from. And for me, I think I always tend to go darker on this edge. I don't know why, I think it's just I put my pen down there first, so that's the darker area. And again, it is just super simple. I know our Lou has a show coming up, doesn't she?
She does.
A little bit later, so you'll be able to see exactly how she uses the echoline. So this is like the novice before the professional starts. So
don't say that.
No, really, colouring is not my strong point at all, but I just find these so easy to use.
Yeah.
And the colour just pulls out beautifully, especially on Charmaine's mixed media card. I mean, everyone knows how much I love this. So even when I'm chucking my mediums at this card, it takes it.
It's lovely actually, because you're such a nice community together. You know, do you know what I mean? You'll know each other, and you're
crafting together with all brands.
Yeah.
We genuinely do use each other's products, whether they're stamps, stencils, you know, papers. And then there's our Lou to keep us all in check as well, and give us hints and tips on all sorts. So I would just carry on colouring.
Yeah.
As you can see, we've got the darkness here, and it lightens up. And let's just do a mountain. So I'm going to start with that one's really hard to see. So Charmaine gave me a great tip.
Yeah.
She said to put a piece of white card and a little stamp block. So say a stamp block like that, and you'd be able to see the lighter colours that you're putting down.
That's a good
yeah, because it does, I mean, you can see these, but the lighter colours, you can't always see them when you're on your
glass mat. So let's just get this coloured up, and we'll add a little bit of the darker, just on the ridge line. These stamps, like I say, you can colour them, you can leave them uncoloured. It's just however you prefer. But I've had so much fun colouring them up.
And they look so brilliant embossed as well.
I get up every morning and I'm like, oh, what am I going to colour it to?
Yeah.
What am I going to colour today? So I would just carry on and colour all of that. And like I said, I stamped it out 5 times.
Oh,
and
you've
then
got all
we
those
cut
layers. Right.
all our decoupage. I wouldn't put you through me stood here fussy cutting. But do you know what? It's really taken me back to when I was card making every single day. And I have adored it. I've really enjoyed fussy cutting and stamping, because of course I'm more known for mixed media. It's you know, this is nice to do, but mixed media is where I am usually.
Yes.
But
you've just gone to town with this,
fun. Right, so I'm just going to put this down, and we're going to create a very, very quick background. So where did I put that little stamp block that I had? I've picked it up and I've put it back where it should be. See, I'm organised, can't cope. I'm usually in organised chaos. So I am literally just going to add a few of the flowers.
Make a nice background.
In the background.
Wouldn't that make nice wrapping paper, actually?
It would. It would. I mean, you could stamp on fabric, all sorts with these stamps. I'm just going to pick a couple and try not to get ink on my face. I always do it.
I think we're all guilty of that.
But get inky fingerprints. So just stamp and twist, and we'll get a little one up there.
Cool.
So that is our background done. I want to add some colouring. So I don't know if you want to show some samples or something while I'm just colouring these background images.
Yes, that would be amazing. Meg's just said in my ear, actually, because the lovely blossoms, stamping onto pink tissue paper would be so nice.
Yes.
Yeah, like that.
Yes, it would. I know some of the design team have been stamping onto all sorts, rice papers, tissue papers. They really have had fun. Even stamping onto the frames.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that. Right then, yes, I'll show you samples while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one has been created by Natalie. Ooh, I wonder what she's coloured that with, actually.
Let's have a look.
Oh,
It could be the Pretty Whip Mousse.
Oh, it could be. Which we'll show you some colours.
Jet.
That looks fabulous, doesn't it? Again, that looks so dramatic. It's beautiful. Do we need to hang on a second, do we? Apologies, we've just got a bit of trouble with one of the cameras.
Okay.
So let me just give you the details while we sort the camera out. It's playing up, it's losing its focus, it needs glasses, that's what it needs. Yeah. It's all right, we'll sort it really quick. But if you are just joining us, yes, this is the wonderful Japanese A5 stamp set. You've got harmony, you've got courage, you've got power, and you've got spirituality. It's 50 stamps in total. They are beautifully, beautifully drawn. Now you've got a whopping £20 saving, which means that you're not paying for one of those stamp sets and then some. You can spread the cost, 2 payments of £21.98. Item number is 305870. Now this works out at only 88 pence per stamp. How good is that?
Wow.
I know, 88 pence per stamp.
Oh my goodness me.
That is marvellous.
That's crazy good.
I know, just such good value. And as I said, beautifully drawn.
Yeah, our Mira's done a fantastic job. And she's loved seeing all the design team samples. She's joined the group.
Yeah,
and she's looking forward to seeing what everyone who buys the stamps makes as well.
Amazing. Right then, camera, good camera. Right, here it is.
Are we all sorted?
We are indeed.
Right, so I'm just getting to colour my last one. We will add a little bit of detail.
Nice. Oh, this one was by Taz, by the way. There you go.
Is that her bookmark?
Yeah,
yeah.
I think so. And this one is by...
I think it's me. If it's not got a name on, it's probably me. Yes,
Phil?
it's me.
Oh, is it? Sorry, I don't know what that's on about.
I have not got a clue.
You haven't got a Phil on the design team, sorry. Look at that, though. That's
not
amazing.
Unless he's snuck on there.
I mean, it shows the different colours that you can use and how beautiful it is. Very nice indeed.
I am just picking up a little bit of the darker pink.
Yeah, nice.
And just going around the middle and then out to the edge. And I've also, I think on the other card, I got a fine liner and just added some pink little speckles.
Looks good.
Just to add a bit more. Right, so let's build our decoupage. Honestly, it's been so long since I decoupaged, but this was the first card that I made with the collection.
Oh, really?
This was the card that had been in my head the whole time I was designing it.
It looks so cool.
So I'm just going to take my dimensional glue.
Do we have our angel policy for these?
Yep, you can make and sell as much as you like.
Nice.
So with these, I have coloured every single layer.
Wow.
Just so that if you tilt the card, you can see it, but you could quite easily just do the edges of every image for the same effect. And so I think, how many layers did I cut? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I cut.
Did it take you long to cut them? Oh, that's good.
Not at all. In fact, Taylor, my daughter Taz, who you keep saying has made samples.
Oh, so that's
every time she looks around,
daughter.
she's like, have you cut more? have you done that so quick? I just love it. So just bend for a little bit more dimension and keep adding our glue on. And it just comes together.
Oh yeah, it's looking really beautiful.
Really quickly. And then I had to get the craft knife on this one.
Yeah, I bet. I was going to say.
But it was still so much fun. And I've got a list at home of everything that I want to make, because it seems to be the more I made, the more ideas I got.
Yeah, that's good.
And I couldn't stop, and the design team were exactly the same. Oopsie daisy, they just couldn't stop making. And I've got a list at home of all the things I'm going to make over the next couple of weeks when I can just sit and just create. Let's get that on, and the final piece will be our sunshine.
That's stunning.
So it's just really, really cute, and it is a super simple card. Right, let me just get rid of that glue there that I dropped, because I'll get greasy prints on everything. And we need a sentiment. So let's go. As soon as we've used the same set for this whole card, we'll use the sentiment as well.
Okay, cool.
So we'll go for courage. Let's get that lined up.
There we go. Oh, nice. And I love all the strong words that you have put in it, the inspirational words.
They are very emotive, and especially...
That's a good word.
Yeah, of the stamps as well. I think they fit beautifully. Mira did a wonderful job.
Yes.
With getting the sentiments to be, you know, depictive of the stamps. So out of quickness, I will just use my glue just to pop all this together, and then I've got a bit of wiggle room. I have to be super careful. I did let my one dry before I popped it together, so it might need a little bit of adjustment.
Well, 3D glue gel, you've got a lot of time to adjust.
We have.
Yeah.
So I did mis-stamp a little bit of that flower there, so I can hide my mistake. And we will add a sentiment. bring it in a little bit from the edge. There we go.
There it is. That is just beautiful and
super quick and simple.
Yeah.
I'd call that a clean and simple card.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Lots of nice white space there and that beautiful imagery.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynette.
No,
right.
Thank you.
More samples. Now, we are really, really, really busy. Over a quarter of the stock has gone.
Wow.
Only 23 minutes in and we've got a deep stock. Everybody's fine, everybody's fine.
Help me up.
Right, look at this one. This one is by Natalie. Isn't that stunning on the craft card? Wow, I think she's used pencils possibly to colour in.
Is that yeah.
Do you reckon?
Do you know what? I pulled that out and I'm like, oh my goodness me, that colouring is so lifelike.
It's stunning. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, like I said, your design team have gone to town.
They have.
This one is by Tom. Love that. We've got our powerful dragon, follow your heart. You can see there we've got the bird in the background. Marvellous. Here's another one by, I think you've done this one, Lynette.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have.
Lovely inky background. That really nice watercolour effect. Looks beautiful.
That was super simple. Made that one on a Facebook Live and it was just some quick cards within an hour. And that was one of them. That was just stamping with the distress oxides and then spritzing it with water. And you just get the most incredible inky background. Really, really nice.
Lovely. And this one is also by Tom. How dramatic is this one? It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'll come to the boards quickly just so that you can see all of the images, because you get a lot of images stamped out. So on this one then, does this mean follow your heart?
Yes, it does.
Ah, see, that's clever.
It does. And as I say, the way that they are laid onto the acetate and the way that they are in this is the way that they go.
Good.
So the large image is the way that they go.
Brilliant.
But you can use them whichever way you want.
Nice. They're stunning. Look at that. And then moving on to our next one. Because here we've got the koi carps, which are absolutely stunning. And then last but not least, this is Samurai Alex, apparently. Who was this according to?
Charmaine and
it was
Charmaine. Having a conversation, and that's your Japanese twin, Samurai Alex.
Love that. If you are wondering what on earth I am talking about, it is because I have a samurai sword umbrella that looks relatively real. And the first time Charmaine saw it, she hopped out of her hotel room. She went, Ninja Alex. It was really funny.
Ninja Alex. I could just see Charmaine doing that.
She did. Yeah. Right, now, check out your baskets. It's super, super, super busy. You can spread the cost, 2 payments of £21.98. Now, with the £20 saving, you're not paying for one of these stamp sets and then a bit extra. 305870. Now, we've also got some whipped mousses, and it's the first time they're on a pick and mix.
Yes,
marvellous.
That's right.
So let's go through, and they're lovely. I love the texture. I love the sheen and shine to them. So we have sea foam at the top. We've got salty sea. There's deep waters. Sea glass. Oh, yeah, wonderful. Arctic blast. That's on that board. Bear with me because I have to. There you go. There's this one. We've got gilded, sterling, medal, jet, and burnished. And then we come to. So it's lovely because you've got your metallics, then you've got, well, they've all got that lovely sheen to them. Look at that. You've got enchanting, Roman, pretty, blushing, and flirty. Meg's just said flirty's a bit of you, and then she went, I mean the colour. And then this one, we've got heavenly, slumber, midsummer, sweet, and beautiful. So you're choosing any two that you like for £13.98. And let me tell you, a little goes a long way. Okay, yes, Meg's asking me to choose. No, that's too difficult now. I can't choose my favourites. I'd have to go for a ton of pick and mixes. So, yeah definitely. 320259 is your item number. Oh, heavenly, that's now sold out. That was quick.
Gosh.
I know.
That was crazy.
Very busy. So heavenly has now gone to heaven. Here's how you can pick a mix on the website if you are new to us here at the craft store. Dead easy. So you'll find the item number, which was on screen, and then you'll scroll down to the ones that you want. You pop any two in your basket, although you might want to get, is Meg going for flirty? Meg's going flirty and enchanting. Why not? Just like you, Meg.
Do you know what? I am not a purple person at all, but my favourite colour at the moment is beautiful.
Oh,
which is the
beautiful?
deep purple.
Deep purple.
It's so deep.
That
it's
one.
almost a blue.
Yeah, it's like indigo.
It's crazy. But I'm reaching for it time and time again. I keep having to stop myself, use different colour.
Oh, stunning.
And I just, purple's not my thing at all.
But you've gone for it today. Nice. Okay, now we've got something else. So as I said, I hadn't seen these before, but they have been on and they've sold out each time. So can you explain the concept of the drawing guides?
Right, so the drawing guides, we brought them on originally with the Pretty Sketchy Flower collection, and they were to make, we had the pretty flowers and then you could grunge up the flowers by using the drawing guides to make them tattoo sort of style. So we had the lovely delicate flowers and then the lovely geometric shapes and the hard lines of the drawing guides. And then I brought them back with new ones with the Indian Summer range. Okay. And again, it made them into tattoo style. It was just, they just went so well. And then when I designed these, and I'm like, do you know what, the drawing guides are going to go beautifully with these, and they just have done. So you've got your shapes there that you can draw through, you can stamp through, you can ink through them, and then you've got your dots and your dashes on the edges that you can draw through, and you can make multiple designs with them. You can just layer them together, you can pattern build, you can draw in your journals with them.
Got to show this.
You know, they're just so easy to use.
Amazing.
They just create something special.
They do, and like you said, that does look like a fabulous tattoo design.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's very, very tattoo style.
Amazing. Look at that one. Beautiful.
So I think Taylor in the background there is just inked. I think she sprayed through actually.
Yes.
Sprayed through the ones there.
And then we go back to our dragon in the hex. It looks brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. These are ingenious.
They are. They're so easy to use. They just add something. I just don't even know what it is. It's just adds another dimension.
Absolutely.
And you can use them with any stamps.
Nice. Okay, so if you're choosing any two, it's £15.98. Okay, so we're going to go through your options for you. Shall we start here? Cool. Oh, so are you all right to? Can you remember the names of these ones, or are they on the boards?
No, they're not on the board. They might be on the boards actually. Yes, they are on the board.
Thank you.
I was going to say, don't put me on the spot.
Sorry,
Alex.
sorry. It's because we've got some stock updates on.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So first off, we've got Geo Star. Okay, and then the next one we have got is Gritty Quadrangle. Then the next one that we've got is Gritty. Is it Ogon or Ogon?
Ogon.
Right. And then the next one is your Geo Heart. Next one is our Gritty Geo. This one's a quarter of the stock gone. Okay. And the Gritty Dots, also nearly a quarter of the stock gone. Good stuff. So yeah, you're liking those two. Those two are in the lead. All right, £15.98 for any two of those. 142 141. We've also got new sparkles, and these are nice, and you'll see them dotted about on the samples as well. So, I mean, I think this range of sparkles goes really beautifully with this collection.
They do. They do. It's just so nice to put them together. You get that shimmer and that shine without much effort.
Yes. So you've got here, the colours are Midas, Luna, Ebony and Ghost. And they are really, really stunning, and they really, really do sparkle. So if you'd like to go for that set of 4, that is £12.99. Item number is 228970. Let's have a look at these sparkles a bit more, eh? Hopefully I won't tip them up too much, but look at those.
Yes, so they're lovely. They've got no holes in them, so they're brilliant for embellishments. I know Tom's used them on a project. I think it's stood up behind them, and he's actually used them as the scales of the fish.
Oh yes, I can see that.
And then I've used them dotted around on projects. There's 2 shakers there.
Brilliant.
Jane and Lynn made shakers and said they were absolutely perfect.
Oh,
they were perfect
stunning.
size. For shakers.
Yeah, perfect, aren't they?
And then I've been using them like I would use a gem.
Yeah.
Because I don't always like to use gems.
they're just a little bit two-dimensional sometimes, but you want a little bit of something nice and sparkly, so these are just perfect.
This one is the ebony. Then the next one along, sorry if my hand's in the way a little bit. It's interesting because it picks up other lights around it, doesn't it? I really like that because that's silver, but it's picking up lights in the studio and everything. So that one's just silver. And then last one is called Ghost. Ooh. And then if we may, yes, can we have a look at these samples that are dotted around? Then you'll be able to see them in there. So we've got some the Ghost, I should say, as this shaker card. I bring this up. There you go. Can you see? There you go. And then up here, we've got the silver in this one.
Yeah, so that's a shaker as well, a shaker picture frame.
Oh, hang on. Like it. And here's the gold as the fish scales.
It was a great idea, that wasn't it?
That is a great idea. And then last but not least, you've added the black onto those. Nice. Right, so nearly a quarter of the stock of this bundle has gone. $12.99, 228970 is your item number. And then last but not least, well, there is more on the website, but from what we've got on the counter, we've got masks in a new configuration. Details just coming onto the screen. Oh, yeah, they are there. Pretty Posy and the Pretty Floodle is there, like that. And we've got some amazing samples again. I mean, just look at that sample. That's just absolutely stunning, isn't it? They're gorgeous. Very, very usable. So, again, I guess you get your inks through there. You can stamp through there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to use them in the next demo on the gel gel plate.
Nice. Okay. So really, really lovely detail here on these. Oh, they're so pretty. £12.98. Item number for the two is 424963. As I said, the complete collection is extremely busy. Please check out your baskets. I don't want you to miss out on those. It's lovely to see something a little bit different as well, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
It was so, like I say, it's been so nice to work with it. It was so beautiful to design with Mira on it. It was just... It's been an absolute dream, and it is. I think it's my favourite of everything.
Nice. Shall we crack on?
Yes, of course. Right, is the overhead on? Because we're going to create this card here. So if I just give it a bit of a wiggle, you can see that's where it picks it up better.
Nice.
We have got a very delicate background there, and I have created that using the Pretty Whipped mousses on the gel plate.
Okay.
But before we use them, I'll just say they are predominantly used, if I open them up you can have a look on the overhead cam. So they are a stencil mousse.
Okay.
So they are super, super creamy, pearly and luscious. Really easy to use. And as I say, they go through stencils beautifully, but you can also use them on the gel press. And then I created this by popping it in an embossing folder and letting it dry.
Okay.
So you could quite easily do a full piece or pop it in your moulds and then rip it and tear it and add it, maybe, you know, torn strips behind bits in your scrapbooking or your journal pages, embellishments on cards. There's so many different ways that you can use it.
Yeah.
There's a couple of the cards that I've done by watercolouring with it as well. So it is a really, really versatile medium. So
gone for your beautiful blues on that one.
Yes, do you know what? I think I'm going to pop that straight down because we're going to go for a base. So I'm going to use my
dinky brayer.
Dinky brayer because we're on the little one, in fact. Do I need a little bit more? Maybe, but we'll see. We'll take a print off that, and I'm just going to lift that straight away just to create a background. We just pop it down, give it a good rub, and peel off some pretty background. So we're just getting a nice, light, sparkly coating on the background. Obviously, the thicker that you apply them, the more concentrate of colour you're going to get.
Yeah.
So that's the base, and the next one we're going to add is the Salty Sea. So let's just get some of this dotted around and again, they are really, really quick drying.
Okay.
So don't do as I'm doing there and leave them open. Put the lids on as soon as possible.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my Pretty Posy mask. I'm going to lie that down, and with a piece of scrap paper, I'm just going to lift off leave that behind, and we're going to go straight on and hopefully pick up what's left if I've popped enough on there. So just give it a nice rub, and we pick up the background.
Because at first you think, oh, there's nothing on my gel plate.
It looks like there's nothing there, but it is. And then there is still a very, very faint trace in there. So if you popped some white gesso over there, you'd be able to pick up another print as well. So that is the background that we're going to be working with, but because it is still a little bit, I want to heat emboss on it, I need it completely dry.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop that one out of the way, and here's one I created. I think I used another colour on this. I think it was the deep blue, which was, is it Deep Waters?
Deep Water, that sounds about right. I've got the thingy here.
I'm trying to get
Deep Waters,
yes. Deep Waters I used on there as well. Right, so let's do a little bit of tidying up. Right, so all I'm going to do is some heat embossing on the back. I know, it's the thing that first got me into card making. And I think it's the same for the majority of people that I've ever spoken to. They see heat embossing and then that is it. It's you lost, aren't you? You've just
absolutely. I
completely
could just sit and emboss all day.
Yeah. So I've got some lovely sticky gold ink here. I'm going to use the lantern stamp, and again we're just creating a very random background. So get another one there, and we will heat emboss what we have before adding a little bit more.
So you're going for clear or gold?
We are going for gold on gold. We want some extra impact.
Yeah.
We really want that to pop out.
Sounds good.
Do you have a favourite colour embossing?
Gold is a brilliant one.
It is.
Because I remember Julia Watson was, because that is where I first learned about heat embossing. And she was saying gold is also a really good one to start with because you see it turn.
You do. Yeah. It's that magic, isn't it? Where it's like, oh, it is amazing. Right, I'm not going to pop the lid on because I'm going to use that again.
Okay.
But I am going to just heat this, and hopefully we'll get that, be able to catch it on camera as it turns. There we go.
Yes. Boom. That's just stunning.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. I love, you know, they let the lanterns loose, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They do. They let the lanterns fly up.
Oh, that's magic. Have you ever been out there?
I haven't.
Love to.
My boyfriend has been to Japan.
Amazing.
And he adores it. It is on my wish list, but, you know, not made of money.
Yes, it is a bit, yeah. But that's beautiful.
But yeah, we'll just get all that. All I'm going to do to add into there is probably, there we go. I'm just going to add a little bit of the gel pens into the middle of the flowers, and then we'll add some of the wordage in there as well. Come on.
Is it not plain? But it's...
Do you know what? It's probably run out.
You've used it so much?
Yeah, I've used it so much. It's probably run out. It would not surprise me at all.
We'll have to go to Lou in the next hour.
Yeah, I'll go in and pinch it on. I'll just swap. She'll never know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so all I would do is just add some of the Jelly Roll Moonlight.
Yeah.
And it would just make those flowers pop.
Sure.
I want to add some words into the background as well. Some of them, let's use this one because it is just there.
Is this going to be heat embossed as well?
So this, yes, is going to be heat embossed as well. But it's a super simple background.
Yeah.
But it is a very Japanese sort of style, gorgeous, gorgeous gold. Let's get this on and heat emboss.
Okay. I'll leave you to heat emboss
that
that bit.
that's absolutely fine.
And I'll show the boards again. We are together again at 9 o'clock. And once more, what I'll do is I'll switch up some of the samples because there's an amazing display at the back as well. So the first one then is Power. That's the one we're talking. Now, if you do want them individually, it is possible for you. So Power has currently gone at the bottom of the screen. That's $15.99. Stunning. Then the next one that we've got, just have to check the back, is Spirituality. And here you can see we've got the, are they called, now let me get this right, pagodas?
It's different. You can call them pagodas.
Yeah.
But it is a pagoda.
Yeah, yeah, beautiful. Look at that. So that's that one, Spirituality at the bottom of the screen, if you want that individually. Next one is Harmony, and that's gorgeous because this is where you get the koi carp, which is stunning. I love them. They're quite magical creatures, actually. And then last but not least, we have got Courage. Very nice. Now, if you would like to go for the complete set, though, and I would advise that, and most of you are anyway, you're not paying for one stamp set and a bit. You've also got 2 flexi-buy payments of £21.98, 305870. We do also have the drawing guides available, and you're getting all 6 of the... Oh, no, sorry, apologies. It's a pick and mix, choose any 2. And it's any 2 for $15.98, but they've been very, very popular. I mean, I just love the fact you can kind of create your own tattoo style. I think that's brilliant. 142141. How are you getting on, Lynette?
I'm just putting my mat ready to move on to the next
Excellent.
bit. So all I'm going to do is just darken the edges of the card with a little bit of archival, and it just pulls your eye into all that beautiful gold embossing. So we'll just edge that, and then we're going to stamp out our main focal. And of course, if you've missed any with the jelly plate, you can just make it disappear.
Cool.
By adding a little bit of the blue. So we'll pop that to the side, and we'll wipe that up, and we'll get our main image stamped out. I'm going to take my stamp press again, and we're going to stamp in the same colour that we edged. So I am going to use, where is it? Oh, it's here right on the top. So I've got a tiny, tiny little panel here.
These are good for your offcuts, aren't they?
Yeah,
actually,
they are.
Ones. Especially if you are going to fussy cut them out.
So let's just get this, it will fit. Centred, nice and straight. There we go. And pick that up. So I'm going to stamp in blue. Again, rather than colour it, these are just quick ways to add colour.
Yeah.
So archival blue, well, it's more like a turquoisey sort of colour. And I'm just going to give it a little press. Make sure I've got all the areas. And that just looks so pretty.
It does,
Look,
doesn't it?
Fine, tiny, fine detail there that Mira's managed to get in.
Gorgeous.
It's very, very pretty.
So if you did want just one of the stamp sets, they're $15.99 each. But if you're going for the complete collection, because you've got a £20 saving, see what I mean? You look at that. So you're getting 1 and a bit for nothing, which is amazing. So you're inking the edges back there
Yeah, so all I'm doing now is just pulling the colour in again from the edge to match our stamping And then I'm just going to take this down the edge to give it a hard line. And we'll just get all this built up nicely. And I think I will be lazy and use my, I'll be lazy and use my pin flare.
Okay.
Again, there's some little bits of shrink plastic there. I don't know if you want to show those, Alex.
Do I?
Yeah. So these images look great. Gosh. Shrink plasticked.
Oh my gosh.
Aren't
can
they
I nick that
cute?
bit of white?
Yes, you
white
can.
Card. Oh man, and then you can colour the backgrounds as well, can't you? But that's just stunning. I love shrink plastic, my little face. So there's that one. Bear with me, I'll just have to swap them out. This one, if I got this the right way, there you go. Oh, they look just brilliant.
Aren't they? The detail in them is amazing.
Hopefully that's the, no wait, that way around I think. Here we go. And there's one more. I'm definitely not going to make sure I don't lose these. And then the koi carp is a shrink plastic piece. That's awesome. Awesome. I'm glad I hadn't spotted those.
You hadn't?
No. They're fab.
Next, what I'm going to do is add a little bit of foam tape just to raise this edge. Oh, I'm using my best scissors. I was just having a look. I thought I'd brought my really large scissors with me, but I hadn't. So they will have to be cleaned quite vigorously. I'm always saying to Taz, don't use them. They're my scissors.
Best scissors.
Especially not for cutting sticky bits and pieces. So let's just get this sighted. It'd help if I had the card straight, wouldn't it? On there. And all I'm going to finish off with is, I think,
one of those.
Maybe one of these. So, because I haven't got my gel medium with me, I'm just going to use a little bit of pin flare on the back there, and we're just going to add some of the sparkles. So where's my blue that has a broken end? Is this going to come out? I'll just pop some glue down.
It's bunged. Has it bunged up?
It was a little bit bunged up. Okay. That's because I've lost that. So what I'm going to do is taking my dibber dabber, I'm just going to pop.
Oh, you don't need much anyway then. That's all right.
No. Just going to pop some glue on, and then because we've got the gold on the gold, we'll just take a few of the sparkles and add them to where we've got glue. And again, just adds another little bit.
Yeah, finishing touches, and then it catches the light beautifully.
There we go. I'm calling that done.
It's gorgeous. Da-da! There we go. What a gorgeous card. So stunning. All that detail. I love the gold with the blue. I love you've got that little bit of shrink plastic on, and then you've got that focal point. It's gorgeous.
It's nice, isn't it?
Stunning. Thank you, Lynette. Right, let's show a few more samples. Like I said, there's loads of them. This one has been created by Natalie. She's done a nice feature piece here. You could totally get like wallpaper and that sort of thing. Yeah, couldn't you? Oh, nice frame. Who's done this one? And very colourful. This is by Jane.
I think that's a Jane one.
Yeah, that's a beautiful scene. Oh, and I like that the bird's flying off the page. Next one is that's by Jane also. Stunning, isn't it? So you've got your focal point there, and in the background actually, but it really pops because it's been coloured. And then last one by Natalie. Last one for now anyway. Stunning. Right then, so if you would like to go for these stamps, brand new collection, they have been flying out the door. You're saving a whopping £20. You've got the most beautiful images here. You can spread the cost, 2 payments of £21.98, and with the £20 saving it means you're not paying for one and then a bit more. Item number is 305870. Lovely jubbly. Okay, then we've got the drawing guides. It's a pick and mix of any two, and I'll go through the designs again. So this first one is your gritty dots. That's been a really busy one, this one. Your gritty dots. Next one is the gritty geo. Next one is our geo heart. And there's a lot of images on there, a lot of shapes on there. Then you can also choose gritty ogon, gritty quadrangle, there we are, and your geo star. And look at these beautiful samples as well. Is this one of yours, Lynette?
It is.
It is, there you go. That one there, that's so beautiful. Love the colours as well. Really nice and striking. Look at that with the black with the white emboss. It's stunning. Next then, I think you've done all of these ones in a row. Yeah. With your Never Give Up. Oh, and you've sort of done a reverse image, I think.
Yeah. So I was going for a reflection and realised that there was the moon and the bird on the opposite side. So I thought, yeah, I can't do that.
No, but let's
add the drawing guides.
Yeah, I like that. And then I'll do one more here. Here you go. That's by Sam. Beautiful. Oh, she's gone to town there. Stunning. Okay, £15.98. You're choosing any two that you like. 142141 is your item number. Now we've got a new set of sparkles for you also. And they're really, really lovely with this collection. You have got the gold. Here it is. Stunning. There's the, well, it's not called gold, is it? You've called it
Midas.
Thank you, Midas, which makes total sense. There's the Midas. Your ebony. Wait, nearly. It's hard to get round here. Your Luna. There you go. And also we've got the ghost. And they just add a really nice extra. Perfect for just adding a few little finishing touches or for your shaker cards. It's £12.99 for the full set, 228970. And then very quickly I can just about fit in the pretty poses and the pretty floodal. I like those. So you've got your stencils and your masks basically in one. They are a really lovely set, backed by popular demand. I keep going to this sample because I just think that's absolutely glorious. It's been done so beautifully. Oh, I love that. Stunning. Right then, £12.98 if you want to go for these two. And your item number is 424963. So, Lynette, which stamps do you reckon you're going to play with from the complete in the next one? What do you reckon?
I think we're going to start off doing sort of like a journal collage, extended stamp thing with the guides and whatnot. So we're going to start with the koi.
No, oh, I love those. Brilliant, bit of everything. Thank you very much, Lynette.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure. Please make sure you're joining myself and Lynette at 9 p.m. later today. Oh, another fabulous show coming up. Sakura pens that I'm obsessed with. Then later we're back with the other Lou for paper discovery, and then I'll be with Lou Sims.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Good evening everyone, I hope you're well. We are launching a brand new one-day special here at the Craft Store. And if you're thinking, well, what is a one-day special? We have a discounted price on fabulous products, but only for 24 hours. Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, if you take your time deciding, or maybe you tell a friend and they don't come and have a look until 6 o'clock tomorrow, then the price goes back up. So it's a good idea to have a look at the website, see what we've got for you, and also get your one-day special in your baskets and check on out as well. I'm not alone, I've got the gorgeously, fantastically talented Lou Sims.
Hello.
How are you, Lou?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine.
I am really excited about this show today. You know I love working with you. You are so talented, you're so patient, and you always teach us something new.
Oh, that's a high benchmark.
I know. Well, you've got to get up there and do it now. But can you just tell us a little bit about yourself? If people out there haven't seen you before.
Okay, I started crafting, I'm trying to think now, 2009-ish, and I got into like CD crafting.
Yes.
It started from there, and then from there it was into stamping, and then the journey just begins, doesn't it, sort of thing, because you then go, oh,
yeah,
I see something else and I want to have a play, and I do this and I do that, and it's doodles or just drawing has always been my release.
Show everyone at home just one of the pages of Lou's doodles, just so you see at home what we're talking about when it comes to the pens that we've got for you available on the show, but also Lou's talent as well. So when Lou tells us about certain pens and says that we can use them for this and we can use them for that, that's the kind of artwork that Lou comes up with.
And that's all the metallics in the one-day special.
Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it? Now, your one-day special, oh my goodness, we've got a brilliant price for you. You're saving £5. It's only $34.31, but let's take a look at what you're getting. First of all, you've got your 3 mini journals, so you can start doodling in there, and they are 12 by 12 centimetres, which is a really good size to work with. They are 140 GSM papers, and you get 80 sheets in each. Do you know what I love about these? It's a perfect size for sitting down and doodling of an evening, or maybe just getting some ideas down in a piece of paper, or maybe you are a little bit intimidated by the larger journals. I think these are absolutely perfect. You've got a little binder as well that you can just bring back to the front to keep that closed if you just want to keep it for yourself. You've got your 3 different colours of gold, silver and bronze included in this deal. But of course you need something to draw in there with. We have got your jelly roll pens. We've also got for you included is your glaze as well. Now tell us first of all about the jelly roll pens.
Oh, the metallic, each jelly roll comes with its own specific makeup, and the metallics are beautiful, opaque, solid metallic colours, and you know they work on white card, cream card. They look stunning on black. They have a totally different look as well when you put them on something like a craft, or even then work on a foil with them. But they're a beautiful solid colour. The thing with jelly rolls, especially the metallics, the slower you colour with the metallics, the more ink that comes out.
Really?
And that then gives you the chance to dry brush them out. It means you can watercolour them out. It means, you know, so that they can do so much. And being opaque and working on non-porous surfaces means we can suddenly put them on. Oh, that's so cool. That is just so cool.
Isn't that lovely?
But you can then put them on top of things like wood, glass, mirror, the mask, you know, so many different things. And just have a play. So that's done with the metallics. And then what I've done is I've actually gone over with the glaze.
Wow, that looks amazing.
The outline is with the black glaze. And so you can have fun. Just go, when you're working on these sort of surfaces, you need to actually work a little bit slower.
Okay.
And that's actually quite a nice way you can go, and then actually just, you know, get involved in the actual
I think
project.
it's a brilliant idea. Will it work on glass if you had like a glass, well, like a glass if you're going to serve somebody a dessert in, perhaps?
Yes, but if you want it to be permanent, I would seal it.
Yeah.
You know, like you can get some beautiful spray varnishes that you can go on top.
Just for decorative use. I think that's a great idea. I really, really do.
Baubles.
Yeah, well, baubles to you as well. I mean, we've only been working together 4 minutes and you're already saying baubles to me. Yes, of course, you can decorate your baubles with these as well. What an absolutely terrific set. Now, with the glazes, you get your white, your black and the clear as well. And these really do make a difference, don't they?
They are. I love the glazes. My first, I would say, foray into jelly rolls was the glazes. The glaze will give you, as it says, a glaze.
Yeah.
So it gives you a slight raised effect, but you know, but you can put it on top of, the metallics, sort of thing. So you can put it on top of the metallics. You can put it on top, and it actually then. I'm going to say that. So this is now on top of the metallics. It's on top of the moonlights, and then I've just gone over with the clear glaze.
Wow!
So now
look at that. Yeah, see that.
So it gives you the look of an embossed. You know, like if we were doing clear embossing,
yes,
but you don't have to have a heat gun.
Oh, I like that idea.
And it's slightly raised. It's not probably as raised as an embossing, but what I like to do is, once it's dry, go back over it again.
Oh, yeah.
So you could layer up your glaze colours now.
Yeah.
So you could, you know, put a green down and then go over on the top with a yellow.
Yes.
And you've got a yellow green. And so you can make it more and more raised.
Do you know what? That looks so effective. It really does. And that's just the bubbles right there. But there's so many different ways that you can use those and incorporate them with your artwork. What a fantastic deal, eh? What a great gift for somebody as a present. What you could do is keep a couple of the journals for yourself and just give one of the journals with the pens and with the glazes if you want to. 001749 is your item number if you want to go for that. Now, I do have lots of artwork at the side of me that's been produced by our Lou. Oh my word. These are absolutely fantastic.
Thank you, thank you. The Celtic one, because obviously I've just come back from Ireland, was rather inspired by my visit over there. But so that's done with the microns, and I've used the actual glazes to go over the black lines. And then I made a really big boo-boo, so I then coloured it all in because it hides a mistake. But that's coloured in just little bits with the metallics, and then I've gone over the metallics with the clear glaze.
Yeah.
You know, to raise it again and add another dimension.
It's absolutely spectacular. So whether you like to do full artwork like you're seeing here, whether you just like to sit and doodle like I do, these are very inspiring to start you on your journey. It is an amazing deal. 001749. We're already busy, so my advice to you, get it into your basket, check on out, make sure you get it, and you're saving £5 on that deal. Now, we do have other pens on the show, so if you do want to add them to your basket, and your basket comes to £60 or more, you can open up a flexi buy. We have got the white jelly roll pens. Absolutely love these. They're always busy whenever we have these on the show. You have got the 0.3mm, you've got the 0.4 and the 0.5mm. And just to show you here the thickness that you get in the pens, so you can highlight with these. They look great on black, they look great on craft card, they look great even on white card if you have a colour already on there, for example. So great for highlighting. So you get 4 of the 0.4 and you get 1 0.3 and you get 1 0.5. 0.5, but they are so useful, and that's why we're really busy as well. £10.49 if you want to go for these. 506-844. This is just me doodling of an evening, but there's something about, and this is what Lou, you encouraged me to do, get some black card, use white on there and just start drawing, and it really, it's so different taking a black pen to white paper.
It is, and it's, white pens sometimes feel more forgiving. When we put black pen on top of white paper, you notice if you make a mistake with a black pen, whereas with the white, you just seem to carry on going and it doesn't seem to stand out. But I mean, the white pens, again, while the ink is wet, you know, you can watercolour out with them, so you can now create beautiful ghosting effects with the white pens as well on your black.
That's a great idea.
You know, put them on top, because all the jelly rolls are designed to work on non-porous surfaces. It means they can work on top of each other as well. So, you know, you can mix and match, blend the white pen into your metallics, and you get a different look again.
Wow, so much you can do, not just doodling. You can do your techniques with these. We are so busy. £10.49, 20% of the stock has gone. Oh my days. Right, 506-844 is your item number. We're dispatching everything on the 16th of November. Do you know what? It's not too long to wait when you consider what you're getting and the price that you're getting at, especially if you're thinking about these as gifts for people. What a great idea. Right, we've got a pick and mix for you, because we are aware that you don't always want a full pack. We are aware that you might already own pens that have run out because you've been using them for quite some time. It might be that you like certain colours that you work with, and there's other colours that you don't want. So we've got a pick and mix for you, and you can choose any 5 for £10.99. What an absolute bargain that is. To give you an idea of the colours, I've got a lovely little board here, and if you want like multiples of the pen, so if you wanted 10 for example, the price will just go up in increments of £10.99. And if you want 2 of the same colour, it's entirely up to you. You've got your sepia, your black, your grey, your royal blue, your blue, turquoise, beautiful red, your rose red, your pink, your orange. You've got your white in there. You can see that. There you go on your white paper and your black. You've got your clear, you've got your green, you've got your hunter green, you've got your deep green, you've got your purple, you've got your deep red, not deep purple, but you can see they're both on the black and the red, and they are an absolute joy to work with. When we say jelly glaze, what are we talking about?
It's a translucent colour.
Okay.
So it means that you can either use it as is, and it gives a beautiful soft translucent, but you get that beautiful gloss effect from the glaze, so it adds a slight raise to it. So if you like doing your handwriting, put it over the top, and you've now raised it and given it like a glazed effect. Use it to layer on top of other colours. That's why the different colour cards there. So if I put a yellow on top of a blue card, I get a soft green. So you can actually use it that way. So you can use them to colour tint the work you've already done, and create that beautiful glazed effect on the top.
Oh, I like this idea.
Emboss them with clear embossing powder again. You know, you know, there's so much you can actually do with them. I mean, they work beautifully, like I said, on wood, on plastic, on glass. And they just give that beautiful shine.
Oh, I like these. Oh, I'm not going to have enough time to run upstairs and grab them, because I'll probably all go. It's a pick and mix, £10.99, choosing any 5 of those colours. Let's have a look at the website, because there are more available on the web. So you go and choose. You've got your clear, for example. You might want to go for that. Your sepia is a cool colour, isn't it? Your hunter green is beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. Your deep red as well, you know, just adding that effect. You might want to go for your black and white. You might want to go for your staples. Of course you can go for those. Remember, it's choose any 5. If you want the same one, then you can have the same one. It's entirely up to you. If you want to go for a set of 10, then help yourself. Of course, the money will go up in increments of £10.99. So it's going to be entirely up to you which ones you go for. But it's great, isn't it, to have the choice? Isn't that fantastic? Right, we've got more for you. We've got the Moonlight for you. We've got a lovely swatch here. Tell us about the Moonlight.
I love these sets. I really do. Now, the traditional Moonlight that we thought about had all the yellows, the oranges and the pinks, so it was a bit more fluorescent. So what they've done is they've brought in more everyday colours. Now, the nibs on these ones are slightly finer than the original Moonlights that came out.
Oh, okay.
But the colours work absolutely beautifully. Doesn't matter. We always think Moonlight must be on dark card. It does look beautiful, but it can work just as well on lighter card. Now, they are out of all the jelly rolls, these ones are matte.
Yes.
so they will finish with a total matte effect.
Okay.
But, you know, they pack a real punch. I mean, grey. We've got a stunning grey in there, so you could add that to your highlights for your little cross hatching.
Oh, how lovely.
The greens come out beautifully. I love the browns. In fact, I love all of them, actually.
Yeah,
and the teal blue. There's me going now. I'm going through all of them.
Well, you get all of them, and that's the beauty of it. For £19.95, you get all of them right there. Sorry, I'll start again. 323982 is your item number. 10% already gone, proving to be very popular. Knew there would be. And our next set, I'm sure that is going to be extraordinarily busy as well. If you like what we showed you so far and you kind of want a bit of everything, then we've got that for you. And this really is, I think, the best Christmas gift to get somebody that loves to doodle, that loves to colour in, because you've got a little bit of everything here. You've got the metallics, the moonlight fluorescence, and you've got the stardust glitter as well. $36.95, and you've got 24 pens in total. I think this is a great pack for somebody who maybe wants to start venturing out into using brighter colours, Lou.
Yeah, definitely. And all the colours, if you look at them, will actually work together. So you've got the stardust, give that beautiful, subtle glitter effect.
Yes.
And when you colour with them, you know, you get a nice, the glitter doesn't come away, it's embodied inside the ink. It's really hard to explain, but when you see it, you know, it gives a lovely soft twinkle to it. You can blend the pens together, so don't think you have to do one colour at a time. So you get 12 of the stardust, you then get 6 of the metallics, you then get 5 moonlights, and then you get a white pen as well. So you've got, like you say, you've got a real nice dip your toe into a range of the jelly roll pens right to start with.
Yeah, and the fluorescent ones are a lot of fun to draw with as well. I've just got some little drawings here on black paper, but yeah, using those fluorescents really do make it stand out and very, very inspiring to use as well. $36.95, 869044 is your item number, and that gets you your set of 24, so you can doodle away. Love that. Right, we've got some journals for you. If you need some more, we have them right here. Now, it's a choice. We've got the lovely silver, the gold, and it's like a rose gold, isn't it? That particular one, but more like a bronzy colour. £10.90, and you don't choose two. It's for a singular one, £10.90, and they're 21 by 15 centimetres, and they are acid-free as well, and they're 140 GSM. And do you know what I like about them? They've got a bit of a flex. Like that, always important, a little bit of a flex going on. Open them up. You can, of course, use them landscape. You can use them portrait as well. It's entirely up to you how you use them. And they've also got the little tie-on as well, so it can keep everything nice and secure for you. You've got 80 sheets in total in there. But of course, when you open it up, you can work across both pages if you want to. So you could continue your artwork, or you could use the pages separately, entirely up to you. But great for all your different techniques. 647141 is your item number. We're having a very, very busy show. Now, if you've got any questions or indeed any artwork you'd like to share with our Lou Sims, please send it in. It's always lovely to encourage other people. And the email address is studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, Lou? Shall we begin?
Yeah, well, I was just going to quickly show, you know, you were talking about the moonlight.
Yes.
That's the moonlight pens done as a swatch. So that's all the colours. So even the darkest blue still stands out. Even with the, and that's what I was saying about the grey here, is if you didn't want the brightness of a white, that grey in the moonlight is just, you know, just so sort of thing. And, oh, you know, but and then with this, these are the starlights.
Wow, look at that.
And so that's been coloured with all of the Stardust pens. And then I've watercoloured out as well. So, you know, you can mix and match. And then I've added the glaze on top.
That's spectacular.
So, you know, you can do your normal colouring if you want to do it, but you can also bring in all your other techniques if that's what you want to do as well. Okay. Now, you were saying about the books going, you know, being able to use them. Now, each of the books is sewn into signatures. So there's so many pages that are sewn together, and then the next lot and the next lot. So you could, if you wanted to, unpick the stitching and pull out one lot of the signatures. So you have got that option. So you don't have to work with it in the book if you don't want to. You can take the pages out and work with them that way. So I've given you a book, I believe. I'm going to work on this one.
Okay.
And you're going to have to, I thought we'd have a go with some of the metallics. So let's have a go. And I'm going to pick to start with. So I have to put mine in colour families.
Ah, do you?
Yeah, it's just a habit.
Yeah.
So I put it that way. So all I've done on the book here is I've just drawn 2 circles, and I've just made a mark roughly where there are 5 lines. And I'm just going to use some straightforward colours at the moment, and I've gone for the darker green. And all we're going to do is we're going to create some, I'm trying to think of like the sprigs of a fir branch sort of thing. Yep.
Yep.
So where you've got the first line, all I'm going to do is just follow the line and just stop before I've done where my next part is. And then I'm just going to come back.
I don't know whether we can see this on the overhead, what you're doing, and then I can watch you as well. So you're going around?
Round, and then I'm just doing a little bit of a triangle, well, a little bit, and then I'm just going to colour it in. Now, as I said before, the slower you go with the metallics, or most jelly rolls, the more ink that comes out. So that's when, if you want to do your, you know, watercolouring out, dry brushing out. So I'm just going to repeat that again.
Okay.
And do another one. So there's nothing too technical. I wanted to try and, I know we've got the books here, but if you wanted to take the pages out, I just wanted to show people that you can still take the pages out and use them. So all I've done is I've done 3 smaller designs, exactly the same sort of shape.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do exactly the same on the opposite side. So, and...
So you're doing 3. So
I'm just doing it in 3s. You could do 4s, 5s, 6s. You know, when it comes to me doodling, when it comes to doodling, drawing, whatever you want to call it, do what your eye likes.
Yeah.
I know there's rules and things like that, but when it's actually things that you're doing for you, do what your eye likes.
Yeah.
So we've just done that with the darker green. Now, we can layer these on top of each other, but we just need it to be dry.
Okay.
So I'm just going to rotate and I'm just going to repeat. Now, I've obviously done a few, so I'm going to pick up a little bit. So this is, you know, a quick design.
It's a great way to keep us quiet, isn't it?
I know.
You know, you just lose yourself when you do things like this. And I think when you've got the right pens, what I found, when you get the right pens that just flow so beautifully on the paper, you just want to keep going. And it gives you that confidence,
It
doesn't
does,
it?
and it is. And you'll notice if you do colour slower, then, you know, rather than faster, you can actually feel more ink come out. I know that sounds a really bizarre thing to say, but and that's when it's beneficial when you're going to be working on more porous or harder surfaces, especially slicker surfaces like the glass, the wood.
I can't believe you can use them on glass. I've not tried that. I'm going to when I get home, I've got some pens at home. I'm going to give that a go.
So we've got that one there, and I'm just going to take the lighter green now. And all I'm going to do with the lighter green is I'm just going to fill the gaps with just some little lines.
Okay.
Nothing. And we're just going to put some little lines like that. So now we're making it look like a sprig from a fir tree.
Okay. So I started off with the lighter green. So
that doesn't matter. Use the darker green
can use
then.
the darker green, can't I?
So because they're designed to work on non-porous surfaces, it means that they can work beautifully on top of each other. Now, the only thing with jelly rolls is you can blend them whilst they're still wet, but if you want to work on top of something like a gel medium or a gesso or something like that, please, please, please just make sure they're dry.
Yeah. Can we also say that when you receive these, when you get them home, they've got a little like nib on them that you do need to take off. So I've got one here. I don't know if you could see that. It's got a little nib on it just at the top. So if you try to draw with that on and then you think to yourself, oh, my goodness, nothing is coming out here, you just take that off and then you're good to go. So just make sure you take those off.
But I'm really pleased you're using the sets, you know, that we've got on the set, because it shows that you can get them out the packet straight away and work with them
and start using them.
You're not using pens that I've had for a while.
Are you still going round your circle?
I am.
I'll keep going round my circle. Do you want to see what I've done so far, everyone? Let's just show you that. So there's the circle, and I'm just starting to create that beautiful wreath effect. So just going round, just following Lou's instructions with the lighter green and the darker green. But I'll tell you something, they really are addictive. And I love the size of these journals, Lou.
They're a perfect size. I mean, we're actually now creating something, you know, that when by the time we're finished, we'll actually fill the whole page, but it's achievable.
Yeah.
It's not daunting. It's, you know, it's fun to do. Like you were saying, sometimes on a bigger page, if you don't feel confident.
Yeah,
So
you don't.
No. Now,
I sometimes just sit and watch the TV. And I kind of just need to lose myself doing something else. And just having a small little book with me on the coffee table, it just gives me that, you know, encouragement to do a little bit of a doodle.
it does, it does. So, I've done 3 there, and then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the brown, and I'm just going to the first one I did, and all I want to do is now I'm just going to put a little bit of the metallic brown going up the middle to look like the stem.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Now
we can do that, we can go, oh,
yeah, because it's dry.
Right,
Because I want the brown to stand out. Now, if I wanted it to blend in, I would do it when it was wet.
Okay.
So I just want it to stand out. So it looks a bit like the branches. It doesn't stand out as such, but it just adds that little bit of extra shading, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Right, so I've got that there. So I'll just stop there. Then all I'm going to do is, with the red, so we've got the metallic red as well, I'm just going to do some mock berries. Now, I'm just going to colour it, but I'm going to leave a tiny little bit of uncoloured part.
Okay.
And that's going to add as my false highlight,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It's like when you do an eye, sometimes, you know.
And so we've got that going over the top. And I'm just going to do 2 or 3, and these are just my placements in the moment. And if you just go round and round and round in circles and then just stop before you meet in the middle.
Okay.
If you're not confident of leaving a little bit on the edge, if that makes sense.
It does.
You can then create that little bit of highlight straight away. If you feel brave enough, just do half a circle.
Yeah. Now, we've had an email in, Lou.
Oh.
We've had an email in from Sue. And Sue says, Lou is amazing at drawing and absolutely inspiring. And I can say she is as well.
Oh, thank you very, very much.
I'm actually quite proud of my berries. While I am. It's the first time I've said it live on TV. I'm actually proud of my berries. Yeah, and that's under the guidance of our Lou.
So we've got the berries there. Now, if we wanted to, I'm going to do it on the opposite page here just to show you. If you wanted to add like a little bit of colour, so I'm just going to do a berry there, and I'm just going to colour a little bit of it in. As I said, the slower you colour, the more ink comes out. And you can, once you have a go yourself, you can actually feel that.
Yeah. I've noticed that when I've just been going around mine. It's almost like they're pooling.
Yeah.
But they will dry, won't they?
Yeah, they dry. And then I'm just going to add a tiny little bit of the brown in.
Yeah.
Mix that back in with the red.
Yeah.
And that now will give me my shading and make it look like I've got a darker colour.
Yeah, like that. Like that.
Okay. And then that blends in together, and now I've got a darker colour automatically. So you can blend the colours together. Now, I put a bit of tissue beside you. Now, the reason I put a bit of tissue is if you get a lot of ink on your nib, there isn't so much there, and you let it dry, that is when people will say, oh, my pen doesn't work.
Got you, so you need to
So
clean
if you just do it side on and just roll it really gently and just take away the excess.
Got that.
And then that will then make it work the next time.
Very
so
good.
we're going to do that there. Now, I thought it'd be nice to do some pine cones as well.
Okay.
So all I'm going to do for the pine cones is, because we've got the 2 layers of the circle, it just gives me a starting and a finishing point.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to start with a semicircle. Now, I'm not doing mine realistic, and I'm just going to do 1 semicircle going up, 2 going down.
I've started mine in red, so let me create a
Doesn't
berry
matter.
out of that.
And then I'm going to do 3 semicircle designs.
Got you.
And then I'm going to do 2.
Okay.
So it's making something look as if they're a pine cone. And then the last bit, all I'm going to do is it's going to be a little bit more triangular and go along the bottom, like a Mexican hat or a tortilla, and a little stump at the bottom, just to create a pine cone. And because we've left gaps in between it, we've now created a mock highlight, which is like a Billy bonus.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do one more.
Okay. I'm doing one here. Following your guidance. It's like almost like a little tree, isn't it?
It is.
It's almost like a little tree. I'm going to do another one.
It's just doing little, but you don't have to be overly precise about making them, you know, perfectly.
Of course not.
I'm trying to think scalloped. Is it scalloped?
Yeah, scalloped scallops. Yeah. Right, little pockets.
Yeah.
Now, everyone at home, if you've got a set of pens, even if it's just a regular set of pens, get them out and draw along with us whilst you order your one-day special, just to, you know, to craft along with us. I think that's a really nice idea. I really
so I'll
do.
just do one more.
I'm going to do one more as well.
And then we would obviously keep on building it up and, you know, just do it as big or as small as you want. This one's going to go off on the side a little bit more because they're not all perfect.
I just love the way that these jelly rolls and pens just flow.
They do, don't they? They flow absolutely beautifully. Now, these are still too wet, but what we could do once these are a little bit drier is we could then get the clear jelly roll and put the clear jelly roll on top of our berries.
Ooh.
And that would then give them the domed glazed effect.
Hey, that's a good idea.
So that would work in that way. So the space I've left in the middle is where you could either, if you didn't feel confident with your handwriting, you could stamp like a Merry Christmas, or you could, you know, do your own Merry Christmas. So if I jump to one that I did earlier, this is a bigger version.
Okay.
She says, let me just try and find it. Now this is exactly the same paper, it's just in a bigger book, for want of a better. So that's another version of it.
Aww.
And all I've done is exactly the same design, but I just wanted to show that you could, depending on, you know, how big you want to work. So if that, drawing all of that out, as you were saying, is too daunting to start with, it's exactly the same, but all we've done is shrunk it down just that little bit smaller, made it a little bit more manageable.
Yeah.
And, you know, you could write your Merry Christmas. You could use this as, you know, a starting point to create your own cards.
Yep.
And everything like that. So with that in mind, I then thought, right, okay, because I just have to. I've done it again, and then I've just literally taken it out of the book, because as I said, we've got the threads here.
Yep.
So you could cut them away and the whole of that signature will come away, or if you put 2 pages together and very gently pull, it'll also come away as well. But then I thought I took it away, and then just putting it on a coloured card blank,
look at that.
I've got my own card.
Very nice. Very nice.
And that's just using the metallics and simple shapes. That doesn't have to be overly complicated.
Now, what marks out of 10, please, Lou, from the teacher?
I think that's beautiful. I love the colour that you've got actually with the lighter, the sepia colour.
Yeah, it's
that
nice,
looks
isn't it?
really good. And that'll look brilliant when you
They're
finish.
actually jealous of me in the gallery.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. My director, well, they can't draw for toffee, you know.
Yeah.
Can't. You can't even draw a pair of curtains. They're just jealous that they're not here, but maybe we'll give them a little play in between the shows. We don't want to leave anyone out. My lovely producer, anyway, will be able to come and have a little play. Right, and also have a go with the pens. Right, let's have a look at the one-day special, because this is excellent value for money, and you're going to have so much fun when you get hold of this. You really are. It's a great deal. £34.31 could be a whole new artwork for you. £34.31 could be a gift for somebody. And I tell you what you can do with this, you can divide it up as well. This could be a gift, that could be a gift, that could be a gift, that could be a gift, and that could be a separate gift. But altogether, this is your art room, it really is. I absolutely adore using jelly roll pens, and I'll sit there of an evening. Do you know what, when I get home tonight, I'm going to probably sit down, so I have a chat with Jane about the day, sit there with little Millie, and I might just do some sketching, I might do some drawing. And it's really nice to have the right pens to do that, but you can also take these a little bit further, and you can start to do lots of techniques as well. And you'll learn that over the one-day special. So here's the thing, get it in your basket, check on out, and then sit back, relax, watch Lou, make a note if you want to, but what you can do when you get your one-day special, we will be dispatching these in 2 weeks' time. You can watch the shows again on repeat, on rewind, and then of course you can craft along with your very own set. And if you want to buy a set for your friend, then why don't you do that? The item number is 001749. It's £34.31. What an absolute bargain for you. And of course you get those 3 journals included in that particular pack. I love that. Right, something else you might want to add to your basket are the white pens. Now, a quarter of the stock has gone. A quarter of the stock has gone. I'm just going to see if I've got any white little drawings on the black paper here. I'm sure I have somewhere. There you go. There's a little sheep for you, just done in white. But these are great for highlighting. They are. You get 6 assorted pens in total, £10.49. And let me just show you what I've done with it. Here it is. Underneath that, Don't knock everything over, Janet. There you go. You get the 0.3, which is a real fine line, great for detailing. You get the 0.4 and the 0.5 as well. You get, how many do you get of the 0.3? 4. One of those, you get 4 of the 0.4 and you get 1 of the 0.5. These are fabulous to have. Absolutely fabulous. And they're only £10.49. That is an absolute bargain. I'll be getting some of those myself if there are any left. So many of our demonstrators use these white pens because it just highlights certain detail. But also, if you wanted to sketch in white, do it. Get some black paper and sketch in white. You know, it looks great. Maybe you went for some of the pink frog or pink, Pink Pig journals the other day. Oh, you might have some of the true black card from Pink Frog Crafts. You never know, you never know. But it really does highlight some details. And here's a little drawing just for our producer because I wanted to show that. There you go. Yeah, she'll like that. That's Roger. Although Roger isn't purple. But he kind of is. Right, we have got a pick and mix for you. This is brilliant. So if you're going for your white pens, you might want to mix it up with a bit of colour. So go and check out all the different colours you can get. You can get any 5 for £10.99. Lou, I'm going to put you on the spot here, if I may. If you were going to go for 5 colours, what 5 would you choose?
Hunter green, black, clear, the red and the turquoise.
Ooh, why those colours? Is that like a Christmassy colour?
No, the black, I'd use the black a lot for outlines.
Yep.
Because it gives a lovely raised colour. The clear because I can put it on top of everything else.
Yep.
So but that doesn't have to be just jelly rolls. I can put it on top of everything else. And then the green, the Hunter green is a beautiful, I want to say like an olive, deep olive sort of green. So it's got a real nice warm undertone to it. The same with the red and the teal. I just like blue. Yeah. Now, let me just pick up the right swatch for this. It's that one there,
yeah, this one here. Yeah, here you go. So we've got this on the white and the black. I do like that Hunter green. It's a little bit different. I think I used that with my wreath, actually, the Hunter green.
But and it also, that Hunter green goes, if you've got the coloured microns that we bought before, there is one called Hunter green. Ooh. And they two work absolutely beautifully together. And the same with the green above it, the actual green. Yeah. So they work beautifully. So if you were trying to do like an ombre sort of effect, they work absolutely stunningly together. But it's it's like an olive green. It's got it's not quite khaki. Yeah. But it's my favourite green there on those.
Well,
I know you shouldn't have favourites.
Well, you shouldn't. But you know, sometimes it's who's your favourite presenter? No, I'm only kidding. I would never ask that. I know it's Adam. Right. I'm so far down the pile now. Even Catherine comes above me now.
Oh no.
I'm the bottom of the pile. I don't mind. I've got big shoulders. Right, the clear, 3/4 of the stock is gone. 3/4 of the stock is gone because there are some people out there going for all clear and that's it. You can do that. You can go for all clear, then you can clear off. No, please do stay where you are. Wow, what an amazing deal. So very, very busy for your individual colours. Let's head back to demonstration. Any questions, remember, please do email in. It is studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, what we're looking at now?
Well, I just thought we'd do something a little bit different. Because I've just come back from Ireland. I'm a little bit obsessed with Celtic knots at the moment. You know, you just go...
You've just come back from Ireland?
Yes.
Yeah.
Got to see my mummy.
Where does she live?
She lives in County Carlow, Southern Ireland.
Oh, how lovely.
So that was lovely, yeah. So that just inspired me to do some Celtic...
Wow.
Basically, it's just under, over, under, over, under, over.
I love how you say that. Basically, it's just under, over, under,
Sorry.
over. I mean, look at that. That is amazing.
But it's the start of... But so all I've done is just go under, over, under, over, under, over. And I was just going to bring in some of the Micron pens that we've got and just to show that the Micron pens... You know, you can still use them, and I can then still go on top with the metallics, and the metallics will stand out just as much as as if you were going to do them by themselves.
The ones that we're talking about right here, these are fabulous. Here we go, £9.99. This is for your black and gold edition, £9.99. Absolutely stunning. 257415 is your item number. Again, a fantastic price. Everything being dispatched in 2 weeks' time for you, but definitely worth the wait because these are really hard to get hold of. You know, I've sometimes tried to get hold of pens in between shows, and everywhere's just sold out because everything's so popular. So it's a good idea to make headway now, get it into your basket, pay for it, and then we'll get it sent out to you, because of course everything is coming from abroad. If you're getting it for a Christmas present, I think that's a great idea. And then we'll get it sent out to you in 2 weeks. Absolutely fantastic. 257415 is your item number. Back to our Lou.
Oh, sorry, I was carrying on while you...
That's all right. No, you carry on.
So the reason they're black and gold is Sakura was 100 years old.
Oh, okay.
So they have chosen the black and gold colours to go with the Roaring Twenties.
Oh, well, great idea.
So it's the same micron pen. It's actually the same, you know, everything that we need, archival, true black, does exactly the same, but they are now in limited edition colours, for these colours, to celebrate the 100th anniversary.
Oh.
Right, now I'm trying to do this and not get in the way and work out my under-over. So I just do it in a little bit. So I thought it would be nice. I am basically being, you know, just doing my initial. And I will just finish off that bit there.
Does it help if you actually put it down sort of like in pencil first and then go over it?
I do. Oh, it's a mix. Sometimes I'll put pencil down, sometimes I won't. This I did because I needed to get the pattern in my head.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And sometimes I'll put pencil down and not even use the pencil, which seems really bizarre. So we've got the black micron pen, so let me think, what am I doing here? So I've gone quiet now, haven't I, while I concentrate on
Do you know,
this?
sometimes that's good though, isn't it? You know, that nice little bit of time.
It is, isn't it? It's
the
just...
thing is about TV, it's not radio, you see. If you go quiet, you still see something. If on radio you go quiet, you start fiddling with the knob, don't you?
Oh, and wonder if the volume has gone funny.
That's what I was always told in radio. Never be quiet for too long, otherwise they'll start fiddling and tune into something else.
Right, so I've just done like a quick leaf design and a little heart inside it. Because I thought, why not? Right, so now I'm going to... So this is how I started off with my colour. Now, I am going to cheat. I know we haven't got these microns on, but for speed, I am going to grab a brush micron. Okay. Otherwise, I'd be here for a while. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay down... I will finish this in between. So I'm just going to lay down a little bit of the black colour in the centre. And as you can see, I do take time colouring, because that sounds like I do everything slapdash. But when I'm just going to put colours over top of colours, then I am probably a little bit slapdash. Also, you know, colour at the speed that you want to colour, and you know.
Yeah, there's no rush, is there? You
don't have to be a rush at all. But if you do rush, that doesn't matter either, sort of thing. So I've got that outline there, and then all I did was I then just took the green metallic on the top, and I've gone with the darker green to start with, and I'm just going to go over the black lines, and this is where I wasn't worried about the edges of the micron pen. But this goes to show that the metallic, you know, they will work on top of your pen. So if you've got an alcohol marker, they'll work on top of an alcohol marker.
Yeah.
Same with watercolours, but, you know, gessos, anything like that. Just let them dry. Otherwise you will clog up the little ball that makes the inks flow.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to do that. So I'm now just putting the other green as a highlight on the top.
Got you.
And I'm just mixing the two together. Sorry, I have to move my book around. I do apologise.
I'm just carrying on playing.
You carry
with
on,
the pens, because they're just divine.
We've got that going like that. And then finally, I'm just going to add a little bit of that beautiful sepia colour as a final highlight.
Okay.
And just to go around there.
Oh, so the clear, by the way, in the Pick and Mix is now limited stock. The clear limited stock. Lots of people are going for multiples of that. So it's a good idea if you're now on the website, pop one of those into basket to make sure you get it. £10.99 and you choose any 5. I think that is absolutely spectacular value for money. And if you are a sewer, you could create your own little pencil case, which would be really nice to gift, would it not? Which would be nice with a little flap on it or something, you know, so you open it up and there's all your pens inside. The clear has now gone, so we shall take that away because the clear has now gone and sold out. We've still got plenty more to choose from. £10.99, 544 567. Oh, like a bad series. My dinner's repeating on me. Right, back to Lou.
I had to think. Okay. Now, I've just gone around the outline here with that beautiful sepia colour, and I'm going to let it dry because I missed on putting the green on. Okay. But now, if I let that dry, I can then put the green on, layer of the green on top.
Right.
Now, you were talking about the clear, and we've got in the metallics, we get this beautiful. It's not black, but it's not grey. It's like a pewter. Yeah. But, you know, you can still do the tiny little work with it as well as, you know, bigger areas.
Yeah, I like that. And it's that little extra added detail that it's just, you know, you can draw something, you can doodle something, go away from it, and then come back and add even more detail, which is fabulous.
And it's also a way of, if you do things like this, if your line isn't straight, or you don't like it, or it's jagged, those sort of little details hide all of that. And you can then make it like a design feature. So I can do that. I can then, what I did do was I took the black, this is my black, you can see it works right to the end.
Oh, right, brilliant.
So you don't have to, you know, it doesn't claw. And then all I did, you know, where I've got the black here, now I can use my microns to cover a larger area, especially with the brush. So why waste? So I'm going to then just go, which I know you're not going to see, but I'm going to go over with the black glaze because the micron creates like a matte effect.
You do,
but I still want it to be black.
You get the black glaze in the one day special. You also get the clear in the one day special, everybody, because that did sell out on the pick and mix. So if you want the clear, if you want the black, it's a great way of getting the one day special, and that includes the pen that Lou is using just there.
So I don't know, can you see now where it adds that little glaze on top?
Yeah.
So it adds that shine. So once that's dry, that will add a glaze, and it will actually give me a raised effect on the top of it.
Yeah.
And then obviously I would carry on with the design, building it up bit by bit, adding on my layers. So this now is dry, as I was saying, and because they're designed to go on, I can now put the green on top of that sepia colour. I'm going to go with sepia because I think that sounds nice. That's how you explained it.
Yeah.
And I can go over the black micron. Sorry if I'm leaning in, I apologise. I'm in relax mode now. So I don't have to worry that, you know, once I've laid a colour down, it's going to be hard to put another colour down.
Yeah.
I can just put work on top of each other and both will stand out in their own way.
Yeah, got you.
And, right, let's grab another page. I'm just going to go on this page. Now, the other thing you can do with the metallics, I thought, why not? We've got them here. I'm just looking. So if I take this green, I'm not going to do anything too technical. I'm just going to do a little doodle. I can take the darker colour and I can go into it and I can blend the two together. And I can make a darker colour that way. I can grab, she says, looking for it, a paintbrush.
Okay.
And now, for some people to do that, you think you're going to contaminate. If you're worried about doing that, do one colour. I'm rushing now. I would go a lot slower and put a lot more ink down.
Oh, don't rush.
Well, you know when there's so many things you want to show.
Yeah, I know.
And so I put the two colours together there. If I then take, this has got no water, and I can then blend the two together. And now I've made myself a third different colour green. Because I can now take this out, and I've now made myself a metallic paint.
Wow, and that's just using water?
Yeah, minimal water.
Wow.
And so now I can then, so you can blend out with them. So you can do your outline, let your outline dry. Let's grab some other colours. Let's grab a red. I'm just thinking, oh, the blues, you see, I'm trying to be really good and steer clear of the blues. So now if I've got that red there, I can then, if I want to watercolour in, now one of the reasons I love to do this with the water, or if you don't want to watercolour, do a dry brush.
Yeah.
And whilst the ink is wet, you'll be able to pull it in. You won't get as faded an effect, but you'll still be able to pull it in, because then I don't use up as much pen. So it's making my pen go that little bit further. Now where this is dry, can you see the pen is not moving as much?
Okay.
But then where this is slightly wetter, I can now go around the outside. So you can blend them out just that little bit further. And we'll let that dry. So
What's the drying time?
Depends on how much thickness the layer you put down.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest. If minutes, if that. I'm just going to give this a quick dry.
Oh, you're
only because because I just want to speed it up. You know, technically just wiping it with my hand. But now, because this is dry, if I didn't like that look, I can go back over the top of it.
Yeah.
So as long as you let your ink dry, whether you were doing this on top of an acrylic paint, a gesso, you can now go back over the top again. So you can keep building and building and building your depth of colour. And I can then blend it out again if I wanted to.
I didn't realise you could use water, and I guess sometimes you can get some like solution that's got a little bit of glitter in there as well.
But then why not use your sparkle?
Yeah, true. Yeah, absolutely.
Because you can put. So if I put, I'll just do this. So this is the metallic.
Yeah.
Now I should have grabbed mine straight away, but it's going to be right at the bottom, isn't it? Yeah, typical.
Now, Pauline's emailed in. Thank you for emailing in, Pauline. It's great to have your company. Pauline would like to know if you can use the pens on fabric. Great question, Pauline. Can you, Luke?
You can. They're not water fast because they're water-based or water-soluble. However, if you put down a fabric medium before, you would be fine.
Would you?
Because then, or you put something to stabilise it.
Yep.
So I've just now taken the metallic and I've just gone over the top with the stardust. So you can blend your colours together. So I've got metallic, a stardust and a third colour in the middle. So you don't think that so when the 24 pack, you can bring all of those colours together. I mean, one of the things that is really good if I get the moonlight, let's do the moonlight on she says I'm going to grab a black.
Okay.
You go, I'll grab a black. Let's find a page that I just doodle on roughly. Oh, there we go. So if I get the moonlight, and I can put the moonlight pen in top. As you were saying, it's a great way, if your introduction. So I can get that moonlight, and whilst the ink is wet, I'm going to pick up the moonlight, and then I'm going to colour out with the stardust. So I'm just going to pick up a little bit of the moonlight and blend it out. So now what's happened is where I've got the matte effect from the moonlight, I'm now blending it out, and it's going to end up
look at that.
Having a sparkle. So I've got a mixture there of matte and sparkle just by doing the same two pens.
Oh, fabulous.
So your pens will blend together.
Yeah.
They're not going to blend like a true watercolour, but then if you've got your brush, this is a dry one, I can blend them. And now I've got the fluorescence of the moonlight mixed in with the sparkle, so I've now got the mixture of the two.
Wow, so many different techniques, Lou. So many different techniques.
You can, take them as far and push them as you want to. But as we said before, now there's a lot of ink on the end of that moonlight, and all I would do is just like on the side of a tissue, is just wipe that excess ink away. If that worries you about putting it on the tissue, use it on the side of a page and blend it out, if you don't want to waste it. And then you're not clogging up the end of the rollable system,
and it's
so
all
the
good
ink
to
flows.
go.
And it's all good,
to go for the rest of it.
Yeah.
How amazing!
So I've put the lid back on that. You should think I've got lids everywhere now. So mix and match. So even though we've got the metallics straight away, you can do it. Now I know we've got the metallics work on black, as you can see. They work there and they work with the white. So what I did do, and you've also done in that little book, was I didn't want everyone just to think that it's got to work on card, black card. So this is black gesso. Now the only thing about this is I rushed ours and scrubbed it on with a paintbrush, so it's not quite as smooth as a black piece of card.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
But you can still, if you haven't got black card but you've got a gesso, this is Lynette's that I borrowed, don't tell her. You know, sneaked it off.